Chapter 1. It's my turn. After a long 2.5 minutes, Heng Zhengyang finally welcomed the light before him. Heng Zhengyang, buzz. He instinctively opened his eyes and stood up straight. Everything in front of him seemed extremely unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. A wooden desk piled high with textbooks. A blackboard full of formulas. Stop treating the desk like a bed. Sleeping whenever you want. Stand up. How familiar the scolding sounded. How pleasant the tone was that in my dreams. Could I let you bully me like this? Just as Heng Zhengyang was about to explode, suddenly his brain felt like it was being torn apart. As if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his brain. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. This guy is really good at pretending. Chengyan fan, what are you talking about? What's wrong? Huang Xian, do you have a problem? Just as the two were about to argue, the math teacher had already put on his slippers and walked down from the podium. Quiet. He stopped the noise and bent down to check on Heng Zhengyang's condition. Seeing that he was indeed in pain and sweating profusely, he quickly instructed someone to take him to the infirmary. Huang Xian, who had just stood up for Heng Zhengyang, rushed over. The two had played together since childhood and had a very good relationship. He lifted Heng Zhengyang's bulky body and headed for the infirmary. Just as they reached the door, Heng Zhengyang's memories from both lives had already merged. His complexion improved considerably. Realizing he was not dreaming, but had crossed over. His heart sank. What the hell? I lost so much. I finally made it into the system. It was as if heaven had heard his inner lament, and a pleasant voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Crossover essential. System activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chosen Deceiver system. Killing anomalies will grant random rewards and heavenly punishment points. Yo-ho. Heng Zhengyang, who had been dejected, instantly felt revitalized. He didn't even clearly remember what the system was about, and he started cheering. This startled Huang Xian, who was carrying over 200 pounds. What the hell? You're really pretending, huh? If you don't study well and can't get into a university with Zhao Qianqian, don't come crying me later. Zhao Qianqian. In his memory, a stunningly beautiful face instantly flashed at the same time. One touching moment after another surged in his heart. And no matter if Zhao Qianqian was tired or thirsty, sick or exhausted, he would handle everything for her without needing her to drink energy drinks or look for a doctor. He couldn't blame himself for being the one who crossed over only to become a love-struck fool, endlessly giving. After all, who goes through youth without regrets, from boyhood to manhood? Such naive feelings had to be experienced. She doesn't matter, our brotherhood is what's most important. Heng Zhengyang patted Huang Xian on the shoulder, laughing. Dude, you finally awakened, Huang Xian said, somewhat surprised. But he was also happy for him. We've been saying all these years, you've been serving her, and yet she's kept you hanging for 6 years. From middle school to now, almost in college. If she doesn't want you, at least don't take your money or gifts. Want to be a slut yet build a monument for herself, let me tell you. All right, enough about her. Hurry and help me to the infirmary. As Heng Zhengyang said this, he piled his bulk on a Huang Xian. He decided the first thing he would do after crossing over was to lose weight. No kidding, his previous self had a serious 8-pack to maintain. How could he let himself turn into a Michelin tire? Bro, can we lose some weight? Huang Xian said this, but still carried his barrel-like waist. Isn't it fine? Why go to the infirmary? Just need to rest a bit, clear my soul. Heng Zhengyang joked, pressing down on Huang Xian's neck as they walked toward the infirmary. Don't. My neck. My neck. Even at night, it shouldn't feel like a prickling sensation on the skin. He wanted to find a quiet place to examine his system, so he could quickly reach the pinnacle of his life. At 8 this moment, his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Left eye twitches wealth. Right eye twitches disaster. Was something about to happen? What was that system I just got? Heng Zhengyang's mind stirred, and a flash of light appeared at a data panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Chosen Deceiver. Isn't it a worker? Did I remember wrong? Just as he summoned the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. The newbie gift package has arrived. Would you like to extract the rewards now? Extract. Heng Zhengyang chose immediately without hesitation, because at that moment, the two had already arrived at the infirmary. Strangely, the lights here were dim. And eerie creaking sounds emanated from inside. Like hunting dogs gnawing on bones, it felt very strange. Ding. Newbie reward. Eye of heavenly punishment obtained. Eye of heavenly punishment. Can see through the disguise of anomalies. When activated, can deter ghostly spirits. Initial yellow rank can be upgraded. Is anyone there? Just as Heng Zhengyang was about to activate his eye to check the situation. Unexpectedly, Huang Xian's mouth was too fast. As soon as he asked, the gnawing sound abruptly stopped. Heng Zhengyang felt a chill run down his spine at the sounds of footsteps approaching. Before long, a doctor in a white coat walked out from inside. She wore a mask and was tightly covered, but her eyes were filled with a chilling aura. She didn't speak, just glanced at the two, then waved her hand, signaling them to come in. Just as Huang Xian was about to take Heng Zhengyang in, he was suddenly yanked back by the other party. Are you sure? Huang Xian looked at Heng Zhengyang, who was sweating profusely and was somewhat doubtful. You really don't look well to me? I'm fine now. Heng Zhengyang forced a smile. Saying this, he yanked Huang Xian and began to run in the opposite direction. Just through the eye of heavenly punishment, he saw. It was a monster wearing a human face. Its limbs were long but lacked flesh, completely wrapped in wrinkled skin around bones. Its face had no features, only countless sharp teeth. They squeezed out from the skin, dripping with blood. That moment, Heng Zhengyang's materialistic worldview, which had existed for over 20 years, collapsed completely. Facing Huang Xian's incessant questions, he ignored him, only dragging him forward. Unbeknownst to them, several shadows emerged in the darkness. Their giant teeth clicked together. The hissing sound seemed like they were grinning at Heng Zhengyang and the others. In the next second, these monsters with giant teeth jumped strangely, chasing after Heng Zhengyang, who was fleeing. Meanwhile, not far away, on the rooftop of another teaching building, several figures instantly disappeared, leaving only a few voices behind. Boss, should he make a move? Make a move. What about those two kids? We have no choice. Our principle is to protect as many people as possible. Understood. Chapter 2, finished. Pat, 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 bang, 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 Yangzi. How's it going? Can't open it. How about you? Same. Damn it. Heng Zhengyang and Huang Xian searched for help along the corridor. But these doors seemed to be welded shut, no matter how they pulled, pushed, or banged. They couldn't budge at all. Both of them were already exhausted from running. In this situation, even a fool could tell something was off. Huang Xian came to Heng Zhengyang's side and said sternly, Yangzi, what did you find out? Speak up. I think I don't need to tell you. Heng Zhengyang pointed behind him. A rustling sound came. Huang Xian quickly turned around, his body instantly stiffening. There were at least 8 monsters, shedding their human skin to reveal skeletal bodies, and heads filled with sharp teeth. What were those things? I don't know, but I know that if we get caught, we definitely won't survive. What to do? What to do? Run. Let's run. In a panic, Huang Xian grabbed Heng Zhengyang's clothes to flee. But he was shaken off. Instead, I go first. I'll hold him off. Yangzi, don't joke around. This is not the time to be foolish. Run now. Huang Xian rushed back to grab Heng Zhengyang's arm. Seeing the monsters getting closer, struggling with Huang Xian would only waste time, making it impossible for either of them to escape. With no other choice, he had to reveal himself. Eye of Divine Punishment. Activate. With a thought, his right eye immediately emitted a strong light. The bright light fell on a monster less than 50 meters away from them. The monster instinctively raised its hands to shield its head. The others also seemed to have the awareness to protect their heads, but they soon discovered that the strong light had no effect. Then they continued to charge at the two. Now it was Heng Zhengyang's turn to be stunned. Where's the supposed intimidation effect? Ding. System prompt. These are not spirits. Killing and absorbing them will unlock the bestiary entry. What to do? I'm gonna die, ding. No need to worry. The system will automatically detach after the host's death and seek another host. Who the hell is worried about you? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Panic surged, and Heng Zhengyang felt his brain buzz. His vision darkened, almost fainting. Poof! Just as Huang Xian was pulling Heng Zhengyang, trying to evade the monster's claws, a small white hand suddenly appeared in the void, piercing through the monster's head. Green liquid splattered everywhere, drenching the two of them. The other monsters seemed to sense something, desperately turning and running away, but they were all pierced through the head by a jade hairpin. Dying on the spot, that moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the left side of the corridor. They wore red long-sleeve shirts, seemingly soaked in blood. A few red lanterns swayed back and forth, yet no shadows were cast on the walls. Heng Zhengyang and Huang Xian felt their bodies unable to move. They couldn't utter a word. They could only watch as this strange group approached them, until a red bridal sedan appeared. Heng Zhengyang's hair stood on end. What the hell have I done? transcended into such a world? He felt an overwhelming sadness as the group filled the entire corridor. The bridal sedan had come right in front of him. The curtains slowly lifted without any external force that a girl in a gorgeous wedding dress, stunningly beautiful, stepped down from the sedan. She caressed Heng Zhengyang's face, her pure and bright eyes filled with delight. I didn't expect such a great fortune to appear here. The girl's hand lingered beside Heng Zhengyang's right eye. The warmth from her hand made him realize the thing in front of him might be something he never believed could exist in his past life. But now, it stood right in front of him. If I could take this eye, perhaps I could advance further. The girl smiled brightly, her bridal robe covering her face, wiping away drool. I could see that moment. Several figures in red trench coats appeared on the other side. Seeing the scene before them, the leader quickly drew his long knife. The purplish-black blade exuded a chilling aura. Oh, you don't seem to be one of my kind? The female ghost's tone was cold, yet melodious as a silver bell. That we are from the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau. As long as you let them go, we won't make things difficult for you, the leader said as he pulled out a golden token from his waist. Upon seeing it, the female ghost's pupils visibly contracted, but she quickly returned to normal. This, I will return to you. The female ghost lightly waved her sleeve, and in the next second, Huang Xian was already beside that group of people. He regained his ability to move. The suffocating feeling from before made him gasp for breath. He must stay. Don't force us. If we end up fighting, it won't end well for anyone. The leader's expression turned cold, and he also gripped the hilt of his knife with his other hand. Oh, then bring it on. The female ghost clearly didn't care about his threat. Boss, this female ghost has S-level strength, and her subordinates consist of 4 level and the rest level. One of the subordinates reported while holding an instrument beside the man. Damn, no wonder she looks so determined. It's our mission, we can only go for it. Just as several members of the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau were about to make a move, a few people woke up on the rooftop and immediately dialed the phone to report the incident. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang, who was in the other world, was being forced to get close to the female ghost. What pure yang energy, I want it so badly. The female ghost caressed his body, one delicate hand slowly moving down. System, do you have no way to help at all? I'm gonna be done for. Although this female ghost isn't bad looking, what if she sucks all my yang energy dry? All right. You just don't care, do you? I'm begging you. You're the most powerful system in the entire transcendental realm. Regardless of whether Heng Zhengyang was cursing or praising in his heart, the voice in his mind remained unmoved. He opened the system shop, but without any divine punishment points, he could only stare blankly. More than half an hour later, Heng Zhengyang's plump body had visibly slimmed down significantly. He looked listless, with a very poor complexion. After the female ghost had her fill of fun, one hand reached towards his right eye. Hey, I'm really going to die. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident is about to occur. Whoosh, a willow branch wrapped in a white paper strip flew from a distance and directly pierced the shoulder of the female ghost. Another group was slowly approaching from the other side of the corridor, unlike the female ghost's red lantern and joyous bridal sedan chair. This time, leading the way was a soul-calling banner, with attendants dressed in white mourning clothes. After a while, a black wooden coffin gradually became visible. Seeing this scene, Heng Zhengyang was even more at a loss for tears, red and white clashing, encountering this as an ordinary person. Heng Zhengyang had already decided to stop resisting and close his eyes, but the next second, he felt a dizzying sensation. He heard a wah-wah-wah sound of a crying fetus. Unable to resist his curiosity, he slowly opened his eyes. Not knowing what to expect, he was startled when he saw it. He was no longer in the corridor of the teaching building. Instead, he had arrived at the playground that on both sides of the bride ghost and the water ghost dressed in white mourning clothes. Directly in front was a grinning ghost child. Moreover, in the mist surrounding him, it seemed there was something else approaching normally. I'm done for. Chapter 3. Inviting you to thunder, all the forces from all directions have gathered around. In the center is Heng Zhengyang, whose face is ashen. In my previous lives, how many nursing homes have I blown up? How many kindergartens have I burned? Heng Zhengyang's inner fear gradually faded away. In its place was continuous reflection. This opportunity has arisen in my territory, and I hope everyone will not break the rules. The bride ghost waved her sleeves. exuding an imposing presence without anger. Beside her, a ghost as black as charcoal sneered. Ronyansher, what you said is a bit unreasonable. Back then, this territory was given to you by me. Otherwise, you would still be wandering outside. Black old ghost, you talk big. Are you not afraid of twisting your tongue? Who was it that left here with only a few remnants after being beaten? I just don't want to stoop to the level of women. The black old ghost snorted coldly. Sister Yinsher, I'm about to break through to the next realm. So please give this person to me. Linhua, sister needs it too. I don't care, I want it. The ghost girl named Linhua immediately burst into loud cries, causing the other ghosts to feel annoyed and restless. Heng Zhengyang suddenly realized that his body could actually move. Stop. Don't wail over there. It's really annoying to listen to. I won't. If Sister Yinsher doesn't give it to me, I'll cry. Wah Linhua, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth. The black old ghost, with the worst temper, couldn't help but scold. Black hole ball, are you stupid? If I don't die, can you see me? You little beast who has no one to teach you about life. What did you say? Linhua's originally fair little face instantly turned bright red. It seemed she was really angry. The ghost spirits under both sides were also ready to fight at any moment. The other 6 ghost factions were just watching the excitement. They were hoping to see fewer ghosts competing. Heng Zhengyang stared at the black old ghost, and an idea formed in his mind. Wait, all of you ghost immortals. Originally, he had no right to speak. However, when he called out ghost immortals, it made the spirits feel quite comfortable. So, they did not interrupt his speech. You are all prominent figures from various realms, and I don't want anyone to be unhappy. I have a suggestion. Why don't you ghost immortals compete against each other? And the one with the highest strength will win? I see that this ghost immortal is certainly not weak. Dying at the hands of a strong person would be worth it for me in this life. Heng Zhengyang said, as he walked towards the black old ghost. The other spirits, who were originally in a relatively good mood, suddenly became dissatisfied. Good. You brat have good taste. Later, when the opportunity is presented to me, I guarantee to give you an eye, along with endless wealth and glory. Thank you, black old immortal. Thank you, black old immortal. Ha ha. Hearing Heng Zhengyang directly refer to the ghost as an immortal, his heart seemed to float up into the clouds. Wait a minute. In terms of strength, who here can compare to my Qing Shui? Aren't you just a water ghost? You just stay in the puddle. Don't flatter yourself. Black old ghost, are you really looking for death? Seeing another person's anger being provoked, Heng Zhengyang felt a wave of secret delight in his heart. It seems he made the right choice. This tactic of sowing discord was simply perfect. Everyone, stop arguing. Let me say a few words. An old man dressed in a funeral garment walked out, leaning on a cane. What is up? Just because you've been dead a few hundred years longer than us? You're all covered in hair and can't smell the stench? Is this old guy really that fierce? He hit the enemy's weak spot precisely. It's like a little cow going to space, utterly impressive. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The ghostly spirits from the other factions were also starting to feel restless. Heng Zhengyang knew that he had to add some fuel and vinegar. Black old immortal, isn't it a piece of cake for you to deal with these rotten sweet potatoes and spoiled bird eggs? That's right. Boys, take out all those who are not convinced. Black old ghost proudly waved his dark arms. His ghostly subordinates, all simple-minded, charged forward with howls. Black old ghosts, 100 ghosts, faced off against the opponent's 400 to 500 ghosts. In an instant, more than a dozen were scattered. Seeing this, black old ghost couldn't help but frown. Heng Zhengyang, seeing the situation, quickly bowed and said, Black old immortal, my eye can weaken the power of ghosts. I am willing to lend you a hand. Good. Then you go ahead. Although the black old ghost said this on the surface, his hands were already gathering ghost energy behind him. If Heng Zhengyang showed any sign of movement, this ghost energy would directly shatter his soul. However, he did indeed activate his eyes, only targeting the other ghosts under the black old ghost. At the moment, they were illuminated by the strong light. The ghost energy on them did indeed weaken. Seeing this, the black old ghost gradually relaxed and joined the battle. Heng Zhengyang did help the black old ghost, but he was deliberately getting closer to one ghost after another that was losing its soul. The system prompts in his mind kept ringing. Ding! Gained 34 heavenly punishment points. Ding! Gained 41 heavenly punishment points. After absorbing the ghostly energy of dozens of ghosts, his heavenly punishment points reached 2,000. The only item available in the shop was a talisman called the Thunderbolt Talisman. It only required 10 heavenly punishment points. Without hesitation, he directly bought 200 of them. Didn't he know how powerful this item was? Surviving was the most important thing. He could earn more after spending this little fortune. Ding! Exchanged Thunderbolt Talisman 200. Deducted 2,000 heavenly punishment points. Thunderbolt Talisman summons heavenly lightning to strike the selected target for punishment, effective after reciting the incantation. This talisman can deal fatal damage to ghostly spirits. After reading the description, he only glanced at the other information. He repeatedly memorized the incantation several times. Just then, the bride ghost Rong Yunshi, who had been keeping her distance from the fighting area, seized the opportunity. With a swoosh, she pounced towards Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang had certainly noticed its movements in advance. He directly took out 10 talismans from stack. With his right eye opened, he aimed at the target, and a series of incomprehensible incantations were uttered from his mouth. Immediately, the 10 thunder talismans flew into the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. Rong Yunshi's red claws hadn't even touched Heng Zhengyang's body yet. Boom! Boom! Thunder, as thick as tree stumps, struck her body one after another, almost shattering her soul directly. After 10 strikes of thunder, Rong Yunshi lay weakly in front of Heng Zhengyang. The ghostly spirits were all shaken with fear by the sudden thunder. They could sense the incredibly domineering aura contained within. Heng Zhengyang stood on Rong Yunshi's head with one foot, swinging the remaining talisman in his right hand. Thank you all for letting me enjoy such a wonderful show. As a token of gratitude, let me treat everyone to some thunder. Before many ghostly spirits could react, Heng Zhengyang had already released his right hand. 190 thunder talismans flew into the air like raindrops. He had completed the incantation and position determination while Rong Yunshi was struck by lightning, and the other ghostly spirits were momentarily stunned. Little brother, we were wrong. Please spare us your powers. Big brother, just for the sake that I'm still young and ignorant, please let me go. You little thing, dare to trick me. Just as the other ghostly spirits were busy pleading for mercy, the black old ghost charged forward in a fit of rage. Completely oblivious to the purple arcs of lightning flashing in the thundercloud above. They contained terrifying power. Boom! Not far from Heng Zhengyang, a thunderbolt struck down. A few small spirits had not yet had time to wail before they transformed into wisps of blue smoke. Ding! Kill B-level ghost spirit. Reward 135 heavenly punishment points. Ding! Kill C-level ghost spirit. Reward 89 heavenly punishment points. Clearly, the difference in heavenly punishment points obtained from killing ghost spirits was vastly different from collecting the ghost energy of deceased spirits. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the other spirits exchanged glances. Rather than having their souls scattered, they might as well fight back. They rushed towards him from all directions. Although they would be hit by the falling lightning, they could still move. As several ghost spirits quickly closed in, Heng Zhengyang began to panic. Just as he was flustered and checking the item functions, the water ghost Qing Shui and the ghost Lin-Hua, using their super speed, had already attacked him. At this critical moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! System upgraded to mid-yellow rank. Reward. Exorcist Cloak 1. Ding! System store updated. New item added. Soul Guiding Lantern. Chapter 4. 2 Ghost Servants. Swish! The black cloak completely enveloped the now emaciated Heng Zhengyang. The attacks from several S-level ghost spirits were all blocked. They were unwilling to give up and wanted to push further. Suddenly, they felt a tremendous force erupting from Heng Zhengyang's cloak. Several ghost spirit leaders were immediately blasted away, buried in countless thunders. On the rooftop, several members of the Otherworld Investigation Bureau were anxiously waiting. A hoarse voice rang out from behind. Aren't they just a few strange creatures? Do we really need to ask for help from above for such a small matter? As the voice sounded, everyone quickly turned around and stood up straight with great respect. The speaker was the head of the Otherworld Investigation Bureau in the Qing Mountain area of Beizhou, a very capable old man. Su Lao, we don't want to trouble the higher-ups, but you should at least take a look first. What a fuss. Su Min Guin Lai Di Et Gelim. and when he leaned out to take a look, his figure suddenly swayed. The two people behind him hurriedly stepped forward to support him. At this moment, the playground was shrouded in thick black mist, and nothing could be seen. If one listened closely, the howling wind was mixed with the sounds of ghostly wails. Among the starry sky, only this area was covered by dark clouds. It looked like a torrential downpour was about to come. What kind of strange event is this? To trigger such phenomena? Could it be that hundreds of ghost spirits have gathered here? Why is that? His words were immediately denied by Su Mingyuan. No, there are probably thousands of ghost spirits here, and there are at least 5S level ones. Thousands of ghost spirits? Just for that little fatty? The leading man muttered quietly, but was overheard by Su Mingyuan, who had keen ears. What did you say? The ghost spirits are gathering for one person? Yes. We were originally going to rescue those two students. After the captain finished recounting, Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment. He directly took out a treasured porcelain shard from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. He then took out a blood-red pill from a small bottle in his pocket and said to everyone, "This person must be protected. I have already called for reinforcements. In the various districts of Beizhou, even the headquarters will quickly send people." Su Lao, I don't understand. The captain of the team did not understand why they were placing such importance on that young man. Over the years, in order to preserve their strength, the Otherworld Investigation Bureau had never directly confronted ghost spirits. But looking at Su Lao's demeanor, it seemed that all members of the Otherworld Investigation Bureau around them must protect that chubby student at all costs. If you don't understand, then don't. Just carry out the orders. Su Mingyuan was too lazy to waste words and quickly swallowed the red pill. In less than 3 seconds, he collapsed on the ground, rolling his eyes back. At the same time, he had entered another world. Boom! Boom! Continuous thunder rumbled down from the sky, startling Su Mingyuan, who had just entered. Not only him, but the others following behind were also shocked. What the hell is this? Even Su Mingyuan, who had experienced strange events, couldn't help but curse. The others looked equally confused and shocked. At this moment, on the playground, with each bolt of lightning that struck, several ghost spirits dissipated. In contrast, Heng Zhengyang was holding a yellow talisman paper and was frantically pulling it outward. Ding! Kill B-level ghost spirit. Reward 128 heavenly punishment points. Ding! Kill A-level ghost spirit. Reward 579 heavenly punishment points. Watching his heavenly punishment points increase by hundreds and thousands, he was overjoyed. Plus, with this protective cloak, it felt amazing to have others as targets while being untouchable. Ding! With such a mouthful of rhymes, are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Heng Zhengyang was speechless. Ever since this thing leveled up, it seemed to have developed a sense of autonomy, always responding inadvertently. Ding! System upgraded to late yellow rank. Reward. Ghost controlling Gord 1. Ding! System store updated. New heavenly method added. Possession. New stuff again? Heng Zhengyang hurriedly stuffed the remaining few hundred thunder talismans into his pocket. Soon after, a small and exquisite purple gourd appeared in his palm. Ghost Command Gourd. Late yellow grade. It can collect ghost spirits and turn them into the gourd owner's allies, and it can be upgraded. Hey, it really is true that you get what you think about. The remaining ghost spirits are quite strong, especially these few S-rank spirits. Surviving under such a dense bombardment of thunder talismans until now is impressive. If he can subdue them all, wouldn't he be able to walk freely in Qingshan County in the future? Although he wouldn't use these things to kill people, they would still have a deterrent effect. After all, the items in his shop are not suitable for use against humans. Meanwhile, Rong Yunshi, feeling the power above her head dissipate, quickly got up. She curled up on the ground, warily watching Heng Zhengyang. Since he no longer chanted the incantation to activate the talismans, the thunderclouds in the sky finally began to slowly dissipate. What is this kid planning to do? He still has so many heavenly talismans in his hand. Why doesn't he kill all these ghost spirits? Su Mingyuan was quite puzzled and murmured to himself. From the moment he arrived here and saw this scene, his over 40 years of experience in the Otherworld Investigation Bureau seemed insignificant. He didn't know how Heng Zhengyang could possess these ancient heavenly talismans, nor how he activated these talismans. All he knew was that a rising giant star was about to explode in the Otherworld. just as Su Mingyuan was imagining the future. Heng Zhengyang has already sat down on the ground, displaying the ghost-controlling gourd. Everyone here is a person of status, and I don't want today's gathering to be meaningless. How about this? As long as you all take me as your leader, I will spare your lives. You don't want to die in vain along with the people below you, do you? Upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, many of the ghost leaders looked a bit displeased. Of course, excluding the black old ghost, which had a completely dark expression, making it impossible to read. With thousands of ghostly beings after his strike, only about 400 remained. No one could swallow this humiliation. However, Heng Zhengyang insisted on making these ghosts swallow it. That heavenly method is not to be taken lightly. What? Is there no agreement? Heng Zhengyang's expression changed, and he took out the lightning talisman again. Human, you are merely relying on these heavenly talismans and that heavenly treasure to be powerful. If we submit under duress, it won't be genuine allegiance, the older ghost leader said, his small eyes darting around. Heng Zhengyang leaned on his hand with great interest and asked, "So what do you want?" "We hope to follow someone strong, not someone who relies on treasures to show off. Just based on what you said, I should directly cut you down." Heng Zhengyang's tone instantly turned cold. The many spirits felt a tightening in their hearts. He understood very well what these spirits were thinking. They merely thought he was a naive kid, using flattery and deception, just trying to provoke them. Since they wanted to experience something, he might as well let these spirits feel the long-standing heritage of thousands of years of Taoist techniques from Huaxia. However, what you said is not without reason. As soon as Heng Zhengyang spoke, those spirits let out a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, revealing a barely noticeable faint smile. That was a signal that the plan had succeeded. Good. Just for your willingness to take on this matter, regardless of the outcome, I, Rongbo, will protect you from now on. Rongbo, leaning on his cane, couldn't hide his excitement. It was a bit too obvious. I want to make it clear in advance. I can take action, but whether you can handle it is another matter. This is the last reminder for everyone. Once you enter my gourd, I guarantee that your souls will not scatter. Heng Zhengyang pointed the gourd mouth at the many ghost spirits and began the countdown. Looking at his serious expression, it must be said that his deterrent power was quite strong. However, what Heng Zhengyang never expected was that the first to choose to enter was actually Rong Yanshi. The second to follow was the black old ghost. Aside from these two ghost spirits, the others wore expressions of disdain and contempt. Qing Shui hesitated for a moment, repeatedly confirming that Heng Zhengyang had no strength, but still stood his ground. Lin was also hesitant, ultimately staying in place. It seemed that this was everyone's choice. Heng Zhengyang took off his windbreaker and set it aside. Ding! Exchange for a random appearance once, deducting 666 heavenly punishment points. The reason for choosing this, aside from wanting to eliminate all these ghost spirits, is to intimidate the two ghost spirits that have already surrendered. Ding! The guardian under the throne of the has arrived. General Sun, the system notification sound rang out. Heng Zhengyang's entire body began to move uncontrollably. He spread his feet apart and formed hand seals. Chapter 5. Is it over this quickly? Buzz. An overwhelming aura emanated from Heng Zhengyang, spreading outwards. The nearby ghostly spirits were struggling to bear the pressure, with one kneeling down with a thud. A few S-grade ghostly spirits could only grit their teeth, trying to hold their ground. Uncle Rome, is this what you call a test? Qing Shui murmured angrily, regretting not entering the gourd earlier. Now, even if he wanted to go, it would be difficult to step closer to Heng Zhengyang. Buzz. Another wave of pressure erupted. Ghostly spirits further away, unable to withstand the force, were pinned to the ground. How would I know this kid has such immense power? If we beg for mercy now, will it even matter? I have to give it a try. As the chanting concluded, Heng Zhengyang transformed into a ghostly general clad in green armor and a golden helmet. The majestic, ghostly aura he exuded contained a hint of righteousness. The sight of his green face and sharp teeth filled Su Mingyuan and the others upstairs with dread. This young man's abilities are beyond my understanding. A silver-glinted trident flickered in Heng Zhengyang's hand. I, Zhui Yuan, am willing to go through fire and water for my master, just asking for your mercy this once. These S-grade ghostly spirits were not fools. They reacted quickly. With the first ghostly spirit surrendering, many others followed suit. Unfortunately, at that moment, Heng Zhengyang had already summoned figures from the legends of China. For these malicious spirits, the principle of increasing and decreasing generals was always to kill without mercy. Heng Zhengyang gripped the trident and swung it forcefully. The iron trident flashed like lightning, scattering all ghostly spirits in a line, including Zhu Yuan. Ding! Killed S-grade, ghostly spirit. Heaven's punishment points, 1785. Ding! Killed A-grade, ghostly spirit. Heaven's punishment points, 734. For Heng Zhengyang, he was currently in a spectator's perspective. Although he felt his body moving, he could not control it. However, hearing the notification sound was still quite enjoyable. This wave was bound to earn him a fortune. He leisurely counted the heaven's punishment points. The ghostly spirits outside were not having it easy. Seeing Heng Zhengyang showing no mercy, the spirits grew even more anxious. Uncle Rome, think of a way. Qing Shui looked at Heng Zhengyang approaching and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Do you think I'm not thinking? This is impossible to move. The usually composed Uncle Rome couldn't help but roar. Why don't we gather our strength and give it a try? Lin Hua's voice finally gave the ghostly spirits a glimmer of hope. It has to be done. The remaining 5 S-grade ghostly spirits understood very well. Although they would exhaust their years of cultivation with this one effort, if they didn't fight, they would all die. The 5 ghostly spirits exuded various colors of ghostly energy, gradually merging together. Seeing this, the ghostly spirits behind them also joined in, dispersing their ghostly energy to fuse into the 5 S-grade spirits. In an instant, their ghostly energy condensed into a shadow 5 meters tall. Blood-red pupils the size of grinding wheels stared at Heng Zhengyang, filled with fury. Roar! The enormous, ghostly figure let out a roar, and 2 hands made of black mist reached out towards Heng Zhengyang. Whoosh! Bang! The ghostly figure split off 2 more hands and attacked him again. Boom! In an instant, dust filled the air, making it hard to see Heng Zhengyang's figure. Then, the ghostly figure split into 3 pairs of fists, punching down where he had just been. With each strike, the ground trembled as if it were shaking along with the blows. It wasn't until several minutes later that the ghostly figure stopped. Wanted to check if Heng Zhengyang was still alive. This scene made Su Mingyuan and the others upstairs extremely anxious. Su Mingyuan wanted to rush up to help, but with his own strength, he could only contend with an A-grade. The young people behind him were no match for the shadow. He began cursing the other district leaders for not coming to support yet. No, the power surpassing the highest S-grade. Even if the ace from a North Continent's Otherworld Investigation Bureau came, they might not be able to save the situation. Su Mingyuan felt a wave of regret. The only hope for China to resist the Otherworld had been shattered. However, Heng Zhengyang might disappoint him. Not to mention that the general he had recruited was a ghost king, whose strength far exceeded the S-grade Su Mingyuan mentioned. How could someone who served as a protector in front of that bodhisattva possibly be defeated by a rabble? To be honest, Heng Zhengyang felt a jolt of fear from the spectator's perspective, but he found that his body absorbed all the attacks. In an instant, the thick black mist was pierced by a green light. Then came the second, the third. These green lights seemed to pierce several holes in the dark sky. The gigantic, ghostly figure roared again, 10 truck-sized hands stacking together. A terrifying vortex gathered at the center of these 10 ghostly palms. The fierce wind blew around, causing nearby buildings to sway. At this moment, Qingshan First Middle School seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. The buildings shook and the lights flickered, but they had not collapsed yet. Several military SUVs parked around the school. As the windows rolled down, the occupants sensed something was off. Is this the location where that old guy, Su Mingyuan, launched the signal? It's right here. Get in. Hurry. The elder in the vehicle was suddenly sweating profusely, quickly taking out a red pill and swallowing it. The others did the same. Just as a few people entered the other world, more vehicles followed one after another. Upon witnessing such a phenomenon, they all made the same moves as the previous group, swallowing pills and entering the other world. The vortex in the palm of the shadow grew larger. The newly entered crowd only took a glance and quickly stopped at the periphery. Damn Su Mingyuan, is this something we can handle? Zhang Yingdong, you're here too. Yeah, Lao Xiao, hurry and report to the Jingzhou headquarters. That's what I was thinking. The one called Lao Xiao was a very sturdy old man. Although his long white beard was unkempt, his suit was still quite fashionable. Responding, he took out an egg-sized device from his pocket, shining like a diamond. Xiao Jiangning pressed several times, and the signal connected. A lazy and alluring female voice came from the other side. What's the matter? S-grade incident. It's an S-grade incident. What? The voice on the other side clearly became more hurried. Tell me in detail. Just as Xiao Jiangning was about to report in detail, he suddenly saw a figure appearing out of thin air in front of the shadow. A giant over 5 meters tall, clad in green armor that emits a fluorescent glow. The overwhelming ghostly aura surged toward the sky like a tornado. Xiao Jiangning, holding an interdimensional communicator, was in disarray. He could still gauge the strength of that shadow from earlier, but the green-armored giant before him made him feel like an ant facing the sky. Not far away, Su Mingyuan extended his finger, trembling with excitement. Could this be the legendary unity of man and heaven? At this moment, General Sun had completely taken over, which was why the armor was glowing. His 2 massive tusks swayed up and down. The ghostly figure opposite him was instantly suppressed by the overwhelming aura. It still stubbornly launched the vortex in its hand toward General Sunday. However, it was grasped and crushed in the opponent's hand. With a gentle squeeze, the ghost's full power attack was shattered into pieces. Then, General Sun clasped his fists, unknown symbols floating around his fists. Bang! A powerful punch came down. The massive body of the black ghost seemed to deflate like a bubble touched by a finger. Pop! The sound echoed. Ding! Kill S-class ghost. Ding! Kill S-class ghost. Seconds. Su Mingyuan sat on the ground in shock, unable to speak. Xiao Jiangning and the others, who dared not enter the school gate, were also frozen in place. In decades, no one had ever witnessed such a scene. Chapter 6 Learning? What the hell is there to learn? Old Xiao, I understand everything you said. Tomorrow, I will go in person. All right. Before that, you need to ensure he is not disturbed by anything else. Understood. The next morning, Heng Zhengyang woke up in bed. The first thing he saw was a lump of fat on his stomach. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that everything from last night was a dream? He clearly remembered becoming much weaker after being pressured by that female ghost. Heng Zhengyang patted his neck and then touched the pillow beside him. After feeling the presence of the ghost-controlling gourd and the demon-exorcising cloak, he finally felt relieved. It turned out that everything was real. Yangzi, what are you dazed about? Huang Xian urged as he came to the front of his bed. Hurry up, you're going to be late for morning self-study and have to run laps again. Oh, okay. The two of them went to the classroom as usual. In between, Heng Zhengyang would ask some vague questions about last night. But no one remembered anything and even called him crazy. There was such a commotion last night. Even Huang Xian, who was pulled into the other world together with him, seemed to have his memory altered. Could it be related to those old men who appeared last night? They briefly explained a few things yesterday, then took out something, and he seemed to have fallen asleep in a daze. During the lunch break, Heng Zhengyang deliberately avoided Huang Xian and went to a secluded place. This matter couldn't be told to Huang Xian for now. Heng Zhengyang pinched the gourd with his fingers. With a puff, 2 streams of ghostly energy, one red and one black, flew out from the mouth of the gourd. Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost reappeared before him. They immediately knelt respectfully on the ground and called out, Master. It seemed that last night's scene was indeed sufficiently intimidating, and this was the effect that Heng Zhengyang wanted. Get up. Heng Zhengyang sat on a broken bench and waved his hand. To the 2 spirits, he exuded an air of majesty. Yes, the 2 spirits stood up, still not daring to raise their heads. Am I really that terrifying? Hearing Heng Zhengyang's question, the 2 spirits quickly lifted their heads, shaking like rattles. No, it's not that. It's the might of the Master that makes us fear. Indeed, Rong Yunshi's words are more pleasant to hear. Yes, Rong Yunshi, I remember my body was thinner yesterday. Why is it still like this today? Heng Zhengyang patted his big belly and asked, oh, so that's how it is. Master, please don't be angry. I won't dare again. Rong Yinshi thought Heng Zhengyang was going to settle scores after the fact, and quickly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. No, just control a bit, and I'll be back to a normal figure. I won't dare. Real, it's fine. Just do it. I absolutely mean it, I swear. Saying this, Heng Zhengyang reached out his hand. Rong Yinshi quickly waved her hands, biting her lip awkwardly, and said, "I believe in you, master. But if you need to control it a bit, it requires me." Rong Yinshi pointed at her delicate little mouth, and then pointed at Heng Zhengyang's mouth. Looking at Rong Yinshi, who resembled a flower about to bloom, Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of delight in his heart. Is there such a good thing? It doesn't matter, I don't mind. Yes, shall I start now? Ahem. No rus. No rush. Let's talk about it later. Thinking of that alluring scene, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but blush. Heng Zhengyang had a foolish look, which made the black old ghost curl its lip. This was clearly not a desire to lose weight. It was obviously craving someone's body. Of course, even though he thought this, he still didn't dare to say it out loud. Then Heng Zhengyang asked about the monsters from last night and their purpose for coming. Rong Yinshi looked a bit conflicted. She didn't know whether she should tell him, even though Heng Zhengyang had become her master. Revealing this information would be tantamount to betraying the ghost realm. From then on, she would have to sever all ties with the ghost realm. Rong Yinshi, what are you still considering? The master is a celestial being. The black old ghost was always straightforward and said whatever was on its mind. So, it knew very little about the secrets of the ghost realm. It certainly didn't care about these things, as it was surrounded by a bunch of little ghosts every day. It was quite leisurely. The reason it came this time was out of boredom, just to stir up some trouble for Rong Yinshi. It didn't expect to encounter someone as tough as Heng Zhengyang. Being straightforward was also something Heng Zhengyang admired about the black old ghost. After this reminder, Rong Yinshi came to her senses. Exactly. Even if Heng Zhengyang had not fully matured yet, who is a celestial being? That is an existence capable of destroying the entire otherworld. Currently, the 4 categories in the otherworld, demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters, have gradually infiltrated the human realm. The fairy types feed on rare materials and have already taken root in the human realm. They could transform into human forms and interact with humans just like them. The devil types parasitize human bodies to enhance their own strength. As for our ghost spirits, we seek out those with opportunities granted by the heavenly path and rob them of their fortunes. So, you sensed my opportunity last night? What Rong Yinshi explained was straightforward, and Heng Zhengyang understood in an instant. So, who were those people yesterday? Just as they said, the Otherworld Investigation Bureau is an organization formed by humans to eliminate otherworldly beings. Are they powerful? Upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's question, both Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost chuckled and shook their heads. Although this organization has many members and a solid foundation, compared to our 4 categories, only the monster category is somewhat afraid of them. Oh, I see. Heng Zhengyang nodded. No wonder you are so arrogant, wanting someone dead whenever you please. I dare not. My subordinates dare not. Heng Zhengyang didn't mean to imply anything about anyone. But who would have thought that Rong Yinshi and He Laogui would once again be crawling on the ground? Although the 2 of them looked down on the Otherworld Investigation Bureau, Heng Zhengyang noticed the subtle changes in Rong Yinshi's expression when facing those people last night. So, the Otherworld Investigation Bureau definitely isn't something he can offend. All right, I didn't mean it that way. Get up quickly. Heng Zhengyang subconsciously reached out to help the 2 of them up. However, he saw the 2 ghosts quickly retreating, their eyes fixed on the windbreaker he was wearing, clearly wary. What was I thinking? He completely forgot that he was wearing a demon-slaying windbreaker, and these ghosts couldn't even touch him. As soon as he stepped in, he was immediately pushed out again. Heng Zhengyang, do you see what time it is? The other students have already started their self-study, and you're still wandering outside? You're really like a piece of rotten mud that can't be supported because all these things were so surreal. He almost forgot that he was about to take the advanced student exam. It was basically similar to the college entrance examination in his previous life in Huaxia. If this were an ordinary world, he could still calm down and study. But now, judging from Rong Yinshi's words, this human world was about to fall into chaos. And he was still supposed to study? Study for what? Chapter 7. People from Haizhou Heng Zhengyang was scolded thoroughly and then pushed into the classroom by the homeroom teacher. Looking around, he saw Cheng Yinfan, the most arrogant and overbearing person in the class. This guy relied on his wealthy family and connections, always bullying others in class. He had quite a few lackeys as well. Heng Zhengyang lowered his head, looking guilty. One foot, however, was firmly stepping on Cheng Yunfan's branded sneakers. Damn, are you blind? Where are you stepping? He pretended to apologize and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. You fatso, looking for trouble, huh? Cheng Yunfan jumped up and grabbed Heng Zhengyang by the collar. What are you arguing about? Just then, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a cup of tea and saw the two of them in a standoff. It's you again, Heng Zhengyang. Can't you just behave? Hearing this, many students were puzzled. Clearly, it was Cheng Yunfan who was grabbing Heng Zhengyang's collar. Why was it Heng Zhengyang being scolded instead? Teacher, I didn't do anything. Heng Zhengyang raised his hands and innocently said, I accidentally stepped on classmate Cheng Yunfan. I've already apologized, but he wants to hit me. You're talking nonsense. You did it on purpose, Cheng Yunfan said as he prepared to strike. No matter how arrogant Cheng Yunfan was, he was just a student. Even the homeroom teacher had to consider the overall impact while taking care of him. Wait for me after school. It was easy to tell that every time those words were said, he would inevitably get beaten up. But this time, Heng Zhengyang would not let himself be easily bullied again. Heng Zhengyang glanced at the exam paper, and it seemed to connect with the knowledge from his previous life. After easily finishing it in 20 minutes, he looked at Huang Xian, who was flipping the paper back and forth. It was just a mock exam, not the final test, so helping Huang Xian cheat was meaningless. Heng Zhengyang was fortunately dozing off with his head resting on his hand. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. The teacher opened the door, and the principal rushed in, sweating profusely. Teacher Liu, please call Heng Zhengyang. Oh, okay. Although she didn't know why the principal was looking for this inconspicuous student, seeing his anxious demeanor, she didn't dare to delay. Heng Zhengyang, Heng Zhengyang, here. Principal Yang is looking for you. Oh. Heng Zhengyang stood up, casually placed the test paper on the podium, and followed Principal Yang out of the classroom. The two walked one after the other. Yang Tao squeezed out a loving smile and looked at him. Heng Zhengyang, the county mayor specifically asked to see you to understand some situations, so make sure to be cautious with your words and actions. Hearing this, Heng Zhengyang was puzzled. Why would the county mayor want to see a student like him? Recalling the people from last night, he seemed to guess something. It looked like he was going to be recruited. Just as the two were walking towards the principal's office, several young men and women suddenly blocked their way. Who are you? The school strictly prohibits outsiders from entering. How did you get in? They said, handing over a business card with a disdainful expression. Wow, what a cool sports car. It's simply awesome. If only I could sit in it. The playground was filled with the noisy cheers of boys and girls. Heng Zhengyang cast a sideways glance. He saw 8 luxury cars lined up neatly on the playground. Lamborghini, Apollo, Ferrari, Bugatti. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the leading Delph 16. Principal Yang saw the business cards and the sports cars on the playground and was instantly petrified. He began to doubt whether he was dreaming. No, absolutely not. These luxury sports cars are hard to see even in dreams. Of course, although Heng Zhengyang was slightly shocked, there was more fervor in his eyes. Sports cars for boys have a deadly allure, just like beautiful women. He secretly vowed to himself he would definitely work hard in this life to own one. In Haizhou, there was Li Tianyi, a young man who reached out his hand to Heng Zhengyang. Haizhou is the most economically developed city in all of China. The Li family, in particular, holds immense power in Haizhou. Their family's assets span various industries and regions. The money at home, if converted to cash, could probably burn for months without running out. Not to mention the various forces involved in both the legitimate and underground sectors behind them. He initially thought that the other party would change their expression upon hearing this, showing fear, dread, or shock. Heng Zhengyang showed a very ordinary smile and shook hands. Is this how people introduce themselves these days? Heng family of Qingshan County, Heng Zhengyang. The other young people couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, Li Tianyi's expression turned cold. You are Heng Zhengyang? Didn't I just introduce myself? Kid, are you deliberately looking for trouble? No. Heng Zhengyang spread his hands. Do you have something to discuss? If not, please step aside. The principal and I have matters to attend to. Heng Zhengyang, we are here to find you to discuss some issues. Heng Zhengyang doesn't know what abilities he has. He only knows that this chubby high school student in front of him has attracted the attention of the highest authority after just one night. His elders and teachers all regard this young man with great importance. Oh, so it turns out there is something important that they want to discuss with me. Heng Zhengyang paused for a moment. Wait a minute. Line up. Seeing the hungry eyes of a group of rich kids, Yang Tao almost cried. Little ancestor, are you trying to kill me? Since they came all the way from Haizhou, Heng Zhengyang, you should go with him first. Do I not need to meet the county head? No, I'll greet him for you over there. Since the principal had already spoken, Heng Zhengyang had no choice but to comply. Is it convenient to find a quiet place? Come with me. Heng Zhengyang spoke as he turned to walk upstairs. Turning his head to look, he noticed that quite a few people were still following Li Qianni. Do you still need people to help you maintain your presence? Li Qianni was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. Are high school students this arrogant these days? You all wait here for now. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the top floor, one in front of the other. Since Heng Zhengyang was a sensible person, Li Qianni felt relieved instead. As soon as they reached the rooftop, he handed the folder in his hand to Heng Zhengyang. This is the special admission notice from Haizhou University, along with a privilege card from the Li family. As long as you are willing, you can enter a world-class ranked university for further studies at any time. This privilege card ensures that you will enjoy the most prestigious treatment in any industry of the Li family. What I need to give in return? To be honest, Heng Zhengyang was a rather mundane person, but that didn't mean he would blindly choose to accept the offer. It's simple. As long as you are willing to join the Haizhou branch of the Otherworld Investigation Bureau and follow their arrangements, all of this will be yours. Seeing the hesitation on Heng Zhengyang's face, Li Qianni took out a black card with golden edges from his pocket. If you are willing, the Li family is also willing to grant you a gilded black card with a value of 10 billion. Li Qianni's eagerness, however, backfired, raising Heng Zhengyang's suspicions. Even though these conditions were very tempting, he hadn't said anything yet, only hesitating for a moment, and the other party had already added such a huge sweetener. Accepting it, he wondered if he would be blown up directly. Just as Heng Zhengyang was about to refuse, a voice came from behind them again. Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. That's a bit unfair. Chapter 8. Please take her down. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of beautiful black silk legs. The thigh muscles were quite pronounced, while the calves were relatively slender. Wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, resembling a wine glass, it was truly perfect. One could hardly imagine how comfortable it would be to carry. Ahem. Heng Zhengyang realized that his thoughts were somewhat misguided. Only then did he notice the visitor's beautiful appearance. She looked to be in her 20s, nearly 175 centimeters tall, with a stunning face and a smile that resembled an elegant white lotus. Her overall aura seemed to keep others at a distance. This woman is extraordinary, Heng Zhengyang silently thought. Ding! The system detected the appearance of a naturally YIN body and triggered an additional task. YIN-YANG union. Reward for completing the task. YIN-YANG 5 elements formula. What does it mean? It means exactly what you understand. The woman walked straight up to him and extended her hand. Hello, you must be Mr. Heng Zhengyang. My name is Xiao Linghuai. Su Mingyuan stood beside Xiao Linghuai and smiled at Heng Zhengyang. Young man, we meet again. You really have a big face. This lady is one of the heads of the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau in Jingzhou. Seeing the old man, Heng Zhengyang had some impression. So it's old Su. I should thank you for bringing me out of the other world last night. Seeing that Heng Zhengyang was obviously closer to that side, Li Qianni couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Brother Heng, I hope you can think about it carefully. What, does the Li family not even take me seriously? Xiao Linghuai was somewhat furious. All district branches in Huaxia must be led by the headquarters. Yet this Haizhou branch collaborates with the Li family. They think that having wealth can control all resources against the other world. In recent years, they have done many outrageous things. If it weren't for the impact on the situation, they would have been removed by the headquarters long ago. Now, in front of me, Xiao Linghuai, they're trying to recruit someone valued by the headquarters. They are indeed a bit ignorant of their own limits. Director Xia, please don't misunderstand. According to the established regulations, everyone participating in the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau can decide their own stay or leave. I am just following the orders of my master and father to give Brother Heng a choice. As the head of the headquarters, you wouldn't violate the regulations for your own selfish desires and forcibly recruit Brother Heng, would you? Li Bin indeed has a good son. He didn't expect Li Qianni to be so eloquent, but he didn't anticipate that Xiao Linghuai was also famously clever. But I'm sorry, I have a letter from the higher-ups. Xiao Linghuai took out an envelope from the middle of her jade pendant. Heng Zhengyang must join the Jingzhou headquarters. Hearing that it was a letter from the higher-ups, Li Qianni couldn't help but have some doubts. Seeing his disbelieving expression, Xiao Linghuai became even bolder. Don't believe it? She handed the letter to Li Tianyi. If you don't believe it, just take a look, but there are some things you shouldn't see. According to the regulations, you should know what your outcome will be. Or forget it. Since it's like this, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, Li Tianyi was about to take everyone and leave. Heng Zhengyang had the intention to keep the other person around for a chat. After all, that was an internationally renowned university with endless wealth and glory. However, the person mentioned by Xiao Linghuai was intimidating. Even Li Tianyi had retreated in the face of it. Shouldn't he be even more obedient? No matter how powerful two S-level spirits were, they couldn't possibly go against the entire Otherworld Investigation Bureau, right? However, thinking about the task the system had just given him, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The YIN-YANG 5 elements technique. Just hearing the name made it clear that it was a cultivation method. Once his strength improved, he would still have good fortune. Is this really a handwritten note from that person above? Heng Zhengyang was somewhat puzzled, and he had a strong curiosity about this person. As he watched Li Tianyi drive away, Xiao Linghuai directly tossed the envelope into Heng Zhengyang's hands. To fool that idiot, and he actually believes it. A faint fragrance wafted from the envelope, refreshing and delightful. This thing had just been pressed against her chest, and that scent. It was truly intoxicating. Upon opening it, he found only a piece of draft paper filled with a jumble of notes. Is it too late for me to call Li Tianyi now? Heng Zhengyang held the business card that Li Tianyi had given him before leaving and silently asked. Xiao Linghuai walked over and smiled as she pressed against him. You can give it a try. From what I've observed, you probably can't even be considered a martial artist, right? What the hell? This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Heng Zhengyang felt somewhat uneasy. These items were exactly as she described. Such a highly destructive celestial technique, like the one on the upper body, surprisingly posed no threat to ordinary humans. On the contrary, when encountering good people, it would even assist them. You're right, but I'm not a lamb to be slaughtered either. Heng Zhengyang squeezed the gourd, and a dark red aura flew out. Two ghostly beings stood guard beside him, one on the left and one on the right. You actually have S-level ghostly beings, and two of them, Xiao Linghuai exclaimed. Her eyes filled with excitement. Heng Zhengyang looked at the two ghostly beings with confusion. Thank you, Master, for bringing us to such a wonderful place. Not only have our injuries healed, but we've also successfully broken through to S-level. Rong Yinshe respectfully bowed to Heng Zhengyang. The black old ghost was also very excited. No need to say anything else from now on. My 3 souls and 6 spirits will only belong to you, Master. You tell me to go east, I 1T go west. You tell me to chase dogs, I 1T. All right, don't ruin the atmosphere. Heng Zhengyang interrupted He Laogui's speech and provocatively looked at Xiao Linghuai. What are your conditions? Just put them forward. Although Xiao Linghuai had just turned 30, she was similar to Li Tianyi, having mingled in the social elite for over 10 years, who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeve. Actually, my demands aren't high. After all these years, I'm still single, Sai. I'll reluctantly let you be my girlfriend. Huh. It was like a bolt from the blue, striking Xiao Linghuai. Not only her, but even Su Mingyuan and a few others were stunned in place. In the Jingzhou headquarters, how many men had rushed forward, only to perish on the battlefield? Could a little driver like Heng Zhengyang, who didn't even have a driver's license, really handle Xiao Linghuai's big car? Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and everyone on the rooftop felt an unusual sensation. It can't be right. Just wanted to find a girlfriend doesn't warrant divine punishment, does it? Heng Zhengyang watched as the sky rapidly darkened, murmuring to himself. Soon, he realized it wasn't Thunder about to strike him. In the distance, a cloud of yellow sand was being swept by the fierce wind towards him. Master, be careful. Rong Yinshe and He Laogui immediately shielded Heng Zhengyang. The cloud of yellow sand quickly settled beside the rooftop. A man with pointed ears and a sharp nose, sporting a few whiskers on his face, stood at the edge of the rooftop. He was grinning lewdly, staring at Xiao Linghuai. Seeing the man's outfit, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could this guy be the Yellow Brow King? If so, he definitely couldn't defeat him. Xiao Huai, you really came from Jingzhou to find me. So, have you finally decided to join me in the gray world? Xiao Linghuai felt a wave of nausea. That dead rat was back again. Gray rat. I'll warn you for the last time, Stay away from me. If we meet again, it won't just be a matter of a broken tail. I wonder who is threatening my brother? A voice came from the air. Several shadows landed beside the gray figure. When they revealed their forms, most retained some animal characteristics. A green-scaled snake spirit, a multi-legged centipede spirit, and a scorpion spirit with toxic pincers. There was also the most annoying one. A mosquito spirit with transparent wings and a long, thin needle-like mouth. What kind of world is this? Even mosquitoes can become spirits. Just thinking about the scorching summer days and the constant buzzing around his ears made him uneasy. Heng Zhengyang was so angry that he couldn't contain himself. It seems that the one called YIN is not the Yellow Brow King after all. Being a disciple of the Buddha, how could he associate with these pests? Are these the demons? Yes, master. Heng Zhengyang took the opportunity during the tug-of-war between the two sides to ask the two ghost spirits about their strength. How strong are they? They are about the same as us, but the fairies will have some accompanying spiritual treasures, so the master needs to be careful. As long as the gap isn't too big, we can handle it. After all, the Thunderstorm Talisman only costs 10 days of penalty points. I still have over 80,000 days of penalty points left, which is enough. I just don't know if the spiritual power provided by these fairies can level up the system again. Chapter 9. Skill Level Up, Unlock Palm Thunder. Hey, do you think I'm dead? Heng Zhengyang stood in the middle of both sides and shouted. He had no aura fluctuations, so YIN didn't take him seriously at all. Where did this little thing come from? I'm in a good mood today, so get lost, and I'll spare you. Heng Zhengyang, don't be impulsive. These demons are indeed a bit tricky. I'll handle it. Just as Xiao Linghuai was about to pull Heng Zhengyang behind him, he saw him reaching into his pocket for something. Ha! Xiao Huai understands me. Kid, you. Before he could finish his sentence, YIN suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. What is that? After the talisman burned to ashes in the air, dark clouds immediately filled the sky. Boom! The thunder struck with incredible speed, directly hitting the edge of the rooftop. Although it narrowly missed the vital points, it still struck his arm with that force. Xiao Linghuai's face was filled with shock from the moment the rune appeared. Upon seeing such a thick bolt of lightning descend from the sky, his eyes were not filled with fear like others, but rather with excitement. Su Mingyuan and a few others who had seen the lightning talisman yesterday couldn't help but want to exclaim. After all, witnessing the fleeting runes from such a close distance was rare in the world. YIN glared at his arm in anger. After the numbness came sharp pain, and his left hand, originally human, turned into a claw. All his fur fell off. Good kid, I underestimated you. YIN sneered, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, transforming into a large gray rat. Brother Qing Shi, I'm counting on you. Don't worry. The green-scaled serpent spirit also revealed its true form, its size increasing several times to become a giant python. Its scales shimmered with a green light, firmly withstanding a bolt of lightning. Heng Zhengyang's expression suddenly changed. Could this thing be a companion spirit treasure? The remaining 8 bolts of lightning struck the blue-scaled armor. Lightning arcs flickered, but there were only a few shallow marks on the armor. The blue snake noticed that its armor seemed to carry a hint of thunderous energy. Its gaze towards Heng Zhengyang instantly became fervent. It had been born alongside thunder and had been connected to raging storms since childhood. It didn't expect that a mere human could draw heavenly symbols. If it weren't for the coincidence of being here, the outcome for the few demons under YIN would likely be quite tragic. Comfortable. Kid, come again. The blue snake flicked its tongue, looking at Heng Zhengyang with satisfaction. Xiao Linghuai stepped forward, instantly causing the ground to crack into pieces. A stream of black mist began to emanate from her body, transforming into branches of locust flowers, looking quite eerie. The faint fragrance made everyone present dizzy. Even the few demons under YIN clasped their hands together, resisting this strange scent. Lao Wen, are you not going to make a move? Hearing YIN shout, the mosquito spirit began to swiftly flap its wings. The high-frequency vibrations stirred up a gust of malevolent wind, directly blowing away the black mist locust flowers condensed by Xiao Linghuai. YIN quickly darted to Xiao Linghuai's side like a large rat, reaching out to embrace the beauty he had longed for. Heng Zhengyang stood directly in front of Xiao Linghuai. When the gray-faced claws touched Heng Zhengyang's windbreaker, it was as if they were being scorched, sizzling and steaming. Kid, I see you're looking for death. The gray-faced creature's beady eyes stared at Heng Zhengyang's tight black windbreaker. It took a few steps back, no longer daring to approach casually. Several black whiskers grew out from both sides of its thin face. Heng Zhengyang took out 10 talismans and waved them, laughing. You stinky mouse, you're really shameless. You're just relying on the magical treasures of other spirits. If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. Hey, my temper. The gray-faced creature's 2 claws suddenly elongated, and its nose began to tremble with anger. You think I'm afraid of you? Then come out and fight me. The human and the mouse began to approach each other. Heng Zhengyang had already activated the talisman. When the 2 sides were less than 1 meter apart, white lightning arrived as expected. YIN-YANG ignored the lightning and playfully extended his claws towards Heng Zhengyang's face. Boom! 10 bolts of lightning struck down in succession, but they were all blocked by the green-scaled armor on YIN-YANG's head. It turned out that the opponent had already seen through Heng Zhengyang's little thoughts. Heng Zhengyang is still in the body of an ordinary person. His bulky figure is unable to dodge, and he's about to be caught by the opponent. As long as he is scratched by this claw, the accompanying deadly poison will invade his body, causing him to die in agony from the itch and pain of being bitten by insects and ants. How outrageous! In the Ghost King gourd, 2 beams of light, one red and one black, converge into a shield in front of Heng Zhengyang, directly sending YIN flying away. When it steadies itself and sees the 2 powers helping Heng Zhengyang, it is quite surprised. Since the 2 are powerful beings from another world, why would they help a human? Have they forgotten the rules established by our 4 clans kings? What? Do you think my master is a normal human? Can a normal person possess a heavenly talisman? He is anything but normal. What? Ha ha. As soon as the black old ghost said this, Xiao Linghuai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Several fairies also burst into laughter. The others covered their mouths. Although they didn't make a sound, their faces turned beet red. Only Heng Zhengyang and Rong Yinshi had black lines on their foreheads. Yinshi, please take him to a place with no one around later and beat him up hard until he smokes. Yes, master. Master. No. Do you want to see fireworks? I can smoke right now, the black old ghost said, clenching his fists and gathering his strength. Wisps of black smoke began to rise from his body. Oi, do you think we don't exist? YIN suddenly reacted, and his expression changed. Today, Xiaohuai, I am determined to win, my demon friends. Attack! With Yin's command, the other 3 fairies quickly sprang into action. The scorpion spirit and centipede spirit charged directly at Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost. The green snake moved closer to Heng Zhengyang. Yin quickly approached Xiao Linghuai with the mosquito spirit. For a moment, the entire rooftop was embroiled in a fierce battle. Heng Zhengyang was feeling a bit distressed at the moment. He couldn't fight back and couldn't escape either. With the exorcism wind cloak on, the opponent couldn't eliminate him. How to break this deadlock? Just as he was throwing down the lightning talisman in desperation, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations. The proficiency of the lightning talisman has improved from unskilled to skilled, unlocking the advanced item thunder technique, palm thunder. Ding! The next time you use the lightning talisman, it will require 10,000 points to unlock the proficiency enhancement trial. Huh? Is it true that whatever you think comes true? Wanting to drink milk, and then your mother shows up? Facing the covetous green snake, Heng Zhengyang directly pulled up his cloak with both hands. While guarding against the opponent, he checked the system store. Palm Thunder requires 1,000 punishment points to activate, and there's a daily usage limit of 10 times. This price is indeed a bit steep. If he used up all the limited attempts, it would consume a full 10,000 punishment points in one day. And he currently only had a little over 80,000. However, Heng Zhengyang believed that the restricted usage must be a very powerful, mysterious technique. Just like the heavenly technique, possession, which could only be used once a month and cost over 60,000 punishment points each time. But for those high-level ghost spirits, it was equivalent to a dimensional strike. Several S-class ghost spirits fused with the power of hundreds of A and B-class ghost spirits could not withstand a single hit. Moreover, Heng Zhengyang felt that the strength of the spirit possession had not been fully unleashed. Kid, with your kind of strength, you could only hide like a turtle. It would be better to surrender early. Oh, if you say that, then I must get serious. What can you do by getting serious? You have no aura fluctuations at all. A human with no cultivation is just. Because it saw the golden arcs of lightning leaping between the opponent's palms. Even though it was closely related to thunder and lightning, it could feel that if it got hit even once, it would be seriously injured if not dead. What is this? What kind of celestial technique is this? Palm thunder, with Heng Zhengyang's deep breath. The golden arcs of lightning between his palms instantly turned into lightning snakes rushing forward. Chapter 10. Unite everything that can be united. YIN transformed back into human form, grinning lewdly, staring intently at Xia Linghuai's chest. It did not notice that the expression of the other party had suddenly changed from disgust to shock. YIN suddenly felt a pain in its back. It turned around and found that Su Mingyuan had stabbed a spear into its body, instantly enraging it. You little human, dare to injure my noble demon body. Its right hand stretched out, pulling out the spear and swinging it forcefully. Su Mingyuan hadn't had time to let go of his hands before he was suddenly flung away by a heavy force from the spear. Black old ghost. Catch him. Yes, master. Upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's command, Black old ghost's hands extended with black mist, catching Su Mingyuan. When Shui, can't you even keep a few humans in check? YIN was about to scold that mosquito spirit. After all, it had specifically entrusted a few weaker humans to it. With this, the other side couldn't even keep them in check. No wonder humans always scold mosquitoes. With such unreliable demon friends, who else would be scolded? Old one, where did your demon run off to? Suddenly, YIN sensed something was off. Why did Wen Shui seem to have evaporated from the world? Even if it suddenly flew away, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Also, why had everyone stopped? Why were they all staring at that fat pig-like human? Ding! Kill an S-class demon spirit. Punishment points 1, 743. Not to mention the people on the scene, demons and ghosts were all shocked. Even Heng Zhengyang himself found it hard to believe. That huge mosquito was struck by palm thunder and disappeared in less than a second. Not even a scrap was left. However, this move had side effects. Heng Zhengyang can no longer feel his hands. Numb stiff. His whole body feels somewhat immobile. Fortunately, he only bought it once with a try-it-out mentality. He initially wanted to buy it 5 times directly. If the side effects are anything to go by, he wouldn't just die, but would end up crippled. So, are you backing down, or are we continuing to play? The numbness in his hands finally eased a bit, and Heng Zhengyang slowly clasped his hands together, staring at the green snake and asking. The green snake's spirit flicked its tongue, its green vertical pupils filled with heat and fear. That idiot YIN has indeed picked the wrong person this time. It only now understood what the dark ghost meant by normal person. It wasn't a sarcastic mockery, but a genuine boast. Retreat? What a joke. YIN has long coveted Xia Linghuai, and the other party has finally left Jingzhou. It followed all the way and finally had the chance to take this naturally EAN physique. How could it give up at a critical moment? Kid, I see you're really looking for death. The king of the demon race has said that humans cannot be killed indiscriminately. But YIN couldn't care too much at this moment, as a thick and long gray tail slowly emerged from its clothing. That gray tail stood upright towards the sky, shimmering with a strange light under the sun like a pillar. Not good. This rat spirit's accompanying spiritual treasure is of the Xian level, Rong Yinshu exclaimed, exchanging glances with the black old ghost, and the two ghosts quickly moved closer to Heng Zhengyang. An attack-type Xian level spiritual treasure can instantly kill any S level. This is no joke. Inhuai, Xia Linghuai interlaced her hands together, resembling a blooming Huai flower. A strange aura burst forth, flying towards Heng Zhengyang. A sturdy Huai tree instantly rose from the ground, protecting him from above. Heng Zhengyang tilted his head to look at the tail, but then shifted his gaze to the other 3 fairies. It seemed they still wanted to continue. Unfortunately, I'm not very skilled with this palm thunder yet, so I have no idea who the next lucky audience will be. No. In an instant, the 3 fairies all rushed to Gray Yan's side to stop him. What a joke. A mysterious level spiritual treasure can indeed take a life. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever gets hit will die. If it really came down to Gray Yin and Heng Zhengyang mutually destroying each other, they certainly wouldn't be anxious. But the implication was clear from the other side. If Gray Yin killed him, he would randomly choose one of the three of them to accompany him in death. They had only come to help Gray Yin for some rewards. No one wanted to risk their life. Thus, while Gray Yin roared and cursed, he was dragged away from there by the three fairies with all their might. Just as they were leaving, the green snake gave Heng Zhengyang a meaningful glance. Heng Zhengyang understood and pointed to the sky, his 5 fingers coming together to shake at her. His meaning was clear. It was up to her to see if she could comprehend it. After all, if someone wanted to work beside him, they should have some insight and understanding. The crisis was finally averted, and Heng Zhengyang let out a sigh of relief, just about to lean into the fragrant embrace of Rong Yunshi behind him. However, the black old ghost suddenly stepped forward to catch him first. This made Heng Zhengyang feel dissatisfied, and he clicked his tongue repeatedly. He really needed to teach this black old ghost a lesson on how to be more perceptive. The locust tree disappeared, and Xiaoling Huai, along with a group of his subordinates, walked over, staring intently at Heng Zhengyang. The intensity of their gaze made his scalp tingle. They wouldn't be planning to take him to a secret base for dissection and research, would they? We sincerely hope that you can contribute to a peaceful world for humanity. An absolutely crucial contribution. Heng Zhengyang looked at Xiaoling Huai, who suddenly stretched out his right hand with a serious expression. Heng Zhengyang straightened up and gently held the other person's small hand. I will think about it seriously. Xiaoling Huai took out a business card from her pocket and handed it to Heng Zhengyang. If you need anything, just give me a call. Okay. But suddenly, she was called back by Xiaoling Huai. Your request. The organization will consider it seriously. Heng Zhengyang had a bewildered expression, scratched his head and smiled. Don't mind it, I was just joking. Deep down, he actually felt a hint of curiosity and defiance. The classroom was peaceful, and the students were quietly listening to the math class. It seems that the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau has used some special methods again. Otherwise, with all that commotion just now on the rooftop, this building would have collapsed. Heng Zhengyang sat in his seat, ignoring the gossiping Huang Xian and turning his head to the side. In just 2 days since crossing into this world, his life had been more colorful than the 20-plus years of his previous life. As an orphan, he was not well-liked, but he had broken through the otherworldly system. He had a solid protagonist buff stacked up. If he didn't team manage to make something of himself soon, he might as well just run headfirst into a wall. As he watched the time inch closer to 6:30 p.m., the end of class, Heng Zhengyang gradually had an idea in his mind. He wanted to recruit all kinds of demons and monsters. He also wanted to make use of Xiaoling Huai and that young master Li Tianyi, including the forces behind these two, without leaving any behind. He aimed to unite all the forces that could be united. The quotes from his past life were not memorized for nothing. Chapter 11. Cue up one by one ding-ling-ling. Classmates, class is over. Yangzi, let us go. Come to my house for dinner. My mom said she's making braised pig trotters for us today. I have something to do today. You go ahead. What? You're not going to flatter Zhao Qianqian again, are you? Huang Xian felt that Heng Zhengyang was a bit off today. He actually refused meat. No way. How could that be? I just have a bit of stomachache. I might have eaten something bad. Heng Zhengyang grinned and held his stomach. I'll go take a look with you. Are you sure? Hey. Do you think of the emperor? Still enjoying it? Heng Zhengyang said as he pulled Huang Xian out of the classroom. After seeing the two leave, Cheng Yunfan reached into his pants pocket, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Brother Yin, help me out. Yes, it's that fat guy again. Money is not an issue, but this time I want him to lose a leg. Good. I'll wait for you at the school gate. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Yunfan looked at the door with a sinister expression. You dog, dare to challenge me? I'll make you understand what real power is. At the school gate, after finally driving Huang Xian away, Heng Zhengyang walked alone toward the secluded path. A few minutes later, several figures appeared ahead, blocking his way. Heng Zhengyang turned around, and a few people gathered behind him. They stared at Heng Zhengyang with ill intentions, gradually making way for a path. Cheng Yunfan followed a tall, bald man to stand in front of him. Cheng Xiao, what grievances do we have? We're about to graduate. Why do you have to target me like this? Heng Zhengyang has merged with the memories of this body, but has not fully inherited them. Although he doesn't take the small brawls among students seriously, he's indeed curious about the grievances between the two. Hey, This isn't the time when you stepped on my shoes in the classroom, right? Secondly, you stretched your foot out into the aisle. And I didn't mean to step on you because I'm overweight. Finally, this isn't the first time you've blocked me and caused me trouble. Heng Zhengyang saw others cupping their fists and bowing, saying, "You are all big brothers with status in society. When we come out to mix, we talk about loyalty. With such a reason, you keep causing me trouble every day. Can they respect you?" "Lay good, this little fat guy is right," said a subordinate with dyed yellow hair, holding a steel rod, standing next to Hele. "Look, I said everyone here is righteous and a real man. Brother Huang Mao, you understand me." Seeing that he hadn't said a word, his group of younger brothers had already started whispering. Hele's expression suddenly turned unpleasant. He had indeed made a name for himself back then by relying on loyalty. But what era is it now? The era of money. Loyalty means nothing in the face of money. "Little fat guy, you're not wrong. But Cheng Xiao has done me a favor. I can't just ignore that, right?" Hele waved his hand, no longer giving Heng Zhengyang a chance to speak. Several younger brothers also surrounded him, eyeing him fiercely. Heng Zhengyang had to admit that some people were just born bad. There was no reason. Cheng Yunfan was simply someone who looked easy to bully. The theory of human nature being inherently evil was once again confirmed. However, this time, he was afraid he would disappoint the other party. "Stop!" A hurried voice rang out from not far away. A middle-aged man with a big belly rushed over, followed by two bodyguards in suits. "Where did this old troublemaker come from? Get lost if you know what's good for you." "Dad!" Cheng Yunfan exclaimed. "Dad?" Hele was puzzled. This was the richest man in Qingshan County. Why was he rushing over here in such a hurry? "Dad, what are you doing here?" Cheng Yunfan guessed that his father happened to be passing by and quickly went up to him. He didn't want his father to get involved in his affairs. Slap! Cheng Feng gave him a big slap, sending Cheng Yunfan spinning like a top before he fell to the ground. Then he directly knelt down in front of Heng Zhengyang and sincerely said, "Young Master Heng, my unworthy son has made a grave mistake by provoking you. Please tell me how to punish him. I will comply immediately, without any objections." Not far away, another group of people approached. The leader was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. However, Heng Zhengyang could see a hint of a predatory gaze in his expression. This was also a tough character. Heng Zhengyang seit Invincible, Bin. "Brother Bin." Hele, seeing the newcomer, quickly stepped forward, mirroring Cheng Yunfan's actions, but he tried to appear more respectful. The middle-aged man, addressed as Brother Bin, did not look at him. He merely waved his hand casually, and the people behind him moved swiftly. By the time Heng Zhengyang reacted, Hele and his group were already lying on the ground, unable to move. The middle-aged man then knelt before Heng Zhengyang, saying, "Young Master Heng, I apologize for the disturbance. What would you like to do next? Just give the order, and I will act immediately." Heng Zhengyang has achieved his goal. It is obvious that, aside from Li Qianni, no one else could have resolved the matter so thoroughly in such a short time. Since he owes a favor to someone, he must find a way to repay it. I believe Xiaoling Huai and his group can understand this as well. Favors are complicated, especially when they come and go. In the end, whether it leads to trouble or assistance depends entirely on how Heng Zhengyang handles the situation next. "You two are my elders. Please don't do this. Both of you are prominent figures in society. This would be a disservice to the younger generation." Heng Zhengyang bent down and mixed them together. "That's not going to work. This kid will definitely cause trouble for me. I have to teach him a good lesson. My good reputation, Shun Bin, has been ruined by these people below. It's all my fault. It can't be. It can't be." Heng Zhengyang smiled and waved his hand, acting like a confidant as he held the hands of the two men and persuaded them for a long time. In the end, this local big brother and a business tycoon almost became sworn brothers with Heng Zhengyang. After several refusals, he finally sent everyone away. Hele was completely convinced. Cheng Yunfan, although filled with resentment, was completely disregarded by Heng Zhengyang. From now on in Qingshan County, he could probably walk around with ease. At the same time, Heng Zhengyang knew that this was due to his years of research on essential materials for civil service examinations. But more importantly, they all wanted to rely on the towering Leaf family from Haizhou. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the side of the road. They did not approach Heng Zhengyang, but respectfully waited where he passed. "Where is Li Qianni?" Heng Zhengyang's straightforward inquiry surprised a few people. This seemingly ordinary chubby high school student actually saw through everything. Moreover, he even directly called his master's name. Heng Zhengyang nodded lightly. Reply to him for me. I owe him a favor. All right, wait for me here for a moment. I have something to take care of. Okay, Mr. Heng. After Heng Zhengyang left, a few people exchanged glances and wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads. The task that Li Tianyi assigned to them was to ensure that Heng Zhengyang came to see him unharmed. There are two layers to this meaning. The first layer is that if there are difficulties, they need to help. The second layer is that they cannot force the other party to come to Qingyan Manor, because only when both sides are willing can there be no disputes. Only then can it be said to be unharmed. This is too difficult, brothers. Heng Zhengyang sat at the empty school gate. It was nearly an hour after school had ended, and both students and vendors had mostly cleared out. In the school, there were only a few teachers staying late to prepare lessons. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of high heels echoed. Heng Zhengyang raised his head, his pupils contracting in surprise. You're the green snake? How is it possible that someone with such heavenly skills can't even tell if you're a human or a demon? A cold female voice stirred Heng Zhengyang's soul. Chapter 12. Easily settled in the afternoon, the green snake was in her complete beast form. But now she had transformed into a stunning beauty in high heels with big waves of hair. Her standard oval face was accentuated with green eyeshadow and soft pink lips. However, this outfit, a green strapless bodycon dress paired with gradient green stockings, made her look like one of those internet celebrities. Are you done looking? I came to find you to discuss something. The green snake crossed her arms in front of her chest and said coldly, I really like your outfit, but I don't like your tone. He had always been like this. When others respected him a foot, he would return the favor tenfold. However, it was obvious that the green snake had a request of him while maintaining an air of superiority. Well, I'm sorry, but my palm is specifically prepared for those who act pretentiously. Of course, that now includes the 4 races of the other world. I'm not interested in your matters, goodbye. Wait. The green snake quickly took small steps to grab Heng Zhengyang. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Heng Zhengyang stood with his hands in his pockets, pretending to think while sensing the other party's surging emotions. However, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. All the spirits in Qingshan County had been swept away by him. He had not had much contact with demon and monster types for the time being. To elevate his system level, he still needed to rely on the Qing snake to provide the fairies of Qingshan County. But he had to make it clear to her that he was the master and she could only be the servant. That's why he simply provoked her a bit, not expecting her to really get anxious. What Heng Zhengyang didn't know was that the heavenly thunder was a will of heaven. For many years, Qing snake's cultivation had been stagnant, which was related to her need for thunder to refine her spiritual treasures. She had tried other methods before. Technological power generation was ineffective, and the amount of lightning during windy and rainy weather was too little and impure. It wasn't until Qing Snake met Heng Zhengyang that she found the energy contained in his thunder symbols and palm thunder to be remarkably pure. This was a great supplement for her. That day, her Qing thunder scale armor had absorbed only a dozen bolts of heavenly thunder, yet it had loosened some of the shackles that had remained unshaken for years. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity, since she couldn't intimidate him. She had to first endure and bide her time. After obtaining what she wanted, she would consider other things. No matter what Heng Zhengyang asked her to do, even if it meant sacrificing that, she had to seize even a slight chance to become stronger. Seeing your pitiful state, I'll give you one last chance. Heng Zhengyang shrugged his arms and pretended to be angry. Starting tomorrow, you must follow me closely without leaving my side. Also, find a map of Qingshan County and make a list of nearby monsters. Okay, I understand. She finally waited for Heng Zhengyang to relent and quickly agreed. Don't you have a name? Just called Qing? No, I also have my own identity in the human world named Qing Mei. What a coincidence. I love drinking plum wine the most. Heng Zhengyang's joking remark instantly dissipated the tense atmosphere that had just arisen between the two sides. Qing Mei finally stopped being cold and showed a faint smile. Exactly. You look so beautiful when you smile. Why do you have to keep a straight face? As if I owe you money. Heng Zhengyang tenyu. What is this? What's wrong? Don't you need this? But I haven't been able to help you yet. I trust you. You're a clever fairy. This is all I have for now. I'll give you more once I develop it. Thank you. But what will you do if you encounter monsters without these talismans? I have you. Ultimate move. Heng Zhengyang's words completely eliminated Qing Mei's feelings of disgust towards humanity, or rather, towards Heng Zhengyang. Moreover, his status in Qing Mei's heart directly rose to one of gratitude and moving feelings. He was still thinking about how to kick the other party away after obtaining these talismans. But he didn't expect the other party to trust him like this. All right, I have things to do, so let's meet tomorrow. Heng Zhengyang no longer entangled with Qing Mei, but instead gently arranged her hair with his hand. Until Heng Zhengyang's silhouette completely disappeared, Qing Mei's heart could not find peace. For decades, the fierce competition with various kinds of the demon race for rare treasures, along with the injustices she witnessed in the human world, had made her unable to trust anyone or any demon again. However, today, she seemed to have finally seen someone worthy of trust. The other party was willing to entrust her with something of great importance and believed in her unconditionally. Qing Mei's heart was filled with emotion, and at the same time, she made a firm resolution. From now on, she would only trust Heng Zhengyang. Meanwhile, Heng Zhengyang had already boarded the luxury car arranged by Li Tianyi. They were heading towards the most luxurious secret club in the entire Qingshan County, Qingyun Manor. Heng Zhengyang was filled with emotions in the car. Just as he was looking forward to achieving great success and wondering what rewards would come from leveling up to the initial stage of the mysterious realm, the car slowly came to a stop inside Qingyun Manor. The car door was opened by someone, and as Heng Zhengyang got out, another person kindly placed their hand on the car frame for support. Mr. Heng, please this way. Two beautiful women dressed in kipayos with their hair styled in double buns smiled gently. All right, let's go. They passed by bonfire gardens, golf courses, swimming pools, and courtyards along the way. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to have money. A few minutes later, he finally entered the villa within the estate. Two girls arranged for him to sit in the main living room. Looking at the deep brown drink in the rocks glass on the table, Heng Zhengyang smiled. Li Tianyi really put in a lot of effort. He even knows that this body of mine prefers to drink cola. He picked it up and took a sip through a straw. I have to say, drinking ice-cold cola from this expensive glass truly has its own charm. It's a bit better than regular canned or bottled cola. Brother Heng is really bold. Isn't he afraid I might drug him in this? Just then, Li Tianyi came up from the lower level and walked in front of Heng Zhengyang. Young Masterly, hurry and take me away. I bet your dog eats better than I do. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged smiles. But there was more to their words than met the eye. Li Tianyi took the opportunity to express that he meant no harm. Heng Zhengyang also informed the other party that he was not afraid of their malice at all. Brother Heng, I really like your character. All right, enough small talk. Let's get down to business. Li Tianyi's expression gradually became serious. Young Masterly, I must first thank you for your help today. This is the most important thing. Heng Zhengyang understood what the other party wanted to ask, but did not give him the chance. What kind of talk is this? Brother Heng has exceptional skills, which are crucial to the future of humanity. How can he be tainted by these hoodlums? That's not how we should say it. The purpose of today's visit is to specially thank young Masterly, but unfortunately, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. Ha ha ha. Brother Heng doesn't need to be polite with me. Who knows? I might need your help in the future. That's not a problem. If young Masterly needs help, as long as I can assist, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Good. I will remember what Brother Heng said. No problem. You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. Next, Heng Zhengyang began to chatter about his affairs with Cheng Yunfan. He originally intended to take the opportunity to invite Heng Zhengyang to join the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. How did it suddenly turn into helping out? Looking at the sly glint in Heng Zhengyang's eyes, he suddenly began to understand the other party's intentions. The instructions from home to Li Tianyi were to try to invite Heng Zhengyang into the bureau. If it's really difficult, it would be acceptable to make acquaintances if the opportunity arises. However, at this moment, Heng Zhengyang was just right in controlling the relationship. How could an 18-year-old high school student be so sophisticated? Managing various relationships with such ease is truly terrifying. Li Tianyi listened quietly, thinking in his heart. Some birds are destined to be unconfined because their feathers are too dazzling. Chapter 13 Reply to Xia Linghuai Father. the Qingshan Otherworld Bureau said. How many times have I told you? You must use titles at work. Yes. Director Xia. Xia Linghuai felt a dark line forming on her forehead. At this point, why still fuss about this? The Qingshan Otherworld Bureau reported that Heng Zhengyang went to Qingshan Manor and met Li Tianyi. So what? At the desk, a capable middle-aged man put down the documents in his hand and asked. Xia Zhengji gestured with his finger for Xia Linghuai to sit down. We already have some issues with the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. If this continues, won't our relationship be completely frozen? But Xia Linghuai was eager to refute, but was stopped by Xia Zhengji. You mentioned before that the young man possesses the means to resist or even eliminate the other races. So no matter which Otherworld Bureau he joins, it would be helpful for us. I don't trust that group in Haizhou. Xia Linghuai puffed her cheeks in indignation, looking angry. From what I know, the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau is just unwilling to be led, so they're not very compliant with us and reluctant to follow our system processes. But that doesn't mean they have given up their work. Xia Jingji presented a data report in front of Xia Linghuai. Look at their incident clearance rate. It's not worse than any of our states. Xia Linghuai took the tablet and compared it. Indeed, it was so. Among the 18 states of Huaxia, the highest incident clearance rate is in Jingzhou with 50. The second is Haizhou with a clearance rate of 49, closing in on the first. However, what matters most is not the clearance rate, but the discovery rate. Every day, many people are killed and devoured by these other beings. Maybe that high school student named Heng Zhengyang has some way to deal with it? Xia Jingji carefully considered his daughter's words and found them reasonable. Although every state has a clearance rate above 30, the discovery rate is only 6-10. This means they have the capital to confront the other races, but they cannot achieve timely discovery or prevention. Often, monsters have already harmed many lives before the Otherworld Investigation Bureau can discover these hidden monsters through constant tracking. And demons and fairies, one is parasitic and the other is illusory, are even more concealed. The most troublesome are the spirits. They can freely travel between the human world and the other world. You have a point, but it has not yet been proven that this young man has such abilities. If he can create something in the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, we can send someone to negotiate later. Knock, knock. A knock interrupted their conversation. Come in. The door opened, and a handsome young man in his 20s with golden hair walked in. Director Xia, the task is complete. The parasitic demons in the southern district have been eliminated. Oh, it's Kevin. Well done. Your responsibility team has been quite famous this past month. Xia Jingji stood up and walked to Kevin, patting him on the shoulder with admiration in his eyes. Xia Linghuai rolled her eyes and said goodbye, walking out of the room. Linghuai is here too. We just got the approval of a spirit. Doesn't your team still need a contract slot? It would be perfect to transfer her over. Why not let Linghuai go with me to take a look? Although Kevin's body was turned towards Xia Jingji, his blue eyes kept fixed on Xia Linghuai. Of course. That's fine. I have no objections. You two go ahead. No need. Thanks. Our team has already found someone. Xia Linghuai casually declined, closed the door, and left the room. Xia Jingji and Kevin stood awkwardly in place. Kevin, don't mind. Linghuai is always so strong-willed. Do you have other matters? Xia Zhengji chuckled, shifting the topic elsewhere. Oh, not for now. I will take my leave, Director Xia. Good. Kevin also left the director's office. He stood at the door, lowering his eyes, glancing at Xia Linghuai's office. A hint of ruthlessness hid in his gaze. Today, invited by Brother Tianyi, it is my honor to gather with all the talented youth from Haizhou here. I, Heng Zhengyang, welcome you all sincerely with this cup. In the underground club of Qingshan Manor, the lights shimmered and the atmosphere was lively. Heng Zhengyang, with a flushed face, was downing a glass of strong liquor. Good. Let's all raise a glass to Brother Heng. Come on, cheers. Before Li Tianyi could speak, his childhood friends all raised their glasses. This genuinely took him by surprise. In just half an hour, he had stepped out to inform his father and master about the situation here. He sat dazedly on the side, watching Heng Zhengyang conquer each of his friends one by one. It seemed like in an instant, everyone had become Heng Zhengyang's closest friends, while he had become an outsider. The gathering lasted a full 5 hours before it finally came to an end. Yangzi, come to Haizhou when you have time. Call Brother Fei, and I'll have my private jet come to pick you up. No problem. Brother Fei. When the time comes, it's definitely just the two of us. We won't stop drinking until we're high. Zhengyang, don't forget your sister Qing. If you need anything, contact Green Bubble. For sure. Sister Qing, didn't we say that? Your little princess's birthday. I still have to get her a big cake. Brother, I really like you. Like you. How about this? Tomorrow I'll contact you, and we'll buy a house and a car in Haizhou. I'll cover the expenses. Hey, who's short on that little money? Why do you, Zhang Hong, have a right to ask me where Xu Mengshuan's brother lives? Xu Mengxian, are you trying to provoke me? My Zhang family mainly deals in real estate and supercars. Can your family, which is into seafood, compete with that? You, Zanong, Mengxian, let's not ruin the friendship. I just need to go visit Tianyi first. While I get the chance, I will definitely check out your world-class supercars, Hongge, and I want to personally experience the spicy king crab created by you, Mengxian. Hearing Heng Zhengyang say this, the two rich kids finally stopped arguing. After all, no matter how arrogant they were, they had to consider who they were comparing to. Li Tianyi, the Li family? Even if they had 100 times the courage, they still couldn't compete. All right, it's settled. I'll be waiting for you then. Make sure to call me, okay? Heng Zhengyang sent off one wealthy young man after another, each time patiently chatting a little longer with them until they left happily. Brother Heng, you're truly a remarkable person. What kind of remarkable person? I'm just a fat person. Li Tianyi chuckled lightly and grasped Heng Zhengyang's chubby hand. No matter who you are, you have helped me. So you are my benefactor? Don't worry, young Master Li. I will definitely keep my promise. Then I'll wait for you to finish the advanced student exam, and I'll come to pick you up. All right. After watching the driver leave, he let out a sigh of relief. Old Hey. Yes, master. The black old ghost appeared behind Heng Zhengyang, extending his dark hands to press against his back. In no time, Heng Zhengyang's flushed face from drinking gradually returned to normal. He was finally able to stand steadily on the ground. Heng Zhengyang took out his phone, pulled out a business card, and dialed the number on it. Is this Xiao Huai? Who is this? A sharp female voice came from the other end. It's me, Heng Zhengyang. I agreed to join the Jingzhou Otherworld Investigation Bureau. What? Are you serious? Yes, but I want to take the senior student exam first and go on vacation before joining. You don't need to take the exam. We have a special admission quota from Jingzhou University. We have a special research department dedicated to recruiting investigators for the Otherworld Investigation Bureau. But I want to do it on my own, and I have some personal matters to attend to. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Heng Zhengyang's words reminded Xia Linghuai of herself. Because of her father's protection, she once made a significant mistake at work. That time, she lost her mother and all her teammates. So, at one point, she had said the same words to her father. Hey, are you listening? All right, no problem. We'll wait for you in Jingzhou. Okay, thank you then. The call was hung up. Heng Zhengyang sensed that Xia Linghuai's emotions were somewhat off, but he did not inquire further. Nowadays, everything was developing according to the direction he had laid out. Ding, this system has followed you for this lifetime. Truly worth it. Of course. Chapter 14 System Upgrade. Peak yellow rank buzzing Heng Zhengyang, still dazed, picked up the phone by the bed and held it to his ear. Hello, who is it? It's me, your brother Xian. I asked what time it is. Are you still coming to my house for dinner? I've saved the pig trotters for you. Heng Zhengyang opened his eyes a crack and glanced at his phone. Suddenly, he sat up straight. I have something to do, so I'm not going for now. I'll hang up. Heng Zhengyang hung up the phone and looked at Qing Mei, who was staring at him with a resentful expression, and asked, When did you arrive? Didn't you tell me to follow you closely from today? That's what you said. Well, good job, but what's with that little expression of yours? Did I upset you? Qing Mei shook her head and sighed, holding the lightning talisman in her palm. I can't use it. Didn't I teach you the incantation yesterday? It seemed like he really hadn't teeth. You didn't spend the whole night studying these talismans, did you? Of course not. I finished the task you assigned to me first before I started researching the heavenly talismans. Qing Mei quickly retorted and took out the map from her backpack. Heng Zhengyang didn't bother with pleasantries and directly spread it out on the bed. He didn't expect that such a remote place as Qingshan County would have so many Yujings. He roughly counted and estimated there were about 40 to 50 of them, and approximately 7 or 8 of them were S-class. He even marked the rat spirit, YIN, that appeared that day on the map. Wasn't it said that after the founding of the country, spirits were not allowed to take form? Oh wait, That's from his original world. This world was already being invaded by those, a lie. With this number, it might even be considered small. In a weekend, he wondered if he could clear out all these. Are you friends with Yin and the others? No. Qingmei shook her little head. If it weren't for Yin saying it could help me improve my cultivation a bit, I wouldn't have helped it. In the end, the promised reward was also not given, and everyone ended up parting unhappily. It's good that they're not friends. If they're not friends, he can take action. Heng Zhengyang pinched the gourd mouth. Red and black lights flashed, and two ghostly spirits appeared on either side of him. Qingmei's eyes showed a fleeting look of surprise. These two spirits seemed to have deeper cultivation than when they were first encountered. It seems that Heng Zhengyang is indeed a trustworthy person. You three, over the next 2 days, we need to eliminate all these. You will incapacitate them, and then I will handle the rest. Understood? Yes, master. No problem, master. Qingmei, do you have any questions? I am willing. Huh? Heng Zhengyang frowned, somewhat confused. As long as you're willing, then let's follow the route I've outlined. He didn't delve too deeply into what Qingmei was thinking. After all, it was clear she hadn't voiced any objections. But that's okay, since she handed over this map. It meant she was willing to help him. Heng Zhengyang picked up a pen from the bedside and began to draw on the map. Finally, he poked it with the pen. The first stop, Gray Yin, in an abandoned air raid shelter north of Qingshan County. A gray mouse about 1 meter long was gnawing on something. Its tail was long and thick, swaying up and down in joy as it ate. If one got a little closer, they would discover that it was eating a human, a little boy who had wandered into the shelter out of curiosity. Indeed, this meat is the most delicious. Although the demon types do not rely on humans to enhance their cultivation, they do enjoy eating human flesh. Only a few exceptions feed on other things. For instance, Qingmei, due to her uniqueness, has an almost fanatical love for thunder. However, nothing else holds any attraction for her. Just as it was feasting, a red figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Suspended threads. Rong Yinsher shouted. Countless red threads shot out from her clothing, instantly entangling with Gray Yin. Who? Gray Yin shouted angrily, its body twisting wildly to try to break free from the threads. Unfortunately, its entire body was covered in the blood of the child. These suspended threads were originally used by those with deep grudges to hang themselves and sever their heads. When encountering blood, their power is fully activated. At this moment, the black old ghost also revealed his form, merging his hands into a misty axe, which he swung directly at Gray Yin's tail. It's you. When Gray Yin saw the appearances of the two ghosts in front of it, it finally understood who was behind all of this. Damnomans. You should have been flayed and skinned alive that day. Clang! The black old ghost's axe struck Gray Yin's tail, not only failing to injure it, but instead getting himself knocked back. Oomph. My tail is a mystical spiritual treasure, and you think you can overstep your bounds? Dream on. Gray Yin summoned all its energy, and the suspended threads began to loosen slightly. Black old ghost, you're really useless. Keep going. Rong Yinsher was clearly feeling the strain. Got it. Got it. What are you nagging about? The black old ghost rallied again, raising his axe to strike at Gray Yin's tail once more. The result was still being knocked back. Oomph. Since you're seeking death, then I shall take both of your energies. Gray Yin's body continued to twist vigorously, and its tail kept disrupting Rong Yinsher above, weakening her control further. Just as Gray Yin was about to break free, thunderclouds flashed in the sky. Boom! 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 3 bolts of lightning struck Gray Yin fiercely. Oh! Gray Yin cried out loudly as it was hit by the thunder. It had almost broken free from its restraints, but with its strength dissipating, it was tightly wrapped again by the suspended threads. I said, Black old ghost, are you stupid? You can't cut its tail. Why not strike its backside? Its tail is a mystical spiritual treasure. But can its backside be it too? Heng Zhengyang slowly walked out of the cave. He was truly at a loss for words regarding the black old ghost. The master was right. How did I not think of that? The black old ghost flew to Gray Yin's side once again. This time, he aimed for the opponent's gray, fluffy backside and swung down hard with an axe. With a splat, blood splattered, and half of Gray Yin's backside, along with a tail that resembled a steel rod, was chopped off and fell to the ground. Human, you won't die a good death. Gray Yin roared in anger, struggling hard to charge in front of Heng Zhengyang. However, without its tail for attack, no matter how strong it was, it couldn't break free from the control of someone with equal cultivation. The moment you decided to oppose me, this was bound to be your fate. Heng Zhengyang chuckled lightly, not giving the other party a chance to waste words. He directly ordered the black old ghost to cut it in half. Having already decided to kill it, wasn't saying anything unnecessary, just giving the other party an opportunity. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl from the gray figure, its body was split in two. The entire demon's essence instantly withered. Heng Zhengyang threw out one lightning talisman after another. It's incredible how resilient this gray-faced creature is. Even after being split in half, it managed to endure over 20 lightning talismans before nearly breathing its last. I'll drag you down with me. The gray face unwillingly spat out a mouthful of toxic blood, which shot towards Heng Zhengyang like a sharp arrow. Just as it was about to laugh maniacally, its expression suddenly changed. A blue-scaled armor appeared in front of Heng Zhengyang, blocking all of its toxic blood. Blue serpent, you. The gray face couldn't finish its sentence before it died with its eyes wide open. Ding. Killed an SS-level monster spirit. Heavenly punishment points 10, 240. Ding. System upgraded to the peak of the yellow rank. Reward. Qingfeng, Sword 1. Ding. System store updated. Added heavenly technique. Sunlight descent. The long-lost voice sounded again, making Heng Zhengyang extremely excited. Soon, a plain-looking sword appeared in his hand. Qingfeng sword. A treasure to ward off evil. A weapon to slay demons. A return to the 7 stars. And peace on earth. Heng Zhengyang grasped the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled it out. With a swish, the beast-faced sword blocked the path, its eyes glowing red. In such a dark cave, the sword still shimmered with a silver-cold light. And master, what kind of treasure is this? It makes me feel so uncomfortable. Rong Yinshi shielded her face with her long sleeves and retreated. The black old ghost also hid far away, his ghostly aura fluctuating. Although Qing Mei didn't react as strongly as the two of them, she instinctively avoided the sword's radiance, her body trembling slightly. It's fine, I'll just put it away. I won't have to waste heavenly punishment to kill demons and monsters anymore. The eye of heavenly punishment locks onto enemies, the Qingfeng sword attacks, and the exorcism wind coat defends. I am practically invincible now. Let's go. Black old ghost. Take the tail of Gray Yin, and let's continue to the next target. Heng Zhengyang did not explain the suddenly appeared sword. Rongyan Poetry and the others did not ask too many questions either. After all, their master was a celestial being, and anything he casually took out was enough to astonish other races. They followed their master and couldn't keep asking questions, as it would make them seem inexperienced. Qing Mei, on the other hand, was not very interested in it. Her mind was entirely focused on the dozens of lightning talismans she had just wasted. Thus, the person, the demon, and the two spirits set off once again on their journey to hunt down the fairies. Heng Zhengyang is looking forward to the next system upgrade even more. Chapter 15, both promoted. Puchi, ding, killed an S-level demon spirit. Heavenly punishment points 2345. Crack, ding, killed an A-level demon spirit. Heavenly punishment points 498. Heng Zhengyang gently flicked his wrist, and the blood that had stained the Qingfeng sword was flung away, restoring its original sharpness. With no blood on him and cutting through bone like mud, he truly lives up to the reputation of a weapon for exorcising evil. Heng Zhengyang currently has no cultivation, equivalent to an ordinary person. However, with the Qingfeng sword, he can easily injure spirit creatures below S rank. Even S-rank spirit creatures would struggle after taking 3 or 4 strikes. Not to mention that Heng Zhengyang has 3 additional supporters. In just one afternoon, he cleared out more than half of the demon clan in Qingshan County. Most of these demons are known for their misdeeds. Along the way, they encountered people from the Qingshan County Interdimensional Investigation Bureau who came to exterminate the demons after receiving reports. The day is getting late, so let's call a day here. The sun is gradually setting, and Heng Zhengyang does not want to spend the night in the woods. Yes, master. All right, master. Okay. Qing Mei quietly followed behind Heng Zhengyang, continuously assuring her unwavering presence. Come on, Qing Mei. I'll help you take that step. Thanks to Qingmei's assistance, he earned over 20,000 punishment points today. He plans to take out half of that to enhance Qingmei's strength. Today was a test for Qingmei. Heng Zhengyang was killing her own kind. However, the other party not only showed no disgust, or aversion, but even carefully pointed out the weaknesses of those demons to Heng Zhengyang and was constantly protecting him. Several times when the demons suddenly counterattacked, it was thanks to Qingmei's Qing-Lei scales that he was able to remain safe and sound. Heng Zhengyang noticed this kindness. Since the other party could help, he also couldn't fall short. With such a beautiful and powerful helper by his side, he felt exceptionally at ease. Really? Qingmei's eyes sparkled with starlight, then quickly dimmed. But that would use up a lot of your celestial symbols, right? It's okay for you. I would willingly use as many as it takes. Come on. Heng Zhengyang first exchanged 100 items from them all. Ding! Exchange for Thunderbolt Talisman 100, deducting 1,000 heavenly punishment points. Thank you. The flush on Qingmei's face extended directly to the roots of her ears. A girl's shyness always inexplicably moves men. Heng Zhengyang suppressed the evil fire of his second brother and urged softly, "Come on. Are you ready?" Okay. Qingmei no longer hesitated and directly spread the entire Qing-Lei scale armor above her head, transforming it into its original form and coiling up to sense the power of thunder. Heng Zhengyang recited the incantation, and the thunderbolt talismans flew out one after another, igniting and disappearing in the air. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and purple arcs of electricity seemed to be mixed with some golden sparks, flashing around like fairies. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck the scale armor of Qingmei, creating waves of air. The elusive purple lightning appeared to be slowed down, gradually being absorbed by the scale armor. A aura began to envelop Qingmei's entire body. 100 bolts of lightning struck down in succession, all of which she absorbed, just as it was about to come to a halt. The thunderclouds were also on the verge of dissipating. However, Qingmei still did not open her eyes. Was it not enough? Ding! Exchange Thunderbolt Talismans 200, deducting 2,000 heavenly punishment points. Another 200 talismans flew out, this time with even more golden arcs of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. 200 bolts of lightning came in succession, and sometimes they would strike down all at once. A hint of gold began to appear in the aura surrounding Qingmei. Yet she still did not open her eyes. She really can absorb a lot. What a greedy girl. Heng Zhengyang decided to directly exchange for 1,000 Thunderbolt Talismans this time, spending a total of 10,000 heavenly punishment points. Although it was a bit painful, he was more curious to see how far the thunderclouds would reach this time. Sure enough, it met his expectations. The golden arcs of lightning were already on par with the purple arcs. It seemed that as his proficiency increased, the purple lightning would gradually be replaced by the golden lightning. The energy contained in this golden lightning was indeed several levels higher than that of the purple lightning. He needed to let this lightning stay for a while longer. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit bored, so he asked He Laogui to keep watch. Then he let Rong Yinshi start her weight loss plan. I have to say, on a scorching summer day, the cool sensation that Rong Yinshi gave herself was quite enjoyable. Huh, Master, why are you touching that place? If you mind, I won't study it anymore. It's okay, Master. I am willing to help you. All right, keep sucking, don't stop. Yes, Master. An hour later, Rong Yinshi exhaled a breath of turbid air and exclaimed in surprise, "Thank you, Master. It seems I have also leveled up." Heng Zhengyang was still immersed in the gentle embrace, finding it somewhat difficult to extricate himself. That feeling was truly wonderful. No wonder there is a saying about being enchanted. If his willpower were even slightly weaker, he would probably be deeply trapped in it. Really? You're at SS level now? Rong Yinshi nodded excitedly. This is all thanks to the Master's pure yang energy, but this could overwork your body. Really? But I'm fine. Just as he was about to say he was okay, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He collapsed onto the stone. Master, are you all right? Master, what happened to you? And no, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. Heng Zhengyang took out a mirror. Although his complexion wasn't great at the moment, a handsome face was starting to show. Growing up, he had never experienced such a wonderful method of losing weight. If given the chance, Heng Zhengyang considered whether he could use this to rent a shop, then grow and strengthen it, creating brilliance. Of course, that was just a thought. He couldn't bear to let Rong Yinshi cheapen herself for others. Rong Yinshi, did you suddenly become SS level? After seeing that Heng Zhengyang was fine, the black old ghost felt relieved. At the same time, he noticed that the ghostly energy around Rong Yinshi seemed a bit off. The black old ghost looked at Heng Zhengyang, then at Rong Yinshi, and instantly understood everything. He pointed directly at Rong Yinshi and shouted, "How can you be so selfish?" Bah, bah. Rong Yinshi felt a bit at a loss after being called out by the black old ghost. She stood there like a child who had made a mistake, lowering her head and rubbing her fingers. "It's not Yunshi's fault. It was my request. Old Black, go into the gourd and continue your cultivation, while Yinshi will keep watch here." Seeing that Heng Zhengyang didn't blame her, Rong Yinshi felt a wave of emotion. After all, it was her who had absorbed him to that extent. Although she had helped her master understand the structure of ghostly bodies, she had ultimately gained more. "Thank you, master. Just leave it to me from now on." Upon hearing her master say this, the black old ghost could no longer say anything and could only silently shed jealous tears as he entered the gourd. He was so frustrated. He hated that he wasn't a naturally beautiful female ghost. Heng Zhengyang gradually recovered and came to Qimei's side. Qimei was also enveloped by the aura of 3 colors, green, purple, and gold, forming a snake egg. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully attracted an unknown celestial beast and rewards the Heart of Divine Sunday. Would you like to replace it? Heart of Divine Sun. Data unknown. Pending development. System brother, I can't just swap it out, right? Ding! Does this system seem like the kind that traps the host? You don't seem like it, because you actually are. Ding! The system detected that the host exhibited offensive behavior, deducting 1,000 points from the heavenly punishment as a form of punishment. I was wrong, system brother. I will change. I will change. Take a chance. And a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his chest made it hard for him to breathe. A golden light flickered at the position of his heart. Strangely, that light illuminated the snake egg above. The snake egg suddenly cracked with a sound, and cracks began to appear. That was a sign of imminent hatching success. Heng Zhengyang knelt on the ground, tightly clutching his chest. "Master, what happened to you?" Rong Yinshi wanted to get closer, but was directly repelled by a burst of golden light. "Master." She charged forward again, but was stopped by Heng Zhengyang. "Don't move. I'm Yufine." After nearly a quarter of an hour, the golden light gradually dissipated. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang felt incredibly light throughout his body. The weakness from having his yang energy absorbed by Rong Yinshi had completely vanished. Even the air he breathed felt much fresher than before. Crack! Crack! Just then, the snake eggs all shattered. A giant green python stood silently in place. It seemed to have undergone no significant changes. However, Heng Zhengyang noticed the pair of young horns that had grown on the python's head. Remembering the system's sudden prompt about an unknown celestial beast, he felt his breath quicken. Chapter 16, Sugar-Coated Cannonball. Have you leveled up or had plastic surgery? Heng Zhengyang looked at the more curvaceous Qimei in front of him, feeling somewhat speechless. To put it simply, it can be summarized in 6 words. Big chest, slim waist, meaty legs. It's simply too tempting. Could it be that he has some kind of additional peach blossom attribute? With Rong Yinshi and Qimei combined, and if he adds Xia Linghuai into the equation later on, he might not be able to handle it. With so many beauties, they should be shared with the more handsome gentleman in the audience instead. I don't even know why it turned out this way. Should I try to adjust it? No, that's not necessary. Heng Zhengyang wiped his saliva. This is just fine. He opened his phone and saw that it was already 11 o'clock at night. All right, let's leave it at that. We'll meet again at my place tomorrow. Qimei looked puzzled. Who are you saying goodbye to? Heng Zhengyang felt a bit helpless. This female demon had greatly improved in both figure and strength. Yet she still looked so dazed and slow. Didn't we agree on the first day that we would stick together from now on? Qimei scratched her head and said, I've already destroyed the cave where I lived. Living together might not be too good for us. Heng Zhengyang was refusing verbally, but his mind had already started to wander. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, Qimei said earnestly. Well, in that case, I reluctantly agree. But he saw several men in black suits dozing off at the door. Heng Zhengyang immediately recognized that the people in front of him were the ones who had picked him up at Qingyan Manor that day. "Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here?" He estimated they were waiting for him and directly approached them to ask. The man in the lead was startled and immediately stood up straight. The others also quickly got up, looking very respectful towards Heng Zhengyang. "Young Masterly instructed us to wait here for Mr. Heng, as there are a few items that need to be handed over to you." "All right, you've worked hard. Where are the items?" Heng Zhengyang politely said a few words and then continued to ask. The man clearly did not expect the other party to be so direct. Don't most people pretend to hesitate a bit before accepting? "Here." Someone from behind handed over a folder. "Mr. Lee has considered that your living area is crowded and chaotic, so he has already purchased Qingyan Manor and gifted it to Mr. Heng. The manor is equipped with a lifestyle manager, an external affairs manager, 6 maids for bodyguards, and 2 drivers. Mr. Lee has also taken into account your inconvenience when going out, so he has provided you with a Bugatti Chiron, a Knight 15, and a Bell helicopter. Considering your lifestyle preferences, he has helped to convert part of the gym into an esports room and the golf course into a horse riding area. All the relevant information is in this folder. Please take a look." "No need to look. I trust Mr. Lee." Heng Zhengyang took the heavy folder with a smile. "All right, this is the latest smartphone launched by the Hualong brand. Mr. Lee asked me to deliver it to you. The contact numbers of relevant personnel have all been saved in the address book, and here is this gold-plated black card, which has been linked to the phone. You can use it for any purchases. Mr. Lee is really considerate. Please send my regards to him when you see him, and tell him that I will definitely live up to Mr. Lee's intentions." Heng Zhengyang took the phone and bank card with a smile and said, "Okay. Do you need to go to Qingyan Manor to stay now? We can help you pack your luggage and take you there." "Not for now, thank you. I will go there myself when I have time." "All right, then we won't disturb you for now." "Okay, goodbye. Thank you for your hard work." "It's no problem. It's all part of our job. Goodbye." Heng Zhengyang watched the other person leave. He placed the folder on the table and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Today's sugar-coated shell had truly left him a bit at a loss. However, he also realized that Li Tianyi had investigated him thoroughly. Even the fact that the previous owner of this body liked horseback riding back in middle school was clear as day. "Are you okay?" Qing Mei asked with concern. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Heng Zhengyang smiled as he sat on the old sofa, looking at the shabby little house he had rented for over 10 years. He couldn't help but think back to his life before his journey. His daily life was just as restrained. But now he was different. Starting tomorrow, he would be driving a sports car, living in a mansion, and enjoying the life of the upper class. However, these were secondary. The most important thing was to focus on improving his own strength. The more he enjoyed now, the more it indicated how difficult his journey to Haizhou would be. He had to make thorough preparations in advance. Heng Zhengyang took out 2 packs of instant noodles, preparing to cook some for himself. Noticing Qing Mei beside him, he tentatively asked, "Do you want something to eat?" Qing Mei shook her head. She didn't need food to sustain her energy. "All right, then I'll just take care of my own. Do you need help? Can you cook noodles?" "No. Then you could just rest." Heng Zhengyang quickly cooked the noodles and also made 2 poached eggs. Just as he was happily slurping them up, he noticed Qing Mei staring at him intently. "What's wrong? Do you want to try some?" Qing Mei nodded. For some reason, she found Heng Zhengyang's eating so delicious that she, having never tasted human food before, wanted to give it a try. "Come on." Heng Zhengyang pulled a chair over to himself, gesturing for Qing Mei to sit there. Qing Mei moved over, shifted the small pot closer, and took a small taste. Then, when Heng Zhengyang was momentarily distracted, she couldn't help but begin to gobble it down. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world. Even drinking the soup clean. A few seconds later, Heng Zhengyang looked at the small pot, which only had a few pieces of freeze-dried vegetables left. His eyes filled with astonishment. "There's nothing left? I'm sorry, it was just too delicious." Qing Mei wiped her oily pink lips and lowered her head shyly. She remembered that she had tried human food before, and not only did it not taste good, but it was also a bit disgusting. But for some reason, this time it suddenly seemed very fragrant. Gurgle. Heng Zhengyang's stomach growled unceremoniously. This was his first meal of the day. "Forget it, it's fine. Let me see what else I can eat." He opened the fridge, and apart from a bottle of beer and a few wilted vegetable leaves, there was nothing else. "Liquid bread will do." Heng Zhengyang took the beer out, placed it on the corner of the table, and gave it a hard knock. With a bang, the beer was opened. Just as he was about to pour it down his throat, he was intercepted by Qing Mei. Heng Zhengyang frowned. "This, do you drink too?" "No, no, no." Seeing Heng Zhengyang's strange expression, Qing Mei quickly waved her hand. "Don't you like drinking plum wine? I can make it for you." "Huh?" Heng Zhengyang was a bit doubtful. "There are no ingredients here. How can you make it?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Looking at Qing Mei's confident demeanor, Heng Zhengyang hesitantly handed over the bottle of wine. Qing Mei took it and directly poured it into her mouth. If emojis could be idealized, there would definitely be a crow flying over Heng Zhengyang's head right now. "Are you doing this on purpose to steal food?" Heng Zhengyang was feeling quite frustrated when Qing Mei suddenly pressed her soft lips against his mouth. He was surprised and opened his mouth, a stream of fragrant liquor flowing into him. The taste was somewhat indescribable. It was particularly rich and sweet. "See, I didn't lie to you, right?" Qing Mei proudly said, shaking her wine glass. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit dizzy and subconsciously held Qing Mei in his arms, bringing her to bed. "Come on, let's continue." Chapter 17 Crisis. The sun was high in the sky when Heng Zhengyang finally opened his eyes. Beside him lay the completely naked, jade-white Qing Mei. It seemed she sensed the movement and said, "You're awake. Shouldn't we get going?" Qing Mei propped herself up, yawning, looking exceptionally charming with her sleepy eyes. It's about time." After being tossed around all night, he finally understood. It turned out he was not the hunter, but the prey. Reflecting on the first day he met Qing Mei, she didn't seem like an innocent little fairy at all. He thought he could see through everyone's hearts, but in the end, he still fell under her spell. However, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Heng Zhengyang has been determined to fully enjoy the beautiful life since the first day he came into this world. Having such a stunningly beautiful companion is an ultimate enjoyment. Heng Zhengyang had just finished putting on his clothes when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. "Yangzi, Yangzi, are you home? Damn, how did this guy find his way here?" Heng Zhengyang grabbed the green plum's clothes and threw them onto the bed. "Hurry up and put on your clothes." Outside the door, Huang Xian had waited for Heng Zhengyang the whole day yesterday. He was worried that something might happen here, so he rushed over early in the morning. The sound of a key being inserted into the lock came. Heng Zhengyang quickly opened the door a crack and then slipped out like an eel. "You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. What were you busy with inside?" Huang Xian let out a sigh of relief and peeked into the room. "I wasn't doing anything. Do you need something from me?" Heng Zhengyang laughed heartily and tightly closed the door. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was very different from the Heng Zhengyang he knew. You, oh my, Yangzi, you've lost weight." Although there were only a few similarities, Huang Xian still recognized the other person. After all, they had played together since childhood. "Yes, I was indeed too overweight before. I had to lose some weight." Heng Zhengyang followed Huang Xian's lead and continued speaking, pondering how to send the other person away. Although the two were very good friends, it was better not to tell him about the matters related to the 4 categories of other worlds, as it would only add to his worries without any other significance. "By the way, you've lost weight, and you look quite handsome now. Zhao Qianqian must regret it. Ha ha ha. Handsome? It's just average. Speaking of which, you're even out of breath." "Wait." Huang Xian suddenly became serious. "Losing weight can't happen that quickly, right? You didn't go for surgery or liposuction, did you? That stuff can be life-threatening, and I've heard it can shorten your lifespan. You really didn't go and do that, did you? I'm telling you, that's not something just anyone can do. Just eat a little less and exercise. No, put your mind at ease. Look at me. I'm full of energy." Heng Zhengyang was talking while demonstrating some punches and kicks. "That's good. All right, I almost forgot the main thing. My dad must have hit some lucky streak. He was supposed to be laid off, but suddenly got promoted. He told me to call you, so we can go to Head.An restaurant for dinner tonight. Remember to come." "Huh? Okay, I'll find you tonight. What's up? Do you have plans today?" "I was thinking of asking you to go to the internet CAF for a while." "I do have plans. I need to go out today. And you shouldn't play all the time. You should study. The exam is in a month." Huang Xian had a calm expression, seemingly not taking the exam to heart. Heng Zhengyang understood that the other party's intentions were also considering his own well-being. "All right, then you get back to work. I'll take my leave." Watching Huang Xian's departing figure, Heng Zhengyang finally let out a sigh of relief. This buddy is good, but a bit too nagging. It seems that Shin Bin and Chung Feng are quite responsive. He had only casually mentioned it that day, and it started to take effect within just one day. In this life, Heng Zhengyang lost his parents in an accident when he was young. Apart from some compensation money, he has always been supported by the Huang family. This kindness is touching. Although Heng Zhengyang has traveled through time, he will always remember this family in his heart. Heng Zhengyang opened the door. Qingmei was bending her leg to put on a gray lace over the knee sock. From this angle, this action, it almost made his nose bleed. "Are you here to seduce me? Did I?" Qingmei, barefoot on the floor, stepped closer to Heng Zhengyang, her small hand about to help him take off his clothes. Heng Zhengyang, however, held her wrist tightly. "What? Are you trying to feed me plum wine again?" "Yeah." Qingmei smiled sweetly. "Don't you like it?" The physical intimacy from last night gave her an unprecedented pleasure. This time, she wanted to have a more profound emotional exchange with Heng Zhengyang. "I like it, but we have to finish the important matters first." Heng Zhengyang turned his grip into a pull and led Qingmei out the door. Qingmei enjoyed the intense warmth coming from his palm, her face full of joy as she followed him outside. In a relatively vast wild plain, Heng Zhengyang was observing the map. One red cross after another indicated the eliminated fairies. Now, only the last one remained. Today, they hadn't encountered any SS-level fairies, although the number of kills was similar. However, they had only gained over 10,000 punishment points. It seemed that the system upgrade was still a long way off. The last one should be in this area, right? The map suggests so. Should we explore a bit more? Rong Yinshu suggested. "Qingmei, are you sure this location is correct?" "Qingmei?" Heng Zhengyang tilted his head, looking at the resentful Qingmei who had been forced to change into a casual outfit. "This is it." Qingmei buried her head in her chest, her tone full of dissatisfaction. The way she dressed was also because Heng Zhengyang liked it. Every time she dressed like this, she could see the deep affection in his eyes. She liked that Heng Zhengyang's eyes were filled with her. But Heng Zhengyang shook his head helplessly. Wasn't this girl a fairy? Why was she acting like a rebellious teenager? The ground had been thoroughly searched. According to Qingmei, the last thing was a horse spirit. A horse can't just run up to the sky, can it? Heng Zhengyang shielded his eyes from the blinding noon sunlight and looked up at the sky. He saw what seemed to be a figure atop the tallest tree in the area. No way. Could it be that coincidental? Is this thing really up in the sky? It seemed so. I could feel the fluctuations of energy from the other party. The black old ghost, shrouded in black mist, opened his eyes and said, "Let's make a move." "Yes, master." After 2 days of battle, the coordination between Rong Yinshu and the black old ghost had improved significantly. With just a command from Heng Zhengyang, one would control while the other attacked, quickly reducing the target to low health. In the end, he would use the Qing Feng sword to finish it off. As for Qingmei, she had always served a protective role. The two ghostly spirits quickly approached the target. Heng Zhengyang was also moving little by little towards the towering tree that stood 3 meters high. The figure above gradually became clearer. It seemed to be a crimson horse, performing actions that only a human could do. The two hooves below were intertwined, while the two hooves above were connected together. It resembled the beastly form of Qingmei when it once charged at SS level. However, the closer he got, the more Heng Zhengyang felt something was off. Wasn't this tree a bit too tall? It appeared oddly out of place in this plane. Heng Zhengyang did not dare to easily activate the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, as the strong light emitted might attract the opponent's attention. Just as he was getting closer, Heng Zhengyang suddenly realized that this giant tree, with its branches twisted into a round platform for the horse spirit to sit on, was also a fairy and a very rare willow tree in this world. Willow branches could exorcise evil, which was completely deadly for Rong Yinshu and He Laogui. Qingmei had never seen Heng Zhengyang so flustered before, and hurriedly drove her scales towards the two ghost spirits. Rong Yinshu and He Laogui paused for a moment upon hearing Heng Zhengyang shout, but it seemed to be a bit too late. Several branches had already launched an attack towards them. Chapter 18. This horse is quite abstract, ah? Two screams rang out simultaneously. Rong Yinshu and He Laogui crashed to the ground as if hit by cannonballs. The willow branches did not miss this excellent opportunity and continued to attack the two ghosts. Their speed was so fast that it created a sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, Qingmei's scales arrived just in time, blocking all those willow branches. Boom! 3 golden-purple lightning bolts struck these willow branches like heavy punches. Crash! The willow branches that lingered in the scales were all destroyed. Heng Zhengyang just realized that his lightning talisman could be activated instantly with his will. It seems necessary to quickly improve his proficiency. You all barged into my territory without any greeting, seeking death. The main trunk of the willow tree transformed into a human face, its lips moving to utter a sentence. Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost came to Heng Zhengyang's side, holding their chests. Qingmei finally managed to protect everyone under her scales. What is yours and mine? The victor takes all, and the strong are respected. Heng Zhengyang reached out to take the Qingfeng sword handed over by Qingmei. Either submit to me, or we'll fight to the death. The willow tree swayed its branches, as if laughing heartily. You humans are quite unexpected. You don't spout the disgusting rhetoric about our demon clan invading human territory. Since that's the case, let's do this. Do you need me to make a move? The horse that was cultivating suddenly asked. If I can't handle it, I will certainly call for you. Heng Zhengyang finally felt relieved. He had just learned from Qingmei that these two were actually SS level. In that case, the S-level cultivation of the black old ghost seemed a bit lacking in front of this willow tree. Old Black, you go into the gore to heal first. Master, I can still fight. No, listen to me. This is an order. Black old ghost, the master is protecting you. Hurry in, Yinshi urged. Seeing Heng Zhengyang's attitude so resolute, the black old ghost could only sigh and enter the gourd. Yinshi, you use the suspended thread to disturb from a distance, and remember not to get close. If you are forced near by the willow branches, retreat immediately. Yes, master. Qingmei, split the scale armor into 2 parts, 1 part to protect Yinshi, and we will share 1 piece. Okay. Upon hearing this, Qingmei immediately focused her energy, separating her palms, and the scale armor transformed into 1 large piece and 1 small piece. Heng Zhengyang drew the Qingfeng sword from its sheath. The fleeting silver light left the willow tree spirit a bit dazed. Even the horse spirit in the tree couldn't help but open its eyes. This human actually possesses a mysterious grade spiritual treasure. It feels even stronger than a spiritual treasure. Is it a supreme treasure? It's hard to say. Just the act of drawing it has caused an anomaly. It could very well be a heavenly treasure. Well, once I kill them all, I can take it and verify its nature. The willow tree spirit no longer casually waved its branches to attack. Instead, it gathered several branches together to form a tree spear. Nearly a dozen massive tree spears aimed at Heng Zhengyang on the ground, exerting tremendous pressure. The disturbance from Rong Yinshi was completely disregarded by the willow tree spirit. It merely waved a few branches in response. It understood very well that this ghostly spirit did not dare to approach. Once it got close, it would be the end of its soul. Whoosh! A tree spear struck hard against the scales of Qingmei, producing a clear sound like the clash of sword and shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining dozen tree spears came crashing down together, producing a series of crisp sounds. Although Qingmei could hold her ground to some extent, it was evident that she was somewhat outmatched. She had just recently advanced to SS level, while the opponent had clearly been at this level for quite some time. Moreover, this willow tree spirit had extensive battle experience. It knew it couldn't break Qingmei's defense. However, it used this to gradually apply pressure on Heng Zhengyang, reducing his space for survival, until finally he would be flattened like a meat pie. One must say that this time, Heng Zhengyang's demon-slaying squad indeed ran into a tough opponent. He didn't expect such a powerful spirit in Qing County. However, Heng Zhengyang was no pushover. He still had nearly 80,000 heavenly punishment points. Moreover, he had the Palm Thunder as a trump card, and with the arrival of the sun, he hadn't even used it yet. The reason he wasn't using it now was that he wanted to recruit these 2 spirits. Heng Zhengyang could vaguely guess that the trip to Haizhou a month later would definitely be a life-and-death job. If he could accumulate more strength, he would have a better chance of survival then. Zhengyang, I can barely hold on. Qingmei was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her small face turned pale. Don't worry. I'm here. Heng Zhengyang exchanged 50 thunder talismans at the store and casually tossed them, which all turned to ashes. The thunder clouds began to gather again, seemingly sensing Heng Zhengyang's anxious feelings. This time, there were no flickering arcs of electricity. The bolts of thunder directly began to strike the willow tree spirit in all directions, according to Heng Zhengyang's will. The willow tree spirit seemed to have anticipated this, as the remaining thousands of willow branches surged into the sky, forming an incredibly thick shield of willow branches. All 50 bolts of thunder struck down, yet they were all blocked by the opponent, only breaking a few dozen willow branches. Seeing the thunder clouds gradually dissipate, the willow tree spirit let the remaining willow branches droop down again. Heng Zhengyang noticed that almost all the willow branches had suffered varying degrees of lightning strikes. He never expected that the opponent could preserve a large number of willow branches by constantly changing and interspersing them during the defense. This opponent was too terrifying. Their meticulousness made Heng Zhengyang dare not hold back his strength any longer, although the pressure on Qingmei had somewhat decreased after this round of attacks. Let's not forget that there was still a fully powered horse spirit that had not made a move. He had to quickly deal with these two fairies. Although he might lose two strong allies, it was better than dying here. Qingmei, Yinshu, back off. Yes, master. Oh, okay. A ghost and a fairy quickly took Heng Zhengyang far away from the willow tree spirit. They thought Heng Zhengyang intended to retreat. The opponent clearly thought so too. Want to run? Dream on. The willow tree spirit's emerald green energy boiled all over, and a few seconds later, it suddenly spread out, wrapping the broken willow branches on the ground. Then it slowly flew up, standing upright like a row of arrows. Go! With a soft call from the willow tree spirit, all the willow branches swiftly stabbed towards Heng Zhengyang. Qingmei felt extremely stifled under the opponent's pressure. In a moment of rage, she transformed into her original form. Hiss! A massive 5-meter-long green snake blocked Heng Zhengyang's front. Qingmei flicked her snake tongue, and two young horns gathered energy. Then, she shot out a wave of light composed of lightning, dispersing all the flying willow branches. Following that, the wave of light charged towards the distant willow tree spirit with great momentum. What the heck? Ultraman Binman. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. It's not surprising that he said these untimely words. It really was too similar. The willow tree spirit seemed not to expect that the green plum could fight back, hurriedly twisting its willow branches together to try to block the thunder wave. But it seemed a bit too late. At the critical moment, a hearty male voice came from the sky. Blazing flames, a sea of fire blocked in front of the willow tree spirit, colliding with the thunder wave. Boom! After a violent explosion, a handsome figure was striking a pose, standing in front of the willow tree spirit. It seemed that the horse spirit had made a move. Once the smoke cleared, Heng Zhengyang saw a standing horse pointing at them with its hooves. Damn! A good cultivation opportunity has been ruined by you bunch of bastards. Let me play with you for a bit. The long and primitive horse face opened its mouth, but began to speak eloquently. Heng Zhengyang was a bit confused. What an abstract horse. He really couldn't understand. The horse either had all 4 hooves on the ground or transformed into a human shape and stood like a person. Why did it insist on maintaining the form of 4 hooves while standing like a human? If given the chance, he really wanted to ask the other party. Ding. Exchange for Sunlight Arrival 1. Heavenly punishment points minus 5,000. The moment the prompt sounded, the temperature around suddenly began to rise sharply. It was as if another blazing sun had appeared in the sky. Chapter 19, You Are My Biological Brother TSK. What a scorching feeling. Such pure power of sunlight. The willow tree spirit and the horse spirit exclaimed together. The former was surprised, while the latter's tone was filled with joy. A human with no cultivation could actually wield such powerful heavenly techniques, which truly intrigued the two spirits. However, they quickly realized the severity of the situation. The temperature caused by this new sun had already exceeded the tolerance range of the two spirits. Yet, it showed no sign of stopping its growth. Fortunately, Heng Zhengyang could control the range of the spell, precisely targeting the position near the willow tree. Otherwise, Yinshu might have been directly burned to ashes by this pure solar flame. Boom! 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 The little sun had not yet launched an attack, but some branches of the willow tree spirit had already started to ignite spontaneously. It quickly mobilized its energy, only to find it couldn't extinguish the flames. At the critical moment, the horse spirit took action again. It leaped high, channeling energy to absorb the flames into its body. Wow, so refreshing. Just a few sparks had significantly boosted its cultivation level. Its gaze towards Heng Zhengyang suddenly became fiery. Just then, the little sun in the sky seemed to have gathered enough power. It began to spin rapidly. At the same time, countless flying blades formed from flames condensed out of the little sun. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of fire-red blades fell from the sky. Millions of blade edges rushed towards the two spirits at an extremely fast speed. Sister Lu quickly transformed into human form. The willow tree spirit understood that its original form was too large, and such dense attacks would be equivalent to being cut into thousands of pieces. A flash of green light passed, and its originally massive body instantly shrank into a stunning beauty nearly 175 centimeters tall. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim, indeed. Male demons evolve more towards strength, while female demons evolve more towards beauty. Each one is truly quite extraordinary. What a pity. The fire blade had already reached above the heads of the two demons. This time, the horse spirit didn't dare to absorb anymore, but instead released its crimson energy. The willow tree spirit also condensed its energy, merging it with the horse spirit's energy. The scene at that moment made Heng Zhengyang feel as if he was watching a fantasy drama. He watched as the two spirits were pressed down to one knee by the fire blade. Heng Zhengyang estimated that these two fairies should be gone. Two SS-level fairies. Could they directly give themselves 30,000 heavenly punishment points? That way, he could gather enough for 100,000 heavenly punishment points. If all of it is used to buy Thunderfall talismans to increase proficiency in Qingmei's strength, Qingmei might directly enter SS level. He should also find an opportunity to connect with Xia Linghuai and build a relationship. After all, there is a hidden mission reward at stake. That is currently the only way for him to engage in cultivation. However, what surprised Heng Zhengyang was that he didn't receive any unexpected reward from the system regarding certain celestial beasts. A clear horse's neigh interrupted Heng Zhengyang's thoughts. He saw that the horse was engulfed in ethereal flames all over its body, and its eyes had transformed into a pair of crimson fiery eyes. It was moving quickly, dodging the fire blades that were shooting towards it. The willow tree spirit, transformed into human form, was riding on the horse's back. Wielding a large willow branch, soared with great vigor. The appearance and momentum were comparable to that of an ancient general, majestic and imposing. These two fairies are so cool. Heng Zhengyang murmured. Especially this horse. It is simply the dream horse of all boys. Who could refuse a steed covered in flames? Watching as all the fire blades were dodged by the two demons, Heng Zhengyang panicked, but the little sun in the sky seemed even more anxious. As if its dignity had been violated, it stopped its fiery blade attack and charged straight towards the two fairies. This scene was shocking to the ghosts and demons present. Qingmei and Rong Yanshi couldn't help but think about what would happen if they were hit like that. The horse spirit and the willow spirit clearly showed a moment of daze in their eyes. They had been able to dodge the previous attacks with all their might. But this time, it was truly beyond their ability to withstand. Ding! Exchange for Palm Thunder 1. Heavenly punishment points minus 1,000. Just when everyone thought the two fairies were doomed, Heng Zhengyang suddenly rushed out. He had just tried to control the little sun with his mind, but it seemed ineffective. Perhaps it was related to his lack of proficiency. With no other choice, he could only exchange for Palm Thunder once. Heng Zhengyang stood not far from the two fairies, golden thunder flickering in his palms. You are ruthless. Come on. Besides the suffocating feeling brought by the small sun above his head. The two fairies were also well aware of how powerful the thunder between Heng Zhengyang's palms was. They thought he was trying to deliver a finishing blow, showing a posture of being fearless in the face of death. Seeing that they both had such personalities, Heng Zhengyang understood that as long as he could block this attack, he would be safe. Palm lightning. He initially thought that the thunder would strike the two fairies, but to the surprise of Qingmei and Rong Yanshi, the golden lightning shot straight up and collided with the small sun. Boom! The impact of the two colliding was like 100 tons of TNT exploding, with brilliant flames and smoke billowing into the sky. The powerful shockwave directly destroyed all the flowers, grass, and trees in the entire plain. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the residual force from this power gradually dissipated. In order to protect Heng Zhengyang, Qing Mei exhausted all her energy, unable to maintain her human form and shrinking into a small snake. Despite this, Heng Zhengyang was also affected by the explosion, suffering multiple fractures and injuries all over his body. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Rong Yinshi was forcibly taken into the gourd by Heng Zhengyang. As soon as the explosion ended, the black old ghost and Rong Yinshi quickly flew out of the gourd. The black old ghost supported Heng Zhengyang and began to transfer energy to heal his wounds. Rong Yinshi cradled the unconscious Qing Mei in her arms. A few meters away, the horse spirit and the willow spirit were also exhausted, seemingly powerless as they lay on the ground unable to move. In less than a few seconds, Heng Zhengyang suddenly realized that he felt no pain. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his skin where it was torn, he would have doubted that he had been injured at all. He turned to look at the equally bewildered black old ghost, momentarily speechless. "Master, you are truly a celestial being, blessed by the heavens," the black old ghost exclaimed. His energy could only help Heng Zhengyang temporarily regain some strength. It was impossible to heal his injuries. Heng Zhengyang moved his body a couple of times and found that he was indeed safe and sound. Could it be that his divine son heart was exerting its power? Sure enough, products from his system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Heng Zhengyang arrived in front of the horse spirit and the willow spirit. The two had lost. "You won, so you can do whatever you want," said the horse spirit, who, despite knowing he had lost, still maintained a tough attitude. In contrast, the willow spirit merely shot him a glare and said nothing. She was a girl with a story. Although she appeared just as cold as the initial green plum, it was evident that they were different. The green plum was merely cold on the surface, while longing to connect with others deep down. Therefore, one should first be full of enthusiasm towards her, then appropriately give her some space to make her interested. As for the willow spirit, who had a complex background, one should show their most genuine side. Heng Zhengyang did this very well when he first met her. He was very sincere. First, he dealt with the horse spirit, then slowly approached the willow spirit. "Black old ghost, bring it over." Heng Zhengyang pointed at Ma Jing and then walked aside. "What the hell are you going to do? If you have the guts, just kill me. Woo-woo." Heng Zhengyang made a shushing gesture, and black old ghost immediately sealed the opponent's mouth. After getting away from the willow tree spirit, black old ghost finally released the opponent's confinement. "What do you MLG really want to do?" "Ichi. Brother Ma, can you let me speak first? I heard in MLG, don't want to be promoted to SSS level anymore." Upon hearing this, the horse spirit immediately closed its mouth. "It seems you can still understand words. What do you mean? How could an ordinary little human like you possibly help me reach SSS level? The technique you just used, along with the flames on you when you transformed, indicates that your cultivation attribute is fire. And I guess this fire is related to the sun, right?" Heng Zhengyang pointed to the blazing sun in the sky. Interesting. How do you know? On such a hot day, climbing to such a high place in the middle of the day under the scorching sun. If it's not to absorb the sun's energy, then I can only say you're really idle to a certain extent." He chuckled. "Even if you know, so what?" Ma Jing still looked proud and imposing. "So what? Did you see the spell I just cast? If all the energy inside was absorbed by you, really? My brother." Heng Zhengyang hadn't finished speaking when Ma Jing suddenly jumped up and hugged his thigh. "What are you doing? Let go. Brother, if you can do it. You. Oh no, you are my real brother." "Okay, Ma Jing has done it." Heng Zhengyang smiled faintly. Chapter 20. Kidnapping the little bunny after a pleasant conversation. Ma Jing was dazed by Heng Zhengyang's grandiose talk, feeling as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. Under Heng Zhengyang's temptation, he also revealed the details of his relationship with the willow spirit. "I use the alias Ma Yuan, and Lu Jia's alias is Lu Rushua." That was close, just one character off. Heng Zhengyang felt a sudden chill run down his spine for some unknown reason. The terrifying presence of Emperor Yin was too great. He dared not provoke him. "What do you mean by missing just one word?" Ma Yuan was somewhat puzzled. "It's nothing. You can continue. It was 5 years ago when I was unable to take form and was ridiculed by both my kin and humans wherever I went, so I started to wander around. At that time, I passed by here and saw Sister Lu being besieged by dozens of humans. She was at a critical moment of ascension, and if she got distracted by fighting these humans, she might die on the spot. As a result, she had hundreds of willow branches chopped off, and even some of her auxiliary branches were broken. At that time, seeing that we were both of the same kin and she was in such a miserable situation, I helped her once. Coincidentally, this area received sunlight all day long, and Sister Lu promised to repay me, so I stayed. In fact, like me, she relied on pure natural energy to enhance her strength, but no matter how I asked her, she never revealed what kind of natural attribute she needed. Over time, I got too lazy to ask. It was annoying. Thus, day after day, year after year, for a full 5 years, as long as there was sunlight, I would be lifted high by her. So now, I'm just one step away from reaching SSS level. However, Sister Lu has remained stuck at the mid-level of SS rank and has not improved since. After listening to Ma Yuan's words, Heng Zhengyang understood that this was a fairy with a very distinct attitude towards handling matters. With such a unique fairy who was also a snow beauty, it would be a waste not to bring her under his command. Heng Zhengyang's style of doing things is just like this. As long as it is useful to him, he will do everything he can to fight for even the smallest resource. All right, I understand. Brother Ma, you guys have indeed had a tough time over the years. From now on, let's treat each other like brothers. I guarantee you'll enjoy the good life and also improve your cultivation. That's for sure. Didn't I just say it? I'm with Brother Heng. Great. Then you should take some time to recover from your injuries here, and I'll go talk to Sister Lu. Sure. Call me if anything comes up. If it doesn't work out, I'll help persuade her. All right. Thank you, Brother Ma. Heng Zhengyang cupped his fists in salute, giving Ma Yuan plenty of face. Although his cultivation had greatly improved, he was mocked by his own kind for not being able to transform. And in the human world, he was looked down upon everywhere. If it weren't for his unwillingness to harm the innocent, the places he passed through would have long been a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Lu Rushue was the first of his kind to respect him, and Heng Zhengyang was the first human to treat him seriously. At this moment, an inexplicable happiness suddenly surged in Ma Yuan's heart. This happiness welled up to his eyes and slowly flowed down. Sister Rushue, are you feeling better? Seeing Lu Rushue sitting in meditation, Heng Zhengyang gently asked. The other party merely shot him a cold glance before continuing to close her eyes and cultivate. Damn, even after losing, she's still so arrogant. But master, don't worry. I believe Sister Rushue is not a demon who kills innocents indiscriminately. The black old ghost looked at Heng Zhengyang, who was blinking at him frantically, nodded, and transformed into a wisp of black mist that entered the gourd. It seemed that his master had taken a liking to this demon. Truly, he was wandering amidst a sea of flowers, picking flowers and stirring up trouble. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Heng Zhengyang simply sat beside Lu Rushue and began to talk about his own experiences. Hearing Brother Ma talk about your experiences reminded me of when I first arrived in this world, surrounded by a group of ghosts. At that time, I was forcibly pulled into another realm, and thousands of ghosts were coming at me, an ordinary person. The scene was simply unimaginable. What do you mean? You don't belong to this world? Lu Rushue did not open her eyes, but her clear and cold voice was as melodious as a lark. I accidentally let it slip. You know my secret, but you must keep it confidential for me. Heng Zhengyang chuckled and continued. The place where I am from is called Longhua, which is quite similar to the current human society. But in my more than 20 years of life, I've never seen any monsters or ghosts or anything like that. He started to narrate his experiences in another world. Lu Rushue had also entered human society, so she could easily distinguish between truth and falsehood as soon as she listened. After Heng Zhengyang had been talking nonstop for more than half an hour, Lu Rushue finally opened her bright, beautiful eyes and asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" He replied, "I don't know why, but I just feel a connection with you. I also have some things I want to express, and I apologize for bothering you." Heng Zhengyang choked up a couple of times, quietly wiping away 2 hard-pressed tears. Lu Rushue felt a surge of emotions in her heart. However, she showed no outward signs of action, not even a comforting gesture or a word of consolation. Perhaps what this boy said was true. She had lived in solitude on this land for decades, and upon first entering the human realm and encountering other beings, she was chased away. Subsequently, she had been hunted multiple times. In such circumstances, she felt a sense of sympathy with this boy who had just arrived in this world. Sister Rushue, I understand. Like me, you feel isolated and lonely in this world. Lu Rushue was somewhat surprised that this boy could see through her heart. So, I hope you will join Brother Ma and us to experience the beauty of life in this world together. Of course, even if you are unwilling, I will not force you. In today's battle, you are truly a formidable opponent. Brother Ma and I will often come here to see you. After all, he is your only friend, and I just hope to talk with you more and have some conversations. If one day you decide to leave, that's fine. We are destined to meet again. Heng Zhengyang's attitude was sincere, and every word he said struck a chord with Lu Rushue. He reached out his hands and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, gently gave her a hug before decisively letting go and retreating in the opposite direction. Lu Rushue watched as Heng Zhengyang left, feeling as if something extremely important had been taken away from her. She wanted to reach out and grab him, but he was getting farther away. I will go with you. The moment she said this, even Lu Rushue was a bit shocked. How could she say such a thing? It was truly inappropriate. Really? Ruduye, that's wonderful. Ruduye, you should take a break. I'll go tell Brother Ma this good news. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes again. The tears of the big bad wolf are meant to deceive the little white rabbit. Thus, Heng Zhengyang effectively took control of all the top powerhouses of the Ghost Clan and Monster Clan in Qingshan County. The Black Old Ghost was about to break through to SS rank, and Ma Yuan was only one step away from SSS rank. A month later, he would probably have a luxurious combat team consisting of 1 SSS-level fairy, 2 SS-level fairies, and 2 SS-level ghost spirits. With control, damage output, survival skills, speed, and a battle-hardened conductor, he could basically sit back and use Thunderstrike talismans to collect residual health, thereby infinitely gaining heavenly punishment points to evolve the system. Ding. Host brother, please continue to impart your experience. I can still remember, in the future, to connect with other systems and reach the pinnacle of the system. It's all up to you. What the heck? In Heng Zhengyang's mind, it seemed that a figure was furiously writing. The title appeared to say, How to Kidnap a Little Rabbit. Chapter 21. Serve me to a score of 100. Due to extreme fatigue, Heng Zhengyang brought the group of demons to the nearby Qingyan Manor. The ones speaking were the 2 sisters in Qipao with bun hairstyles who had previously brought Heng Zhengyang to the villa's reception room. They were part of the maid staff. It seemed that Li Tianyi had specifically instructed them. In this manner, whether it was the butler or the servants, even when encountering an abstract figure like Ma Yuan, although their expressions were somewhat unnatural, they still maintained respect for the guests. Ma Yuan was very pleased. Heng Zhengyang was also very satisfied. As expected of someone from Dazhou, even the servants had seen the world. It seemed that they noticed Heng Zhengyang and the others were very tired. The housekeeper quickly instructed the servants to lead everyone to different rooms to rest. Heng Zhengyang was naturally brought to the master bedroom by the 2 sisters in Qipao. Looking at this room, which was even larger than the 2-bedroom apartment he had before, Heng Zhengyang felt a bit sad. After a busy half a lifetime, he realized it was not as good as befriending a few wealthy individuals. Lying in bed being attended to by 2 women gave him a feeling akin to lying on a cloud, soft, comfortable, and relaxed. However, the 2 women did not leave. Instead, they were massaging his arms and thighs. The pressure was just right, and their technique was superb, as if all the fatigue in his body was being released. It felt so good that Heng Zhengyang almost wanted to scream. Fortunately, he held it in. What are your names? Master, my name is Yin-Meng. Master, my name is Luoxiang. Yin-Meng, Luoxiang, good names, good names. Heng Zhengyang murmured, feeling himself sinking deeper and deeper in an extremely comfortable state, until he finally fell into a deep sleep. Master? Master? Heng Zhengyang woke up in a daze. Outside the 3 floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun was gradually setting in the west. The girl in a Qipao with a blue bun beside him handed over her phone. Master, Mr. Huang is calling you. Oh, okay, thank you, Yin. Meng. In Heng Zhengyang's memory, it seems that she was called this name. You're welcome, Master. I have nothing else to do here. You can go down and rest first. Yes, Master. The 2 sisters in Qipao slowly exited the room. Heng Zhengyang answered the phone that had been vibrating in his hand. Yangzi, We're about to leave. Should I go to your house to pick you up? Huh? Oh, no need. I'm not home. I'm on my way there now. All right. See you later at room 205. Hi to restaurant. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Heng Zhengyang shook his head, and his mind finally cleared up a bit. Heng Zhengyang walked out of the room and found that Yun-Ming and Luoxiang were not resting, but waiting outside the door. Let's go. Take me to see what others are doing. Yes, master. They took the elevator to the first-floor living room. Qing Mei and Lu Rushue were sitting together, whispering something. It looked very harmonious, and everyone seemed to be at peace. Who would have thought that just a few hours ago, both sides were still at odds with each other? I need to go out for a bit. You could just relax here, eat, play, and sleep as you like. No problem, bro. Ma Yuan looked at Heng Zhengyang with a hoarse face and even saluted with his hoof. Lu Rushue nodded and said nothing more. Qing Mei looked at Heng Zhengyang, whose face looked weak, and asked, "Where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you?" Heng Zhengyang looked at Qing Mei's pale little face and felt a pang of heartache. He didn't even realize that he could speak so gently. Don't worry. At this moment, the external affairs butler stepped forward. Young Master Heng, your vehicle and driver have been arranged. Considering the time, which is prone to traffic jams, I've already coordinated with the relevant parties to ensure a smooth journey for you. I've also contacted the restaurant. You and your friends will have a chance to win a free meal through a lottery. You can have any dishes you like prepared. Wow, so this is what the external affairs butler does. Isn't this like having his own Alfred? Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Young Master Heng, you don't need to be so polite. Heng Zhengyang followed Yun-Ming into a single dressing room that was about 60 square meters. Young Master, we have prepared hairstyles, clothing, and accessories that match the environment for your gathering tonight. Please change. Okay, this is really thoughtful. It's the first time in my life that someone is helping me change clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, as if he had been completely transformed, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh again that being rich is great. If you're not satisfied or have any needs, please let me know, Yun-Ming said respectfully, placing her hands on her abdomen after finishing his hairstyle. No need, I'm very satisfied. After this makeover, Heng Zhengyang's attractiveness increased a few notches. Although he wasn't as strikingly handsome as a supermodel, he was definitely among the more recognizable types in the general public. He followed Yun-Ming again to a delicate glass door outside. Yun-Ming placed one hand on the control panel beside it. In an instant, it seemed as if the glass door had been activated and images of cars began to rotate on the screen. Master, young Master Li has updated the new smart car elevator system for you. You only need to select the vehicle on the screen. Oh, great. Heng Zhengyang stepped forward and found 4 cars on display in a loop, a Bugatti Chiron and a beastly Night 15. The other 2 cars had not been mentioned by that person last time. They were 2 luxury sedans, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Bentley Mulsanne. It seemed that Li Tianyi had also considered the need to attend a banquet. Since there was no need to trek through mountains, of course, he would choose a supercar. Although this seemed a bit ostentatious, what was there to feel uncomfortable about when it was others who were jealous and envious? Heng Zhengyang clicked on the Bugatti Night model. Whoosh! A voice came from the glass door as the pristine white floor began to retract to the sides. Dear Master, your vehicle, the Bugatti Night, is being prepared. Wishing you a thrilling journey through the stars and a leap to the peak. Sound great. I love it. I didn't expect to receive such compliments before driving. The Bugatti Night slowly rose from the ground, rotating gently. Under the silver lighting, the entirely black car body appeared so deep and captivating. Heng Zhengyang fell in love at first sight. Master, do you need a driver? No, I can drive myself. Okay. Yiming didn't question whether an 18-year-old high school student could drive because it wasn't something she could consider. Even if Heng Zhengyang was looking for trouble, she had to accompany him. The glass door opened, and Heng Zhengyang rushed to the front of the car eagerly, only to realize that he didn't seem to have a driver's license in this life. Confused, Yiming walked over and asked him to wait a moment before entering a hidden door in the garage. When she came out again, her hair was down, and she had changed into a short, high-end, luxury dress. A pair of flawless, beautiful legs were fully exposed. She approached Heng Zhengyang holding 2 small booklets. These are the documents prepared by young Master Li for you. Yiming arrived at the driver's side, opened the door, and knelt on the ground, adjusting the seat for Heng Zhengyang. Once everything was in place, she stood up to indicate that Heng Zhengyang could get into the car. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang seemed to have finally adapted to her meticulous care and quickly slipped into the car without saying much. YIN-YANG took a seat in the passenger side. Are you going to? Master, for your safety, you can choose whether or not you need someone to accompany you during driving each time. Since no one is driving with you today, do you need me to accompany you while driving? Sure, let's go. With such a obedient beauty accompanying him in the car, only a fool would refuse. Heng Zhengyang fastened his seatbelt and started the vehicle. The buzzing roar of the engine made Heng Zhengyang's blood boil with excitement. Indeed, the charm of the internal combustion engine's sound waves was enough to bring one to a climax. As night fell, the Bugatti glided down the street like a shadow. Chapter 22. Provocation. Wow. Look at that car. So cool. I saw it on a video. It seems to be called the Bugatti Voiture Noire. And it's worth over 100 million, with only a few in the world. Wow. Which rich kid from which state is here to experience life in our county? Who knows? Sigh. I'm so envious. On the street, the Bugatti supercar flashed by and drove into the head.An restaurant. Both guests and waiters stopped in their tracks, eager to witness the demeanor of the owner of this top-tier supercar. Top. YIN-YANG walked over in high heels to the driver's side. Heng Zhengyang had just gotten out of the car. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the restaurant. The leader came up and grabbed his hand, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. Heng, my brother, I've been waiting for your grand arrival. Heng Zhengyang had already noticed when the other party arrived that it was none other than Chung Yunfan's wealthy father, Chung Feng. Brother Chung, why did you come personally? I didn't know this was your family's property. Sorry for the disturbance. Hey, what do you mean disturbance? Come on, let's talk as we walk. Chung Feng said while pulling Heng Zhengyang's hand and leading him inside. Master, I'll wait for you in the car. If YIN-YANG followed closely, calling him master repeatedly, Huang Xian's family might feel a bit awkward. The fact that the other party suggested staying in the car indicated that he was a sensible subordinate. With 7 or 8 bodyguards following them, Heng Zhengyang and Chung Feng happily made their way to the second floor of the Haitian restaurant. The other party accompanied him to the door of the room, clearly indicating that his butler had informed them. Brother Heng, I won't disturb you in your friend's dinner. If you need anything, just call me. All right. Chung Feng continued upstairs. The Haitian restaurant has a total of 4 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the consumption level. The fact that Huang Xian's father could reserve a table on the second floor showed that he was indeed doing much better now. 2 waiters opened the door to room 205, and Heng Zhengyang walked in to see Huang Xian's family. After some pleasantries, Huang Xian called the waiter at the entrance to start ordering dishes. During the meal, Heng Zhengyang heard a lot of concern in the words of this family. He couldn't share his current situation with them just yet. If Huang Xian really planned to continue living in Qingshan County, then with Chung Feng and Shinbin's care, plus Su Mingyuan's special attention, Heng Zhengyang believes that they can live this life peacefully and happily. After all, he has uprooted all the demon and ghost tribes in Qingshan County. As for the demons and monsters, their strength is relatively weak. So even if other races rise up later, Qingshan County is temporarily safe. Of course, this is just his assumption. No one can predict what will happen in the future. No problem. Uncle Huang, take it slow. Ha, I'm Fine. Just this little bit of alcohol. Of course. Well, has my Uncle Huang ever gotten drunk? I'm just worried that the ground isn't level. That's all. You little rascal. Although he knows Heng Zhengyang is just trying to cheer him up, it still makes him inexplicably happy. This young man seems to have become more articulate and even more handsome than before. What a nice kid. Huang Diu thought to himself as he staggered out of the room. Mom, look at my dad. He's not close to me at all. Huang Xian joked, hearing that his father only wanted to drink with Heng Zhengyang and didn't he mention him at all. What nonsense are you talking about? You should drink less. Have you forgotten the last time you sang on the street after drinking 2 cans of beer? Before Huang's mother could say anything, Heng Zhengyang chimed in. After saying that, Heng Zhengyang even mimicked Huang Xian's appearance, making Huang's mother laugh heartily. Huang Xian quickly rushed over to pull him, and the two started to play around. But suddenly, they heard a crisp sound from outside. Clap. Are your eyes on your butt? Can't you see our General Zhao is coming downstairs? Get out of the way. Sorry. General Zhao. Sorry. The playful noise inside the room instantly stopped. It seemed to be Uncle Huang's voice. Heng Zhengyang quickly pushed the door open and ran out, with Huang Xian closely following behind. Huang Xian's mother also peeked her head outside. Upon seeing that it really was her husband, she hurriedly rushed over to help Huang Diyu, who was lying on the ground. Huang Xian angrily ran up to those people and questioned, "What right do you have to hit someone?" Heng Zhengyang also arrived at the stairs. He glanced around. At the end of the corridor was a restroom, and in the middle was the staircase. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a simple matter of giving way? A sycophant wanted to show loyalty and took a step forward. This person is one of the shareholders of YIN-YANG Group. With your lowly status, do you really think you can block our way? Don't say we'll just slap you today. We could ensure you can't survive in Qingshan County tomorrow with just a word, since you refuse to reason, randomly hitting people and making threats. We don't want to say much more to you. We'll call the police. Ha ha, seeing Huang Xian's serious expression, those people burst into laughter. Son, stop talking. Hurry and let them go. The person referred to as General Zhao, Zhao Yunbua, pushed the sycophant aside and walked forward. You seem to have just been promoted to manager today, right? I remember you. Yes, General Zhao. I was transferred to our. You've been fired. With one sentence from Zhao Yunbua, Huang Diyu, who had just climbed to the top, was kicked into an abyss. No, General Zhao, I beg you. My son was just joking. Huang Xian quickly apologized to General Zhao. Apologize? If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? Isn't your son the one who wants to call the police? Do it now. Hurry and report. The sycophant jumped out again. What is wrong, not reporting? Then I'll give this old man a good lesson and let his son know what he should and shouldn't say. The man rubbed his hands and walked towards Huang Xian. For a moment, Huang Xian didn't dare to move. He knew he was in big trouble. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunbua and his group were ready to enjoy a good show after drinking. It had been a long time since anyone dared to confront them like this. Dad, what are you doing? Why aren't you in the car yet? Mom is getting anxious. Just as Huang Xian was about to be hit and Heng Zhengyang was about to take action, a young girl in a white princess dress suddenly appeared in the crowd. When Huang Xian saw her, it was as if he had grabbed a lifeline, and he shouted loudly, "Zhao Qianqian, do you remember me? And Heng Zhengyang, can you help persuade your dad not to fire my dad, your classmate?" Zhao Yunbo raised an eyebrow and asked his daughter beside him. Zhao Qianqian clearly recognized Huang Xian, but her next sentence made the hearts of Huang Xian's family drop into an ice pit again. "Sorry, I don't know you. You kid, you're quite good at climbing the social ladder, huh?" The sycophant swung his hand towards Huang Xian. The next moment, however, the man flew backward, lying on the ground while spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, unconscious. The crowd looked to Huang Xian in surprise. He was still kneeling on the ground, but in front of him stood a handsome young man, as if he had just stepped into something dirty. "Xiaoyang, you've landed yourself in big trouble. Quickly take Huang Xian away. I'm here with your Aunt Lu. Huang Xian, go help the uncle and aunt up. Leave this to me." Huang Xian looked puzzled and hesitated. Heng Zhengyang looked at him, his eyes full of seriousness. "Trust me. Go quickly." "All right," Huang Xian replied, and ran to the back to help his parents up from the ground. Huang Diyu still wanted to defend Heng Zhengyang, but saw him directly approach Zhao Yunbua. Slap! A loud slap sent Zhao Yunbua flying. Now it's fair. Zhao Yunbua's subordinates didn't expect that this young man dared to hit Zhao Yunbua. "Zhao Zong, are you okay? Zhao Zong." They all rushed to Zhao Yunbua's side, carefully helping him up and asking. Zhao Qianqian looked at the young man in front of her, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar, but she just couldn't remember who he was. "Are you all dead? Get him. Kill him." "Yes, Zhao Zong." A few people surrounded Heng Zhengyang, but they saw that there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled and mocked them. "What's wrong? Afraid to come up?" Everyone failed to notice that wisps of black mist were slowly drifting out from the gourd on his chest, entering his body. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang felt incredibly strong, as if he had been possessed, yet he could freely control his body. Heng Zhengyang took the lead, and with what seemed like a simple punch, sent one person crashing through the wall. The others seemed to sense something was wrong and tried to escape, but now it was too late. Chapter 23. The appearance of the demon class in the corridor of the second floor of the Hai-Tian restaurant, heads poked out from various rooms. Who is this person? How dare he provoke the second-in-command of the YIN-YANG Group in Qingshan County, taking down so many people by himself? He's quite a tough character. But what good is a tough character? The Yin Phone Group is just a subsidiary of the Tian Phone Group, which is owned by Cheng Feng, the richest man in Qingshan County. Oh no, this young man is probably done for. Wait, isn't this guy the one who just arrived in a supercar? Heng Zhengyang took the wet wipes handed to him by Yun-Ming and wiped the bloodstains off his hands. This girl sensed something was wrong the moment there was a stir from above. When she went upstairs, she happened to see Heng Zhengyang finishing off this group of people. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit excited at this moment. Although it was borrowed power, that feeling was truly exhilarating. He wondered if, after joining the cultivation ranks, he could become like the legendary figures from his past life, soaring through the sky and achieving anything. Remember, if you need anything, just come to me directly. My name is Heng Zhengyang. After warning the other party, he threw the wet wipe away. The wet wipe landed with a slap right on Zhao Yunbu's face. Very well. Heng Zhengyang, I remember you. Zhao Yunbu gritted his teeth and sneered, squeezing out a few words through his clenched teeth. Heng Zhengyang? Isn't he that dog-like classmate of mine? Zhao Qianqian felt a bit incredulous. She finally saw a hint of familiarity in his features. Wasn't he a dead fat guy before? How did he become so handsome and so impressive? Who was the girl standing next to him? Zhao Qianqian had countless questions in her mind. Who was making trouble on my territory? 7 or 8 bodyguards pushed the onlookers aside, and Cheng Feng strode in. When he saw his brother-in-law lying on the ground, his anger flared even more. Yunbu, who did this to you? Tell me. Brother-in-law, you finally made it. Brother-in-law, it's him. Zhao Yunbu pointed to Heng Zhengyang, who was about to turn and leave. This dog not only injured all my men, but also ruined our business. Cheng Feng looked around, his gaze first landing on the smashed private room and some damaged displays. Then his eyes followed Zhao Yunbu's finger to lock onto the figure he was pointing at. This outfit. Cheng is indeed a protective person. Otherwise, should we settle the score from the last time with your son today? Heng Zhengyang turned around with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, looking at Cheng Feng. Yun-Ming, on the other hand, had a cold gaze, with a hint of murderous intent hidden within. Heng brother, how come you're here to join the fun too? Cheng Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong. When he first arrived on the second floor, he was actually considering whether to check Heng Zhengyang's private room. If the other party was safe and sound, he would figure out how to handle the situation. But upon seeing his own people injured and his restaurant smashed like this, his temper flared up, and he couldn't hold back his anger. I'm certainly not here to join the fun. I started this commotion myself. Heng Zhengyang openly admitted. Everyone disperse. What are you looking at? This is our family matter. Disperse. Cheng Feng thought about driving everyone away first, then discussing the matter with Heng Zhengyang. But who would have thought that before the current trouble was resolved, Zhao Yunbu would bring him a new mess? Who called the police? I did. It was me. Zhao Yunbu jumped up and shouted. You're Captain Zhang's subordinates? Yes, if you have anything to say, you can say it loudly. Zhao Yunbu immediately understood and shouted. We were eating at our own restaurant. We didn't provoke anyone. And this person came up and slapped me, then injured all of us. The 2 police officers were clearly surprised. One person knocked down 7. They were surprised, but they still had to follow orders from above. The 2 police officers approached Heng Zhengyang and directly handcuffed him without further ado. Sir, you are suspected of causing a disturbance in a public place. Please come with us. However, Yun-Ming directly pushed the 2 police officers away. Heng Zhengyang was taken aback. It seemed that none of the people Li Tianyi had arranged were easy to deal with. This seemingly frail woman, Yun-Ming, was actually able to push away 2 adult men with one hand. As for what other skills she possessed, he would have to uncover them slowly. What are you doing? Attacking the police? The 2 police officers immediately drew their batons, warning Yun-Ming. Unrelated personnel, step aside immediately, or we will use force according to the law. Yun-Ming's palms began to emit a blue light. It appeared that she was also a cultivator. Yun-Ming, let it go. Step back. Yes, master. Yun-Ming obediently stepped aside, not because she wanted Heng Zhengyang to be taken away, but because the right people had arrived. From the crowd, 3 more individuals pushed their way in. All 3 had graying hair. 2 wore administrative jackets and had kind expressions, while one, dressed in police uniform, had 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulder, indicating his high position in the police department. The 2 police officers immediately stood at attention and saluted. County Chief Wu, Secretarian, Director Wang. The two middle-aged men in administrative jackets merely greeted the police officers with a casual hello before walking straight up to Heng Zhengyang. The middle-aged man, referred to as the director by the police, was visibly angry, loudly reprimanding them. "Where's your captain, who allowed you to handcuff ordinary citizens? What crime has he committed?" The two police officers quickly reported, but when asked if they had investigated and gathered evidence, they fell silent. "So there's nothing? Get Zhang Lei to come over here." He turned to Heng Zhengyang, extending his arm. Heng Zhengyang quickly jogged a few steps forward to greet them. "Yes, you two are the esteemed county head Wu and secretarian, who are highly regarded by the people of Qingshan County, right? Ha ha ha. We're just doing our best to fulfill our responsibilities." Although it was their first meeting with Heng Zhengyang, the two had a good impression of him. "We need leaders like you two. I believe you both will go on to achieve even greater things in the future and benefit more people." Heng Zhengyang's words truly resonated with both of them. They were not young anymore, and their current wish was to take things a step further. "So we'll take your good words as a blessing. Haha." After a brief conversation with Heng Zhengyang, the county police criminal investigation team, leader Zhang Lei, rushed over. Zhao Yunbua quickly gave Cheng Feng a look, signaling him to destroy the surveillance footage as soon as possible. This would make things unclear, which would be very beneficial for him. Upon learning that it was Heng Zhengyang who had a conflict with his brother-in-law, he had already decided to abandon his brother-in-law, although he was somewhat of a door-in and would have a hard time with his maternal family afterwards. It was nothing compared to offending Heng Zhengyang or the Li family from Haizhou. Not to mention that all the big shots from the county had gathered in the county town. Trying to be clever would be courting death. Before Police Chief Wang's son could speak, Secretary and had already started to sternly criticize Zhang Lei. What mistake had this comrade made? Was he disobeying a summons? Or was he a major criminal? What right do you have to put handcuffs on him? Have you clearly understood the situation? No facts, no basis. Are you people police officers or lackeys of illegal merchants? Yes, it's all our fault. And LeCun then said to Wang's son, Director Wang, "I hope you can investigate the matter clearly within half an hour. If the people deserve to be cleared, then clear them. Don't wrong good people." And LeCun was clearly biased towards Heng Zhengyang, but they dared not say anything. They could only nod humbly and promise to get to the bottom of it as soon as possible. Don't be fooled by the politeness in the other party's words. In his helplessness, Director Wang could only personally lead his subordinates to investigate. Meanwhile, Heng Zhengyang suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his eyes. The eye of divine punishment had unexpectedly activated by itself. As Heng Zhengyang's gaze moved, he saw a strange creature inside LeCun's body. The creature was completely black, about the size of an infant, with a pair of bat wings on its back. It looked extremely disgusting. Ding! Detected that the host has discovered a demon-type entity. Killing it will unlock the introduction in the guide. Heng Zhengyang felt a chill down his back. The head of the county was actually possessed by a demon. So what about this city? Heng Zhengyang looked at the crowd huddled together, and it scared him so much that he sat down on the ground. To his shock, 80% of the people here were already possessed by demons. The demons within them varied in form and were located in different parts of their bodies. It was terrifying. He had always thought that Qingshan County was a pure land, but he never expected that these demons had long since taken control of the entire county town. He turned his gaze towards Huang Xian's family, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Chapter 24, Are You Waving? Secretarian, Director Wu, the matter has been clarified. It is indeed, as Heng Zhengyang said, he is innocent. So, those who should be released can be let go, and those who should be caught must be apprehended. Yes, of course. At this moment, the second floor of the head.An restaurant had already been cleared. At Heng Zhengyang's suggestion, Huang Xian took his parents and left the place. Huang Diyu had been slapped and then thrown to the ground. He needed to go to the hospital for his injuries. Since just now, Heng Zhengyang had been sitting silently in his chair. The rest would be left to Director Wang and the others. I believe they will handle it well after this lesson. All right, then I thank all the leaders for personally coming here for this small matter today. Hey, that's not what we meant. We all know you have a special mission, and all we can do is this. And LeCun patted his shoulder and comforted him. Director Wu also smiled and said, although we don't know exactly what you are doing, your contributions are definitely much greater than what we old fellows can do. At this moment, Zhao Yunbua and his group were being escorted out by the police who had come to support. He was completely sober now, but was still shouting that he was innocent. Brother-in-law, you can't just leave me alone. Have you forgotten how my family helped you? You traitor. You actually helped outsiders against me. Officer, it really wasn't my fault. Please let me go. Zhao Yunbua's wife and daughter were also pleading desperately from the side. But the law is merciless. Disturbing the peace cannot be escaped. Heng Zhengyang only needs to cooperate with the investigation because it is a case of legitimate defense. Heng Zhengyang, do you still remember me? I am Zhao Zhangqian. I remember you liked me, prepared gifts for my birthday, and brought me breakfast every day. Although I rejected you, it was because I felt we were both high school students and should focus on our studies. I know I always ignored you, but isn't it because you asked me too frequently? I was wrong in this matter, but putting the facts aside, weren't you also at fault? Can we forgive each other? I know you were trying to get back at me. Please talk to them and let my dad go. I am willing to give you a chance to continue bringing me breakfast. Zhao Qianqian's words stunned everyone present, looking at Heng Zhengyang in silence. No one could tell what was true or false, and the action to take Zhao Yunbua away was also paused. Yes, my daughter and her classmates. They're old friends. It's just a joke between kids, and I was just teasing him. This directly put everyone present in a difficult position. If this is true, then they really have a problem on their hands. Little brother, is everything she said true? Wang's son asked tentatively. Heng Zhengyang, are you really that heartless? Was your affection for me all fake? Zhao Qianqian cried out in despair, making it seem like the two had a broken relationship. In reality, she was just upset because her father was taken away. Heng Zhengyang turned his head and said indifferently, sorry, I don't know you. After that, he left the head.An restaurant in the company of the county chief, the secretary, and Yunming. Late at night, Heng Zhengyang sat by the roadside and took a swig of beer. The words of the two leaders kept echoing in his mind. Special mission, contributions made. He was actually a person who only sought profit. While achieving his goals, he also wanted to realize some personal value. But in the end, he found that his efforts seemed to be worthless. He recalled how much importance Xia Linghuai and Li Tianyi placed on him. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed, especially since Yunming was still by his side. This made him experience an unprecedented sense of frustration. He sat there for an entire night, drinking throughout and watching the world go by. The frantic delivery workers, the overtime office employees, the men and women in bars drinking to the point of vomiting, the motorcycle youths racing down the streets, and the cleaners tidying up. Most people had indeed been parasitized by the demons. Just as he was feeling lost, the sun in the east began to rise gradually. The sky brightened, and a streak of clouds was illuminated brightly by the sunlight. Heng Zhengyang suddenly stood up, staring intently at that cloud. The cloud seemed to take the shape of a great man, waving at him from the horizon. No way. He fumbled the bottle of wine in his hand, which fell and shattered on the ground. Memories from his past life suddenly surged back. The words eliminate all harmful creatures flashed through his mind. Heng Zhengyang slowly raised his right hand, waving to salute the cloud. However, he found that the cloud had already vanished. Yet his passion seemed to be reignited. Perhaps every traveler with a system is the embodiment of all ordinary people's yearning for a better life in that world. This is their special mission. Who are you greeting? Yunming asked in confusion. Yes, master. Heng Zhengyang slept until the afternoon before finally waking up. He turned his head and suddenly noticed Qingmei lying beside him, looking worried. Her complexion had clearly improved a lot. You finally woke up. I heard you drank all night on the street yesterday? Yeah, I found something out yesterday and felt a bit uncomfortable. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, Qingmei hugged him tightly with concern. Next time you want to drink, can you call me to accompany you? Of course. Heng Zhengyang rubbed Qingmei's long hair. This little fairy might always be a bit slow in her thinking, but she was very understanding. The phone rang, and Heng Zhengyang picked it up to take a glance. Xia Linghuai, what does she want to call me for? Hello, Miss Xiao, what can I do for you? I came to Qingshan County to find you. Why aren't you at home? You? Came to Qingshan County to find me? What's going on? You're our key focus, so I'm here to ensure your safety. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly tell me where you are. Just wait there. I'll have someone come to pick you up. Oh, Chongqing City? Li Tianyi sent me. You. Before Xia Linghuai could finish her scolding, Heng Zhengyang had already hung up the phone. Yunming, are you outside? The bedroom door opened, and Luo Xiang walked in wearing a red qipao. Master, Yin-Yang went out to handle some matters from last night on your behalf, as well as the fact that you didn't go to school to request leave today. Oh, okay. Luo Xiang, please arrange for a driver to pick up a girl named Xia Linghuai from my previous residence. Understood, Master. Luo Xiang slightly bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. Get up, call everyone together. I have something to discuss with them. Okay, Qingmei replied, but her delicate white foot was still playfully rubbing against Heng Zhengyang's thigh. Heng Zhengyang smiled knowingly and quickly grabbed her ankle. You little tormentor. An hour later, Heng Zhengyang and Qing she walked down the stairs together. Xia Linghuai had already been waiting in the main living room. Ma Yuan and Lu Ruxue were nowhere to be found. The beautiful Xia has graced my humble abode. Truly a delight. Xia Linghuai crossed her arms over her chest, her legs crossed, staring with a face full of questions at the handsome man and beautiful woman walking down from upstairs. Heng Zhengyang, what, don't you recognize me? It's only been a few days. How have you changed so much? Surprised? Unexpected? Ha ha, hee. Xia Linghuai shot a glance at Qingmei and sneered, surprised. Unexpected. All right, let us stop joking around. I actually need you to coordinate a bit with the Otherworld Bureau of Qingshan County. Where are Luo Xiang, Brother Ma, and Sister Ruxue? Mr. Ma is sunbathing by the pool outside, and Miss Lu is meditating in the yoga room. Please help me call them to the meeting room. All right, Master, let us go. Heng Zhengyang made a gesture of invitation to Xia Linghuai. Xia Linghuai stood up and said sarcastically, Is a young master of Hengda living a good life now? It seems you can change your girlfriend every day. Heng Zhengyang smiled faintly, ignoring it, and walked towards the conference room with Qingmei. Xia Linghuai felt an inexplicable surge of anger and stomped her foot to catch up. In the county government building, in the secretary's office, Likun timidly opened a hidden door. Inside was pitch black. It seemed as if something was writhing in the darkness. How is the plan progressing? A vast voice echoed in the dark, and Likun's pupils turned completely black. When the time comes, I will give you some, allowing you to become an independent demon outside of me. Thank you, Master. Again. Chapter 25 Perfect prediction today. Everyone present, although not of the same kind, shares a common goal, to live freely in this world. We are all beings of Blue Star, each one an indispensable existence. Well said. Clap, clap, clap. Although others felt a bit moved, no one compared to Ma Yuan, so he directly entered applause mode. Only under Heng Zhengyang's hint did he quickly stop. Everyone should have coexisted peacefully, helping each other, until last night when I discovered that nearly 80% of the human population in Qing County has already been parasitized by demons. What does this mean? It means that the other races want to completely exterminate humanity. Heng Zhengyang's expression was serious at this moment, completely different from his usual sunny and gentle demeanor. The 3 demons and 2 ghosts in the room were shocked, mixed with a hint of fear. This was because Heng Zhengyang was not talking about the demon race, but about the other races. All 5 of them belonged to the other races. Xia Linghuai's face alternated between joy and worry. She was happy that Heng Zhengyang truly had the ability to see through the disguises of the other races. However, she was worried that if what the other party said was true, then what about other counties, other cities, and other states? Had all their efforts in the Otherworld Bureau over the years been in vain? During the time spent together, although it had only been a few days, I could feel the sincerity of each person towards me. Therefore, all of you are special to me. I have been alone since childhood. My parents passed away early, so everyone feels more like my special family. Heng Zhengyang's move of first suppressing and then rising could be described as stabbing a knife into the opponent's heart. Master, no need to say more. Just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Hey, Lao Gui shouted as he slammed the table and stood up. I acknowledge you as my master. You are my eternal master, and I will never betray you. Rong Yinshi said softly, her eyes filled with affection. Qingmei and Ma Yuan also expressed their support. Lu Ruxue even unusually consoled them, saying, No matter what decision you make, we will support you. Good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now, let's discuss the first question. What exactly are the plans of the 4 clans from the other world regarding the human realm? Is it extermination or enslavement? Heng Zhengyang's expression was serious. Rong Yunshu and my Yuan's expressions suddenly changed. It seemed that this ghost and demon knew some inside information. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Heng Zhengyang was not in a hurry. He had already said what he needed to say. Next, it was up to these ghostly beings to decide. Would they be of a different heart, as the saying goes, or would they follow him wholeheartedly? Master, actually. Rong Yunshu stood up, looking as if she was ready to face death. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ma Yuan quickly covered her mouth. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to blow outside. The brightly lit conference room was instantly plunged into darkness. Then there was a dead silence. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before the lights came back on. Master, it's fine now. Heng Zhengyang raised his hand to signal Rong Yunshu to stop. He began to connect the novels and films he had seen in his past life with all the events happening in this life, summarizing some situations for himself. That is to say, the other world has its own rules, akin to human taboos that cannot be touched. For example, in his past life, there were traditions like not sticking chopsticks upright in rice, and the taboo of incense sticks being two short and one long. Violating these taboo rules would lead to being eroded by an unknown force, commonly referred to as retribution. These matters are bound by certain rules, and once mentioned, one would be erased by an unknown power, right? Rong Yunshu and my Yuan both nodded. It seemed he had guessed correctly. So, the powerful beings who set these rules in the other world still cannot come to the human world? A ghost and a demon nodded again. That means when these beings descend into the human world, it will be when the human world has completely collapsed. And their task given to you is to achieve this goal, right? Rong Yunshu and Ma Yuan waved their hands this time, but their eyes were filled with admiration. This was enough to show that Heng Zhengyang's speculation was completely correct. All right, I have a clear idea in my mind. Next, we need to discuss how to eliminate all these demons. When Heng Zhengyang no longer mentioned that topic, Rong Yunshu and Ma Yuan finally sighed in relief. The other ghosts and demons also felt a bit relaxed for some unknown reason, as if something that had been spying on them had suddenly withdrawn. I am not particularly familiar with demons, as they occupy the lowest position among the four clans. They neither seek opportunities like ghosts and demons, nor directly hunt humans like monsters, relying on blood and flesh to ascend. Instead, they sneakily parasitize within human bodies. Are they really just simple parasites? While observing these demons, I found that most of them had similar appearances, with some being completely identical. Heng Zhengyang felt that Rong Yunshu's perspective was somewhat one-sided. The other party was definitely not simply parasitic. What were their intentions in being so despicable? Was it merely to curl up inside a human body? If not, then why didn't they immediately absorb nutrients and switch to another human to continue feeding and become stronger? During my travels, I once encountered a demon, and at that time, the demon seemed to be parasitizing a very beautiful girl. Are you talking about a mare? He Laogai asked in disbelief. With Ma Yuan's appearance, how could he possibly attract a beautiful girl at first sight? No, Ma Yuan quickly refuted. She was just a very beautiful, very pure girl, and she was wearing. Brother Ma, get to the point. Heng Zhengyang was waiting to analyze the situation, and it seemed that Ma Yuan was going to lead him into a trap. Ahem, sorry. Later, I found out that the girl had fluctuations of energy in her lower abdomen. I also used my energy to force that demon out. But before I could take action, that demon vanished in the blink of an eye. And then, I remember that night, a very enchanting girl ambushed me. She had wings on her back and a pair of horns on her head. Fortunately, I ran fast. That guy was very powerful and once controlled. One couldn't move at all. Horns? Wings? Very enchanting. Goodness, a succubus is also a demon, right? Does anyone else have anything to add about demon types? Hey Laogai doesn't care about anything. Qingmei is completely obsessed with searching for thunder and lightning. Lu Rushue has been staying in that plane for years. These three probably really don't have a clue about anything. Heng Zhengyang looked at Xiaolinghuai, the people from the Jingzhou headquarters. Surely they can't be completely unaware of the other races. Xiaolinghuai noticed Heng Zhengyang was looking at her and helplessly said, "Demon types are good at hiding and are not easily detected. The intelligence we've gathered shows that they're insidious, cunning, and have a strong sense of territory." Sense of territory? Elaborate on that. Heng Zhengyang had a vague answer in his mind, but he still wanted to confirm it. They seem to have a very strong attitude towards the humans they chose to parasitize. We had seen in incident reports that when a demon occupied a powerful human body, if other demons wanted to plunder, they would immediately control their parasitized human to self-harm through various means such as fractures, amputations, and so on. The purpose of this was to prevent other demons from invading their parasitic territory. Heng Zhengyang tentatively asked. Yes. The results show that other demons will automatically seek the next target due to the host's strong body being damaged. But why don't they control human bodies to fight back? Qingmei raised a question. It seems that after demons parasitize, their ability to control the host's body is weakened, while the demons that have not yet found a host are in their prime state. I understand now. It seems that demons are not as simple as you think. To make it easier for everyone to understand, Heng Zhengyang directly drew it on the technological touchscreen. A large black ball along with several small black balls, connected by lines in between. They are not lurking in a sleazy manner. They are lying in wait for the opportunity to conquer the entire area. This is also why most demons have similar forms, because they are not single entities but rather avatars split from a main body. Just like each scale on Qingmei's scales, or each leaf on Xueji's branches. This conjecture is too bold. Can you guarantee that what you said is correct? Xiaoling Huai unconsciously stood up. If Heng Zhengyang's hypothesis holds true, then it would mean that the threat posed by demons is stronger than other types of, even more so than other. Whether it is right or wrong, we will know tomorrow when we test it. Heng Zhengyang smiled slightly, filled with confidence. Chapter 26. Gluttony. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. There are unidentified creatures appearing at the county government center. Please stay at least 10 kilometers away. Late at night, on the street beside the Qingshan County Government Building, a gigantic green python, as tall as the building, was roaring at the sky. Hiss, hiss. Accompanied by several beastly roars, lightning began to gather at the dual horns on her head and sprayed outwards. Cars and crowds on the ground were thrown into chaos, frantically fleeing towards the outskirts of the disaster. A warning line was set up 10 kilometers away. Secretary and County Mayor Wu, Director Wang, and other leaders were observing the gigantic green python nearby. Su Mingyuan, the director of the Qingshan County Otherworld Bureau, arrived at the scene with his subordinates. Director Su, can you handle this? Police Chief Wang's son asked anxiously upon seeing him. The strength of this beast exceeds our capacity. Rushing in would only lead to more casualties. Then what should we do? Think of a way. Report up. Cough, cough. Director Su's expression became slightly unnatural for a moment. He quickly recovered and said, I have already reported to the higher-ups, but they also have urgent matters, so it may take 4 to 5 hours for them to arrive. Sai, what should we do now? Wu Chong said worriedly to An Lakun, Secretarian, while that monster is distracted by the helicopter in the air. Let's quickly evacuate the crowd. Let them retreat to other counties. An Lakun was about to agree when a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. Then, how no? I firmly disagree. Let the Otherworld Bureau and the Public Security Department go up and hold it off. That's just sending them to their deaths. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Let them charge. A trace of sorrow flashed across Wu Chong's face. Could it be that what that young man said was true? His old partner of many years had really been parasitized? At that moment, in a dark corner within the warning line, Heng Zhengyang and his group are hiding here. If we make such a big noise and can't catch them, I'll be in trouble. Xiaoling Huai scolded. Don't worry. Trust me, it's foolproof. Heng Zhengyang is observing An Lakun's movements with a night vision telescope. The crimson in the opponent's eyes proves that the demon within them has begun to take control of the situation. If they cannot manipulate this situation, the mastermind will definitely come out. Let me urge the opponent a bit more. Heng Zhengyang released nearly 100 thunder symbols. The thunder clouds in the sky covered several miles, and the rolling thunder was preparing to strike down. Qingmei then made a show of mobilizing all her energy, giving everyone the illusion that this thunder was her attack on the city. Fortunately, Heng Zhengyang's talisman only harmed other races, not humans. That's why he dared to use it without restraint. Although it didn't harm their bodies, the deterrent effect was immense. No, help, help! Cries for help echoed everywhere. However, after the thunder struck, they found that their lives had not been taken away. Perhaps it was just luck, and they happened to escape. At that moment, the people were in great panic. All wanted to flee the area. But Enlicio ordered the police to control the fleeing crowd. Just after giving the order, he suddenly cried out in pain and fainted. Others didn't notice, but Heng Zhengyang saw it clearly. A shadow flew out from behind Enlicio, like a hairless rabbit. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings before running toward the county government building. The fish is on hook. Heng Zhengyang chuckled, wondering how many punishment points this demon could bring him. In the hidden room of the secretary's office, urgent calls echoed. Gluttony master. Gluttony master. How did you detach from the host? Gluttony's voice carried a hint of anger. After all, this split-off evil spirit was the most important one. If it detached from a human body, his devouring plan would likely be ruined. Gluttony master, there's a big problem. I don't know where they came from, but the demon race is currently invading our territory. What? In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide. Why report now? Gluttony knew that humans had a special bureau to manage otherworldly races, so any incidents were usually reported to Enli-kun in advance, who would then notify him. Clearly, he attributed this mistake to the evil spirit's delayed report. Gluttony master. No one knew those human waste from the otherworldly bureau were even slower than I did. That fairy appeared out of nowhere. The evil spirit said, somewhat aggrieved. Waste. A scarlet essence condensed into a demonic claw, grabbing the evil spirit. You are no longer useful. Gluttony master, no. Please. Creak. A huge blood-filled mouth suddenly opened wide, crushing the evil spirit to pieces. Chicken flavor. So crunchy. I'm so hungry. Gluttony burped contentedly, but continued to cry out in hunger. After sensing the energy fluctuations not far from here, it stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. What a delicious dish. Is this demon not coming out yet? Qingmei had been going crazy for almost an hour now, but so far, there had been 0 casualties. If this continued, the other side might notice something was off. Heng Zhengyang took out an infrared device and flashed it 3 times at Qingmei's eyes. Heng Zhengyang, what are you doing? Seeing the unexpected action from the other side, Xia Linghuai felt a sense of unease. This is all to protect everyone. Some sacrifices are inevitable. Just as Xia Linghuai was about to stop him, she was entangled by Lu Ruxue. What he did was right. After receiving Heng Zhengyang's signal, she slammed her tail hard against a nearby, small building designated for personnel evacuation. Boom! Crash! Bricks and tiles flew everywhere as a 3-meter-high, small building collapsed. Then, Qingmei twisted her snake body and swam towards the crowd. Seeing such a huge monster snake charging at them, anyone would be scared. Many people were instantly frightened and fell to the ground. Just as Qingmei was only a few hundred meters away from the security line, a blood-red claw suddenly appeared on the roof of the county government building, grasping Qingmei's snake body. It then forcefully threw her to the ground. I give you 2 choices: be eaten by me or become my slave. On top of the county government building, a shadow wrapped in blood gradually revealed its true form. If the previous demon resembled a hairless rabbit, this one looked like a hairless monkey, but with a head 3 times the size of an ordinary monkey's, its mouth occupying 2/3 of its face, and a pair of demonic wings sprouting from its back. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Qingxi transformed into human form, pretending to be defeated and fleeing towards Heng Zhengyang. Master, should we go help? Wait a moment. Heng Zhengyang signaled to everyone not to panic. He wanted to verify if his guess was correct. The gluttony quickly caught up with Qingmei, who was controlling her strength at the S level. It stood up, its 2 front claws covered in blood-red energy. With a fierce leap forward, it crossed its claws and attacked Qingmei. Qingmei, not wanting to back down, engaged in a fierce battle with it. Brother Ma, what level of strength do you think this demon has? It is probably at the early stage of SS level. Heng Zhengyang nodded and took out the infrared device to continue sending signals to Qingmei. Upon receiving the instructions, Qingmei's momentum instantly surged, breaking through to S and reaching SS, matching the strength of the demon. Heng Zhengyang's eye of heavenly punishment opened, fixating intently on gluttony. It even concealed its strength. How delicious! Gluttony had a greedy expression, with green liquid continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth. He showed no fear at all, as if the opponent was already his meal. He let out an unsettling cackle. Several kilometers away, a large number of ordinary people suddenly fainted, just like Secretary and Lacoon did earlier. Those evil spirits abandoned their parasitic forms and rushed madly towards the main body. This time it's secured. Heng Zhengyang excitedly brushed off the dust on his hands. Ru Shui, it's your turn to shine. Good. Lu Rushui released the already shocked Xia Linghuai, whose speechless state was evident. Beneath her feet, willow branches sprouted, sliding down from the rooftop to the ground. She then ran toward the battlefield. Chapter 27. Complete SSS level bang. Boom! Every attack from Qing Mei and Gluttony produced a loud sound. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, unable to gain the upper hand. I'll ask you one last time. Will you be eaten by me, or will you become my slave? Gluttony's eyes were filled with greed. It wanted Qing Mei to become a slave because it valued her strength. A fairy with such power would produce a powerful demon offspring if combined with itself, which would be a great boon. To Gluttony, Qing Mei was merely a tool for producing food. For her, there was only one person she would willingly become a slave for, and that was Heng Zhengyang. So, there was no point in wasting words with the opponent. Seeing the killing intent in Qing Mei's eyes remain undiminished, Gluttony couldn't help but feel regret. What a pity for such a fine living vessel. Since the other party was unwilling to surrender, there was no need to hold back. Vortex. After deflecting the incoming Qing Mei, Gluttony suddenly opened its huge, bloody mouth. A blood-red inverted vortex rapidly appeared within, extending hundreds of meters and directly engulfing Qing Mei. The powerful pulling force caused her to lose her ability to resist in an instant. Her petite body, squatting on the ground, was involuntarily drawn in. Hiss! She had thought that her large size would at least allow her to escape control for a second or two, but unexpectedly, Gluttony seemed to have anticipated that she would turn into a giant python. The blood-red vortex suddenly expanded, wrapping her up once more. As the distance between them closed, Qing Mei's horns gathered thunder, but due to most of her vital energy being drained, she was unable to successfully condense it. Just obediently become my food. Gluttony was overjoyed in its heart. If it could swallow this fairy, it might break through to that legendary level, surpassing SSS and entering the realm of spirit cultivation. At that point, it would become the sole king of the alien races. Every region of this world would be under its control. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here to help you. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice rang out from another location. Along with it came a 1-meter-long green tree spear. Whoosh! The spear, already flying at high speed, reached an untraceable velocity with the help of the vortex's suction. With a sound, the spearhead pierced directly into Gluttony's mouth, protruding nearly halfway through its neck. Oh, woo! The intense pain made Gluttony jump around like a monkey. Damn fairy! Gluttony extended its blood-colored claws to pull out the tree spear, and the flowing blood-colored vital energy surprisingly restored its wound to its original state. Its lantern-like red eyes were filled with rage as it let out another annoying cry. Outside the warning line, another large group of people fell down. Besides that, many others who were not nearby also lost consciousness at home. After all, splitting off to find a powerful host to parasitize was quite troublesome. After a wave of enhancement from the evil spirits, Gluttony's strength rose from early SS level to late SS level, surpassing both Qing Mei and Lu Rushui in power. The two fairies and one demon once again tangled together in battle. However, this time, Gluttony clearly felt much more strained. Lu Rushui's combat experience and awareness were far superior to Qing Mei's. Under her command, the two fairies dealt a heavy blow to Gluttony once again. Heng Zhengyang has already understood the situation outside the warning line through the intercom. The only problem is that the opponent might be an SSS-level being stronger than everyone present, including monsters and ghosts. Since he has never encountered such a high-level anomaly, it is difficult to judge whether his group can defeat it. Xia Linghuai watched as everything outside and inside was proceeding in an orderly manner according to Heng Zhengyang's plan, and a sense of admiration gradually ignited within her. Let's not forget, he is just an 18-year-old high school student. However, his deductive abilities are astonishingly accurate. Even more frightening is the speed at which he gathers his team. When they first met, He only had 2 S-level ghost spirits. In less than a week, one of the ghost spirits by his side has already risen to SSS level, along with 3 SSS level fairies. No wonder old Su reported that this person has a heavenly demeanor. It is by no means an exaggeration. Heng Zhengyang noticed a change in Xia Linghuai's expression when he squinted. He smiled lightly, realizing that his yin-yang 5 elements technique was also coming to fruition. Giggling, Gluttony was finally unable to hold on any longer and let out another roar. Brother Ma, it's your turn to take the stage. All right. Flames erupted from Ma Yuan's body as he stepped onto the window, using the force of the flames to soar out like Superman. So damn cool. Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of jealousy. Who hasn't fantasized about becoming Sun Wukong, Superman, and flying freely in the sky? The power of Gluttony surged dramatically, its entire body enveloped in a dark aura, making it impossible to discern its original form. Ha ha! 2 little demons become my food. Just when it thought this battle could finally come to an end and it could finally have a good meal, a fireball suddenly flew in from the sky and collided with it. Boom! The flames seemed to suppress its dark aura somewhat, directly dispersing the blood energy on Gluttony's back and revealing its withered skin. Big sister, third sister, I'm here too. Ma Yuan dove down vertically, landing on one knee between the 2 demons. At this moment, Gluttony looked a bit dumbfounded. Where did so many SS-level demons come from? And they just keep coming out one by one? Are they playing by themselves? It seems you have been plotting for a long time. Gluttony glared fiercely at the 3 demons. Its 4 sharp claws dug into the asphalt ground, leaving several scratch marks due to its anger. You're right. We want to take your territory, so if you know what's good for you, hurry up and roll. This area belongs to us. Ma Yuan's arrogant attitude made Gluttony grit its teeth in anger. It had painstakingly managed this place for 10 years, and in less than a month, it was about to achieve great success. But now, everything was ruined by these 3 demons. All right, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Roar, crack, crack. Even the glass of nearby houses shattered, and the walls closer to it began to decompose. After a few seconds, Heng Zhengyang saw large groups of black, evil spirits gathering, surging towards this place like a tide. They crazily jumped on a Gluttony, merging with it. The blood-red essence on Gluttony became more and more intense, even reaching the effect of mist coalescing into water. Drip, drip, drops of blood fell to the ground. This time, Gluttony no longer crawled on all 4s but stood up like a human. It twisted its neck, stretched its muscles, making crackling sounds. Then it let out a long howl toward the sky. Its momentum suddenly reached SS level. Lu Rushua, Ma Yuan, and Qing Mei exposed all their powers and attacked together. Gluttony simply swatted its palm, sending them all staggering back. Now it's my turn to attack. Gluttony moved swiftly, almost like the wind, making it hard to catch. With a few flashes, Gluttony was already beside Qing Mei, and its sharp claws were about to swipe down at her. A powerful strike from an SSS-level aberration would likely injure Qing Mei severely in one blow. Just then, dozens of heavenly lightning bolts suddenly descended from the sky. They formed a cage of 3 lightning bolts, protecting the 3 demons within. Since Heng Zhengyang didn't know who the target was, he could only use lightning talismans to protect all 3 demons. Gluttony couldn't dodge in time and was struck by several lightning bolts, hastily retreating. Only then did Qing Mei avoid the fatal attack from Gluttony, for figures appeared in the distance. Heng Zhengyang slowly approached with Xia Linghuai and 2 ghost spirits. The pupil of Gluttony suddenly constricted, and at that moment, it finally realized that it had fallen into a trap. Dirty. Gunningumans. Sigh. Compared to you, I'm still a bit lacking. Heng Zhengyang pinched his thumb and index finger together and gestured at the other party. He chuckled. So what if your plan succeeded? You still can't defeat me. Oh, is that so? How about adding this? Heng Zhengyang pointed at the little sun above the head of Gluttony. It was still early morning, yet a blazing red sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 28. The Rise of the 4 Races in Chaos. Gluttony looked at the small sun above and felt a hint of destructive energy. The essence of demons is usually dark and evil. Therefore, they are very afraid of the scorching, radiant power. The light energy contained in this little sun was simply too pure. He anticipated that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The thought of fleeing had already crossed his mind. After all, as the old saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Heng Zhengyang looked at the gluttonous red eyes spinning around and understood what the other party wanted to do. Don't let it get away. Heng Zhengyang shouted loudly. And one person, two ghosts, and three monsters directly circulated their vital energy, forming a hexagonal defensive formation around the glutton. Qingmei naturally stood close to Heng Zhengyang, opening her scales. She was already accustomed to protecting the other party by her side. Heng Zhengyang extended his right hand, and he could feel that this small sun seemed to communicate with his divine sun heart. Perhaps the last use had increased his proficiency a bit. He clenched his palm tightly, and the small sun seemed to receive the message sent by Heng Zhengyang. The flame arrow that had just been condensed actually returned to it. It really worked. Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If this little sun could be controlled by him and charged with all its power towards gluttony, it could definitely eliminate the opponent directly. He had no intention of taking gluttony under his wing. This demon was far too evil and had too many schemes. Even if the other party truly agreed to submit to him, he couldn't genuinely trust gluttony. Rather than being on guard against the other party every day and maneuvering around it, it would be better to kill it now, saving time and effort. Perhaps it could even help elevate the system to the next level. Everyone, help me control it. Yes, master. String control. No problem. Watch me. Flame lock. Willow branch entanglement. The 6 helpers exerted themselves fully, using all the techniques they could muster. Even without control skills, they condensed their energy into strands of ropes and attacked gluttony. The combination of their powers at that moment surprisingly matched gluttony as strength. Gluttony did not expect that its thoughts had been completely seen through by this human. Its own strength would not have difficulty resisting these 6 forces. But due to the overwhelming pressure above, it became distracted for a moment and was restrained by the 6 powers together. Even though gluttony had become an SSS level, it still found it somewhat difficult to resist. You traitorous lot, have you forgotten the pact of the 4 clans? Helping a human, gluttony's body surged with blood, directly destroying 4 of the control strands. But it was only for an instant. The remaining 4 control strands quickly pursued again. In response to its angry shouts, the 2 ghosts and 3 demons seemed to not hear it all. They had been completely conquered by Heng Zhengyang's earlier words. Coexisting peacefully with humans. Isn't that possible? Why must they fight to the death? Unable to win in a fight or be heard in insults. Gluttony had no choice but to compromise and say, "Human, as long as you spare me, I am willing to submit to you. I am a powerful demon with SSS level strength, stronger than all these fairies and spirits under you." Xia Linghuai immediately focused her gaze on Heng Zhengyang. She desperately hoped he would agree. Then the human side would gain an additional demon-level powerhouse. Qingmei and the other demons also looked at Heng Zhengyang. What this demon said did indeed make sense. One demon could be said to be equivalent to the combined strength of the 2 ghosts and 3 demons. At the same time, everyone felt a bit of inferiority due to their own weaker strength. What a joke. Heng Zhengyang sneered disdainfully. You are far worse than them. What he needs is a teammate who can connect on a deeper level, not just a partner for profit. From this perspective, gluttony is indeed several notches below Qingmei. Heng Zhengyang, while winning over the hearts of the ghostly and demonic beings, also spoke a great truth. When Xia Linghuai heard Heng Zhengyang's refusal, she felt somewhat disappointed. However, Qingmei, Rang Yanxi, and the others were greatly inspired in their hearts. It turned out that in Heng Zhengyang's mind, one strength was never the standard for measuring status. The 2 ghost spirits and 3 demons felt a warmth in their hearts, and their power to control gluttony increased a bit more. At this moment, the small sun in the sky had almost pressed down onto the head of gluttony. The blood that enveloped it was also being turned into wisps of smoke by the small sun. Under the sunlight, gluttony's emaciated, monkey-like appearance reemerged. However, its skin was no longer oily, but full of wrinkles like that of a 100-year-old man. Damnomans, I will curse you. You will surely be killed by the demon lord and fall into the boundless hell. Heng Zhengyang ignored it, instead using his mind to urge the small sun to press downwards with all its might. The sooner it was resolved, the sooner it would be over. Delays could lead to changes. For some reason, his right eye began to twitch uncontrollably again. The last time this happened was when he was surrounded by the forces of the 8 Directions ghost spirits. Just as the small son made contact with the gluttony, the other party hadn't even begun to scream, yet the ground started to collapse in one area after another. What? Could this bastard's curse really come true? After several collapses, the ground suddenly gave way beneath Heng Zhengyang's feet. In an instant, a gigantic monster with rows of teeth in its mouth swallowed him whole. Master, Heng Zhengyang! The cries rang out, and Qingmei and Rong Yunshe almost instantaneously arrived beside the monster. Before they could take action, a sword tip suddenly pierced through the monster's lower abdomen. Ah! The toothy monster jumped out of the collapsing hole and lay on the ground, thrashing wildly. Heng Zhengyang yanked the Qing foam sword fiercely. With a loud crash, he rolled out along with the monster's internal organs from its abdomen. Ding! Killed an S-level monster. Heaven's punishment points, 527. Ding! The monster encyclopedia has started. Ding! System analysis in progress. Soon, a series of messages appeared before Heng Zhengyang's eyes, just like in a tribute panel in a game. Name: Adult Face Tooth Monster Strength. Approximately between S-level and SS-level positioning. Speed-type monster weaknesses. Abdomen, head damn it. The demon class hasn't been dealt with yet. And now the monster class is joining the fun. Then let's kill. Heng Zhengyang got up from the ground. By this time, quite a few monsters had already crossed this place, heading straight towards the unconscious crowd beyond the warning line. You continue to control that demon. I'll handle these fairies. Yes, Master. All right, just be careful. Heng Zhengyang directly threw out 100 Thunderstrike talismans. All the heavenly thunder would locate and strike according to his will. After activating the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, Heng Zhengyang could accurately detect all the exits. He also roughly calculated the time the monsters would emerge from the holes. 30 bolts of heavenly thunder directly killed all the monsters within the warning line. The remaining 70 would bombard all the exits every 3 seconds. As the control of Qingmei and Rong Yunshe had just disappeared, Gluttony found a slight opportunity. Despite losing a significant portion of its life, it finally managed to escape the explosion range of the little sun, gasping for breath. Gluttony frantically fled into the distance. Even in a severely injured state, its SSS-level strength was still formidable. The opponent's speed was still so fast that the 2 ghosts and 3 demons could only follow closely behind. Heng Zhengyang looked at the small sun slowly crashing to the ground and felt a bit speechless. Can't this thing go a little faster? With no other option, he could only let go of his palm. The small sun switched to jet mode, but this time its target was the monsters that kept jumping out from below. He never expected that this area was not only a hiding place for demons, but also a cave for monsters. As Heng Zhengyang was madly earning punishment points. On the other side, Gluttony finally exhausted all its energy and collapsed to the ground. Its blood-red aura flickered like a candle flame blown by the wind, wavering between extinguished and still burning. Ma Yuan was about to take action when Qingmei suddenly stopped him. Heng Zhengyang needed this demon to be brought to the brink of death without actually dying. All right. Upon hearing that Heng Zhengyang needed it, Ma Yuan didn't dare to strike too hard. Buzz. Suddenly, the air sounded as if glass was shattering, and cracks began to appear. Along with Qingmei, Rong Yunshe, and others, all the demons, monsters, ghosts, and creatures in Qingshan County were prostrate on the ground, unable to move. A memory flashed through their minds. In the chaotic era of the 4 clans, a king emerged. From the shattering void in the sky, a figure gradually stepped out. Upon sensing the aura of the figure, Qingmei and the others exclaimed, "Not good." However, Gluttony suddenly burst into wild laughter. Congratulations to our Demon Clan's 72nd Star King for coming into the world. Welcome, Lord Andrus. Chapter 29, Total Annihilation. The figure from the crack slowly descended to the ground. Heng Zhengyang only glanced at the other party and felt a bit unable to control himself. Slaughter. He desired endless slaughter. At a critical moment, it was still Xia Linghuai, who was following closely behind, who activated her vital energy and tapped his back of the head, waking him up. Although it was said to be a demon type, it had a pair of angelic wings, the body of a human, but with the head of a crow. The skeletal greatsword in its hand emitted a scarlet bloodlight. Is this one of the Demon Kings? Andrus looked at the human world with curiosity in its crow-like eyes. Then it extended its finger and snapped. Snap! Are you the splitter of Lord Locke? Yes, Lord Andrus. I am indeed the splitter of the gluttonous Demon King, Lord Locke. Andrus flapped its beautiful wings. A gust of wind gently blew by, and before the glutton could react, it was petrified on the spot. Gradually decaying, it turned to dust in the wind while still wearing a fawning smile. This scene left Heng Zhengyang horrified. What is this? He had been busy all day to capture this demon type, and as a result, this Andrus with a single flap of its wings killed his trophy? Although he was angry, he wasn't foolish enough to directly confront the other party. The appearance of this being had already exceeded his control. Just with that one snap, the other party could teleport any creature to its side, which was beyond his resistance. Under Heng Zhengyang's indication, Rong Yunshi, Qingmei, and other ghostly beings also did not act rashly. In the blink of an eye, Andrus had already arrived beside Xia Linghuai from several kilometers away. The sudden appearance of the other party next to him made Heng Zhengyang's heart race. He could feel that as long as the other party wanted, he would instantly turn to ashes. However, Andrus seemed not to see him at all and reached out to pinch Xia Linghuai's chin. What a perfect body for nurturing a demon. Andrus's finger slid from her jade neck down to the root of her thigh. Her clothing instantly fell apart, and a blood mark appeared. Dear miss, may I borrow your body for parasitism? Andrus was as elegant as a gentleman, but its words and actions were extremely cruel. Xia Linghuai was overwhelmed by the powerful aura of the other party and couldn't utter a word. The shame and pain of being stripped in public made her unable to hold back her tears. Watching the teardrops fall to the ground, Andrus, however, remained indifferent. Instead, it took Xia Linghuai's hand, bowed, kissed it, and said thank you. After saying that, it pressed its palm against Xia Linghuai's flat abdomen, beginning to prepare for its parasitism ritual. When Andrus was born, it carefully sensed and found that its power had not fully recovered. This feeling of missing part of its power was quite unpleasant. The reason for targeting Xia Linghuai was also that her naturally lean body could help Andrus regain some strength. Heng Zhengyang really wanted to. It's too difficult. The system wants it, YIN wants it, and now even a powerhouse of this level wants it. Looking at the opponent's momentum, it seems they have already surpassed the SSS level, or even reached a higher grade. After all, this is being referred to as master by SSS level demons. However, rather than standing here waiting for the judgment of fate, it would be better to take the initiative and seize a chance. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Sunlight Arrival 1. Heavenly Punishment Points minus 5,000. At this moment, it was around 7 or 8 in the morning, and perhaps it was due to the arrival of Andos. Until now, the sky was still gray and hazy. A small sun appeared again, finally giving this land some light and warmth. Andos looked up at the suddenly appearing sun in confusion. After looking around, he finally fixed his gaze on Heng Zhengyang, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict. He didn't use telekinesis to control the small sun. He merely issued a target command. In just that instant, could he be locked onto by the opponent? What Heng Zhengyang didn't know was that Anduisi had an extremely keen sense of everything in war. It can be said that it was not based on understanding Heng Zhengyang's inner thoughts, but rather completely guessed based on its own combat intuition. Is this sun created by you? Heng Zhengyang pretended to be terrified and shook his head, trying to disguise himself as an overly frightened, ordinary human. Humble humans are indeed synonymous with lies. Andrus extended a finger toward Heng Zhengyang's forehead. The black nail instantly elongated, seemingly about to pierce his skull. Ding! Bang! The azure scales split into 3, shielding Heng Zhengyang's head. However, they lasted less than 3 seconds before being completely shattered by Andrus's finger. It was this brief 2 seconds that allowed Heng Zhengyang to dodge in time and save his life. However, the azure snake, having lost its accompanying spiritual treasure, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. There was no escaping. Time to fight back. Ma Yuan noticed the opponent's gaze turning toward them and said bluntly. Lu Rushua nodded gently, her beautiful eyes filled with caution. Rong Yunshi exchanged glances with the black old ghost, both of them readying themselves for a confrontation. Oh, is this the resistance of ants? Interesting. Andrus clapped his hands lightly, and another space-time rift appeared behind him. BAS, go play with them. It seemed something in the rift heard Andrus's call. A majestic wolf howl echoed. Then, a gray figure flashed out from the rift, quickly charging toward Ma Yuan and Rong Yunshi. You look down on us too much. Ma Yuan's expression turned cold as he collided with the suddenly charging creature. To his surprise, the next moment, Ma Yuan was directly knocked back 100 meters. Something had struck his chest, gouging a large piece of flesh out. At that moment, blood gushed out like a spring. Fortunately, Lu Rushue fed some of her vital energy to him, gradually helping Ma Yuan's vitality to recover. The two of them had already turned into mere remnants of souls. Lu Rushue looked around, searching for the opponent's figure. She found nothing in front, back, or to the sides. Be careful. Behind, Rong Yunshi reminded anxiously. Lu Rushue hurriedly turned around, her hand gathering green fluorescence into a large knife. But before she could strike, she was knocked to the ground by the opponent's brute force. Fortunately, she managed to wedge the knife's handle against the opponent. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang and the other demons finally got a clear look at the creature. It was an utterly ordinary gray wolf. Yet this wolf had managed to severely injure Ma Yuan, Rong Yunshi, and the black old ghost. Lu Rushue struggled to hold on, but was also pressed down by the wolf's claws. The sharp claws gradually sank into Lu Rushue's shoulder. Heng Zhengyang looked at the mocking expression on the gray wolf's face. Ando's was indifferent and calm, but deep inside, he felt very hurt. He was now praying that little son could be a bit more powerful. It was clear that since the opponent did not dodge, it meant that this attack would not be able to cause any harm to it. Heng Zhengyang only sought some psychological comfort with this thought. The little sun in the sky shot out blades of fire towards Ando's, but the latter did not make any special effort to defend, allowing the fire blades to fall upon him. Heng Zhengyang watched helplessly as those fire blades quickly scattered, like raindrops falling on a person, completely unable to cause any harm. He looked at the system store, which was still in cool-down time for the heavenly law, upper body. Heng Zhengyang felt utterly desperate. System bro, can't we make an exception? Just let me use it once. It's a matter of life and death. You can't just watch me die. Ding. The system replied, I sincerely apologize, but due to certain regulations, the host cannot use it in advance. Seeing his companions around him injured and unconscious, Heng Zhengyang's breath became rapid. Could it be that he could do nothing at all? He regretted it so much. If he hadn't planned this operation, everyone might be enjoying themselves at Qingyan Manor right now. His arrogance had ruined his friends' lives. Because of his incompetence, what was supposed to save the entire Qingshan County had now plunged the whole country in a crisis. Heng Zhengyang fiercely pounded the ground. He was unwilling to die like this. Suddenly, Heng Zhengyang abruptly raised his head and looked at his hands. System exchanged the maximum number of times for palm thunder and sun's radiance, and exchanged the rest for lightning symbols. With each exchange, these heavenly laws and techniques would momentarily connect with him. He wanted to take a gamble, to condense all these heavenly techniques onto himself, and then release them all at once. Ding. System prompt. Your body will suffer fatal damage and will not be able to self-repair. Are you sure you want to exchange? Exchange. It's death either way. A grand finale is better than doing nothing. In an instant, Heng Zhengyang felt an endless amount of energy from the heavens and earth converging onto him. It felt as if it would tear his body apart, skinning him alive. Heng Zhengyang could no longer endure the intense pain and roared uncontrollably. His hair was falling out, replaced by arcs of lightning. Chapter 30, Spirit of Sun Thunder. A whoop. The gray wolf named BAS let out a roar and bit down on Lu Rushue's delicate neck. Blood gushed from the wound, and her eyes gradually became hollow. BAS pressed its paw against Lu Rushue's chest, greedily panting as it sought to continue devouring her enticing body. At this moment, the tragic fate of the many ghostly demons, having been swallowed, was already sealed. Even if they wanted to rise up and resist, their severe injuries left them unable to move at all. Hiss! Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning surged forth. The lightning pierced through Boss's body, leaving a terrifying blood hole. Before BAS could let out a howl of despair, a shadow of light suddenly flew over, grasped its head, and tossed it away from Lu Rushue. The shadow divided some of its power, transforming it into 6 streams of golden essence that flowed into the bodies of Xia Linghuai, Rong Yunshi, Qing Mei, and others. In an instant, their injuries began to heal rapidly. Once their strength was somewhat restored, they began to closely examine the source of the power that had just helped them. It was none other than Heng Zhengyang. But he was not quite like Heng Zhengyang, for at that moment his entire body was enveloped in golden lightning, with a massive radiant disk behind him. It seemed as if he had transformed into a spirit embodying the sun and thunder. Andrus finally dropped his aloof demeanor, his round eyes curiously observing Heng Zhengyang at that moment. Indeed, he could barely be considered a rival. Heng Zhengyang was constantly enduring immense pain. He didn't waste words with the opponent, but transformed into light and shadow, attacking Andrus directly. Andrus still showed no intention of drawing the skeletal giant sword. It extended a hand, intending to block Heng Zhengyang's attack. The next moment, there was a sound of a puff. Heng Zhengyang directly smashed his arm along with half of his shoulder. Looking at his bloodied and mangled body, Andos was shocked as he stared at Heng Zhengyang. Now, Andos finally understood that he had underestimated this human. However, Heng Zhengyang did not give him a chance to react. He continued to transform into a ball of light and charged forward. This time, Andos did not dare to be arrogant and instantly raised the skeletal greatsword. Clang! A crisp sound echoed for miles around. Andos looked into the golden eyes of his opponent, which showed no emotion whatsoever. Clang, 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 clang. The trembling caused by the inability to sustain strength made the skeletal greatsword produce a sound as if it were being struck. Ants still ants. Andos thought Heng Zhengyang was exhausted. Looking down, he discovered that his right arm was inexplicably shaking uncontrollably. Heng Zhengyang swung his left hand and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A loud, thunderous sound erupted. Andrus was instantly sent flying, and it steadied itself by plunging its great sword into the ground. Smoke was rising from its face, as if it had been struck by lightning. The numbing sensation made its facial features seem to lose their function for a moment. Heng Zhengyang brought his palms together, gathering the power of thunder and lightning. A few seconds later, he pushed forward. Roar! A golden thunder dragon roared as it opened its mouth, fiercely charging towards Andos. Killing barrier. This time, Andos was truly flustered and directly used its strongest defense. This barrier had withstood a full force strike from the third ranked among the 72 Demon Stars. At that time, it had only just entered the candidate ranks of the Demon Stars. Even so, Andos couldn't guarantee that it would be unharmed from this attack. It had only seen such a level of attack when the Dark Dragon of the Underworld sparred with the Demon King. The Golden Thunder Dragon crashed into the blood-red barrier. In less than 3 seconds, it shattered the barrier to pieces. Then, its dragon horns rubbed against Andos's abdomen as it flew backward. Boom, 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 until it crashed through 10 buildings and propelled hundreds of meters away. The Thunder Dragon finally dissipated into specks of starlight in the heavens and the earth. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Andos covered the spot that had just been struck with one hand, coughing up blood repeatedly. It could feel its strength had been significantly weakened in an instant. Just as Andos struggled to stand up, the golden light was already right before its eyes. Ants are just ants. Heng Zhengyang sarcastically mocked Andos. His right hand, filled with lightning, lifted Andos high up. As Heng Zhengyang's grip tightened, Andos's neck became thinner and thinner. A howl echoed, and Andos's mount, a gray wolf, suddenly lunged at Heng Zhengyang. However, he raised his left hand and grabbed its head. Boss's 4 sharp claws were frantically scratching at Heng Zhengyang, which made him quite irritated. Heng Zhengyang threw Andrus aside and grabbed the blood hole that had been pierced in base with his right hand. With both hands, he pulled hard. Puffed. Blood sprayed, staining the land red. Base. Despicable human. Andrus cursed angrily, pressing its throat, and 2 drops of blood tears flowed from its crimson eyes. I will make you pay the price. Its body began to change, with white, bony blades growing from its limbs, and its entire body started to sprout black feathers. It seemed to be transforming into a true raven. Heng Zhengyang casually threw the torn body of Baeus onto the ground, as a fireball gradually gathered between his palms. The sun disk behind him injected strands of golden light into it. After the fireball slowly transformed into a golden sphere, Heng Zhengyang threw it towards Andrus like a shot put. Andrus's body had not fully evolved yet, and in a hurry, he could only quickly dodge. Cunning human, taking advantage of the demon's peril. Once my transformation is complete, you will know what true power is. Heng Zhengyang won't give it this opportunity. Since it's an opponent, one must take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Heng Zhengyang began to continuously accumulate fireballs with both hands, drawing energy from the solar disk to transform it into golden orbs. Then, as if joining the wind spirit moon shadow sect, he continuously launched golden orbs from his hands. Although Andos was already moving quickly to evade, he still got hit. Whenever he was struck, a wound would be blown open by the golden orb. He could clearly feel that, despite the smaller size of this orb compared to the massive golden orb from half an hour ago, it contained several times more energy. Finally, Andos had now transformed into a giant crow with sharp claws. However, the dents and pits on its body also proved that it had endured Heng Zhengyang's fierce attacks. Andos suddenly soared into the sky, using the force of his dive to extend his claws toward Heng Zhengyang on the ground. His speed was exceptionally fast, and all his energy was concentrated at one point, making his power extremely terrifying, even when Andos was still a few meters above the ground. The force created by his claws had already pressed the ground where Heng Zhengyang stood into a large pit. Heng Zhengyang, however, landed firmly on the ground, leaped high, and extended his palms under pressure, choosing to confront Andos head-on. Boom! Two extreme energies collided, producing a sound that shook the earth and heavens. Then, two figures fell to the ground. Andos, panting heavily, still stood there. However, Heng Zhengyang fell into a deep pit, his life and death unknown. It seemed like he had fallen to the disadvantage. What should we do? Let us go help. Qingmei called out worriedly to everyone. But even if we all go together, we would just be cannon fodder. Ma Yuan squatted on the ground, filled with fear. This was a battle that was beyond their level to intervene. Even the aftermath of the direct confrontation between Heng Zhengyang and Andos was something they couldn't bear, let alone participate directly. We need to wait for an opportunity. A chance when both sides are severely injured, Lu Rushu analyzed calmly. Although her words were hurtful, they seemed to be the most likely way to achieve victory at the moment. As long as Andos's strength dropped to SSS level, they could all go up together and suppress the opponent. But the cost would be that Heng Zhengyang might suffer severe injuries, even life-threatening ones. Watching Heng Zhengyang, who had not appeared for a long time, Andos dared not act rashly and instead hovered in the air. Once he spotted Heng Zhengyang's figure, he would not hesitate to dive down for another attack. Heng Zhengyang's disappearance also made the hearts of the ghostly beings uneasy. My life was given by the Master. Even if my soul scatters, I should die in front of the Master. Roan Yinshur could not wait any longer. Even if it meant death, she had no regrets. Seeing her rush out, the black old ghost said nothing more and followed closely. Then came Qingmei. Let us go too. The more people, the more strength. Ma Yuan reluctantly followed behind. He did not agree with going up to fight directly, but acknowledged Roan Yunshur's words. Lu Rushu nodded and followed, but she stopped Xiaoling Huai. I know you're the leader of the Human Otherworld Bureau, so please call for reinforcements immediately. If this demon is not eliminated, your world will face great trouble. Just as the two ghosts and three demons were about to rush up, a hand crackling with lightning reached out from the deep pit. Chapter 31. The use of the extreme Yin body, seeing Heng Zhengyang crawl out from the deep pit. The hearts of the ghostly beings were instantly ignited. Andos, seeing that the opponent was still alive, charged at him again. Qingmei wanted to pass the recently fused and repaired scales to help Heng Zhengyang withstand some damage. However, she was directly controlled by a light curtain that Heng Zhengyang waved out with his hand. Not only her, but Roan Yinshur, the black old ghost, and Lu Rushue were all controlled and unable to move. As Andos was about to reach Heng Zhengyang, Qingmei was anxious but unable to help him at all. This time, Heng Zhengyang did not counterattack but dodged to the side. Andos sneered, dodging well. Its killing dive was its strongest killing move. The strongest part of this move was that it could only be countered, not dodged. Every time Andos dove without hitting the enemy, its killing intent would become more intense. Moreover, it condensed its energy through the aura of slaughter, so its own strength would also multiply with each attempt. In other words, as long as Heng Zhengyang dodged this time, the next time its speed would be faster and its power would be greater. Ando's continued to dive down, and Heng Zhengyang dodged again. This time, he clearly felt that the opponent's speed was a bit faster. Watching the opponent soar to a greater height with its power, Heng Zhengyang quickly realized that Ando's move had another trick. He focused his mind and took out the Qing Feng sword from the ghost controlling board. Heng Zhengyang seemed to sense that his life and the energy consumed by using the heavenly punishment points were rapidly decreasing. He had no time left. Heng Zhengyang gripped the Qing Feng sword tightly, narrowly dodging Ando's diving attack once again. He began to channel the elemental energy from his entire body into the Qing Feng sword. As Ando's charged into the sky, his gaze was fixed on Heng Zhengyang. Seeing the lightning on his opponent dimming and the solar disk behind him shrinking significantly, Ando's felt a surge of delight. It seemed that the next confrontation would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate this formidable opponent. Coincidentally, Heng Zhengyang was thinking the same. As the energy of lightning and fire infused into it, the 7 small holes on the Qing Feng sword, which were originally empty, gradually filled with 2 small orbs. The Qing Feng sword began to emit a brilliant golden-red glow. After Heng Zhengyang's evasion, Ando's power had increased exponentially, now 16 times greater than before. If his opponent chose to dodge again, his power would exceed 100 times the original. However, it was clear that the opponent would not give him that chance. Ando's confidence swelled. He felt that if Heng Zhengyang dared to take this hit, he would undoubtedly perish. With unwavering confidence in victory, Ando's dove towards Heng Zhengyang once more. The energy within Heng Zhengyang was completely drained, all infused into the Qing Feng sword. On the blade, a red pearl and a golden pearl, smooth as jade and dazzlingly bright. He raised the Qing Feng sword high and aimed it at Andrus, swinging it down heavily. With a roar, a magnificent golden sword chi, shaped like a crescent moon, soared into the sky. Andrus merely glanced at it and forcefully halted his diving body. Even though he faced a backlash of 16 times the power, he was unwilling to touch this sword chi. It is not an exaggeration to say that even the highest powers of the demon race in the underworld, known for their fall, would tremble before this sword chi. Andrus sensed the aura of destruction from it. Yet, even though he had stopped his movement, the sword chi advanced so slowly, but his body felt as if it were frozen in place, getting closer and closer to the sword chi. Eventually, the sword chi quietly made contact with Andrus's body. Boom! The moment they touched, Andrus's entire body exploded, turning into a mist of blood in the air. The golden sword chi did not stop. Instead, it continued to ascend in his direction, cleaving through the gloomy clouds for miles above before finally dissipating. Heng Zhengyang, an ordinary civilian, adept at using celestial artifacts, will suffer a severe backlash. His organs are rapidly failing, and he is aging quickly. In less than a minute, he resembles a nearly 100-year-old old man. Ding! Killed a demon of the magic star level. Heaven punishment points 500,000. Ding! System upgraded to early Xian stage. Reward unknown beast egg 1. Ding! System mall updated. Added item. Invisible fragrance. Ding! System upgraded to mid Xian stage. Reward. Infinite longevity method 1. Ding! System mall updated. Added item. Soul binding spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving the people of a county, ensuring peace in one place. Unlocking hidden function. Heavenly Dao Mall. Heavenly Dao points 10,000. Ding! Detecting that the host's lifespan is nearing its end. Would you like to learn the infinite longevity method? Learn. Master. This time, Heng Zhengyang finally fell into the fragrant embrace of Rong Yunshe as he wished. Unfortunately, he can no longer feel that softness. Looking at the white-haired, wrinkled Heng Zhengyang in her arms, Rong Yunshe hurriedly wanted to use her own lifespan to extend Heng Zhengyang's life. Qing Mei had the same intention. She was transporting her vital energy from her lower abdomen to her mouth. A green inner pill was radiating a mesmerizing glow. Are you crazy? Without the demon pill, you'll die. Lu Rushue, Stop Qingmei and Rong Yanshi. There are other ways to solve this. But these ghosts and demons are so anxious to exchange their lives for Heng Zhengyang's. Everyone step back. I have a way. Xiao Linghuai suddenly stood up and said to the ghosts and demons, "Are you serious?" Delaying even a moment weakens his life signs further. Xiao Linghuai was very serious, looking far from fake. Trust her. Humans have their own wisdom. Lu Ruxue was trying to comfort Rong Yanshi and the others. Yes, we'll stay nearby and make sure you won't be disturbed. Ma Yuan patted the black old ghost and, turning to Xiao Linghuai as they left, said. Xiao Linghuai nodded, intertwining her hands, and black locust flowers surrounded her and Heng Zhengyang. The two were in the center of the flower petals, and Xiao Linghuai gently removed her already torn clothes, revealing her smooth and perfect body. At the same time, Heng Zhengyang's clothes were also gently taken off by her. The two faced each other honestly, and Xiao Linghuai gently sat on Heng Zhengyang. Born with a body of extreme yin, she had long known of her constitution. On the day Xiao Linghuai was born, a branch representing extreme yin suddenly appeared and entered her body. Over these 30 years, the branch had grown into a locust tree with the help of her yin energy, granting Xiao Linghuai strength far beyond that of ordinary people. At the same time, she had learned methods that could only be used by those with her unique constitution. Yin absorption for vital energy. This was also the reason why demons and monsters had sought to possess her all these years. Now, Xiao Linghuai was about to use this method to save Heng Zhengyang. Because the locust branch was already one with her, they could mutually cultivate, and being one was the only condition for yin absorption for vital energy. When Xiao Linghuai finally made up her mind to perform the union technique with Heng Zhengyang, the system prompt sounded in Heng Zhengyang's consciousness again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Yin-Yang Union, reward. Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. Ding! Since the host cannot make a decision, the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique will automatically start operating in 3 seconds. However, what she didn't expect was that before she even moved much, Heng Zhengyang's bodily functions began to recover rapidly. Xiao Linghuai couldn't help but let out shy gasps. Half an hour later, seeing that Heng Zhengyang had fully recovered, Xiao Linghuai intended to stop. This is truly incredible. Even so, Xiao Linghuai still wanted to stop. Her original intention was not to share a bed with Heng Zhengyang. She just wanted to save his life. However, the locust branch inside her directly took control of her body, making Xiao Linghuai continue, until it became hard to extricate herself. Chapter 32. Peak Dual Cultivation Technique. The two of them remained hidden under the locust flowers for a full day and night without coming out. At this time, those who had been unconscious in Qingshan County were gradually waking up. Heng Zhengyang had truly accomplished a great feat this time. This child really is quite remarkable. Outside the quarantine line, in the rebuilding Qingshan Research Group, county officials like in Lakun, Wu Chong, Su Mingyuan, Cheng Feng, and business tycoons were gathered around the office desk. After Wu Chong and Su Mingyuan explained Heng Zhengyang's plan to everyone, they all praised him endlessly. Is he still not awake, Mingyuan? Yes, Secretary and Heng Zhengyang's friends are guarding there. I send someone to inquire every half hour, and he still hasn't woken up. Sigh. I hope he can get through this crisis. Can our medical personnel help? Lakun sighed and tentatively asked. Well then, since that's the case, let us cherish the bright future Heng Zhengyang has fought for us. Now, let us discuss the matters regarding post-disaster reconstruction together. Okay, Secretariat agreed. Outside the locust flower formation, Rong Yanshi's complexion was as rosy as a ripe apple. Qingmei seemed to be sulking. Lu Ruxue awkwardly played with her hair. Only Ma Yuan and the black old ghost were quietly discussing something together. My goodness, Heng old brother, this is indeed a bit intense. What do you think? At least the master has finally recovered. I need to brew some goji berries for him later to replenish. Hey, don't say. You really shouldn't say. Let us make him some small barbecues, some grilled kidneys, grilled leeks, and 2 bottles of strong yellow wine. That's all set. In the locust flower formation, Heng Zhengyang finally woke up in a daze. When he saw Xiao Linghuai lying beside him, completely undressed, he was genuinely startled. What are you doing here? What's happening between us? Awakened by Heng Zhengyang's startled voice, Xiao Linghuai cursed with a face full of resentment. I sent it to save you. You annoying bastard. Huh? Heng Zhengyang pointed at himself. I don't even know what I did. Heng Zhengyang was indeed a bit confused. His consciousness had just awakened. He truly didn't understand what had happened to the scene and wasn't pretending to be ignorant. Hearing Xiao Linghuai say that, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but realize what had transpired between them. Just as he was about to make a promise, he heard Xiao Linghuai say, from now on, I must be forever loyal to the Jingzhou Otherworld Bureau. Upon hearing this, Heng Zhengyang's expression suddenly changed. So, this is a transaction? He had thought it was his personal charm that had conquered Xiao Linghuai, but he didn't expect that after experiencing life and death together, the feelings between them hadn't changed at all. Of course, what else could it be if not a transaction? Xiao Linghuai retorted defiantly, her gaze somewhat evasive. He embraced Xiao Linghuai's fair neck and smiled. All right, no problem, but your bargaining chip isn't quite enough. What do you mean? Xiao Linghuai's stunningly beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. At least you should accompany me a few more times, right? You bastard. Xiao Linghuai reached out to grab Heng Zhengyang, but he countered and restrained her. In that moment, the golden energy surging in his hand surprised Heng Zhengyang. What is this? Am I already a practitioner with Xiao Linghuai's help? Ding! The system prompted the host that the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique and the infinite longevity method rewarded by the system had been learned by the host. The host should familiarize themselves with the operation method as soon as possible. Upon hearing the system prompt, Heng Zhengyang instantly understood. It seemed that this woman, Xiao Linghuai, had truly dedicated herself to him without reservation. Those words just now were merely the stubbornness of cooked duck. With a little guidance, there shouldn't be any major issues. Bastard, let me go. The more Xiao Linghuai struggled, the more Heng Zhengyang felt secretly pleased. This little lady had come to him with such an arrogant attitude on the first day. If she had the ability, she should break free herself. Heng Zhengyang smiled and, with a thought, a stream of energy actually formed in his hands, taking the shape of the object he imagined. A pair of handcuffs. Heng Zhengyang pointed with his finger, and the golden handcuffs were fastened onto Xiao Linghuai's wrist. Xiao Linghuai naturally knew that she couldn't break free. After a day and night of dual cultivation, her energy had not decreased, but had only increased a little. However, she had clearly seen the changes in Heng Zhengyang's cultivation. This guy had completed the leap from a martial artist to a martial master, and then to the peak levels of martial energy and martial essence in just 1 hour. In the subsequent time, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, going from a C-level cultivator directly to an SSS-level cultivator, surpassing her current level. Xiao Linghuai tried her utmost, but couldn't break free. She could only sit there dejectedly, with tears as big as beans falling down. The combination of being stripped of her purity and Heng Zhengyang's teasing words and actions made Xiao Linghuai feel even more aggrieved. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Who knew she would resist so much, making it harder than pressing a pig during the new year. But this time, he didn't use force to make her submit. Instead, he patiently coaxed Xiao Linghuai like a child. Oh, wasn't I just playing with you? I won't do that anymore. What do you want me to do? I'll do it. You can handcuff me too. Let me experience cosplay. I'll prepare a little whip and some chili oil for you. With Heng Zhengyang's relentless efforts, Xiao Linghuai finally laughed out loud, but she quickly stifled it, hugging her legs and asking, will you marry me? He understood that Xiao Linghuai just wanted his attitude, an attitude that treated her as his woman. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang embraced Xiao Linghuai again, and she no longer resisted, instead snuggling against his shoulder obediently. A few minutes later, Heng Zhengyang and Xiao Linghuai put on the clothes that YIN-YANG had sent earlier and then left the Huaihua interior together. Through Xiao Linghuai's narration, Heng Zhengyang finally understood why he had such high cultivation. Her yin absorption and energy supplementation required a price. However, he could not only transform others' energy into energy he could use, but also feed back pure energy to others, enhancing their cultivation. What kind of supreme dual cultivation technique was this? Wouldn't he no longer need to go out and struggle to hunt for monsters? Every day, he could just call Xiao Linghuai, roam Yinshi, and she made to sleep comfortably in bed and become invincible. With a skeptical mindset, he decided that he would definitely have to try it when the opportunity arose. As Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai appeared, Qingmei couldn't wait to rush over and hug Heng Zhengyang. "You finally came out. We were all scared to death." Feeling the soft pressure against his chest, Heng Zhengyang patted Qingmei's long hair. "Don't worry. Thanks to Linghuai, I'm fine now." Although Xia Linghuai looked a bit unhappy at this scene, she said nothing. When she first saw Qingmei and Heng Zhengyang walking down the stairs together, Xia Linghuai had a feeling that these two were definitely not just ordinary friends. Next came a series of greetings from people, demons, and ghosts. Heng Zhengyang dealt with it for more than an hour before finally getting into the Bentley that YIN-YANG drove over. "Everyone, you must have realized the seriousness of the problem by now." Heng Zhengyang sat in the first seat, his hands crossed and his brows tightly furrowed. In the chaotic world of the four clans, a king has emerged. Xia Linghuai recounted the words that were spoken when Zheng Jinduo appeared. What does this mean? It means that as long as in the same region, if powerful beings from the four clans appear simultaneously, it will open the portal for powerful beings from other races. Heng Zhengyang looked at Xia Linghuai, who shook her head. This indicated that, so far, no state, city, or county had the strength to withstand the descent of those powerful beings. In any case, we have already successfully killed a demon powerhouse, and our next goal is to ascend together to above SSS rank. If there is anything you need, feel free to bring it up, and I can help everyone. Heng Zhengyang's 5 elements technique can transform the powers of the 5 elements into each other. Therefore, he believes that he will soon help either Qingmei or my Yuan step onto a brand new stage. After everyone left, Heng Zhengyang finally took out the unknown beast egg that had been temporarily stored in the system shop. Chapter 33. The Strongest Support Divine Beast. System brother, you only gave me 1 egg, but can you tell me how to hatch it? Ding. The host only needs to inject vital energy. Please let me know earlier next time. Heng Zhengyang placed his hand on the beast egg, which was as white as snow. With his right hand, golden energy flowed and gradually entered the beast egg. The shell hummed softly, emitting a faint white light that flickered and made sounds. After a moment, the entire egg transformed into a ball of white light. It gradually outlined the shape of a small animal. Soon, the white light disappeared. A creature appeared on the table, completely snow white, with 2 horns on its head, resembling both a sheep and a young lion. It curled up into a ball, seemingly still snoring. Looking at the adorable little pet in front of him, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The young beast was awakened with a yawn, opening its small mouth. It was simply explosively cute. Heng Zhengyang exclaimed, "My heart can't take it." The young beast, seeing Heng Zhengyang shining with golden light, spoke human words and said, "Are you the master who awakened me? I am Bai Zhe, understanding the emotions of all things, knowledgeable about the affairs of different races. Although my combat power is somewhat weak, but..." Heng Zhengyang hadn't spoken yet when Baize began to introduce itself. If others or demons heard this, they would definitely mock Baize. After all, some knowledge in this world does not connect with that of Heng Zhengyang's previous world. However, he knew that Baize was not lying at all. Even when it said its combat strength was slightly weak, Heng Zhengyang felt it was being humble. How could an ancient, auspicious beast that has been celebrated for generations possibly have weak combat strength? He still don't know the master's name? From Heng Zhengyang's expression, Baize understood everything. It really liked this human who had unsealed it because the other party liked it very much. "My name is Heng Zhengyang. Welcome to join us, Baize. Like the moon's constancy, like the sun's rise, the master's future is bright and brilliant." Baize brought its 2 little paws together, making a congratulatory gesture towards Heng Zhengyang. What a sweet little mouth. Looking at Baize's silly and cute appearance, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but hug it and rub its head. "Master, there seems to be 6 unusual auras here. Are they all your friends?" "Yes, everyone has come together with a common goal." Heng Zhengyang was stunned and paused his hand that was stroking by Zhe. The other party was actually able to perceive the ghost spirit that was coexisting within Xia Linghuai's body, truly worthy of being a master of all things and a bane to evil spirits. Looking at the remaining 1 day of cool-down time for the summoning in the shop, Heng Zhengyang had an idea. Ding, ding, ding. "Come in. Xia, the beautiful lady, what are you doing?" Heng Zhengyang walked into Xia Linghuai's room, and saw her bent over the desk, writing something. It was an otherworld investigation report. Xiao Linghuai lifted the paper to show him for a moment. This time the commotion was so big that they asked me to report in detail. Is it for the headquarters in Jingzhou? Heng Zhengyang leaned on the sofa beside him and asked leisurely, "What's up? Do you have any instructions?" Xiao Linghuai raised an eyebrow, sensing that Heng Zhengyang seemed to have some thoughts. How could I dare to give any instructions? Heng Zhengyang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Do you know the otherworldly bureau in Anwang County next door? Can you get in touch with them? We could organize a joint operation. Don't joke around. There's still a bunch of troubles here in Qingshan County that haven't been resolved. Xiao Linghuai stood up and walked over, playfully patting Heng Zhengyang. But seeing the serious look on his face, Xiao Linghuai suddenly changed her expression. Are you serious? The situation is severe. I don't have time for jokes. Heng Zhengyang pulled Xiao Linghuai into his arms with force. The sooner we eliminate a county, the sooner we can purify a piece of human land. If we really wait until all the demons and monsters in the world start causing havoc, we won't know how many humans will survive by then. Seeing Xiao Linghuai's willow-shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed, he didn't say anything. Heng Zhengyang directly reached out to smooth her eyebrows. That's more like it. Always frowning looks so ugly. Go to hell. Xiao Linghuai chuckled, pushing Heng Zhengyang away. This guy feels so slick. But when he spoke, Xiao Linghuai found it interesting. The people she had encountered before were just so clingy. Is this what love is? Wait a minute. Let me make a call to ask for instructions. Xiao Linghuai picked up her phone, deciding to call her father. Although Anwang County might become like Qingshan County, it still meant that humanity had gained some strength. Okay, go ahead. Heng Zhengyang was still lying on the sofa, showing no intention of leaving. Xiao Linghuai didn't think much of it and dialed the phone. Just as the call connected and she hadn't said much, Heng Zhengyang suddenly hugged Xiao Linghuai from behind. Xiao Linghuai realized her father was still on the line and quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "What are you doing?" Then one hand reached towards Xiao Linghuai's tempting beautiful legs. Xiao Huai, what's happening over there? It's nothing, I'll continue. Xiao Linghuai could only helplessly push Heng Zhengyang away while talking to her father on the phone. In an extremely embarrassing situation, she felt a hint of anger and excitement in her heart. I understand everything you said. I'll send someone to take over your work. You and Heng Zhengyang can just do your thing. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Heng Zhengyang almost couldn't hold back. After receiving a fierce glare from the increasingly flushed Xiao Linghuai, he quickly covered his mouth. Okay, I got it. I'll hang up now. Xiao Huai, if you're not feeling well, rest early and take care of yourself. Okay. Xiao Linghuai hurriedly agreed and finally hung up the phone. She turned to look, and Heng Zhengyang was already lying on the bed with an expression as if he were ready to be picked. You bastard! Xiao Linghuai yelled as she pounced on him. More than 3 hours passed, and it wasn't until dinner time that Xiao Linghuai finally let Heng Zhengyang go. Before leaving, she kicked him hard in the butt as a punishment for disturbing her with the phone call. Heng Zhengyang stretched out the other half of his buttocks, begging the other party for another kick. Finally, when he saw Xiao Linghuai condensing her energy, he hurriedly ran out. Through dual cultivation, both of their cultivations improved a notch. However, Heng Zhengyang felt that he still could not reach the level above SSS grade cultivators. He should ask Baze about it next time. Heng Zhengyang arrived at the restaurant and saw the servants setting various dishes on the dining table. Chinese barbecue, Western snacks, French cuisine. Yin-Ming, is this a buffet? Heng Zhengyang called out to Yun-Ming, who was holding a plate of roasted lamb kidneys, and swallowed hard. It's no wonder he felt inadequate. In his previous life, he often spent time drinking and eating skewers with a few buddies on the street. Everything was fine back then, except that lamb kidneys were too expensive. He could only afford to taste a skewer. No wonder they say that if you have money, you should eat kidneys. Given the current situation, he could eat until he was sick. Master, these have all been ordered for you by your friends in advance. You've been in a coma for too long, and you really need to eat more to replenish your strength, Yin-Ming explained, slightly bowing. All right, you can go ahead, he replied. Yes, soon. The additional chefs and helpers hired by the restaurant began to get busy. Aside from the 2 spirits who did not need to eat, Xiao Linghuai and 3 fairies arrived on the scene. Everyone's eyes sparkled at the sight of the delicious food. Later, after listening to Lu Rushue's explanation, Heng Zhengyang and the others learned that among the 4 races in this other world, only the demon race could closely resemble humans. The deeper their cultivation, the more similar their daily routines became to humans. After all, humans are the leaders of all beings, and all creatures wish to converge towards that. Once the demon race reaches SS rank or above, they are already quite similar to humans. That is why Qing Mei was so captivated by the smell of the noodles Heng Zhengyang was cooking for the first time. After all, her previous diet consisted mainly of raw meat and fresh water. Everyone, don't hold back. Eat freely. Ma Yuan had already been attracted by the aroma of the food, and upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, he jumped onto the table and started to show off. Qing Mei and Lu Ruxue also sampled this and that, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Although Xia Linghuai had attended similar high-end banquets before, she was only there to accompany her father to meet important figures, so she couldn't relax and wasn't satisfied. Finally, seizing the opportunity, she also began to eat heartily. Heng Zhengyang held a beer in his left hand and 2 skewers of kidneys in his right, staring intently at the door. He was really worried. Just as he was considering whether to go out and take a look, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared at the door. It seemed that there were 3 heads following the figure. Chapter 34. The young version of the Monster King. Is this the surprise you gave me? Heng Zhengyang looked at the palm-sized, 3-headed dragon in front of him and couldn't understand what this little thing was for. Master, don't underestimate it. This is the offspring of the Monster King of Beizhou in Blue Star, Bai Zhe said while struggling to break free from Xia Linghuai's embrace. Just this? Heng Zhengyang still didn't believe it, teasing the 3-headed dragon's little head with his finger. Roar! The 3-headed dragon flapped its black wings and sprayed a burst of flames at Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang felt a wave of itchiness in his fingers. He simply lifted the other party up. Opening the eye of heavenly punishment, he found nothing particularly special about this little monster. If one had to say there was something special, it was the 6 pairs of eyes, which seemed to contain an unignorable majesty. Aside from the gaze resembling that of a king, it was lacking in other aspects. I'll have a chance to show you Kira's abilities. Bai Zhe, through relentless effort, finally freed himself from the torment of Xia Linghuai, using his 2 claws to pinch one of the Emperor Crab's pincers while chewing and speaking. Well then, little guy, eat whatever you want. Heng Zhengyang placed the 3-headed dragon, Kira, on the dining table. Kira raised its neck in front of a jar of devil pepper sauce. As proud and casual as an emperor selecting concubines, it suddenly gulped down a mouthful, and then all 3 mouths began to cough violently. The different expressions on the 3 heads were truly amusing, causing everyone present, both humans and demons, to burst into laughter. Little did they know that this 3-headed dragon, Kira, whom they were mocking today, would later become one of the top-ranked monsters in the world. After dinner, Heng Zhengyang found Ma Yuan. Brother Ma, I want to ask you something. You mentioned before that you encountered a demon, right? Yes, that's right. What do you ask, Heng? Ma Yuan immediately understood what Heng Zhengyang was after. You really can't hide anything from you. Heng Zhengyang clapped his thigh and laughed. Where did you meet it? Can you still remember? Ma Yuan grinned mischievously and hooked his hoof around Heng Zhengyang's shoulder. I say, Heng, you already have 3 beautiful ladies, and now with Sister Shui. That's 4. As he spoke, Ma Yuan patted Heng Zhengyang's lower back. Don't worry, brother, I can handle it. Heng Zhengyang straightened his back, indicating that he was fine. Men can be criticized for anything, but they cannot be said to be incapable. All right. Ma Yuan brought over the map of the northern state of Huaxia and marked a place called Heian City. It was at this location that I encountered that demon. Heng Zhengyang searched on his phone and found that over 300 kilometers isn't too far. Heng Zhengyang felt that his plan was becoming more and more perfect and couldn't help but get excited. Brother Heng, take care of your health. When Ma Yuan saw Heng Zhengyang's expression, he mistakenly thought that his excitement was due to meeting that female demon. So he kindly reminded him before walking outside. Heng Zhengyang didn't mind either. Gathering the 4 different races was one aspect, but on the other hand, it was just as Ma Yuan thought. The legendary succubus, which guy wouldn't be moved. Late at night, Heng Zhengyang was boredly scrolling through Douyin videos. Bai Zhe leaned over, staring intently at the phone screen, until a flirty female streamer appeared. Bai Zhe's soft little paw suddenly stopped on the screen. Heng Zhengyang turned his head in surprise. Are you able to tell this? Of course. And I can also see that the master's pure yang body is basically an upgrade accelerator for her. With just a little temptation, she could be made to submit. That's indeed the case. Heng Zhengyang agreed to Bei's words on the surface, but inside, he was contemplating whether to send this little thing to Xiaoling Huai. In front of Bei's, he felt as if his secrets were being laid bare. No secrets at all. Master, am I being too talkative? Bei's lay beside the pillow with a pitiful look, truly looking as pitiful as could be. This made Heng Zhengyang's fatherly love surge, and he immediately held it in his arms to comfort it. After finally getting this little ancestor to sleep, Heng Zhengyang picked up his phone again. The female streamer that Bei's had just mentioned surprisingly had nearly 1 million viewers in her live stream. He watched as the heavily made-up, exceptionally alluring girl shyly performed a suggestive dance. Heng Zhengyang felt his throat was a bit dry, and a wave of wicked thoughts rose in his heart. Brothers, as long as you send 10 yachts to your sister, you can add her contact information. As soon as this was said, the wealthy big shots in the live broadcast room started frantically sending gifts. Heng Zhengyang opened the gift interface and took a look. A yacht costs 10,000 comma coins, and 1 comma coin actually requires a recharge of 100 yuan. That means just adding a contact method would require a total real expenditure of 10 million yuan. Heng Zhengyang decisively gave up the idea of meeting the other party. Although the bank card that Li Qianni had bound for himself could spend billions, it would be somewhat embarrassing if the other party knew he spent it all on a female internet celebrity. Since he had obtained the other party's hiding place from my Yuan, it would be enough to bring Bei's and find the other party for a talk later. After making up his mind, Heng Zhengyang put down his phone and intended to enter dreamland. Just as he closed his eyes, they suddenly opened again. He realized that the scene of watching the other party's live stream seemed to linger in his mind. He couldn't forget the girl's flirtatious expression. Moreover, the fire in his heart was growing stronger. No wonder there were so many people in the live stream room. Even with the protection of the Divine Sun Heart and being a high-level practitioner, it was difficult to resist. Not to mention those ordinary people. Creak! The bedroom door was pushed open, and Qingmei poked her head in. Heng Zhengyang, are you asleep? Not yet, what's up? Heng Zhengyang propped himself up and looked towards the door. Do you want to drink plum wine? Qingmei was walking over with 2 bottles of foreign wine, wearing a lace camisole and a super short skirt. She saw Bei's sleeping by the bed and quietly asked, pointing at Bei's, did I disturb it? No. You came just in time. Heng Zhengyang directly pulled Qingmei onto the bed, holding her beautiful hair. I'm really angry right now. After another night of May You Gather More, the sun was already high in the sky when Heng Zhengyang finally woke up. He had slept very comfortably under Qingmei's service that night. The strange feeling from last night had completely vanished. His mind was incredibly clear. He quickly washed up and dressed with Qingmei, and they prepared to set off with everyone else. They all got into a Bentley Mulsanne and headed to Anwang County in Lin County, Qingshan City. As soon as they entered the county, Heng Zhengyang activated the Eye of Divine Punishment to observe the passers-by on both sides of the road. Sure enough, some of them had already been parasitized by demons. Heng Zhengyang roughly estimated and found that there weren't as many as in Qingshan County. Ling Huai and I will go to the Otherworld Bureau first to take a look and communicate about the plan. Qingmei, Brother Ma, and Sister Shui, you accompany Bei's to search for the demon's hiding place. When we are not far from the underground fortress of the Otherworld Bureau, Heng Zhengyang divides the team into 2 groups, preparing to act separately. Gila flaps its wings and flies in front of Heng Zhengyang. Oh, I almost forgot about you, little guy. You could just follow me. Upon hearing this, Gila lies on Heng Zhengyang's shoulder, proudly raising its head. Why are you so proud? Heng Zhengyang gently patted Gila's small head. At this moment, they had arrived at their destination. Everyone acted according to plan. In front of the bunker, 2 young people in red uniforms were waiting. Upon seeing the credentials presented by Xiaoling Huai, they immediately saluted respectfully and opened the hidden door of the bunker. The 2 followed the guide into the elevator, which took them directly down to the 10th underground level. As the door opened, an elderly man in his 50s, dressed very fashionably, came over with a dozen people in red uniforms. Welcome, General Xia, to inspect our work. This must be Comrade Heng Zhengyang. I witnessed your heroic deeds when you annihilated the ghost spirits that day. Zhang Yingdong hurried over to provide support upon hearing about the major incident in Qingshan County, only to enjoy a grand show instead. After exchanging pleasantries, they walked towards the central conference room. However, they were unaware that on the 11th underground level, the imprisoned monsters suddenly launched an attack, killing the guards and breaking through the prison doors to rush out. Chapter 35. Dog barking sounds in the senior conference hall of the Interdimensional Bureau in Jingzhou. 5 directors in charge of various regions of China were discussing the unusual incident in Qingshan County. Zhang, I think this young man from Huaxia is too dangerous. We should arrest him immediately. What's the reason? He not only eliminated all the abnormal organizations in Qingshan County, but also saved hundreds of thousands of people. Heng Zhengyang has now become an indispensable part of our Interdimensional Bureau's fight against foreign races. Facing Yamamoto Tairi, who is sent by Sakura Country to provide support, Xia Zhengji rebutted with disdain. Director Xia, please don't be so emotional. We're just discussing this matter. Another director from Huaxia smiled kindly and waved his hand to the two. If Heng Zhengyang joins the headquarters, he must be deployed for support, starting with our beautiful country. Director James from a beautiful country pointed at the table with a fake smile. Well, we still need to respect the other party's opinions. Xia Zhengji frowned. Director Xia won't forget our Interdimensional Bureau's mutual assistance agreement, right? James's expression suddenly turned unpleasant. When Huaxia contacted us to sign the agreement, why weren't you as tough as you are now? Xia Zhengji was momentarily speechless. He truly couldn't understand why the higher-ups would sign such an agreement. Now, the domestic interdimensional forces were mostly controlled by other countries. However, the chaos caused by these people in Huaxia was almost no less than that caused by those monsters. Complaints were rampant everywhere, and it was no wonder Haijo would resist like this. Sigh. Xia Zhengji sighed, and, in the end, could only compromise. At that moment, the Haijo Interdimensional Bureau passed the Bloodsea Plan. They attempted to combine technology with Heng Zhengyang's heavenly symbols, using half of Haijo's population to lure the foreign races and deliver a mutually destructive blow to them. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Those are lies we're talking about. Li Tianyi expressed his thoughts at the meeting. Sacrifice is inevitable. We must go through it. If we don't do this, there will be even more bloodshed and sacrifice later. We have already seized this favorable opportunity. Are we going to give it up? Should we learn from those people at the headquarters? Exactly. Better to be ashes of Huaxiao than a slave to other countries. After the meeting, when the slightly weaker Liu family heir passed by Li Tianyi, he mocked, "It's just sacrificing a bunch of lowly people. Why all the high-mindedness? Hypocritical. What did you say?" Li Tianyi's expression immediately turned cold. "Forget it, Tianyi. It's best not to stir up trouble at this time." Shemengshuan, who once wanted Li Tianyi to taste spicy king crab, blocked him. Hearing Shemengshuan's advice, Li Tianyi calmed down, packed his things, and left the conference hall. "Heck, coward." Liu Jiaming spat and left with his subordinates. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang was still waiting for the discussion results from the high-level leaders of Anwang County. Yawning, he had no idea that 2 troublesome matters were already waiting for him. How long are they going to discuss? He had been waiting for over an hour. Be patient. There are other countries' responsible officers here, so it requires more communication. Xiao Linghuai handed tea to Heng Zhengyang, but he blocked her. "I'm about to drink the teapot." Heng Zhengyang got up and walked away. "What are you doing? What else can I do? I'm going to the restroom to have some tea." Ha ha. Heng Zhengyang was comfortably relieving himself in the bathroom when the entire floor suddenly shook violently. Huh? An earthquake? Zhengyang, come out and help. Xiao Linghuai's urgent voice came from the hallway. Heng Zhengyang hurriedly pulled up his pants and ran out. What happened? What happened? He wasn't afraid of the earthquake, but of Bays and the others gathering the 4 clans ahead of time. His cool-down time still had a few hours left. The monsters in the underground level 11 were rioting. We need to help each other clear them out first. Xiao Linghuai and several anxious interdimensional investigators were waiting for him outside the door. Hey! Heng Zhengyang wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. What did I think it was? Isn't this just a free offering of heavenly punishment points? Soon, the group arrived at the underground level 11. The place was already filled with destroyed steel supports. Many investigators had already died on the spot, and there were pools of blood on the ground. Roar! An 8-legged, four-headed monster charged at Heng Zhengyang and the others. Just in time, Heng Zhengyang extended his right hand, and golden energy began to condense into a sharp blade. He wanted to see if he could take down this monster, which was probably at the late S-class level, by himself. The blade flew out, directly piercing through the monster's forehead and continuing to fly backward. Ding! Killed an S-class synthetic monster. Heavenly punishment points 1,000. According to the system prompt, Heng Zhengyang stepped forward to check and found that the monster's neck and legs indeed showed signs of having been stitched. You guys are still conducting research experiments in the Interdimensional Bureau? Xiao Linghuai initially did not catch the sarcasm in Heng Zhengyang's words and nodded. Of course, research is one way to deal with these anomalies. I don't think so. Heng Zhengyang shook his head and continued walking inside. What do you mean? Xiao Linghuai caught up and pulled Heng Zhengyang. You see for yourself. Inside the massive monster prison, thousands of monster limbs were piled up like small mountains. Most of the monsters that were slaughtering the interdimensional investigators were species with multiple hands, feet, and heads. However, they looked uncoordinated, as if they had been injected with deformity hormones. At this moment, several high-ranking leaders of the YIN-YANG County interdimensional investigators hurriedly arrived. The leader, a man with a small mustache, saw many monsters lying dead and shouted, "Baka, you bunch of bastards! Who allowed you to kill these monsters? These are our hard-earned research results from Sakura Country. You Chinese pigs must take responsibility for this." Sakura Country? Heng Zhengyang looked at Xiao Linghuai with anger in his eyes. Is this what you call foreign investigators? You don't speak. I'll handle this. Xiao Linghuai stepped forward to question Edo Daxiao. Who allowed you to conduct monster stitching experiments in China? Don't you know this is banned across the entire Blue Star? Yoshi, I didn't expect such a beautiful lady in the Interdimensional Bureau. Edo Daxiao leered at Xia Linghuai's legs, greedily wiping away the drool. If you're willing to spend a few nights with me, I can forgive your disrespect towards me. Otherwise, I will definitely report this to the headquarters. Let Sakura Country withdraw. Wow. Before Edo Daxiao could finish his sentence, Heng Zhengyang swiftly moved, and the other party's head regrettably left his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. You dare to slaughter our Sakura Country's envoy. You will. The moment he opened his mouth, a strong scent of Little Japan wafted out. Heng Zhengyang was too lazy to listen to the other party's nonsense and struck again with a knife. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Zhengyang, you've caused trouble. You caused a big mess, Xiao Linghuai said in a daze. Originally, they had the upper hand. But now, as long as the Sakura Country finds out, Huaxia Country will have to pay a huge compensation. Otherwise, various countries will withdraw their support forces. Heng Zhengyang will also face targeting and judgment from other countries. I have a cleanliness obsession with my ears and can't stand the sound of dogs barking. Heng Zhengyang scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, Are there still dogs here? His eyes were filled with killing intent, and a few figures in the crowd ran out. Without exception, they were all killed by Heng Zhengyang. In his previous life, there was a deep-seated blood feud between Huaxia and Sakura. In this life, encountering such arrogant little Japanese, he would not let a single one go if he could kill a group. Xiao Linghuai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Heng Zhengyang. They all sacrificed themselves in the monster defense battle in YIN-YANG County. Let whoever needs to mourn do so, and don't bother me. Heng Zhengyang's gaze penetrated deep into the prison. It seemed that something massive was about to burst forth. Chapter 36, King of Monsters. Bang, bang, bang. With every sound that echoed from inside the prison, the ground trembled slightly. In the dim light, a gigantic creature, 5 meters wide and 2 meters high, gradually revealed itself. It was a monster that resembled a fleshy ball. Dozens of hands, dozens of feet, and over a dozen heads were embedded in the flesh, forming an extremely grotesque creature. Only someone as twisted as the people of Sakura Country could create something like this. Wow! The monster let out a wailing cry, resembling that of a baby. Its massive body crashed forcefully, directly smashing the prison door that was the same width and height as itself. Heng Zhengyang transformed his vital energy into a golden long shield with both hands, easily blocking the incoming steel gate. With a few lightning talismans, golden thunder struck the monster, causing it to convulse in place. It seemed to become enraged, and with dozens of eyes turning, It began to forcefully descend towards the ground. "Boss Xia, we need to stop it," Zhang Yingdong shouted, but it was too late. The monster was incredibly heavy, like a medium-sized tank, weighing at least several dozen tons. Heng Zhengyang is gathering strength, and it has already smashed a large hole in the alloy floor. It then fell through the hole layer by layer. The monsters on each layer began to stir, and the giant monsters opened the cell doors on the lowest level. The monsters from the bottom rushed upwards, while other monsters broke open the cell doors and escaped amidst the chaos. Due to the small and complex underground environment, everyone was unable to determine the locations of all the monsters. The screams and wails suddenly echoed throughout the Anwang County Otherworld Investigation Bureau bunker. Heng Zhengyang fought valiantly to ensure that no monsters escaped. However, he couldn't be in two places at once. While he was still on the 11th floor, some monsters had already darted from the 12th floor down to the 7th and 8th floors. If the two of them split up, he would easily become distracted out of worry. Moreover, with so many monsters around, if there were any transformed mutated species, it would be a huge problem to rescue her later. Zhang Yingdong learned about the situation on each floor through the communication device. The entire county's Otherworld Bureau had already lost nearly half of its investigators. Among them were Zhang Yingdong's people, as well as those of the deceased Itadaichi. The system notification sound by Heng Zhengyang's ear never stopped. However, he couldn't feel any sense of relief right now, because if these monsters ran outside and caused a riot, then Anwang County might also open the space-time rift in advance, letting out powerful beings from other races. Those damn stinky dogs from Sakura Country. How many monsters have they captured? No wonder the strongest monsters in Qingshan County are only those S-class monsters hidden underground. Heng Zhengyang was still puzzled about why the strength distribution among the four clans was so uneven. It turned out they had all been captured by Anwang County. Heng Zhengyang finally finished clearing the 11th floor and hurriedly took Xia Linghuai to the 12th floor. However, at this moment, the 12th floor had nothing but a dozen corpses of investigators and one or two monsters. If the 12th floor is like this, then the 13th floor is probably the same. Having to search and clear each of the 10 floors above one by one seems a bit too troublesome, doesn't it? Just then, Kira, who had been sleeping on Heng Zhengyang's shoulder, finally woke up. He flapped his wings and flew in front of Heng Zhengyang, shaking his head. "Are you saying you have a way, little guy?" Heng Zhengyang suddenly remembered that he still had a little monster by his side when he saw Kira. Baizé had said that it was quite capable. Kira nodded and then stood on his shoulder, making strange noises at the two remaining monsters that were barely alive. When those two monsters heard it, they struggled to get up from the ground as if they were out of control. Ignoring their own wounds that were bleeding profusely, they hurriedly crawled to Heng Zhengyang's feet. Heng Zhengyang's eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "You really are the king of monsters." Kira showed a proud little expression, as if to say, "What do you think?" Kira flew to Zhang Yingdong's waist and bumped its head against the communication device. Zhang Yingdong and Xia Linghuai were both puzzled about what it wanted to do. However, Heng Zhengyang immediately understood. "Director Zhang, can this thing connect to the bunker broadcast?" It can, but what do you want to do?" Xia Linghuai suddenly realized and instructed without wasting time. "Don't ask, just do it." "Oh, yes." Zhang Yingdong was startled by Xia Linghuai's shout. He quickly pulled out the communication device from his waist and adjusted it for a while, connecting it to the overall broadcast. This was a requirement for every Otherworld Bureau. After all, no one knew when a special situation might arise. Connecting the broadcast made it easier for the director to notify actions. Xia Linghuai took the device and squatted down to place it next to Kira's head. Kira nodded in satisfaction, seemingly interpreting Xia Linghuai's actions as a form of submission. It paused for a moment and began to make continuous strange calls into the device. The monsters that were crazily devouring humans on all floors suddenly seemed to be controlled, all putting down their food and rushing madly toward the underground. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 100 monsters of all sizes crawled in front of Heng Zhengyang. Boom! 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 A tremendous vibration came from the ground. Heng Zhengyang looked into the distance and saw that it was the giant monster. It had actually squeezed its body down to 1/10 of its size to get here. At this moment, green-brown liquid was still flowing out from the right rear of its body. Truly, it is by Zay. In this world, it could be said to be the strongest support divine beast. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim, but was suddenly hit in the face by a pair of black wings. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked Kira's contributions again and quickly patted the other's head. Kira is indeed the king of monsters. So impressive. Hearing this, Kira proudly lifted its neck and flew onto Heng Zhengyang's shoulder. You can absorb all the energy from these monsters. Heng Zhengyang gently stroked Kira's long neck and said. Kira shook its head, folded its two wings together, and rested its head on them, indicating that it wanted to continue sleeping. All right, go ahead and sleep. Heng Zhengyang couldn't wait to claim these monsters as his own. After all, these were thousands of heavenly punishment points. As Heng Zhengyang brought his palms together and then apart, countless arcs of lightning began to surge wildly in his palms. Now he no longer needed to consume heavenly punishment points. He could release techniques nearly identical to the lightning in his palms on his own. Heng Zhengyang shot the light waves composed of thunder towards the monsters, almost extinguishing them upon contact. There wouldn't even be a speck of dust left on the ground. Playing this mowing game is indeed exhilarating. The pleasant system notification sound in my ears is even more enjoyable. As night gradually falls, YIN-YANG, Bays, and a few other fairies are waiting in the private dining room of the Haiyan Hotel. What is Brother Heng doing? He has been busy since noon, and it's almost evening now. Ma Heng rested his hooves on the chair, swaying them out of boredom. In the afternoon, I felt a wave of disturbance. The master must have encountered some issues, but it has been resolved now. Bays leaned on the table, explaining the situation. He should be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was opened. Heng Zhengyang walked in with Xiaoling Huai. Everyone, it's been a whole afternoon since we last met. I've missed you all. After greeting each person, YIN-YANG confirmed that everyone was present and began to instruct the hotel to serve the dishes. Everyone at the dining table ate and drank while finalizing their plans. They had already gathered the 3 clans of monsters, ghosts, and creatures, but were still missing the demon clan. Baizé had already revealed the method to lure out the demons. Heng Zhengyang looked at the remaining 2 hours of cooling time for the heavenly law, upper body, feeling an immense joy in his heart. He had already begun to anticipate the rewards from the system upgrade. Chapter 37. The Divine Lord Guan appears late at night in a secluded alley. A drunken man suddenly fell down here. The wine bottle shattered, and his hand was cut. However, the man seemed to have passed out and paid no attention. After a while, a shadow suddenly appeared in the alley. The newcomer was wrapped in a dark cloak, making it impossible to see his face. The cloaked figure bent down and sniffed the blood of the drunken man, letting out a cackling laugh. Then he picked up the man and walked towards a nearby church. On the rooftop surrounding the church, Rong Yunshi, Xiao Linghuai, Qing Mei, and Lu Ruxue were on one side. On the other side were Bays, Jila, the black old ghost, and Mayuan. Their gazes were fixed on the approaching figure. Once the vampire demon was revealed, everyone would show themselves and unleash their powerful moves. The demons and spirits nodded, their vital energy already beginning to circulate in advance. The human being carried by the cloaked figure was none other than Heng Zhengyang. At this moment, he had been taken into the church's basement and placed in a Western-style coffin. After the sound of the door closing, Heng Zhengyang waited a few minutes before slowly getting up. He forcefully pushed open the coffin lid and peered around. Just as Bays had said, there were dozens of coffins of various sizes placed here. These were the humans that this vampire demon had collected during the night. It needed to gather a total of 66 people before it could begin to consume human blood and enhance its own power. Heng Zhengyang is the 65th. This means there is only one left, and the vampire demon is about to start its actions. It must be urgently looking for the next target. So it is definitely not in the church right now. Heng Zhengyang circulates his vital energy, opening all the coffins. Some humans still have breath, but most have suffocated to death. This is unavoidable. After all, he only just arrived in Anwang County today. Being able to save a few people is already quite difficult. Heng Zhengyang dragged several girls, reeking of alcohol and still carrying some filth, out of the coffin and tied them together. It was clear that they had been relaxing at a bar and then got overdrunk. No wonder it said that not all girls from bars are bad. But good girls definitely don't go to bars. Being picked up like corpses is a minor issue. If these girls hadn't encountered Heng Zhengyang today, They probably wouldn't even know how they would die. As Heng Zhengyang left, he transformed his vital energy in his left hand into gold and threw it directly onto the coffins. Boom! The blazing red flames immediately erupted, and Heng Zhengyang hurriedly dragged a few living people away from the scene. Upon seeing the sea of fire before him, he was stunned. Who the hell did this? The kneeling vampire demon began to wail loudly. Anyone unaware would think it had suffered some immense injustice. Just then, Heng Zhengyang ran past with a few corpses from not far away. The vampire demon under the cloak seemed to realize something and immediately gave chase. Damnomans, stop right there. In the face of its roar, Heng Zhengyang not only did not stop but turned his head and made a face at the demon. Furious, the vampire demon screeched, disregarding the person it had thrown to the ground, and extended its claws from under the cloak to pounce on Heng Zhengyang. Seeing the exposed S-level strength of the opponent, Heng Zhengyang looked down on it. He directly took a row of dummies and led it in circles. Meanwhile, the person who had just been thrown to the ground was just regaining consciousness, ready to curse, but was knocked out again by Ma Yuan. After handing over the matter to the Anwan County Otherworld Bureau, the Otherworld investigators began to quickly escort these people away. Everyone, it's about time. Let's move. Xiao Ling Huai glanced at her watch. It was already the agreed-upon time. All right, understood. Yinshi, little Jila. I won't be polite then. Ma Yuan leaped high, his four hooves spewing endless flames, charging towards Rong Yinshi and Jila. Of course, he controlled his attack to around S-level strength. Jila flapped her wings and swiftly dodged. Then all three heads simultaneously shot flames at Ma Yuan. Rong Yinshi also unleashed her silk towards Ma Yuan. It's unfair. 2 against 1. Although Ma Yuan said this, his 2 front hooves had already gathered a flaming disc, absorbing their attacks. Then the disc began to shoot out rockets wildly. This move was inspired by Heng Zhengyang's daylight descent, which he had researched. Thus, the vampire demon on the ground attacked madly with its claws as Heng Zhengyang moved slowly and quickly. The demons on the roof were in a chaotic fight. After about a few minutes, the group of demons suddenly found that the scene around them had turned into a forest. In the forest, a few old trees had crows cawing. Under the trees stood an ancient well, quietly standing there. For some reason, just seeing it made one feel a chill in their heart. The vampire demon still chasing Heng Zhengyang suddenly came to a halt. A familiar yet strange memory suddenly emerged in its mind. Heng Zhengyang saw this scene and suddenly felt a bit surprised as he combined it with his memories from his previous life. When he first arrived in this world, the red and white collision spirits he encountered did not belong to the 4 clan rulers. Why could the spirits from the little cherry blossom country appear as rulers? In fact, he still hadn't figured out how this world really worked. Just like the devourer he encountered earlier, which was a split from the original. Most of the demons and monsters now were either subordinates sent by the top experts of the 4 clans or avatars sent to gather information, rather than their true forms. Perhaps Rong Yunshi's true form in the spirit world was much stronger than this ghost king in the dry well. It was just that due to the constraints of the rules, it couldn't descend into the human world. Old Black, control it. Yes, master. The black old ghost directly approached the blood-sucking demon and enveloped it in black mist. This was also to prevent the blood-sucking demon from causing any more trouble and disrupting his cleansing plan. Since it was here, it shouldn't hide in the well anymore. It had been stuck there for so many years. Wasn't it cold? Heng Zhengyang shouted towards the dry well, and his words struck a nerve with Gui Lingjin. The bone-chilling cold and despair it felt when it was thrown to the bottom of the well in life was a pain it could never let go of. What? Do you want me to seal the well opening and keep you inside for the rest of your life? Heng Zhengyang shouted again. This was undoubtedly adding salt to the wound of Gui Lingjin, igniting her fury instantly. Crack! A pale hand clawed at the edge of the well, followed by another hand. Her face was obscured by black hair, and her body in a white dress gradually appeared. The ghostly energy on Gui Lingjin was released, and the powerful pressure was comparable to that of Andrus on that day. Ding! Exchange for a random possession. Heavenly punishment points minus 66,666. Ding! The demon-suppressing emperor of the 3 realms, the mighty Guan Sheng Emperor, Guan Yu, is coming. At this moment, a bloodshot, dead fish eye emerged from Gui Lingjin's black hair, glaring fiercely at Heng Zhengyang. Everyone, including humans, demons, ghosts, and monsters, was overwhelmed by the oppressive force, struggling to breathe. Rong Yinshi, the black old ghost, and Qing Mei all collapsed to the ground. Indeed, this level of form monarch was beyond their reach. Just then, Heng Zhengyang suddenly closed his eyes tightly, muttering an obscure incantation. He assumed a hoarse stance, and his head began to shake uncontrollably, even leaving behind afterimages. Here it comes. That move again. The black old ghost was full of excitement. The first time he saw this move, he was so in awe that he wanted to kneel and lick Heng Zhengyang's shoes. This time was no exception. Rong Yinshi, who had just been extremely worried, now wore a relaxed smile. Buzz. The green essence around Heng Zhengyang surged, forming waves that spread out in all directions. In an instant, it shattered the oppressive aura of Guilingzhen. Crash! A section of the forest was suddenly shattered by Heng Zhengyang's power, revealing what lay beneath. It appeared to be a church that had been burned down to ruins. This is the passage opened by the master. We must retreat quickly, Bai Zhe shouted to everyone. Seeing that Xia Linghuai wanted to stay behind, hurriedly reminded her, the branch of the locust tree in your body is also a ghost spirit. Hearing this, Xia Linghuai rushed out with the main group. This was what Heng Zhengyang had agreed upon with everyone before taking action. Once an escape route appeared, they had to run for their lives as far as they could. Heng Zhengyang did not know who would possess him. However, he knew that once possessed, no matter which powerful being it was, they would not let any evil spirit go. At this moment, in the special ghost realm created by Ghost Spirit Jun, only it and the poor blood-sucking demon remained. Of course, there was also Heng Zhengyang, who had released the permissions of his body. Chapter 38. Directly flying up, Ghost Spirit Jun stared at Heng Zhengyang, who was slowly changing before it. It found that it could not guess the other party's strength. With no other choice, it could only try to attack. Jun extended its pale right hand, and the power of the void began to manifest. It reached out to grab the air. Heng Zhengyang's entire space began to twist. Bang! Accompanied by another explosion of aura from Heng Zhengyang. His whole body was sent flying out. No matter how he attacked next, he would suffer backlash. From the beginning until now, Heng Zhengyang had not sustained any damage. On the contrary, Jun had already expended quite a bit of energy. It vaguely felt that it was not a match for him, and a thought of temporarily avoiding him emerged. After all, this was the ghost realm it had created with its own power, and it had absolute control over it. Clap! The sound of shattering glass echoed again as the space around the ghost spirit Jun broke apart, revealing the streets of Anwan County. It retreated, firmly imprinting Heng Zhengyang's appearance in its mind. Devour the opponent's soul, absorb their power. The ghost spirit Jun looked up ahead. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang had transformed into a red-faced general wearing a green robe. His beautiful beard swayed in the wind, and a pair of phoenix eyes glowed, seeming to penetrate the world's evils. The Qinglong Yin-Yuan knife was held in his hand, with the coiling dragon swallowing the moon vividly depicted on the blade. You little rascal dare to harm the human world. Heng Zhengyang gently stroked his long beard, raising the Qinglong Yin-Yuan knife high with the other hand. The ghost spirit Jun saw the terrifying energy gathering on the blade. It wanted to escape, but found itself unable to move an inch under Heng Zhengyang's piercing gaze. This was not because the ghost spirit Jun was controlled, but rather it was completely intimidated under the majestic presence of the divine figure. Whoosh! With a stroke of the beard, the knife slashed. The blue blade aura that Heng Zhengyang swung was entwined with two golden coiling dragons flying towards the ghost spirit Jun. In an instant of collision, the ghost spirit Jun exploded into pieces. Ding! Killed a ghost star-level ghost spirit. Heavenly punishment points 500000. Ding! System upgraded to late Xian rank. Reward: 8 treasure Ling Long Tower 1. Ding! System shop updated, new item added, cloud writing. As the ghost spirit Jun perished, the ghost realm it created began to rapidly shatter. Heng Zhengyang planted the long knife in the ground, but his eyes suddenly turned to the side. There are still evil spirits. At this time, Xia Linghuai and the others had already left this area for several dozen kilometers, almost completely out of the jurisdiction of Anwan County. Bai Zhe suddenly shouted, "Not good. What's wrong?" Xia Linghuai asked, tightening his embrace around Bai Zhe. The immortal on the Master S body has caught up. As soon as Bai Zhe's voice fell, everyone felt a powerful pressure surging from above. When they looked up, they saw Heng Zhengyang hovering in the air. The aura in his phoenix eyes made them tremble uncontrollably. Even Bai Zhe, Ma Yuan, and other strong demons could not control their bodies. Heng Zhengyang is now trapped in his own body, feeling anxious but unable to do anything. Buzz! The Qinglong Yin blade once again reveals its sharpness. Heng Zhengyang grips the blade with both hands, and suddenly a massive golden blade, 10 meters long, materializes behind him. This enormous blade illuminates the entire sky. The locked individuals, demons, ghosts, and monsters have no doubt that their chances of surviving after being struck are 0. Ma Yuan and Lu Rushue both have lingering doubts about Heng Zhengyang in their hearts. However, the other party has done too well and treated them very nicely. That is why these two demons have not developed rebellious thoughts. Kola feels even more like he was coerced and tempted by Bai Zhe. He looks down on humans in his heart, even harboring hatred towards them. But now they have completely submitted. Heng Zhengyang is not just an ordinary person with some celestial skills. He is a rare genius, endowed with the talent of a celestial being. This time, they were completely subdued. Just as Heng Zhengyang was about to strike with his blade, the red paint on his face suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the armor on his body also disintegrated. The 10-meter-long sword that had materialized out of thin air instantly turned into countless particles. Finally, at the crucial moment, Heng Zhengyang's transformation time ended. Now, as he was free-falling from a great height, Heng Zhengyang felt somewhat unfortunate. I can't just die from the fall, can I? After waiting for a second or two, he realized there was no one below to save him. Heng Zhengyang suddenly realized that among his companions, only the undeveloped Jira could fly. Wow, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. That's right, I have cloud riding. Ding. Exchange for cloud riding 1, heavenly punishment points minus 1,000. Just as Heng Zhengyang was still dozens of meters above the ground, a cloud suddenly floated over quickly to catch him. The soft feeling was like a young girl's tender chest. Lying on it was simply a delight. This cloud was in sync with Heng Zhengyang's thoughts, and it gently lowered him to the ground. Although the exchange could only be used for a short 10 minutes, Heng Zhengyang had already achieved financial freedom. With over 1 million heavenly punishment points, exchanging for cloud riding allowed him to lie on it for 7 days and nights. Moreover, Heng Zhengyang had now mastered a method to rapidly accumulate heavenly punishment points. In the future, he would probably only worry about how to use them all, rather than having to be as frugal as before. Seeing that everyone was clearly frightened, Heng Zhengyang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort them. Xia Linghuai and Qingmei simultaneously jumped into his arms. The feeling of being embraced on both sides was indeed wonderful. However, Ma Yuan and Lu Rushue looked at him with somewhat strange expressions. Heng Zhengyang didn't think much of it. Perhaps he was just startled. Next, Yin-Ming and Qingmei stayed with Xia Linghuai in Anwan County. She had some matters to attend to. As for what exactly it was, Heng Zhengyang didn't ask. Heng Zhengyang took bays and boarded the cloud, planning to head to Heian City to find the demon that could be recruited. As long as the 4 clans were gathered, he would almost receive 500,000 heavenly punishment points and a considerable amount of system experience every week. This time, the Linglong Tower and the cloud had already leaned towards the immortal realm. He felt that if the system upgraded a few more times, he might even obtain ancient artifacts like the Xianyuan sword and the Shinnong Ding. Those things were truly what made him invincible. Shaking off his thoughts, Heng Zhengyang focused on controlling the cloud. He had to admit, the feeling of riding on the cloud was even more exhilarating than being embraced just moments ago. After all, this was the ultimate fantasy for a guy. Who doesn't like flying on a sword? Heng Zhengyang's thoughts just emerged, and the clouds beneath his feet began to change shape. Heng Zhengyang quickly got up, spreading his feet one in front and one behind. Then, the cloud actually transformed into the shape of a long sword. What? This cloud can change according to one's will? Heng Zhengyang continued for another half an hour, starting to play in the sky. Late at night, a primary school student who was frantically filling out dozens of exam papers due for submission the next day rubbed his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Mom! Mom! I saw a tank flying past in the sky." The student's mother hurried over, glanced outside, and immediately pulled her child's ear, shouting, "That's an airplane." An airplane? Why aren't you getting back to your homework? A tank? You look more like a tank yourself. Got it, Mom. The student was scolded and lowered his head to continue his homework. Not willing to give up, he took another peek out the window. He saw 3 words flying in the sky: grass mud horse. Chapter 39, Bidding for Monsters. Baizhe, can you feel it? Heng Zhengyang lay on the chest of a beautiful woman made of clouds, crossing his legs and asking. Baizhe sniffed hard with his nose and pointed towards the city center of Heian, that direction. A seductive scent was too strong. After speaking, Baizhe quickly tilted his head back to take a few breaths of fresh air. A human and a demon landed on a dimly lit street. Heng Zhengyang followed the guidance of Baze and arrived at a place called Haimeng Bar. Looking at the continuous flow of luxury cars at the entrance, Heng Zhengyang knew that this bar was not affordable for ordinary people. Did this succubus make a lot of money from live streaming and still come here for fishing? With doubts in his mind, Heng Zhengyang held on to Baze and walked inside. "Hello, sir. We are a members-only bar, and walk-in customers cannot enter," said the sweet bunny girl at the door with a polite smile. Her pair of fishnet stockings showcased legs that could be admired all the way up to the thigh, which was quite tempting. However, the 4 suited thugs standing beside her would not let anyone succeed easily. "How can I apply for a membership? I would like to get one." Heng Zhengyang took out the gilded black card that Li Tianyi had given him and handed it to the bunny girl. "I'm sorry, sir, but our lowest tier membership." The gilded black card. The bunny girl was about to politely refuse him, but when she saw the card, her expression suddenly turned tense. "I'm sorry, esteemed guest. We didn't realize you were a guest of the boss. Please forgive us." Just like that, the bunny girl directly knelt on the ground and apologized to Heng Zhengyang. "It's okay. Just help me get a membership card quickly." Heng Zhengyang felt a hint of surprise. He did not expect that the Li family's enterprises could be found in the state, city, and county. The Haiyan Hotel in Anwang County and the Haitian restaurant in Qingshan County should all belong to the Li family. As for Cheng Feng, who came out to greet him at that time, he was probably just an insignificant collaborator among many of the Li family's partners. The bunny girl put on silk gloves and took Heng Zhengyang's gilded black card, operating it in front of the computer. "Esteemed Mr. Heng, this card symbolizes the highest level of membership." The bunny girl respectfully presented the card with both hands and bowed. "Please this way. A dedicated staff member will take you into the bar. Enjoy your time." Heng Zhengyang followed the instructions of the bunny girl and walked toward the passage marked with a "No Unauthorized Entry" sign. After the door opened, 2 sexy girls in black stockings and hot pants, with high ponytails, led him inside. The scene was filled with bright lights and the clinking of glasses, perfectly describing the current environment of drunken revelry and indulgence. Heng Zhengyang was led through the crowded crowd by 2 beautiful women. He walked up the steps and arrived at a circular platform that slowly rose. "Mr. Heng, this is the most prestigious supreme private room at Haimeng Bar Cloud." Accompanied by dynamic and energetic music, Heng Zhengyang entered the room. The decor was lavish, with swirling clouds rising all around. It truly felt like being in the clouds. The entire room was made of anti-peep glass, directly facing the DJ booth in the bar. The beautiful women on stage were dancing wildly, and everything could be seen without obstruction. The viewing experience was maximized. Heng Zhengyang's eyes were almost popping out. As a countryman, he had never seen such a scene. It was truly extravagant. "Mr. Heng, are you here to have fun today, or do you have some of me to discuss business?" The beautiful woman who brought him in asked softly. "I just felt bored and came in to take a look," Heng Zhengyang casually responded, his eyes continuously observing the crowd below. It seemed he did not find anyone resembling the figure from that day's livestream. A dignified succubus should not care about using beauty filters during a livestream. The 2 hot girls, understanding Heng Zhengyang's implication, realized it was likely his first time here. They then pulled him to sit beside the sofa. Before long, another girl in a JK ultra-short skirt and a sexy OL outfit entered the room. They were all top-tier beauties, especially in this environment. They felt no less stunning than Summer Linghuai and Qing Mei, who were known for their exceptional beauty. Suddenly, 2 steel poles rose in the room. The 2 girls, dressed in completely different styles, began to perform a captivating dance to the exhilarating music. Next to Heng Zhengyang, 2 beautiful women are serving him diligently. One is personally feeding him watermelon, while the other quickly hands him a tissue to wipe his mouth. One helps to open a beer, and the other eagerly gets up to drink together with him. They also occasionally lean against Heng Zhengyang. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he probably wouldn't be able to focus on any serious matters tonight. Thank you, ladies, for your service. I am very satisfied. But could I trouble you to step outside for a moment? I have some important things to attend to. Heng Zhengyang politely declined the advances of 4 enthusiastic beauties. 3 of them left in disappointment, leaving only the one who had initially talked to Heng Zhengyang. Mr. Heng, you came here for the bidding, right? Bidding? What do you mean? Heng Zhengyang looked puzzled at the girl's inquiry. However, he seemed to sense that this so-called bidding could help him find his target. This is a special mini-game at our YIN-YANG bar. Once the bidding starts, the bar will offer some limited edition foreign wines for everyone to bid on. The important part is that these wines come with very precious wine girls. As long as you successfully bid on the wine, the girl will naturally belong to the successful bidder. After hearing this, Heng Zhengyang felt that something was off. Did these wealthy, second-generation rich kids really need to bid for drinks to get women? Of course, because these drink girls were not ordinary human girls. The spicy girl wore a mysterious and mischievous smile, which gave Heng Zhengyang the answer in his heart. However, the first bid that followed further confirmed his thoughts. All right, everyone, it's time for our bidding moment. Let's welcome our first drink girl to the stage. Bang! The entire venue instantly went dark, with only 2 beams of white light shining on an ice prison. Above the prison was a crown carved from ice, and inside was a bottle of foreign liquor. 2 men in red trench coats, holding purple long knives, pulled down the cloth covering the prison. The crowd erupted into waves of screams and cheers. Heng Zhengyang just took a distant glance and suddenly stood up. In the cage was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with a charming appearance that made one feel pity, but that wasn't the key point. The key point was the pair of beautifully shaped butterfly wings on her back. She was a transformed fairy. Heng Zhengyang predicted that this butterfly demon probably only has sea-level strength. He never expected that this bar would actually dare to engage in such beast trading. Does your employer know about this matter? Heng Zhengyang downed a gulp of beer and asked in a somewhat cold tone. Of course. Otherwise, how could we catch these harmful fairies relying solely on our bar? The hot girl smiled sweetly, clinked her beer bottle against Heng Zhengyang's, and quickly took a big gulp. Sigh. Heng Zhengyang felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. He couldn't say that these people were wrong, because there was no guarantee that these would not slaughter humans once they grew up. However, seeing the despair in the eyes of that butterfly, he felt very uncomfortable. Today, he could use Li Tiany's car to buy all these that were up for bidding. But what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? What about other counties, cities, states, or even other countries? Heng Zhengyang finished the wine in the bottle in one gulp and sat down on the sofa. This world is really rotten. Chapter 40. I appreciate you. As the bidding game for the demon beasts progressed, Heng Zhengyang gradually noticed something strange. These fairies were truly diverse in form, with significant differences. Among them were even bizarre varieties, such as those with the upper body of a caterpillar and long legs, or the left half being a fish and the right half being a human. And these peculiar species were mostly acquired by different humans through bidding. The eye of divine punishment opened. Heng Zhengyang almost forgot that his eyes could see through the disguises of other races. When his gaze locked onto the fairies being exhibited for sale, he suddenly realized that these were indeed their true forms. However, he noticed that there was a pink energy flowing in the lower abdomen or lower back of these female fairies. It might be because the level of his eyes had not increased, so he couldn't fully perceive everything. But that was enough. With just this, Heng Zhengyang was certain that it was the succubus causing trouble. Mr. Heng, do you have a favorite fairy? A woman in hot pants approached Heng Zhengyang, flattering him as she handed him a bottle of wine. No matter which one, we can prioritize it for you. Heng Zhengyang took the drink and noticed that the other party subconsciously glanced at her dazzlingly beautiful legs. Not looking was one thing, but looking was quite a shock. On the woman's lower abdomen, there was actually a hint of pink energy swirling around. Heh! Heng Zhengyang accepted the drink and smiled lightly. Isn't it enough to have you here? The woman immediately burst into laughter, her body trembling with joy. No problem. I just happen to want to feel a magnificent man like Mr. Heng. Her hands slithered into Heng Zhengyang's clothes like two little snakes, caressing his heated chest. Don't be in a hurry. Heng Zhengyang grasped the woman's wrist, his gaze sharpening. Isn't your master coming to experience this? Humph. Heng Zhengyang was bursting with golden energy, shining like the sun in the night. The unique pure yang energy of a man was magnified infinitely at this moment. The young woman's face instantly flushed red, and she began to laugh wildly, her eyes turning into pink hearts. Master, please, give it to me. I beg you. I want it. I want it right now. She crazily lunged towards Heng Zhengyang. The straps of her top and shorts were torn into pieces as she eagerly pulled at them. Bai Zhe quickly climbed onto the woman, forcefully knocking his head against the back of her neck, directly knocking her unconscious. Heng Zhengyang caught the woman's delicate body and placed her on the sofa. He took off his shirt and covered her with it. Due to the stimulation from the lightning, his refined 8-pack abs were revealed. Yes, just like this. Bai Zhe's little head bobbed up and down as she admired Heng Zhengyang's body. Stay still, don't move. With Heng Zhengyang's bare upper body, shining like gold, he could probably captivate any female creature, not to mention the succubus that might be lurking somewhere in the bar. Why do I feel like a duck? Although Heng Zhengyang understood what Bai Zhe meant, he was still a bit unaccustomed to this deliberately flaunting posture of his own physique. Can't catch the wolf without letting go of the child. Can't catch the demon without showing off the abs, right? Heng Zhengyang looked towards the bar hall. It seemed that no one was paying attention here, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Suddenly, Heng Zhengyang sensed a strange aura. When he turned around, a girl dressed in a black sexy bodysuit, so enchanting that she could bring disaster to the country, was lying on the table, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. She had horns like a goat, bat wings, and a triangular little devil tail. Isn't this the purest sign of a demon? It seems that a true big shot has appeared. Heng Zhengyang finished the last sip of beer and said calmly. The succubus propped one hand on the table. Her pair of fair, radiant legs lifted. With the other hand, she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Whether intentional or not, a few drops of liquor trickled down her jade-like neck, flowing to her bosom that her lingerie could barely contain. It was utterly enchanting. Fairies are also synonymous with seduction. However, Heng Zhengyang felt that even the likes of Qing Mei and Lu Ruxue could not compare to the succubus before him. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have fallen victim to her charm by now, begging to stay by her side, even willing to lick her feet like a dog for their master. But Heng Zhengyang had Bai Zhe, knowing the weaknesses of all beings in the world. Heng Zhengyang only needs to let the vital energies circulate in the meridians of the heart and brain to be immune to any mental attacks. The demoness beckoned to Heng Zhengyang with her finger. Heng Zhengyang walked over there. This way, she could unceremoniously drain the other party dry. However, Heng Zhengyang walked straight past the succubus, sat down on a nearby sofa, and popped a piece of orange in her mouth. Interesting. The succubus turned around, sat up, and crossed her legs, admiring Heng Zhengyang. You're the first human who can look me in the eye without being seduced by me. That might be because I am more charming than you. Heng Zhengyang stared intently with wide eyes at the other person. The succubus let out a carefree, silvery laugh. Don't believe it? Heng Zhengyang leaned back on the sofa, seemingly no longer wary of the succubus. If you don't believe it, then come and try. Oh, the succubus approached Heng Zhengyang, draping her legs over him and wrapping her arms around his neck. So how do you want me to try? Heng Zhengyang was not polite at all, directly pulling the succubus up forcefully and making her sit on his lap. You could try however you like. The succubus's pink eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. Her spirits fed on human essence, and it was easy to leave the other party dispirited if they weren't careful. It was only with someone of similar cultivation to the man in front of her. If she took action, she could definitely drain Heng Zhengyang completely in an instant. Although her own cultivation could be greatly enhanced in a short time, the other party had already reached this level, and he was still in a conscious state. Was there really no trap? The succubus was somewhat skeptical. What's wrong, afraid? Heng Zhengyang let out a light hum, seemingly with a hint of mockery. He glanced at Baze, who was squatting on the ground, and the latter nodded his small head in response. Heng Zhengyang directly mobilized all the energy in his body, now resembling a super scion ready to transform. The golden light emanating from him reached a dazzling level. At this moment, the succubus was finally moved. Her greedy drool dripped onto Heng Zhengyang's chest. Such pure yang energy was something she had never encountered before, whether in humans or in demons. It was simply too tempting. No, it was seductive. She pointed her finger in the air, pink energy swirling, directly revealing one human and one demon in their nakedness. Then I'll get started. The succubus eagerly pounced on a Heng Zhengyang. About 5 or 6 hours later, the succubus lay beside him, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. Her cheeks and entire body showed an abnormal crimson color. Her eyes had transformed into a peach blossom hue, and her tail and wings kept swaying. This was a physiological response that occurred in their kind only after experiencing the highest level of stimulation. She never expected that a human could make her feel so thoroughly exhilarated. More importantly, she discovered that she was unable to actively absorb his energy when they first made contact. Instead, her own energy was being drained. After 5 or 6 hours of refinement, the succubus realized her strength had increased significantly. Human, I really admire you. Upon hearing this, Heng Zhengyang knew he had solidified his position again. Chapter 41. The final relaxation, little succubus. Don't hesitate anymore. Think about how long you've been here, compared to these few hours with me. It should be quite obvious, right? Following me, you can enhance your cultivation, enjoy yourself, and you don't have to change yourself to fit in. You can be your perfect self. Isn't that great? Do you really want to remain a lowly demon? Don't you want to become the leader of demons? After Heng Zhengyang's persuasion, the succubus Sherry finally made up her mind. I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Sherry's eyes sparkled as she reached out to caress Heng Zhengyang's cheek. Of course not, as long as you do what I say. Heng Zhengyang smiled slyly. He had his plan, and now he could finally implement it with peace of mind. Shirley opened her arms, her black fitted bandeau and shorts covering her private parts. Then, the bandeau and shorts oozed a liquid as dark as ink, growing to cover her waist, shoulders, and thighs. It seemed this was her most original appearance. Should we change places now, or continue here? Seeing the infatuated expression on the other person's face, Heng Zhengyang was a bit surprised. It had only been a little over 10 minutes, and they wanted more already? Heng Zhengyang pointed at the unconscious naked girl beside him and rejected Shirley's request to fight. What a buzzkill of man, Shirley muttered under her breath, but she guessed that this special training method of his couldn't be used indefinitely. Snap! Shirley gently snapped her fingers, and pink fireworks shot up into the sky from her fingertips. In an instant, all the demons that were crazily draining the essence from those girls throughout the city detached from their hosts and rushed towards it. After a few minutes, as the essence continued to flow in, Heng Zhengyang was not interested in what was happening in the bar. However, he still felt the need to ask. If Li Qianni knew, it would be necessary to remind him of the seriousness of the situation. If Heng Zhengyang hadn't subdued Sherry today, his bar would seem to be selling human fairy slaves, but in reality, it was allowing Sherry to control the wealthy population of the entire district, which included some investigators from the Otherworldly Bureau. It could be said that this was a never-ending trouble. Of course, if Li Qianni was unaware, then he wouldn't have to deal with this mess himself. Considering this, Heng Zhengyang called Li Qianni and told him everything that had happened in detail. After all, Li Qianni had been taking care of him, and if he concealed anything, it would seem quite ungrateful. You mean you subdued a demon, and this demon actively sought you out? Compared to the fairy bidding related to his own business, Li Qianni was more surprised by this matter. It should be noted that demons rarely appeared in otherworldly investigation incidents. Even if they did, they were often impossible to resolve completely. Usually, the host had already died, and the parasitic demon had disappeared without a trace. Or when the host was controlled by the Otherworldly Bureau, the demon inside could not be captured or expelled, and would have to be killed along with the host. In the end, there was no guarantee that the demon could be eliminated as well. However, it seemed that foreign countries had their own methods to deal with demons. This is why several major countries had mutual assistance agreements, as China also had effective ways to handle fairy and ghost types. Therefore, Li Qianni wouldn't be too surprised to learn that Heng Zhengyang was accompanied by ghosts and fairies. But the fact that he could even recruit demons was indeed a bit astonishing. Ah, Li Gu, shouldn't you be more concerned about the Haiming bar? Oh, right, huh? An awkward laughter came from the phone. After Li Tianyi inquired about some details regarding the bar, they hung up. Seeing the other party's reaction, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Li Tianyi truly tacitly approved of this bidding game, then he would have to consider whether to cooperate with him. However, it was clear that Li Tianyi was not aware, which meant that he still had principles. Only in this way would Heng Zhengyang consider maintaining their current relationship. Heng Zhengyang has high standards for his friends. If they don't meet his requirements, he won't even glance at them, no matter who they are, even if it's a revered figure. For example, there's the SSS-level gluttony splitter, who has many ulterior motives. Although he and Sherry are both parasites, Heng Zhengyang could still understand a bit. However, the purpose of the gluttonous splitter is to wipe out all humans in Qingshan County and occupy that area for themselves. In contrast, Sherry allows the demons to gradually absorb. This comparison reveals the gap between them. Moreover, through Sherry's narration, he learned that the demon markings that allow the demons to parasitize were not spread by her. It is just that, for some unknown reason, this pattern has spread online, with added implications of master-servant and romantic relationships. Human girls willingly adhere to or tattoo these markings on themselves. She merely passed through this area and, by chance, felt this seductive aura, which is why she intended to parasitize here. Essentially, there is nothing wrong with that. Heng Zhengyang exchanged half an hour of Tingyun again, taking Sherry and Bays to Qingshan County. Inside Villa Number 1 of the High Palace Villa Garden, the most luxurious place in Haizhou, Li Tianyi was reporting to his father about the Haiming bar in Heian City. The family business in this area was managed by his proud older brother Li Tianzi. A good show of family infighting was about to unfold. There were still 3 weeks left until the time agreed upon with Li Tianyi. As an old boy who had entered society for many years, he still wanted to experience campus life at the last moment. After all, he had bragged to Xia Linghuai back then. Even if he ultimately did not participate, Xia Linghuai wouldn't say anything. But as a boy, he still had to keep his promise. Linghuai group, Bay's group, does everyone understand the task? Understood. Don't worry, master. We will definitely live up to our mission. No problem. Leave it to us. Everyone responded together, dividing into 2 luxury sedans, heading towards other districts around Qingshan County. Their goal was to gradually eliminate all the demons and monsters that plagued the nearby area. This was also the Pure Land plan proposed by Heng Zhengyang. After sending off 2 teams of imposing individuals, Heng Zhengyang sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. After so many days of back and forth, he could finally take a break. By the way, it was also a good opportunity to see Huang Xian. His good brother hadn't contacted him since that day. Chapter 42. Invasion of Alien Energy. The pitch-black beast Bugatti stopped at the school gate. Heng Zhengyang got out of the car and gazed at the high school, feeling a hint of youthful energy. Retracing his memories, he slowly entered the school gate. However, as he arrived at the playground, he suddenly noticed something was off. In the center of the playground were several special devices, each large enough for one person to enter, emitting a strange aura. Surrounding the devices were students lining up to enter. Some students coming out of the devices were excited and joyful, while others were sorrowful and crying. Classmate, what's going on here? Heng Zhengyang leaned in closer and asked a male classmate, "Did you not receive the anomaly manual? Go check it yourself." The male classmate impatiently shrugged off Heng Zhengyang, his gaze fixed on the stage. Anomaly manual? Although Heng Zhengyang was puzzled, he understood it was related to the Interdimensional Investigation Bureau. Has the Bureau already started selecting candidates from high school? With this question in mind, Heng Zhengyang dialed Xia Linghuai's number. She should have arrived in Anwang County by now. Is there something up? Why the sudden call? The sound of a noisy environment came through the phone as Xia Linghuai spoke. How are things over there? Is it serious? If there's danger, don't force it. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's concerned voice warmed Xia Linghuai's heart. She knew he was calling to inquire about the situation regarding the invasion of anomalous entities. However, the primary concern was about her own well-being, and being cared for by someone she liked felt wonderful. Don't worry, everything is fine. Xia Linghuai's words carried a hint of joy, mixed with the shouts of my Yuan using his skills. That's good. I mainly wanted to ask if the Interdimensional Bureau is planning any major actions recently. No, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. It's basically the chain reaction after you defeated the alien king. It seems that everyone in that area has been affected by some anomalous energy. If cultivated, this energy can be used to counter the alien forces. Is it a revival of spiritual energy? Upon hearing Xia Linghuai's brief explanation, a thought flashed through Heng Zhengyang's mind. As the saying goes, yin and yang must be balanced, and everything must be in equilibrium. When the power of the aliens becomes too strong, do humans start to see a surge of cultivators due to this imbalance? At first, he thought he had simply crossed over to a world of ghosts and monsters, relying on some famous artifacts and spells from his past life to deal with these entities. He could also take the opportunity to make some money and live a prosperous life. But now it seemed he had entered a period of preparing for cultivation. Indeed, all crossings ultimately lead to cultivation. So, do I still need to take the test? You can participate if you want to, but if you find it troublesome, I can call the person in charge over there. All right, I'll check the situation first, and if I need anything, I'll reach out to you. Heng Zhengyang decided to assess the situation first. After reminding the other party a few times to pay attention to safety, he hung up the phone. Then he started looking for his class. Class 10. Class 10. Found it. Heng Zhengyang looked at the 9th class in front of him, which was already halfway through. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Huang Xian. Heng Zhengyang waved his hand and shouted toward Huang Xian in the line. When Huang Xian saw the person approaching, his eyes first showed surprise, but then shifted to fear. This was because the acquired essence had unlocked memories that had been sealed by the Otherworld Investigation Bureau. Moreover, on the day they had dinner at Head.An restaurant, Huang Xian gradually felt that the Heng Zhengyang in front of him had become somewhat inscrutable. The Heng Zhengyang he knew was an honest, submissive, and somewhat reticent person. However, in contrast, the current Heng Zhengyang was calm in the face of events and handled matters with ease. He even managed to establish connections with the big officials in the county, and even the richest man had to consider his feelings. This was truly terrifying. The immense sense of disparity made him realize how distant the gap between them was. Therefore, after that day, Huang Xian dared not seek out Heng Zhengyang again. He didn't know if he was still worthy of being the other person's friend. Even over the years, he felt a deep sense of regret when he thought of all the times he joked around and acted foolishly with him. Heng Xiao. Huang Xian intended to call out the other person's name, but suddenly switched to a different title. It was as humble as how the adult run-to addressed Lu's son. Let me cut in line. Heng Xiao. Heng Zhengyang showed no signs of awkwardness or surprise, and instead joked with Huang Xian as usual. Without any instruments, Heng Zhengyang could tell that everyone had some degree of vital energy flowing within them. Although Huang Xian's energy was not abundant, it was still considered average among the many students. It seemed that entering the Alien Investigation Bureau would not be a problem. This way, the two of them would not become strangers in the future. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, Huang Xian felt deeply moved, but he still didn't dare to treat Heng Zhengyang as he had before. He didn't speak, just shifted back a little. This shift caused him to bump into the people behind him, provoking their dissatisfaction. What are you pushing for? We're all in line. Yeah, everyone's in a hurry. Are you the only one? Hearing the chorus of complaints, Heng Zhengyang quickly laughed and pulled Huang Xian to the back of the class line. Sorry, everyone. I'm just joking with him. I didn't mean to cut in. You go ahead. The familiar feeling of having his neck held made Huang Xian feel a bit excited for a moment. Heng Xiao, please let go of me. I can walk by myself. Don't play dumb with me. Heng Zhengyang tightened his grip a bit, but not enough to make Huang Xian uncomfortable. Joking around once or twice is fine, but if there's a next time, I'll go tell your Uncle Huang. Is Heng Zhengyang's feelings genuine or fake? Huang Xian can tell. Feeling that the other person is still the same as before, he was so excited that he almost cried. I thought you didn't recognize me as a friend anymore. Are we friends? Heng Zhengyang laughed and said, aren't we all buddies? Get lost. Huang Xian jokingly scolded him, as the previous statement truly startled him. But the latter made him completely at ease. Oh, our class's lagging brothers are gathered again. Heng Zhengyang and Huang Xian were discussing recent events at school when a discordant voice suddenly rang out. The two looked ahead, and sure enough, the annoying taunt came from Cheng Yunfan, who had just completed the test. His academic performance was among the best in the class. In this test, The integration value of the was out of 100, and Fan managed to score 90, which is quite impressive. Of course, that was impressive for an ordinary person. If he flaunted it in front of Heng Zhengyang, it would be like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong. Why are you everywhere? Heng Zhengyang frowned slightly and said, "Didn't your dad teach you to bother me less in the future?" Ha ha! Heng Zhengyang's words are based on facts. The last time Ching Feng knelt down to Heng Zhengyang, it was unclear who leaked that information. Eventually, everyone stopped discussing it. But now Heng Zhengyang suddenly brings it up again, and the few boys who were following Fan start to reminisce about this amusing incident. They begin to point and laugh at Fan. "What did you say?" Fan's face turns red with anger. "You only rely on someone backing you up. I have received a special admission quota from Jingzhou University. It will be difficult for you to mock me in the future." As soon as Fan said this, the onlookers began to envy him, including some top students whose grades were not lower than his. It is worth noting that Jingzhou University is one of the top 10 universities in all of China, ranking among the top 10 or even top 5 in the world. It is a dream school for many students. But how could they know that the special admission quota that Fan prides himself on? Heng Zhengyang had actually turned down an opportunity to choose any world-class university at that time. Chapter 43, Annoying Fly, Fan. Why are you showing off? Huang Xian, where are you? Just as Huang Xian was about to angrily retort Fan, the homeroom teacher rushed over. "It's your turn. Can't you hear me calling your name for so long?" "Sorry, teacher, I'm on my way." Huang Xian hurriedly ran to the place indicated by the staff. Lu Hong adjusted his glasses and, after confirming that he didn't recognize the boy in front of him, said, "Teacher, I'm Heng Zhengyang." "What?" Lu Hong carefully examined the handsome and stylish boy in front of him, and there seemed to be a hint of similarity. Seeing that this teacher, who had been targeting him for 3 years, truly couldn't recognize him, Heng Zhengyang had no choice but to take out his student ID. He also told a little lie. Lu Hong's attitude suddenly turned cold. Just a moment ago, he thought the other party was some rich kid from Qingshan County. He didn't expect it to be Heng Zhengyang, who was poor and struggling in his class. "Since you're here too, follow Huang Xian and hurry to the test." Heng Zhengyang couldn't be bothered to care, as he wouldn't be staying at this school for long anyway. He hurriedly chased after the direction Huang Xian had just run towards. Fan, along with his few lackeys, followed closely behind. He definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock his opponent in front of a large crowd. Huang Xian entered first. At that moment, he appeared somewhat nervous, with his hands resting on the device, trembling slightly. "Don't be nervous, you'll also get a direct admission spot." Heng Zhengyang stood just a few meters away, his internal energy circulating, ready to be injected into Huang Xian at any moment. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, Huang Xian inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. The fact that he had caught the attention of several high-ranking officials indicated that he was quite knowledgeable about matters like these tests. As the staff member activated the testing device, Heng Zhengyang quietly injected a strand of energy into it. He had already observed that the staff here did not belong to the ranks of investigators. They did not possess any profound cultivation. Therefore, this minor cheating method would go unnoticed by anyone. As the golden energy flowed into Huang Xian's body, a faint golden glow began to appear on the surface of his body. Buzz. The values in the nearby display device started to rise continuously. 1, 2, 3, 23, 48, 76. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, it rose to 97 before finally stopping. Cheng Yunfan's mocking words were on the tip of his tongue, but were forcefully swallowed back down. Everyone present, including the staff and Lu Hong, the head teacher class 10, felt a bit shocked. They never expected that one of the previously most inconspicuous students in the class would suddenly leap to become a special admit at Jingzhou University. Huang Xian was so excited he could almost fly. He jumped up like a madman and ran over to Heng Zhengyang. "Brother, did you see that? Am I awesome or what? 97 points. Did you see it? I told you I was the best." Heng Zhengyang sincerely congratulated Huang Xian. Seeing that the other party successfully passed the test, he could finally rest assured. He had just seen Huang Xian's unusual event handbook. As the only city experiencing an anomaly invasion, Qingshan County had canceled the senior examination this year. Everyone who passed the test was to report to the Anomaly Bureau. Those who did not pass would have a special class opened by the Anomaly Bureau, allowing them to meet the standards and enter the Bureau to engage in related industries. In short, overnight, Qingshan County had become a key protection target for the country, being the first place in Huaxia that could cultivate practitioners. Therefore, whether he participated in the test had lost its significance. Just as he was about to leave with Huang Xian, who had received a special admission notice, that annoying voice rang out again. Now it's great. Our class has only Heng Zhengyang left as the laggard. Looking at Cheng Yunfan's sarcastic expression, Huang Xian directly snapped back. What are you pretending for? Didn't you just get a score of 90? Facing Huang Xian's mockery, Cheng Yunfan shot him a cold glare. Although he couldn't refute Huang Xian, he had always bullied these two. So after giving Huang Xian a clear warning, Cheng Yunfan looked back at Heng Zhengyang. What? I told you that you only know how to rely on others. You're quite stubborn. It's just a pity that your backbone is soft, huh? Cheng Yunfan's flunkies from other classes chimed in, and everyone laughed mockingly at Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang initially didn't plan to get too entangled with them. However, seeing their ridiculous expressions, he felt an urge to slap them hard. He wanted these ignorant people to understand how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Why do you think my score must be lower than yours? Heng Zhengyang smiled calmly, ignoring their mockery. His confident demeanor only made their laughter louder, attracting people from several classes. After all, people are naturally curious, especially young men and women at this age who love to join in on the excitement. Just because you lost some weight and dress well doesn't mean you can mount a comeback. If you can score 90 points, I'll run naked around the playground 10 times. Hey, you're not being sincere. I'll drop to the ground and take a dump on the playground. Ha ha ha. If you can score 90 points, I'll lie next to you and catch it with my mouth. The more they talked, the more intense and outrageous their comments became. Since they had said so much, Heng Zhengyang felt he had to give them a chance to show off. They were all being so dramatic. Except for Huang Xian, who was a special case. Nearly half of the hundreds of students in the school were participating in the test. However, only a few could achieve a score of 90. Most others scored between 40 and 60, and some even lower, with only a few or a dozen points. So they believed that it was impossible for 3 people in the same class to score 90 points. If it really happened, it would have to be a malfunction of the equipment. Remember what you said. Heng Zhengyang arrived at the testing instrument and sat inside the detection chamber. Remember what you just said? Cheng Yunfan imitated Heng Zhengyang's tone in a sarcastic manner. The few people present burst into crazy laughter once again. The staff turned on the instrument. When the blue light flashed over Heng Zhengyang's body, the display showed no reaction at all. A large 0 appeared on the screen. Haha. What did I say? I really wanted to have something warm, but Brother Heng didn't give me the chance. Are you really good friends with Huang Xian? How come he breaks through the upper limit while you break through the lower limit? The surrounding mockery became even more intense this time. More and more people gathered because everyone had heard that a student scored 97 points here. They rushed over only to see Heng Zhengyang getting a score of 0. Student, the test is over. Please leave. A staff member frowned, looking disdainful. He had been testing for more than 2 hours, and it was the first time he encountered a student with a score of 0. What is the hurry? Heng Zhengyang casually closed his eyes, let the bullets fly for a while longer. Sorry, student, we have tests to conduct next, please. Just as the staff member was about to forcibly remove Heng Zhengyang from the testing chamber, the numbers on the display suddenly began to soar. It reached 100 without showing any signs of stopping. Following a series of buzzing alarms, the testing instrument finally went bang and erupted in thick black smoke. Chapter 44. You're so humorous the instrument had turned into a ball of flames. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Huang Xian, who hurriedly wanted to rush in to rescue Heng Zhengyang, was blocked by several staff members. Others were consulting their superiors about the incident. Under everyone's gaze, they discovered that Heng Zhengyang had miraculously walked out of the flames unscathed. Such a huge explosion, such fierce flames. It seemed that not even the corner of his clothes had been touched. I say, this instrument can't be fake, right? Heng Zhengyang looked at the staff, who were dumbfounded. It seemed difficult to expect them to provide an answer. Clear the way, clear the way. A group of people was rushing in from outside the crowd. Among them was Su Mingyuan, the director of the Interdimensional Bureau of Qingshan County. He was also one of the representatives who spoke at the recently held Extraordinary Events Conference. So many students recognized him. Although others did not know Heng Zhengyang, he was well aware of the kind of person Su Mingyuan was. He was someone even the head of the main bureau did not dare to neglect. And he was the one who personally liberated Qingshan County from foreign races. Just a glance at the instrument, and he understood everything. Cheng Yunfan watched as Heng Zhengyang walked out of the fire without a single scar, feeling somewhat surprised. Just moments ago, Heng's score had instantly reached 100. However, the subsequent explosion cleared away his doubts. It was merely a malfunction of the instrument. Comparing the two results, he was more inclined to believe that Heng Zhengyang had scored 0. Director Su, hello, I am one of the students who received a special recruitment quota, Cheng Yunfan. Cheng Yunfan hurriedly approached Su Mingyuan and extended his hand as he saw Su walking straight towards them. Your speech was very inspiring. I will definitely contribute my part for the country. Okay, thank you. When he turned around and saw the person he was looking for, he felt as if he had been slapped, and his face burned with pain. My goodness. Heng, why are you still participating in such a mundane ability test? Su Mingyuan rushed in front of Heng Zhengyang and shook his hand, a wry smile on his face. Director Su, it's been a few days since we last met. It looks like your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Ha ha. Su Mingyuan patted Heng Zhengyang on the shoulder. You rascal. I just had some free time today and thought I would come by the school to take a look, and it just so happened that I ran into this test. Heng Zhengyang pointed to the already scrapped equipment. As a result, you've detected a defective product. Su Mingyuan looked at the equipment on the ground. Although he wore a smile, his heart was bleeding. This thing was no defective product. The low-grade energy detection pod was a facility specially developed by the country for the Bureau of Otherworlds, costing nearly tens of millions each. And now, just like that, one was scrapped. It would be hard to explain to the higher-ups. This was not a defective product. It was just that with your strength, these low-level devices definitely couldn't handle it. Su Mingyuan maintained a smile while pondering whether to report truthfully. After all, Heng Zhengyang himself was very important to the Bureau of Otherworlds, and if he accidentally broke one, he would only be reprimanded a bit at most. Su Mingyuan introduced his colleague from the Beijing Bureau of Otherworlds to Heng Zhengyang. When those people heard that the other party was Heng Zhengyang, who had eliminated all the other races in Qingshan County, their expressions shifted from arrogance to being approachable. Heng Xiaobrother truly deserves to be called a person of extraordinary talent. He is so young, yet so powerful that it makes us feel embarrassed. Indeed, Heng Xiaobrother not only has extraordinary strength, but also an extraordinary appearance. Come on, it's almost noon. Let's find a place to have a drink and listen to Heng Xiaobrother's heroic deeds. I think that's a good idea. Heng Xiaobrother, would you honor us with your presence? Under the flattery of everyone, Heng Zhengyang felt a bit shy. It was barely 10 o'clock. How could it be time for lunch already? But since they were all from the Beijing Bureau, he couldn't refuse to give them face. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Since you are both my elders and knowledgeable seniors in extraordinary matters, I, as a junior, am certainly willing. Oh, I didn't expect Heng Xiaobrother's friends to be so impressive as well. Since we'll all be working together in the future, let's go together. Yes, let's go together. The more, the merrier. Everyone agreed unanimously. This was certain. After all, Heng Zhengyang's achievements were no longer something they could compare to. It was said that at the directors' meeting, the directors dispatched from various countries were all requesting Heng Zhengyang to station in their countries. This was a huge opportunity. Just getting a little closer could bring good fortune. Heng Zhengyang pulled the somewhat shy Huang Xian over, and they were introducing each other to everyone. Cheng Yunfan, although feeling neglected, became interested again upon hearing that these big names were going to have dinner together. He approached them once more. Esteemed seniors, my name is Cheng Yunfan, and I am also one of the students who received a special invitation. My father received this news and is very eager to thank all of you. Therefore, we have arranged a banquet at the head.An restaurant in Qingshan County, hoping to express our gratitude in person. I wonder if you would honor us with your presence at the restaurant. Upon hearing Cheng Yunfan's words, everyone was indeed a bit tempted. Any establishment with the word head.An in its name is guaranteed to be top-notch in every industry. If it's a hotel with head.An, it means that it is definitely the most comfortable. If it's a restaurant with high tie, it means that the dishes are most delicious. The testing officials from the Jingzhou Otherworld Bureau had been busy here for a few days and hadn't had the chance to enjoy themselves properly. Now, with a free opportunity right in front of them, they certainly wanted to give it a try. Cheng Yunfan looked at Heng Zhengyang with a provocative gaze, as if questioning the usefulness of knowing people. If you want to build connections, you still have to rely on money. Heng Zhengyang chuckled. Wasn't the head.An restaurant smashed a couple of days ago? And I heard that the second-in-command of the restaurant was taken away by the police. Eating there might not be peaceful. Heng Zhengyang's 2 sentences directly dispelled everyone's thoughts. Regardless of whether what he said was true or false, just looking at Heng Zhengyang's attitude, they wouldn't go. After all, this meal was mainly to build a good relationship with Heng Zhengyang. Since the other party was unwilling to go, why should they? So they all echoed in agreement. How could this be? Then let's forget it. Now that you mention it, we won't go. With his plans disrupted again, Cheng Yunfan felt a tightness in his chest, as if a breath was stuck and he couldn't get it out. Looking at Heng Zhengyang, who was chatting happily with those big shots, Cheng Yunfan directly roared, "You're just a useless waste who can't do anything. Why are you always opposing me?" Fellow seniors may not know yet. This Heng Zhengyang, since childhood, has relied on others' charity to grow up, and besides eating, he can't do anything. His recent anomaly test scored 0 points. Fellow seniors, please don't be deceived by him. As his words fell, the entire venue fell into unprecedented silence. Su Mingyuan and the officials from the Jingzhou General Bureau looked at Cheng Yunfan in astonishment. They weren't doubting the truthfulness of his words. They just couldn't understand why this kid wanted to dig his own grave. "You're so humorous, Cheng classmate." Heng Zhengyang shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of such a ridiculous Cheng Yunfan. He walked up to an intact inspection pod and entered it. "Brother Su, please help me start it. But I'll take full responsibility for any consequences, don't worry." "Hey, Brother Heng, what are you saying? If you want to try, then go for it." With Heng Zhengyang's words backing him up, Su Mingyuan felt fearless. He approached the inspection pod and pressed the start button. After about 10 minutes, Heng Zhengyang left the place with Huang Xian and Su Mingyuan, leaving behind the utterly astonished Cheng Yunfan and his lackeys. The display screen of the inspection pod showed the number 100. Chapter 45. The use of heavenly Tao points. A lunch lasted from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. After sending Su Mingyuan and the others off, Heng Zhengyang immediately recovered from his drunken state. Although these individuals in the Jingzhou headquarters did not hold as high a position as Xia Linghuai, they were also seasoned veterans, probably belonging to the middle-level leadership cadre. Through this meal to build connections, Huang Xian finally became much more familiar with them. As long as there are no special circumstances, he can ensure that he enjoys a free and easy life at Jingzhou University. Lao Xian, remember to maintain a good relationship with them in the future. Whenever you have nothing to do each month, check in on them, buy some gifts, and have a meal together. After this meal, Huang Xian can say he personally witnessed how Heng Zhengyang won over these people. If the previous admiration was due to Heng Zhengyang's achievements, now it was more because of his character. He knew how to talk to people and how to talk to ghosts. Today, Huang Xian truly saw this. "Bro, I really admire you. You're just too amazing." Yin-Meng had been waiting for a long time. He placed his hand on the other person's fair and smooth thigh and laughed contentedly. "Let's go. We'll head to Anwan County first." "Yes, master." Yin-Meng did not resist and even deliberately moved his legs closer to Heng Zhengyang. The internal combustion engine began to roar vigorously, producing a sound that could drive one insane. The Bugatti started moving quickly towards Anwan County. Heng Zhengyang leaned back in a comfortable chair, sipping the soda that Yin-Meng had prepared in advance. When he came to his senses, he realized he had already entered the territory of Anwan County. "Hey, Linghuai, where are you?" "I've arrived in Anwan County." "All right then." After Heng Zhengyang hung up the phone, he called Sherry again, informing her to meet at the Haiyun Hotel and head to the agreed location first. About half an hour later, Xia Linghuai and her group arrived at the private room reserved by Heng Zhengyang. A few minutes later, Bai Zai's group finally gathered as well. One of these 2 treasures is specifically used to capture demons, while the other is used to capture ghosts. They are quite effective, according to the introductions from both teams. The ghostly spirits in Anwan County are few and have all been collected into the gourd. Although more than half of the demons have been captured in the Linglong Tower, a small portion is still roaming around. Among these ghosts and demons, there are some strong individuals, roughly at the SS level. However, they are unwilling to submit, and there is evidence of them harming humans. Since these ghosts and demons do not have a heart for peaceful coexistence, there is no need for mercy. After a joyful gathering meal with everyone, they all headed to the outskirts. Heng Zhengyang released one demon and ghost after another from the treasure, and then eliminated them one by one. Once the cleanup was complete, he took bays and soared through the clouds, continuing to search for demons and monsters in Anwan County. It wasn't until late at night that the clearing work was finally finished. Bays could no longer sense any trace of the otherworldly presence in the entire city. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating all foreign forces in Anwan County, earning 10,000 heavenly Tao points. What are heavenly Tao points? With this question in mind, Heng Zhengyang opened the system store. Indeed, there were options for heavenly punishment and heavenly Tao. Heng Zhengyang decisively entered the heavenly Tao mall. I have heavenly punishment. Yellow gray high, 10,000 heavenly Tao points. Demon banishing cloak. Yellow grade medium, 5,000 heavenly Tao points. Ghost controlling gourd. Mystic grade low, 50,000 heavenly Tao points. All the items that appeared inside were the magical treasures he currently possessed. Seeing this, Heng Zhengyang understood. This is a shop for him to upgrade. Heng Zhengyang looked around and realized that what he wanted to upgrade the most were the Qing Feng sword and the Linglong Tower. After all, the former is a powerful tool for exorcising evil, while the latter is a treasure that even the 3 altars of the Haikwai gods fear during teleportation. However, upon seeing the price of several hundred thousand, he decisively gave up. In the end, he could only choose to upgrade the demon exorcising cloak and the eye of heavenly punishment. To his surprise, the demon exorcising cloak transformed directly into a protective shield against evil. Not only could it be carried on Heng Zhengyang at all times, but under his mental control, it could expand to a diameter of a full 5 meters. Although avoiding demon cats and ghosts that were 1 level weaker than him felt somewhat redundant, the ability to withstand a fatal attack once every 7 days was quite useful. This attack level did not specify any restrictions. This means that even those alien kings could be blocked as long as he wished. After upgrading, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment could not only see through all alien disguises, but also change from intimidating ghostly spirits to intimidating all aliens. Similar to the description of the protective shield against evil, it also did not display any restrictions. Heng Zhengyang speculated that the effectiveness of deterrence might be related to the gap in strength between both sides. It is estimated that any entity below S-class would probably be scared to death just by being glanced at. Spending those 15,000 heavenly Tao points was worth it. One could say that beneath that otherworldly king rank, he already belongs to an invincible existence. However, with his current strength, wanting to confront those otherworldly kings head-on might still be somewhat lacking in qualification. This time, his goal is not merely to eliminate all the anomalies in Anwan County. While others continue to rest and recover, Heng Zhengyang has decided to keep Qingmei, Meiyuan, and Lu Rushua, who need natural energy to enhance their strength. Tonight, I will help all of you elevate to SSS rank. What? Really? Oh my. Meiyuan became so excited that he started to stutter. Qingmei nodded earnestly, snuggling up to Heng Zhengyang. Lu Rushua, however, was somewhat surprised. You know the natural energy I need? Heng Zhengyang revealed a confident smile. Of course. I have been practicing the Yin-Yang 5 elements technique. The principles of mutual generation and mutual restraint are not to be taken lightly. He circulated his internal energy, and soon a crystal-clear water droplet formed at the tip of his index finger. Lu Rushua's eyes suddenly sparkled upon seeing it. She swiftly dashed in front of Heng Zhengyang, carefully sensing the incredibly pure energy within the water droplet. It was the purest water droplet she had seen in decades. Unable to help herself, Lu Rushua actually opened her cherry-like lips and took Heng Zhengyang's index finger in her mouth, starting to suck on it. This made Heng Zhengyang feel a tingling sensation in his heart. Sister Rushua, you. It was only after Heng Zhengyang's reminder that Lu Rushue came to her senses, quickly releasing his finger. I'm sorry. I really haven't seen such pure water in a long time. Lu Rushue's face turned as red as a ripe apple. That cool, shy demeanor gave off a feeling of wanting to conquer the other person. Ma Yuan pretended not to see, turning his head away and whistling. Qingmei, on the other hand, stared at Heng Zhengyang with a look of deep resentment. Ahem. It's all right. Since everyone is ready, let's begin. Okay. The three fairies responded in unison, transforming into their original forms and waiting for the natural energy to gather. Heng Zhengyang directly exchanged all the thunder palm and sunlight descend to the limit. One after another, small suns began to appear in the sky, illuminating the area as bright as day. It was precisely because of the dazzling light that Xia Linghuai, who was resting in the car due to exhaustion, was awakened. Rubbing her eyes, she asked in a daze, Is it dawn? Not yet, Miss Xia. The master is using a special technique. At this moment, a golden arc of lightning, containing a terrifying aura, was constantly flickering in Heng Zhengyang's palm. The small suns in the sky gradually condensed into a mass and flew towards Heng Zhengyang's palm. Before long, two forces capable of destroying heaven and earth were completely controlled in his palm. He then activated his own technique, and the two energies instantly transformed into three. Three columns of energy, lightning, water, and fire, shot towards the three fairies. They hurriedly began to absorb it excitedly. Their cultivation, which had not progressed for many days, suddenly started to grow. If this state continued, they would definitely be able to break through to the early SSS stage, or even higher. Chapter 46. Do you think I'm a breeding stallion? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Thunder Symbol Usage Trial. Thunder Transformation. Lightning Technique Proficiency upgraded from Skilled to Advanced, unlocking the Advanced Product Lightning Technique. Lightning Incarnation. Ding! The usage limit for Thunder Palm has been lifted. The next time it will require 10,000 uses of Thunder Palm to unlock the Proficiency Enhancement Trial. Heng Zhengyang heard the voice of the system and was instantly overjoyed. Finally, this night wasn't in vain. Lu Rushue and Ma Yuan had already advanced to the early stage of SSS rank. However, Qingmei's own strength was already behind the two demons, so it took her longer. With a crack, as the golden shell shattered, a burst of green light shot up into the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky together. Heng Zhengyang also opened the Eye of Heaven's Punishment, looking at the blue shadow in the sky. It was a blue giant snake covered in scales, but it surprisingly had 5 sharp claws. The antennae on top looked like deer antlers, but they were not deer antlers, and they seemed to have grown much longer compared to before. This time, her figure didn't seem to have changed much. However, her entire body seemed to radiate a hint of divine aura, making everyone hesitate to approach. Qingmei, how do you feel? Heng Zhengyang sensed that something was off with the other party and tentatively asked. She couldn't have evolved towards the 4 symbol divine beasts and accidentally obtained some inheritance or unlocked some memories, could she? If that's the case, and he lost a combat power he had painstakingly nurtured, he would surely start venting his frustrations to the sky. Qingmei hesitated and then seemed to recover. I feel great. I'm just a bit hungry. Qingmei rubbed her flat little belly as if she was starved. Seeing that the silly and sweet Qingmei was still the same as before, Heng Zhengyang finally felt relieved. Yin-Yang and the 2 masters. I'll trouble you to work hard on this. It's okay. This is what we should do, master. Yes. Heng Xiao doesn't need to be polite. After a whole day and night of busy work, both people and monsters were a bit tired. Heng Zhengyang finally lay down on the big bed he had been longing for. Just as he was about to rest, Rong Yinshi suddenly flew out of the ghost-controlling gourd. She floated beside him, looking shy and hesitant, as if there was something hard to say. What's wrong, Yinshi? If there's something, just say it directly. Heng Zhengyang leaned lazily on a $1,000 branded gel pillow and asked, Master, everyone's strength has improved. Even the black old ghost has successfully advanced to the late SS stage with Mr. Ma's help. But besides you, I don't want to deal with other men anymore, so... Heng Zhengyang was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that the black old ghost had actually surpassed Rong Yinshi and raised his cultivation level so much. Remembering how the other party looked like black coal, He realized that he was not necessarily a member of the Union tribe. There was a high probability that he was a fire ghost. If that were the case, and Ma Yuan was a fairy primarily focused on fire attributes, then it would all make sense. Heng Zhengyang waved his hand to Rong Yunshi, signaling her to come beside him. In other words, you need me to help you improve your strength a bit more, right? Yes. Rong Yunshi nodded and hurriedly explained. If Master is really too tired or unwilling, that's fine too. I can practice in the ghost-controlling gourd first. Looking at Rong Yunshi's humble demeanor, Heng Zhengyang felt somewhat at a loss. He knew that she didn't want to compete with Qing Mei, Xia Linghuai, and the other main wives for her position in his heart. She just wanted to improve her cultivation so that she could help him in battle. Heng Zhengyang's guess is indeed the inner thoughts of Rong Yunshi. She was once the most outstanding combat force by the Master's side. However, now that there are more and more combat forces around the Master, she has almost reached the bottom position. Not to mention others, even a former subordinate. The Black Old Ghost is stronger than her. This truly makes the usually proud Rong Yunshi feel a bit anxious and sad. Heng Zhengyang pulled Rong Yunshi, who was sitting by the bed, into his arms. Just in time, my cultivation method has a miraculous effect on you. Today, you won't absorb it by yourself. We'll try a different method. All right. Rong Yunshi nodded happily. I will listen to my master. Close your eyes and don't move around. Heng Zhengyang gently took off the red wedding gown of Rong Yunshi. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and slowly untied the strings of her belly wrap from behind. About an hour later, Rong Yunshi joyfully exclaimed, Master, I've broken through to SSS rank. What? So soon? Heng Zhengyang stopped the operation of his own cultivation method. At this moment, he realized that when facing Rong Yunshi, he was merely a pure worker. His cultivation had not improved in the slightest. And the cycle of essence produced from the union of one person and one ghost actually flowed entirely into the other party's body. What the hell? Does this cultivation method have different effects depending on the species? Soon, he realized it wasn't the case, because he had already tried it with both the demon and monster races, and the essence produced was always heavily in his favor, with the other party getting the short end. Heng Zhengyang speculated that it might be related to the method of Rong Yunshi's cultivation. After all, the other party was there to collect yang energy. After Heng Zhengyang took away the other party's yin energy and grew yang energy, he then feedbacked more pure yin energy to the other party. At the same time, the yang energy would also be absorbed by the other party. This makes sense. No wonder Rong Yunshi's level up was so rapid. I really am a genius in logic. Thank you, Master. I really love you so much. She wants to show the arrogant Black Old Ghost who is truly stronger. Oh no, Master, you can't bully ghosts like this. In the distance, Heng Zhengyang seemed to hear the Black Old Ghost roaring in the ghost-controlling gourd. He hurriedly blocked the mouth of the gourd, muttering, Black Old Ghost. This is not my intention. You have to forgive me. While he was mumbling, the door was abruptly pushed open. Xia Linghuai walked in boldly and asked with some confusion, What are you chattering about? It's nothing. Heng Zhengyang put down the gourd. He looked at Xia Linghuai, who was wearing sexy lingerie, and asked in confusion, Why are you dressed like this during the day? What do you think? Xia Linghuai sat on the edge of the bed, took off her outer robe, crossed her legs, and stared directly at Heng Zhengyang. The black lace camisole underneath perfectly showcased her sexy figure. The monsters and demons around Heng Zhengyang either have special abilities or already at the SSS level. Only Xia Linghuai is still lingering at the peak of the S level. This makes it unbearable for her, so Heng Zhengyang's assignment today must be submitted, whether she likes it or not. All right, I understand. Heng Zhengyang lay in bed, choosing to give up. After battling Rong Yunshi for over an hour, he was still able to continue, but he was already feeling a bit tired. Xia Linghuai happily smiled as she approached Heng Zhengyang, lifting her skirt. After more than 2 hours, Xia Linghuai successfully leveled up to SS rank and left the room contentedly, leaving Heng Zhengyang, who just wanted to take a nap. As soon as Xia Linghuai stepped out, Sherry walked in again. Citing their previous agreement, Heng Zhengyang had no choice but to continue. This battle lasted directly for over 4 hours. Sherry got dressed and happily waved goodbye to Heng Zhengyang as she left the room. Qing Mei then walked in. It was as if these few had coordinated their actions. Heng Zhengyang was somewhat at a loss for tears. What do they think they are? A big stallion? Even more surprisingly, after Qingmei left, Lu Rushue actually miraculously came into his room. Chapter 47. Haijo, here I come. Heng Zhengyang sat on the bed, his gaze somewhat vacant as he looked at Lu Rushue, who was sitting on the sofa. Lu Rushue wore a black casual shirt paired with tight-fitting jeans. One could say her figure was not inferior to that of Qingmei and the others. With her delicate features and a head of fluffy, long, wavy hair cascading down, she perfectly embodied the aloof and high-cold goddess type that Heng Zhengyang had liked the most in his previous life. However, he truly felt powerless today. After several rounds of his friend's relentless attempts, Heng Zhengyang's suffering had become too pleasurable. A few hours of continuous battle was something no one could withstand. Sister Rushue, do you have something to discuss? When Heng Zhengyang said these words, his slightly pale lips were trembling slightly. At this moment, Lu Rushue's heart was very conflicted. In fact, from the very beginning, she knew that Heng Zhengyang's jumbled words were just meant to comfort her. The reason she agreed was that Mayuan was her only friend. Moreover, she somewhat admired this young man who was trying hard to win her over. It was only a bit of admiration. Lu Rushue hoped to find her own direction and path through Heng Zhengyang's way of handling things. Heng Zhengyang is the direction and path for oneself. The other party knows they cannot win, yet still possesses the courage to stand in front of them. The opponent is powerful, yet still willing to give everything to help them improve their strength. More importantly, the other party has oneself in mind. After working with Mayuan for so many years, the other party still does not know what attributes one needs. However, after spending a relatively short time with Heng Zhengyang, the other party can accurately judge one's secrets. This is enough for her to completely entrust herself to the other party. I want to. Lu Rushue lowered her head and suddenly became shy. Heng Zhengyang began to realize that something seemed off. Lu Rushue wouldn't really be coming for that, would she? It seemed as if she had made up her mind. I want to establish a soul link with you. Heng Zhengyang suddenly relaxed his body. As long as it wasn't that, it would be fine. But he suddenly became tense again. What does this soul link mean? It means you will know everything about me, and I will become your everything. Lu Rushue explained seriously. As long as you are willing, my cultivation, my memories can all be used by you. Don't you want to know about those things? This way, even if I am destroyed in a short time, you will still be able to obtain all the information. As Lu Rushue spoke, the lights in the room began to flicker again. Heng Zhengyang quickly stepped forward and covered Lu Rushue's mouth. Sister Rushue, you don't need to say any more. I've already guessed most of it. No matter how important those things are, they aren't as important as you all are to me, understand? Lu Rushue's eyes widened, and her fair face turned rosy. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang realized that he was left without clothes after everything that had happened. Sister Rushue, if there's nothing else, just relax and rest. With me here, you don't need to feel any pressure. Heng Zhengyang guessed that after being promoted to the SSS level, they might have unlocked some memories, which was why things had turned out this way. It seemed that he needed to speed up his trips to Haijo and Jingzhou. These two otherworldly agencies must have grasped some information. He was contemplating whether he should give Liqiani a call when suddenly a soft, fragrant lip pressed against his own. A light fragrance rushed towards him, making Heng Zhengyang feel as if he were in the vast grasslands. His mind felt refreshed, and the fatigue from his recent battles was alleviated by more than half. Heng Zhengyang hugged Lu Rushue's delicate body and was about to pull her onto the bed. However, Lu Rushue suddenly moved away and went to the door of the room. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I will always be willing to be by your side. But you are already very tired today. Let's do it another day. After saying that, she gently closed the door, leaving Heng Zhengyang on the bed almost pouting. He informed the other party about what had happened recently and his decision to head to Haijo after taking a 2-day break. That's great. Brother Heng, I'll personally come and pick you up in 2 days. No need, Brother Tianyi, there are YIN-YANG and the others. Just wait for us in Haijo. All right, then I'll be waiting for your arrival in Haijo. Ha ha, we hope we won't be a bother when we come over. How could that be? The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. After hanging up the phone, Heng Zhengyang lay back on the bed with his arms open. He had a good sleep. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. The room was only lit by a bedside lamp. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Heng Zhengyang felt a bit dazed. It was reminiscent of his past life, staying up late in a university dormitory, sleeping during the day, and just waking up at night. Although that time was beautiful, isn't life even more fulfilling now? Heng Zhengyang smiled and shook his head, got dressed, and walked out of the room. After all, he had not yet become an immortal and still felt hunger. In YIN-YANG, accompanied by Luo Xiang, Heng Zhengyang arrived at the restaurant. It was another open buffet. When Ma Yuan saw Heng Zhengyang arrive, he quickly called out, "Hurry, hurry, bring my brother Heng's kidneys, chives, oysters." Everyone looked at Heng Zhengyang and stifled their laughter. Only Heng Zhengyang himself was left speechless. What did they mean by his kidneys and chives? Did they think he needed to eat these things to replenish his yang energy? It was simply a joke, but he had to admit the sizzling, oily kidneys were a bit hard to resist. Heng Zhengyang skillfully used both hands to eat heartily. Meanwhile, taking advantage of everyone being around, he announced the news of going to Haizhou in 2 days. Haizhou? What are we going to Haizhou for? That's right. Brother Tianyi said so. And there's more. You. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Heng Zhengyang dodged Xia Linghuai's small fist attack and became serious. Brother Tianyi had helped me a lot, solved many troubles for me, and considered my needs everywhere, so I had no reason to refuse his request. Of course, it was just helping out. Seeing Xia Linghuai, who wanted to throw a tantrum, Heng Zhengyang quickly used words to calm her down. After resolving Brother Tianyi's difficulties, we would go to the Jingzhou headquarters to take a look. That was more like it. She put away her small fist and continued to enjoy her meal. In the next 2 days, Heng Zhengyang hardly got out of bed except for eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom. Sometimes they would come one by one, and sometimes even 2 together. This kind of fortunate enjoyment was not something ordinary people could experience. Until finally, Heng Zhengyang found an excuse to visit Huang Lei's house to say goodbye, and only then did he finally relax for a few hours. Upon arriving at Huang Xin's house, he said what needed to be said and gave his reminders. His luggage was already packed. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they got into a luxury car and headed straight for Haizhou. As for why they chose the slowest mode of transportation, it was because Heng Zhengyang wanted to earn a little more heavenly punishment points along the way. He also wanted to try out the newly learned thunder technique, thunder transformation, to brush up on his mastery of lightning palm. The system definitely couldn't be upgraded in a short time. He was still very interested in the next mastery level unlockable items for the thunder technique. Chapter 48. There's only one chance you think you can catch up to me? Ha ha. Wishful thinking. A creature with gray wings, half human and half eagle, was mocking as it held a scrawny old man in its claws. The opponent was moving quickly, getting farther away from the 2 cars on the ground. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang on the desolate mountain was staring intently at the eagle demon. The next second, he transformed into golden lightning and charged at the opponent. Boom! Crash! The 2 collided and a massive explosion echoed in the air. Ding! Kill SS-level demon. The eagle demon and the old man's flesh and blood all turned to dust. Heng Zhengyang sighed while sitting in the car. Although he felt a bit helpless, the old man had already been killed by the time he discovered the eagle demon. Xia Linghuai called the regional Otherworld Bureau's director to notify them. This was the routine all the way. By Zhe confirmed the location, Heng Zhengyang confirmed the target for elimination, and Xia Linghuai notified the local Otherworld Bureau to handle the aftermath, such as finding the victims' families or managing the impact. Zhengyang, your use of lightning has become increasingly proficient. Yeah, being able to transform lightning into your own form and actively chase down enemies is incredibly powerful. Everyone in the car praised Heng Zhengyang's lightning avatar technique. Heng Zhengyang laughed heartily and accepted the praises one by one. He shifted his gaze to the window. The grand entrance of Haizhou was already in sight. As the car drove in, a row of luxury cars, including several million-dollar Rolls-Royce Ghosts, could be seen quietly waiting by the roadside. In the middle was a fire-red extended Lincoln, its body shimmering with an unusual glow. Master, this car is a great treasure. The naturally formed Qinshue Ghost Steel and Balian Demon Iron are truly unique. Even you might not be able to break through its defenses. Baze poked its little head out of the car, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? It seems that being rich is indeed a good thing. Heng Zhengyang let out a sigh, filled with emotion. During the meeting, Heng Zhengyang and his companions got out of the car first. The Lincoln's door opened, but it was not Li Tianyi who stepped out. The person resembled Li Tianyi, both being naturally handsome. However, unlike Li Tianyi's elegant and easygoing demeanor, this person was surrounded by a sense of hostility. There was an undeniable sharpness in his gaze. Young Master Tianzi. Mr. Heng is a guest invited by young Master Tianyi. YIN-YANG said respectfully, slightly frowning as she stood in front of Heng Zhengyang. I know. Do you need to say so much? Li Tianzi snorted coldly. Suddenly, a figure shot out behind him, moving at high speed towards YIN-YANG's abdomen with a kick. Boom! Heng Zhengyang swiftly stepped forward, his arms channeling energy, and the powerful recoil sent that person flying out. Good kid, not bad. Li Tianzi saw Heng Zhengyang's energy flowing throughout his body, his blood boiling. Why was this young man so highly valued by his father? He wanted to test him first. More importantly, this person had disrupted his business in Han City, which made him very unhappy. Li Tianzi didn't care about the life or death of his subordinates. Instead, he charged forward and threw a punch at Heng Zhengyang's face. Heng Zhengyang quickly crossed his arms to block the opponent's attack. The first clash between the two ended with Heng Zhengyang stepping back a few paces. The reason Heng Zhengyang retreated was not that he was unable to compete with the other party. He simply took into consideration that this person was referred to as Young Master by YIN-YANG and bore a striking resemblance to Li Tianyi, both in appearance and name. It was likely that they were blood relatives. Therefore, he naturally wanted to give the other party some face. After all, they might have to meet frequently in the future, and it would not be good to start off on a bad note. Kid, weren't you invincible, able to do anything? Why are you soft now? Li Tianzi snorted coldly and adjusted his clothes. You must be Li Tianzi, Brother Tianyi's older brother. I've heard that Brother Tianzi is exceptionally powerful and brave. How could I possibly compete with you? Heng Zhengyang put on a smile, slightly bent over, and complimented Li Tianzi. Huh, you know your place, kid, but I'm not a fool. I can see you're hiding your true strength. Li Tianzi took a few steps closer to Heng Zhengyang. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're up to? Oh, is that so? Heng Zhengyang gave a cold smile. Of course. Li Tianzi suddenly squatted down, delivering an elbow strike infused with blood-red energy towards Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang no longer hides his strength this time, channeling all his energy to envelop his entire body. The collision between the two sides produces a tremendous sound again, creating waves of intertwined energy. Li Tianzi comes on strong, and his subordinates believe that the opponent must be heavily wounded. They remain vigilant against the forces on Heng Zhengyang's side. However, they notice that the latter seems to be unfazed. Instead, they stand still, quietly observing the situation. As the energy waves dissipate, Heng Zhengyang still stands in place. While Li Tianzi's elbow trembles slightly, Heng Zhengyang raised his leg and kicked Li Tianzi, sending him flying. Fortunately, he was caught by the crowd. Otherwise, he would have nearly fallen over the railing. I respect you because you are Li Tianyi's elder brother, but whether you deserve my respect is a one-time opportunity. Heng Zhengyang would never engage in the act of offering a warm face to a cold butt. He maintains a proper respect for all things. But if the other party insists on drinking the penalty wine instead of the celebratory wine, then he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Li Tianzi clutched his chest, breathing heavily. That seemingly effortless kick felt like a heavy hammer crashing down on him. He felt serious damage to his internal organs. If it weren't for his cultivation supporting him, he would probably be lying on the ground, unable to move. You, everyone attack together, Li Tianzi commanded. One by one, the doors of the Rolls-Royce ghosts opened, and 30 investigators from another world, dressed in red trench coats, stepped out. Heng Zhengyang took a glance, but they were just a group of S-level peak strength weaklings. He didn't even need to take action. He could just send out Kira, the weakest on his side, to easily sweep these people away. Just as those people were about to rush forward, a familiar convoy of sports cars suddenly appeared. The lead car, known as the Land Rocket, the Del-16, was still dazzling. The doors opened, and a bunch of familiar faces greeted Heng Zhengyang. Li Tianyi, at the forefront, shook Heng Zhengyang's hand and was taken aback when he saw the strength behind him. Heng Zhengyang's team is much stronger than the Yomi squad he formed, because he is basically unable to gauge the strength of the other party. Brother Heng, I'm really sorry that just after you arrived in Haizhou, you were disturbed by my family matters. Li Qianyi hurriedly explained, worried that Heng Zhengyang would associate him with his older brother and cause the other party's displeasure. It's okay. I believe your brother won't trouble me again in the short term. At the same time, Li Tianzi finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Due to Li Qianyi's arrival, everyone also dared not take action. Get lost. Li Qianyi's gaze was icy as he turned to look at the crowd dressed in red trench coats. In an instant, they scattered like birds and beasts. And soon all of Li Tianzi's forces left the area. Let's go. My father and teacher are waiting for us at home. Okay, let's go. Heng Zhengyang replied in response. It seems that the purpose of this trip will soon be revealed. Chapter 49. One day, I will step on cherry blossoms. Heng Zhengyang followed Li Qianyi to the Haigong Villa area. The fairies, demons, and monsters like Qing Mei, Sherry, and Beis were arranged to rest in other villas. The only one beside Heng Zhengyang was Xiao Linghuai. In fact, Li Qianyi only invited Heng Zhengyang to this gathering. However, Xiao Linghuai thought of her father's words and wanted to learn from the valuable experience of the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau in handling otherworldly matters. To be honest, she also disapproved of the practice of mutual assistance among countries. If it weren't for the frequent emergence of strange incidents across Huaxia 2 years ago, with tens of thousands of bizarre cases of murder and disappearance occurring in just 3 days, the country wouldn't have placed such importance on matters involving other races. Not only did they begin to expand the Otherworld Investigation Bureau nationwide, but the status of investigators at all levels also rose accordingly. However, they still couldn't effectively prevent the invasion of other races, and in the end, they had no choice but to join the International Otherworldly Incident Dispatch Organization and sign assistance agreements. They attracted outstanding otherworldly investigators from other countries through huge expenditures and significant support policies. This is also why other countries' otherworldly investigators could act so recklessly in Huaxia. Thinking of the reports from her subordinates, Xiao Linghuai clenched her fists secretly. Li Qianyi was pleased to see Heng Zhengyang agree to let his subordinates, the demons and monsters, rest elsewhere. This indicated that Heng Zhengyang respected him enough. After thinking it over, Li Qianyi realized that Heng Zhengyang had shown such a mature and skilled demeanor in dealing with people. So how could he make himself uncomfortable? With this in mind, Li Qianyi no longer worried and confidently led Heng Zhengyang towards Villa Number 1. Just as they were about to enter, he suddenly noticed Xiao Linghuai had been following Heng Zhengyang closely. Brother Heng, the matters we were discussing today are confidential to the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, so it's better not to let others get involved. Although Li Qianyi politely inquired, Heng Zhengyang could sense a deep aversion he had towards the Jingzhou General Bureau. Xiao Linghuai was clearly taken aback and was just about to retort. Heng Zhengyang waved his hand. Linghuai is not a stranger. She is my girlfriend. What? Girlfriend? Every girl in Heng Zhengyang's team could be said to be extraordinarily talented. However, Li Qianyi never expected that Xiao Linghuai would actually be his partner. This was truly shocking. Not to mention Xiao Linghuai's age, just her reputation as a fierce woman was widely known. He never thought that she would be taken by a high school student. For the first time, Li Qianyi felt a sense of admiration for Heng Zhengyang. Well, don't worry, she won't do anything out of line without my permission. This. All right. Seeing Heng Zhengyang's assurance, Li Qianyi no longer insisted. He led the two into the villa, from the entrance to the living room. Heng Zhengyang took a moment to appreciate the house's decoration. The simple and elegant style was understated, yet appeared very luxurious. Once they entered the living room, Li Qianyi immediately became respectful. He stepped forward and bowed slightly to the two who were chatting happily on the sofa, saying, "Father, Master, Heng Zhengyang, and his girlfriend, Xiao Linghuai, have arrived." Upon hearing Li Qianyi's voice, a middle-aged man with a prosperous appearance and dressed in fine clothing stood up and greeted them warmly. "Zhengyang is here, and he brought his girlfriend. Come, have a seat." The other person, an elderly man in a dark tang suit with white hair, did not stand up but turned to Heng Zhengyang with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Linghuai. "Linghuai is here too. It's been over 10 years. And you've become more beautiful." Xiao Linghuai, seeing the kindly smiling elder, seemed to be struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. "Grandpa Long." Heng Zhengyang and Li Qianyi exchanged glances, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. Although Li Tianyi's father, Li Yun, was also somewhat puzzled. He did not show it. After they were invited to sit down, the doubts in everyone's hearts were gradually resolved through the conversation between Xia Linghuai and Long Xinghua. More than a decade ago, Long Xinghua was one of the top officials at the Jingzhou headquarters. At that time, there was only one director and 3 top officials. It could be said that Long Xinghua held a significant position in the Otherworld Bureau. Even Xia Linghuai's father, Xia Zhengji, had once been an investigator under Long Xinghua. However, a year ago, an SSS-level anomaly occurred in Jingzhou that needed to be dealt with. Due to the difficulty of this task, they asked the retired Long Xinghua to come out of retirement. In the end, Long Xinghua, along with many investigators dispatched from other countries, resolved the incident. Unfortunately, Long Xinghua lost his life during this event. His death was a heavy blow to the Huaxia nation. Yet now he sat here, alive and well, chatting with them, which gave Xia Linghuai a surreal feeling. At that time, I was also plotted against by those investigators from the Sakura Nation. Thankfully, with the protection of the blessing jade given by my old friend Li Feng, I survived. Therefore, I joined the Haizhou headquarters as a chief consultant. And it was also I who proposed for the Haizhou branch to separate from the Jingzhou headquarters. Long Xinghua's expression was initially calm, but as he spoke about this old matter, the killing intent in his eyes made even Heng Zhengyang feel fearful. This man was a veteran who had fought bloodily on the battlefield and had crawled out from piles of corpses. Later, he had campaigned in the Otherworld Bureau. Even though Heng Zhengyang's cultivation now far surpassed Long Xinghua's, the aura he exuded made him feel exceptionally uneasy. Upon hearing Long Xinghua's experience, Xia Linghuai actually began to sob softly. "Grandpa Long, why didn't you make this public? Those beasts from the Sakura Nation. I'll call my father right now." "Why, girl? It's all in the past. Don't be sad. Grandpa Long is doing just fine. And don't bother your father. He is probably under a lot of pressure right now." Long Xinghua comforted and reassured Xia Linghuai, as if he were soothing his own granddaughter. Heng Zhengyang had already wrapped his arms around Xia Linghuai early on, restraining her hands as she tried to reach for her phone. Ahem. Li Tianyi quickly reminded the two that their actions were a bit too intimate. It would be better to be mindful of the occasion. However, the looks that Li Yun and Long Xinghua gave Heng Zhengyang were full of admiration. They didn't expect that this young man, at such a young age, could possess a big-picture perspective that even the two of them were capable of recognizing. Heng Zhengyang ignored Li Tianyi's hint and gently patted Xia Linghuai's hands. Heng Zhengyang's voice was extremely gentle as he comforted Xia Linghuai. However, his eyes were almost spitting fire out of anger. Long Xinghua and Li Yun exchanged glances, filled with some doubts. Why did this young man have so many scores to settle with Sakura country? Naturally, it was the debts of this life and the last life. Besides destroying the country, Heng Zhengyang couldn't think of a better way to settle the scores. After chatting in the reception room for a while, they moved to the dining room. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, everyone began to speak freely. During this time, Li Tianyi once again witnessed how powerful Heng Zhengyang's words could be. His own father personally invited the other party to stay in Villa Number 1. Knowing that the other party already had a girlfriend, he insisted on introducing his second sister, Li Tianyi, to him. He claimed that a true man could have more than one woman. Although he secretly told the other party, while Xia Linghuai and Long Xinghua were not paying attention, Li Tianyi had never seen his father admire and like a younger generation like this. Long Xinghua's address to Heng Zhengyang even changed from Heng Xiaobrother to Heng Xiaoyu. He also promised to pass on the treasured red cloth broadsword, which even his closed-door disciple couldn't inherit, to Heng Zhengyang. That sword had been by Long Xinghua's side since the anti-Japanese war. Just the aura of that broadsword could scare off foreign tribes. Li Tianyi felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, when he heard Heng Zhengyang refuse and take the opportunity to bring the chance of inheriting the treasured sword closer to himself, Li Tianyi couldn't help but feel grateful towards Heng Zhengyang. With Heng Zhengyang's unremitting efforts, Li Yun and Long Xinghua directly agreed to let Heng Zhengyang participate in the Blood Sea Plan without joining the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. They would go to the meeting together tomorrow. After the drinking party ended, Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai were supported by Yun Mengluo to rest. Li Tianyi also left the table. Long Xinghua and Li Yun appeared to be drunk, but suddenly became sober. "What do you think of this young man? Shouldn't be a problem." I hope he can bring us some surprises. Chapter 50. Blood Sea Plan. Heng Zhengyang slept soundly until early the next morning. He rubbed his slightly dazed and foggy head and went to the washroom. Yesterday, when he was competing with Li Yun and Long Xinghua at the dinner table, he did not try to be clever like before. After all, whether he was truly drunk or not, these seasoned drinkers could tell at a glance. So he did his best to use all his tricks before passing out. In his memory, it seemed like he had a great time drinking. Li Yun seemed to want to introduce his stunningly beautiful daughter to him. Of course, he understood that since the other party was experienced in the drinking scene, some things shouldn't be taken seriously. However, the other party had already promised to let him participate in some plan in Haizhou. With a little groundwork, it should be no problem. After Heng Zhengyang finished washing up, he woke up the still, soundly sleeping Xiaolinghuai. The other party was still curled up in the quilt, unwilling to come out. I have to go to a meeting with Old Long and Uncle Li. You can sleep a little longer. Upon hearing this, Xiaolinghuai suddenly woke up, directly threw off the quilt, and grabbed Heng Zhengyang's arm. No way. I want to go too. Oh, so you can get up. Heng Zhengyang sarcastically mocked, patting the bouncy butt of Xiaolinghuai to indicate that she should get up quickly. Hey, pervert. Xiaolinghuai hurriedly let go of Heng Zhengyang, dodged to the side, quickly got dressed, and ran to the washroom. Heng Zhengyang opened the door and followed Yun-Ming to the restaurant. As soon as he arrived, Baze jumped in his arms. Master, Master, there are many powerful auras in Haizhou City. Are we going to eliminate them all today? Heng Zhengyang stroked the fluffy body of Baze and refused it. Not today. Everyone can go play in Haizhou with Yun-Ming and the others. I promised the Li family to help, so I need to attend a meeting with them first to understand the situation. Heng Zhengyang finished speaking and then sat in the main seat. Everyone understood his words. After all, this was someone else's territory, and they had previously acted recklessly because they were in some small places. With Xiaolinghuai protecting them, they could do whatever they wanted. However, if they caused trouble here, they would likely attract a whole bunch of powerful families in no time. Although Heng Zhengyang was not afraid now, if the other party did not touch his bottom line, why should they become enemies when they could be friends? Only Qingmei, in her Navet, ran over to ask, if we eliminate all the alien races in Haizhou, won't that be equivalent to helping the Li family? Heng Zhengyang shook his head helplessly. Qingmei was truly both infuriating and amusing. He saw a message on his phone and quickly stood up from his chair, with a piece of fresh and delicious caviar toast hanging from his mouth. He pointed at Qingmei and then at Lu Ruxue before running out the door. The implication was that there was a problem, so Lu Ruxue should teach her. About half an hour later, before the expressions on Heng Zhengyang and Li Qianni's faces completely darkened, Xiaolinghuai finally got into the car. I said, Sister, today is the meeting. Do you really need to put on makeup? Of course. This shows that I value this meeting very much. The atmosphere between Li Qianni and Xiaolinghuai has rarely been harmonious, except for its tension. Brother Tianni, let's hurry up and go. Heng Zhengyang first reminded Li Qianni, then turned to look at Xiaolinghuai. The light makeup made Xiaolinghuai look even more stunning than before, like an exquisite wine that had been sealed for years, finally being uncorked. Although she was very beautiful, she should be careful next time. Heng Zhengyang did not blame Xiaolinghuai too much. He just praised her while reminding her a little. Xiaolinghuai also knew that she had wasted some time and silently nodded. A few small emotions began to arise in her heart. Heng Zhengyang quickly wrapped his arms around her waist upon seeing her reaction. After some playful banter, Xiaolinghuai finally broke into a smile. That's how girls are when they're upset. If you don't appease them in time, it can lead to endless trouble. Li Qianni, sitting in the passenger seat, witnessed Heng Zhengyang's actions and was amazed that Xiaolinghuai obediently promised not to misbehave again. He couldn't help but take out his notebook to jot down Heng Zhengyang's technique for handling women. It was truly impressive. It was like a little cow going to space. So impressive it was breathtaking. The car arrived at a bunker on the outskirts of Haizhou. After Heng Zhengyang and the other two got off the car, Li Qianni first showed his identification badge, then took out 2 temporary access cards and handed them to the guard. Soon after, the 3 successfully entered the bunker. Once in the elevator, Heng Zhengyang noticed that the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau bunker seemed to have a few more floors than others. Although he didn't know what they were used for, The extent of underground mining indicated that the research capabilities of the Huaxian nation were quite formidable. The three stopped on the 5th floor and hurried into the meeting room, like college students afraid of being late. Under the predatory gaze of a row of leaders at the podium, the three finally took their seats, which of course included Long Xinghua and Li Yun. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin, Long Xinghua said, looking at the director of the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, Xu Xiaoming. Xu Xiaoming nodded and looked at the various investigators seated below. Comrades, I believe everyone has heard the news that the alien forces have been completely eliminated in Qingshan County and Anhuang County, both under Beiyang City and Beizhou, and the people of these two counties have been thoroughly liberated. Today, we are fortunate to have Comrade Heng Zhengyang, who rescued the people of these two counties from danger, joining us in our plan. After Xu Xiaoming finished speaking, a spotlight shone on Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang clearly did not expect the other party to introduce themselves so ostentatiously. However, he only paused for a moment before standing up to bow respectfully to the leaders on stage. Calm and composed, he was indeed not an ordinary person. This was the sentiment shared by all the main leaders present. For the young man named Heng Zhengyang, some cast admiring glances, while others shot hostile looks. Now, let us have Deputy Director Liu elaborate further on the Blood Sea plan. All right, Liu Huida, sitting next to Xu Xiaoming, leaned into the microphone and began to explain the detailed plan. The general idea was to integrate Heng Zhengyang's talismans with the power of small nuclear weapons. This method was quite innovative, and Heng Zhengyang was contemplating the feasibility of its success. However, gradually, his expression grew increasingly grim. Once the integration is successful, we will place all captured monsters in 5 regions to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Haizhou. The alien races will surely slaughter each other over the competition for human resources. After luring out all the anomalies, we will launch the extermination missiles that cover the entire Haizhou city to completely eliminate the threat of alien invasion. At this point, Liu Huida looked toward the podium. The entire audience suddenly erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. "Excuse me, Director Liu, I have a question." Heng Zhengyang raised his hand and stood up. Liu Huida did not think highly of Heng Zhengyang, but the way he addressed him as Director Liu struck a chord with him. He had been in the deputy director position for over a decade and had long wanted to be promoted to director. If this plan succeeded, it would be a done deal for him to become the director. Xu Xiaoming and others felt that it was somewhat unreasonable for Heng Zhengyang to address Liu Huida that way. However, they couldn't pinpoint what exactly was inappropriate. Long Xinghua looked at Heng Zhengyang and nodded in admiration, surprised that this young man was so adept at handling situations. According to the rules, it wasn't yet time for everyone to speak freely. However, Liu Huida allowed Heng Zhengyang to continue. "Oh, it's Comrade Xiaohong. If you have any questions, just say them directly. I want to know, where does the bait come from?" Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's question, Liu Huida frowned instantly. He had just explained clearly that the monsters would be released in residential areas. Did the other party not understand? Seeing that the other party was relatively sensible, Liu Huida explained, "The areas where we will release the monsters are residential areas, so the bait will naturally be those residents. You want to use ordinary residents as bait?" Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but ask for confirmation again. "Huh, another one loading cargo. Sacrificing those inferior people to protect the masses. What is there to consider?" "Exactly. Those bottom-tier people who are of no use to society. If they die, they die." Heng Zhengyang turned his head angrily to look at the two people who were discussing in low voices. Damn. Chapter 51. Who agrees and who opposes? Damn. Without the lower class, can you have enough to eat? No one cooks for you to eat shit, right? Damn. Without the lower class, can you live in a mansion? No one lays bricks for you to live in a doghouse, right? Damn. Without the lower class, can you dress up and show off here? The evening of Baiyang. The rising dawn of the East. What does that sign at the entrance of the Otherworld Bureau say? Dedicated to the people. Sacrifice for the country. Is this how you, the early rising mist of the East, sacrifice and dedicate? Heng Zhengyang delivered a speech with a high level of sarcasm, directly leaving Liu Huida's son, Liu Geng, utterly confused. Xiao Linghuai gave Heng Zhengyang a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Wonderful. A poet. We are saved. Li Qianni looked at his father and master in shock, only to find that both of them were sitting there calmly, showing no intention of stopping Heng Zhengyang. He suddenly realized what Heng Zhengyang meant. Li Qianni immediately slammed the table and stood up. Brother Heng is right. We must protect the masses. We cannot let them be used as bait. Those who followed Li Qianni were all sharp-minded. They understood what this meant. They all stood up. Brother Heng is right. He has no problem. Brother Heng is spirited. We absolutely cannot lose face. In an instant, the crowd was stirred up. Even those who originally supported the Blood Sea plan were caught up in the fervor and began to oppose it together. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Lu Huida shouted loudly from the stage, but the audience had already descended into chaos, completely ignoring him. In desperation, he could only seek help from the highest-ranking official. Long Xinghua. Old Long, aren't you going to step in and manage these unruly kids? If this continues, it won't end well. Long Xinghua glanced at him disdainfully. He couldn't be bothered to speak. Let those youngsters make a fuss. They could sort it out after they had enough fun. However, it was clear he underestimated Heng Zhengyang's ability to incite the crowd. Within a few minutes, Heng Zhengyang had stirred the person in charge of the Blood Sea plan into being viewed as a treasonous traitor who harmed the nation and its people. He connected this person's actions with spies and undercover agents from Sakura Country and Beautiful Country, coupled with the support from Li Qianni, Xu Mengxian, and others. The crowd's resentment towards the headquarters grew because of the presence of foreign investigative agents. Now, hearing all this, they were itching to rush up and take down Lu Huida. The other leaders on the main stage saw the situation turning bad and quickly retreated. Lu Huida wanted to act tough, but seeing that a large number of people were genuinely trying to rush the main stage, he, as a practitioner with SS-level mid-stage strength, actually forgot to use his power. He knelt on the ground, hurriedly apologizing to Long Xinghua, Li Yun, and Xu Xiaoming. Big brother, second brother, Old Long, I was wrong before. I should have pressured you so much. Please, come out and control this. Li Yun and Xu Xiaoming exchanged glances and then asked Long Xinghua for guidance. After receiving a nod of approval, they stepped out to start calming down their own children. Mengxian, you girl, hurry up and step back. Yes, father. Li Qianni and Xu Mengxian, the two leaders, suddenly stopped and began to retreat. The investigators who had followed them seemed a bit intoxicated, still shouting to push forward. Li Qianni and Xu Mengxian were helplessly pushed forward. No matter how much Li Qianni shouted, he was drowned out by the crowd's uproar and the sounds of curses. Long Xinghua slammed his hand on the table, an intimidating aura instantly spreading throughout the room. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Long Xinghua slammed the table again. Li Qianni rubbed his painfully squeezed back and looked toward his seat. Even more infuriating was that this guy was casually sipping tea from a white porcelain jar, as if nothing was wrong. Brother Heng is so leisurely. Li Qianni felt a bit displeased in his heart and sarcastically remarked. Heng Zhengyang shrugged his shoulders, expressing sympathy for Li Qianni's predicament. Hey, is that my fault? I don't know. In response to Li Qianni's questioning, Heng Zhengyang shook his head and continued sipping his tea. Comrade Xiao Heng, since you oppose this plan and you have 2 experiences of eliminating foreign races, I wonder what your thoughts are. Long Xinghua's solemn voice finally made Heng Zhengyang set down his teacup. Heng Zhengyang slowly stood up under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Looking at the fiery gazes around him, he understood that if he didn't give everyone an explanation today, he might be torn apart by the crowd. Since Elder Long held him in such high regard, he decided to present the intelligence he had gathered from Qingshan County and Anwang County here. As he spoke, Heng Zhengyang was invited to the podium and began his explanation. It is well known that the alien races are divided into 4 categories: demons, monsters, ghosts, and spirits. And everyone is likely familiar with them, so I won't elaborate further. They all invade the human world, but due to certain rules, they find it difficult to wreak havoc simultaneously, and there is essentially no communication between one race and another. The 4 races even hold a mutual disdain for each other. However, if all 4 races were to wreak havoc in the human world at the same time, it would also trigger the alien rules, opening a spatial rift and leading to the birth of a strong being from one of the alien races. Heng Zhengyang spoke while circulating his vital energy. His SSS-level mid-stage strength was completely revealed. The powerful momentum was even higher than that of Elder Long just now. Everyone saw my strength just now. I should have become an SSS-level practitioner in this. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a sensation in the audience. An SSS-level practitioner. To break through to SSS level at such a young age is truly incredible. I'm already 28 and only at the SSS mid-stage. And I'm still regarded as a genius by my family. Who can deny that? Even someone as strong as Li Qianni, who reached the SSS mid-stage at just 22, cannot compare. The appearance of Heng Zhengyang fully demonstrates that genius is merely a threshold to meet me. Everyone, please be quiet. Comrade Xiao Heng continues speaking. Although Elder Long and a group of high-ranking individuals were greatly surprised by Heng Zhengyang's cultivation, they would not show it so exaggeratedly. Yes, Elder Long. Heng Zhengyang continued to look down and said, the strength of the alien strongmen emerging from the spatial rift is countless times stronger than that of SSS-level practitioners. Nonsense. If what you said is true, how did you manage to eliminate them? Exactly. Alarmist. If that were the case, the entire human world would have fallen long ago. Lu Geng, who had just been scolded harshly, jumped out to refute. His followers behind him also chimed in. I have my methods, believe it or not. And this method can also help Haizhou achieve liberation. What method? Long Xinghua and others became interested, and Xu Xiangming even stood up in excitement. First, we clean up one by one, then disperse the crowd, and then let my partners perform a play to lure out the alien strongman. And I will use my secret technique to take them down. Heng Zhengyang's vital energy surged quietly within him. He leaned against the podium and looked down at the audience. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes? I oppose. A young hothead, standing next to Lu Geng, stood up to take the lead for his master. Before Lu Geng could praise him, a huge golden palm directly swatted the young man away. He crashed heavily against the wall, creating a deep dent in it. Several of Lu Geng's subordinates rushed to rescue him, only to find they couldn't even pull him out. Chapter 52. My reason is the reason the plan to eliminate the foreign tribes in Haizhou came to a successful conclusion under Heng Zhengyang's strong stance. The suppressed Baomen faction regained control over the Haizhou Foreign Affairs Bureau. Almost all the deputy directors who had been pulled over by Lu Huida switched sides. Wasn't this inevitable? Heng Zhengyang's words were undoubtedly a blatant threat. What did he mean by saying that if everyone disagreed, he would share some reasoning with them? What is reasoning? The SSS-level invincible power is Heng Zhengyang's reasoning. In today's Huaxia, SSS-level cultivators are few and far between. Each one is an incredibly powerful existence. Who would be foolish enough to provoke such a powerful being? At the luncheon after the meeting, a harmonious scene that hadn't been seen in a long time reappeared. After agreeing to Heng Zhengyang's plan, everyone realized that they seemed to only play a supporting and coordinating role. Not having to battle those powerful monsters and demons certainly made things much easier. Heng Zhengyang was currently in a private room, drinking and laughing with the leaders of the Baomen faction. They had developed a strong interest in this very astute young man who could handle situations perfectly. It had been many years since they had seen such an impressive junior. The key was that he was exceptionally handsome and extraordinarily capable. How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Li Yun and Xu Xiangming liked him more and more as they drank several rounds, and they began to jokingly insist on adopting Heng Zhengyang as their godson. All right, stop joking around. You're all grown up. Don't you fear being laughed at? Long Xinghua noticed that Heng Zhengyang seemed a bit drunk, making it difficult for him to cope with the two men's enthusiastic attacks. So he stepped in to ease the situation. Young friend Heng, I really want to thank you today. You've truly helped us a lot. Heng Zhengyang was surprised to see Long Xinghua toast to him, and he quickly lowered his cup to clink it with Long's. Long Lao, it's my duty to do my best and not disgrace the mission. Of course, it's also because Brother Tianni values me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. The two of them downed their glasses of the 1982 Matai in one go. Li Qianni, on the side, had been drinking silently with Xu Mengxian for a while. He was astonished to see his usually serious master smiling and toasting to him. He quickly raised his glass, trembling. Master, you've worked hard. Long Xinghua said after drinking, patting Li Tiany's shoulder. Master is getting old. Come to my house tomorrow to take that red scarf broadsword. Master, don't say that. You are still as strong as ever. We can barely keep up with you. Hee hee, you little rascal. Long Xinghua pinched Li Tiany's shoulder and left the private room, leaving behind a parting remark. Remember to come tomorrow. Yes, master. Li Tianyi nudda solemnly, tears welling in his eyes. He had finally earned his master's recognition. He would finally be able to obtain the legendary red scarf broadsword. Li Tianyi cast a grateful glance at Heng Zhengyang. He knew it was all because Heng Zhengyang had been talking to his master and father about his capabilities. This had allowed his father to entrust him with half of the family business and had also gained his master's approval. Brother Heng, thank you. At that moment, Li Tianyi completely recognized Heng Zhengyang as a friend, or rather, a brother. No need for pleasantries. Heng Zhengyang laughed mischievously as he clinked his cup. After the banquet, a dazed Heng Zhengyang was sent to Li's No. 6 manor at Haijiao. This was a special gift from Li Yun, considering Heng Zhengyang's needs. After all, the privacy of the villa garden is not as good as that of the manor. If he were to be targeted by hostile forces and have any small troubles, it would not be good to upset Heng Zhengyang. After waking up from his drunken state, Heng Zhengyang went downstairs only to find the place empty. In the unfamiliar manner, none of his companions were around, including Jila and Bays. At this moment, he couldn't help but have a question. Xia Linghuai had attended the banquet with him. So how come she wasn't there either? In his confusion, he made a phone call. He learned that she had been picked up by Qing Mei and had gone out shopping together. Heng Zhengyang could only helplessly hang up the phone. He wandered around the vast estate by himself. Finally, he decided to enjoy some time in the hot spring pool. He didn't know if it was because of the special spring water in the pool, but Heng Zhengyang actually felt that his whole body's energy was unconsciously circulating. His strength was also gradually improving. Eating ruby Roman grapes and savoring Roman ikani, one could say that this kind of life is truly colorful. In his previous life, that could only be considered merely existing. Before long, a pair of delicate, boneless little hands brushed across his shoulder. He heard a girl's laughter beside his ear. Heng Zhengyang opened his eyes. He saw 5 stunning beauties of different styles standing in a row by the hot spring pool. Shelley, Rong Yunshi, Xia Linghuai, Qing Mei, and Lu Ruxue. They were wearing pure desire battle outfits in various colors, and each of their perfect figures was presented in 3-dimensional detail before Heng Zhengyang. Sister Ruxue, why are you messing around with him too? Heng Zhengyang only felt a bit of oxygen deprivation in his brain, and his nose suddenly felt warm. When he touched it lightly, he realized he was actually bleeding from his nose. Yin-Yang walked over from the side, handed him a tissue, and helped him wipe away the blood. Several girls seemed to have achieved their goal, laughing and joking as they wrapped themselves in bathrobes and left. By the time Heng Zhengyang finally managed to stop the bleeding, he found that there was no one in front of him. All right, so this is how we're playing it, huh? Then nobody's sleeping tonight. Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of pent-up frustration that he couldn't release, making him extremely uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, he wrapped a towel around himself and dragged Qing Mei into the room like a chick. He didn't come out until dinner time. By then, Qing Mei had been completely subdued. After dinner, Heng Zhengyang initially planned to deal with them one by one, but unexpectedly, Li Tianyi called. He said they had some information related to Shirley and wanted to discuss it with him. Heng Zhengyang hesitated for a moment before choosing to agree. Li Tianyi's vehicle quickly arrived at Cape No. 6 Manor. Heng Zhengyang and Sherry met with Li Tianyi in the living room. The other party also brought 2 investigators. The 3 of them moved a little closer to Sherry and exchanged a few glances. It seemed they could hardly contain their emotions. Their throats became dry, and their gazes increasingly lingered on Sherry. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit helpless upon seeing this. The seductive aura of the succubus was too powerful. This was not something that Sherry had intentionally revealed. He extended his finger and shot 3 beams of golden light towards the 3 people across from him, allowing Li Tianyi and the others to finally clear their heads. Sorry about that, Brother Heng. I lost my composure. Li Tianyi quickly apologized upon realizing that he had been staring at Sherry. The other 2 investigators also lowered their heads in embarrassment. It's fine, just speak your mind, Tianyi. Well, Li Tianyi took out his phone and opened the homepage of a female streamer on Douyin. We've discovered that this female streamer is somewhat abnormal. Through a special investigation, We learn that she might be a disguised anomaly, specifically luring adult males. Under the pretense of offline meetings, she harms humans. Each of her live broadcasts generates hundreds of millions in revenue. And to be honest, her content is somewhat dull, yet it manages to attract nearly millions of male viewers. She must have practiced some enchanting and seductive techniques, so, Brother Tianyi, your analysis is very accurate. This female streamer is indeed not human. Heng Zhengyang generously admitted to the other person's words. Although this female anchor is very similar to Sherry in many aspects, she is not Sherry. Heng Zhengyang noticed that during the discussion with Shirley, he learned that it was another succubus. Perhaps it should be called a succubus clone. Heng Zhengyang explained his inference to the crowd, seeing that they still had some doubts. Heng Zhengyang signaled Li Tianyi to directly present a gift sufficient to arrange a meeting with the other party. Wouldn't it be clear once they saw it in person? All right, then Brother Heng, you must go with me at that time. Go, don't worry. Just watching the video, he already had a hard time resisting. If he saw the real thing, wouldn't he be completely mesmerized? Heng Zhengyang was also filled with joy at this moment, spending other people's money to do his own thing, saving wherever possible. Chapter 53. Need to add money. Late at night, the neon lights flickered. In a high-end suite of the Haiyun Hotel, Li Tianyi was sitting on the sofa, quietly waiting for the name Xiao Yi to arrive. Heng Zhengyang was hiding in the suite nearby. Ding, ding, ding. A knock on the door sounded, and Li Tianyi quickly got up to open it. Outside the door stood a girl wrapped in a trench coat. When she saw who had opened the door, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect to be so fortunate to receive the favor of young Master Li Tianyi. The girl seemed pleasantly surprised, and as she entered the room, she suddenly tripped over the threshold. She fell right into Li Tianyi's arms. Smelling the fragrance on her, despite having dabbled in the perfume industry, still couldn't identify the type of perfume. He only knew that the scent was unforgettable and intoxicating. "Oh, I'm sorry. The girl quickly got up, apologizing shyly. "It's okay. It's no big deal," Li Tianyi said with a friendly smile. "I didn't expect young Master Li, who lives in luxury, to be so humble." The girl took off her mask, and her big eyes, like autumn water, were already very charming. Her small, delicate nose and sweet dimples added a touch of playful cuteness without losing allure. Li Tianyi tried to use the method Heng Zhengyang taught him, circulating his energy through several special meridians in his mind. His consciousness indeed became a bit clearer. "Missy, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Irina was surprised to see him suddenly snap out of his daze. It seemed that the visitor was not here with good intentions. With no choice, she had to unleash her trump card. Irina walked to the sofa and unbuttoned her thin trench coat, revealing her devilish figure in a shiny black bodysuit. "Who?" Li Tianyi only took a quick glance, and his breathing immediately quickened. Seizing the opportunity, Irina directly placed her leg on Li Tianyi's lap. "Young Master Li, it's getting late. Why don't we get started?" Cough, cough. Heng Zhengyang opened the door to the suite and walked in with an embarrassed smirk. Irina pointed at Heng Zhengyang in surprise and looked at Li Tianyi. "Li, do you have such unique tastes? In your case?" "No, let me explain to you." Li Tianyi, for some reason, was somewhat reluctant to let the other person leave. "It requires an extra charge. I alone what?" Li Tianyi suddenly froze, clearly not expecting the other party to say that. Heng Zhengyang chuckled unexpectedly. He didn't expect to encounter a money-adding layman in this world. Li Tianyi had clearly begun to drift away from reality. He was probably already under Irina's enchantment. Heng Zhengyang walked to the middle of the two and moved Irina's legs aside to sit down. He placed one hand on Li Tianyi's shoulder, releasing his energy to help Li Tianyi regain consciousness. Heng Zhengyang discovered that it seems the human cultivators in this world are always eager to improve their cultivation level. Yet they do not understand how to utilize this power. No wonder they are oppressed by other races. If the cultivators of Huaxia knew this, they would definitely cry out in injustice. However, not everyone's essence can be transformed as easily as Heng Zhengyang's. Most people possess pure essence that can only be used to enhance strength and resist attacks. Only a very small portion of individuals have essence with special attributes. For example, the 5 elemental attributes of Huaxia, the light and darkness of the beautiful country, and the poison of the cherry blossom country. In fact, it's not just humans. The other 4 races are the same. Most of them do not possess special attributes. Heng Zhengyang is simply too lucky. From the green snake to the Ma Yuan, and then to Sherry, all of them are special beings. As for those without special attributes, they mostly end up killing each other upon meeting. Let's not even talk about the price. Heng Zhengyang pulled out the information that Li Tianyi had investigated and slapped it onto the table. You all know these people, right? Irina's eyes revealed a murderous intent as she looked at the human photos on the table. It seemed that the two were not here to enjoy themselves today. Enjoy? Heng Zhengyang sneered. To enjoy once, you have to pay with your entire fortune and life. That's a bit too high a price, isn't it? That's because those men can't handle the pressure, but I think you're quite good. Want to give it a try? Irina caressed Heng Zhengyang's body with one hand, leaning her lips close to his ear and whispering. Her other hand crawled up his back towards his neck like a spider. However, just as she got closer, Heng Zhengyang coldly snorted and forcefully twisted Irina's hand that was climbing up his back. With a loud crack, her arm was directly broken. Irina quickly stepped back a few paces, looking at her freely swinging pale arm with anger evident on her face. You little brat, I see you're seeking death. Purple mist rose from Irina as her body began to change. Huge bat wings and ram horns sprouted. Her limbs grew sharp claws and a long crimson tongue licked the jagged teeth of her fiery red lips. She looked like a living embodiment of the demons in people's minds. Seeing this, Li Tianyi immediately mobilized his internal energy and took out his weapon, an ancient copper coin. The opponent appeared somewhat fearful upon seeing his copper coin. Heng Zhengyang detected that Irina's strength should be at the peak of the SS level, yet she actually feared Li Tianyi, who is 2 tiers lower than her. This indicates that the copper coin is definitely not simple. Since he is ready to make a move, he must eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. He absolutely cannot give the opponent a single chance. Take action. With a command from Heng Zhengyang, the red and black ghostly energies flew out from the gourd. Li Tianyi had already positioned himself according to Heng Zhengyang's instructions. Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost flew towards the other 2 blind spots. In just a few seconds, the 2 people and 2 ghosts had surrounded Irina. Without any unnecessary words, Rong Yinshi directly pulled out thousands of red threads from her sleeve and sent them flying towards Irina. Heng Zhengyang also gathered his vital energy in his palms while exchanging for the palm thunder 5 times. Irina extended her claws, drawing several purple blade lights. However, she could only temporarily open those red threads and could not completely tear them apart. As soon as Heng Zhengyang revealed his cultivation level alongside the 2 ghostly spirits, she knew she had encountered someone she couldn't provoke. If she didn't think of a way out, she might die here today. Countless red threads had already wrapped around her body. Irina found that this red thread formation was like a quagmire. The harder she struggled, the tighter she became bound. She could see that she couldn't charm Heng Zhengyang, and she wouldn't be able to seek refuge without attracting the wrong kind of attention. All she saw in his eyes was a single goal, to eliminate her. Li Shou, I'm sorry for the humans who have been harmed. Can you give me a chance? I'm willing to make amends. Irina lay on the ground, pretending to be pitiful. Her eyes turned into heart shapes, constantly flickering, trying to mesmerize Li Tianyi. Heng brother, why don't we take her in? You have so many different races around you. One more won't make a difference. Li Tianyi had been too serious, observing Irina's every move, which led him to fall completely into her trap. Just as he finished speaking, Heng Zhengyang had already sent a golden thunderball, infused with 5 palm thunder strikes, towards Irina. The speed was incredibly fast. Irina didn't have time to dodge, and the thunderball was already in front of her. Buzz! Crack! Crack! The thunderball transformed into a towering thunder prison, completely enveloping her inside. The flickering golden arcs of lightning stimulated every inch of Irina's skin, every cell. It was as if she was devoured by lightning, like a rice field ravaged by a locust plague, leaving not even a trace behind. Ding! SS-level demon killed. Heavenly punishment points, 14,685. Hearing the pleasant sound from his system, Heng Zhengyang exclaimed that this deal was worth it. At this moment, Li Tianyi was lying on the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat dripping down like pearls. Heng brother, why did this demon want to be recruited by us? Yet you insisted on exterminating her? Heng Zhengyang glanced at him lightly, unsure if the other party was still under the charm or was speaking the truth. If a dog has tasted human flesh, then its fate awaits it, death. Heng Zhengyang left the room after leaving a sentence. Only after calming down did he understand what Heng Zhengyang meant. Although this demon was powerful, he was also willing to submit. What a ruthless heart. Li Qianni sighed. He was not talking about Irina, but praising Heng Zhengyang. Chapter 54. Set a small goal first after a night of passion. The next morning, he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but when Heng Zhengyang got up in the morning, he felt a slight ache in his lower back. Could it be that this group of little demons has really exhausted him to the point of kidney deficiency? Impossible. He was a pure yang body. He was just scaring himself. Heng Zhengyang walked downstairs after washing up and went to eat. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong odor of offal. Who was eating so heartily this early in the morning? When he sat down, he noticed a small jar of soup in front of him. The smell seemed to be emanating from it. Heng Zhengyang picked and chose as he looked through. Soft-shelled turtle, oysters, cordyceps, ginseng, goji berries, and some miscellaneous items like eggs, kidneys, and penises. Heng Zhengyang raised his head to look at Qing Mei, Lu Ruxue, and others who were dining, but did not notice anything unusual. Only Ma Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. It seemed that it was this mischievous Ma Jing who had asked the kitchen to prepare these things. Heng Zhengyang pushed the nourishing soup aside and picked up a soup dumpling to eat. Indeed, only a Chinese breakfast could satisfy his Chinese stomach. Those caviars, slices of bread, and sandwiches were all quite standard, but nothing could compare to the enjoyment of dumplings dipped in chili vinegar, right? After finishing breakfast, he called Ma Yuan over and subtly reminded him of something. The other party seemed to understand, yet not fully, which made Heng Zhengyang doubt whether he really grasped it. If it weren't for the message from Old Long, he would have seriously talked to Ma Yuan. He got into the dazzling white Apollo, i.e. sent by Li Yun, and was driven by Yun-Ming to the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. In the operations command room of the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, Heng Zhengyang looked at the key areas marked on the map with some shock. Indeed, only in big cities can one gain insight. In Haizhou, humans have seeded some areas to become habitats for other races, and those places are strictly off-limits to humans. The 3 demon domains, 5 Ghost Tower, and Monster Caves formed a circle. Devil Ridge, hidden among men, where people are eaten without bloodshed. Just listen. This is a rhyme that children are now making up. If these other races are allowed to continue developing, the entire human world will be doomed. Long Xinghua stood up in anger, pointing at the map, then helplessly sat back down. If it weren't for the dire situation, Lu Huida would have no chance of stirring up any trouble. Heng Zhengyang first took out a stack of lightning talismans and handed them over to the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. If they could really achieve mass production or combine them with modern weaponry, then Heng Zhengyang would have made a significant contribution to the resistance forces of all of China. Based on the previous rhyme, combined with the information provided by Xu Xiangming and Long Xinghua, the first selected target is most suitable to be the ghost spirits. They gather in very concentrated locations, and since everyone will enter the mirror world to engage in battle, the commotion caused will be smaller. This is because the alien forces here are too vast. No one can guarantee that there aren't 2 or more types of alien races cooperating among them. After Heng Zhengyang expressed his thoughts, he received unanimous approval from everyone. Even Old Long believed that his analysis was very reasonable. Old Long, Director Xu, Uncle Li, since the goal is set, I will set off shortly. I need to trouble you to evacuate the surrounding crowd, at least 30 kilometers. Alas, Heng Xiaoyu, you haven't said which building to attack first. Long Xinghua stopped Heng Zhengyang. How about we go to Xingyuan building first? The overall strength of the spirits there is relatively weak, and with Heng Zhengyang's strength, it should be relatively easy to handle. No need. We can clear all the ghost buildings within a day today. Let's set a small goal first. Eliminate all the ghost spirits. Heng Zhengyang finished speaking and strode outside, leaving the others stunned in place. Old Long, did you hear what Comrade Heng just said? He said to eliminate all the spirits. Xu Xiaoming felt that Heng Zhengyang had gone crazy. It wasn't just him. Li Qianni and other deputy officials and cadres who participated in the operation felt the same way. However, Long Xinghua looked at Heng Zhengyang, who was walking confidently forward, and suddenly thought of his old squad leader from the anti-Japanese war. At that time, despite facing great dangers, the old squad leader still led them out in the end. Longxing was smiled kindly and said, "Trust him. He'll be fine." Heng Zhengyang took the elevator to the ground. He touched his ghost-controlling gourd and felt a bit excited. He wondered if he could recruit a few more ghost spirits this time to become his allies. He planned to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before conflict. So he didn't bring along Qing Mei, Sherry, or any other races. Xiaoling Huai's branch was naturally closer to ghost spirits. Bringing her along represented the best state of coexistence between humans and ghost spirits. Having Bays by his side was purely to gain a better understanding of those ghost spirits, to prevent them from using any unfamiliar tricks against him. Along with Rong Yunshi and the Black Old Ghost, it should be sufficient. After a while, Heng Zhengyang noticed that the number of people around him was decreasing. Abandoned houses, factories, and buildings were becoming more numerous. "Master, we have arrived," YIN-YANG reminded him. Heng Zhengyang and Xiaoling Huai got out of the car, holding Bays. Although it was noon, a thick fog enveloped the area ahead of them. This region was surrounded by a massive iron fence, with no designed entrances or exits. Only a notice board was posted directly in front. No entry for outsiders. Retreat if seen. "Yes, master." He reported the findings to Heng Zhengyang. From west to east, there were indeed 5 tall buildings, each floor and room seemingly occupied by powerful ghost spirits. Between the buildings, many ghost spirits wandered, but they appeared to be ranked. The lowest ones wandering inside were at least S rank, with the ranks decreasing outward to A rank, B rank, and so on. Hearing the descriptions from the 2 ghost spirits, Heng Zhengyang felt that handling the first 4 ghost buildings wouldn't be too difficult. However, in the last building, the ones wandering outside were all S rank ghost spirits. Wouldn't the ones inside be SS rank, or even SSS rank ghost spirits? If these ghost spirits gathered their strength like the group he fought on the first day, Heng Zhengyang felt a bit afraid that he might not be able to defeat them without a host. Of course, these were all secondary concerns. It all depended on whether he could reach an agreement with the other party. "Let's enter the other world." Heng Zhengyang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them to speak to the 2 spirits. "Yes, master." Rong Yunshi, clench your small hand. And Heng Zhengyang and Xiaoling Huai suddenly felt the world turn upside down. Heng Zhengyang looked again at the fence that was at least 2 meters high, where a little girl was sitting. She slowly opened her arms and let her head fall to the ground. Then she stood up, nervously holding her head. "Please. Is this okay?" Of course. Of course. You just need to die." "Ha ha." Then she started to repeat the action of falling down again. But this time, she lay on the ground motionless. Suddenly, the little girl looked up at Heng Zhengyang. Her head was shattered into pieces, and she crawled over to grab Heng Zhengyang's pants. Why? Why are those people so bad? Most vengeful spirits have grievances at the time of their death, and their resentment turns into hatred. Because they cannot let go of the obsessions from their past lives, they become increasingly insane. Perhaps this little girl is a personification of that. Rather than living in such pain, it would be better to seek liberation directly. Heng Zhengyang placed his hand on the other person's forehead. A flash of golden light passed, and it had disappeared. Heng Zhengyang has also entered the iron bars and is walking towards the ghost spirit building. Chapter 55, The Girl with the White Moonlight, and Woo-woo. Kik. Xiaoling Huai, walking in the ghost realm, couldn't help but shiver. The miserable and eerie sound around made one feel quite uncomfortable. Heng Zhengyang tightly held Xiaoling Huai in his arms and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." He took out the headphones and put them on her. He opened the music player. The reformed spring breeze blows. The economy swings a big hammer. Boom, thunder, then old four will take you flying. However, to be fair, it did ease her inner tension quite a bit. Just as they were about to reach the first haunted building, a 4 or 5-year-old boy suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. He was wearing tattered clothes patched all over and was crying with his head down. "Woo-woo. Dad, Mom, please don't leave me." Sighing, Heng Zhengyang raised his hand. Along the way, they had encountered many ghosts that he had directly defeated with a single punch. Moreover, most of the stories behind them were quite tragic. So sometimes, ghosts are not that scary. It's the human heart that is the most terrifying. Heng Zhengyang felt sympathy for their experiences, but he didn't have the time to guide and nurture these weak spirits. This was irresponsible on his part, and let down the goodwill and expectations of old Long and the Li family. After all, this action concerned the lives of over 20 million people in Haizhou City. Just as Heng Zhengyang was about to take action, a figure slowly walked out from the side street. It was a very pure-looking, beautiful girl. However, Heng Zhengyang noticed something unusual about her eyes. One pupil was a normal black, while the other eye was entirely white. The white pupil was surrounded by a black ring, looking very strange. She squatted down and handed a steamed bun with a red dot to the little ghost spirit. "Little brother, you are the treasure in your mommy and daddy's hearts. How could they not want you? Listen to your sister, finish the bun, and leave obediently. Otherwise, your mommy and daddy will always worry about you, and they won't be at ease." The girl gently soothed the little ghost spirit's head, radiating a unique maternal brilliance. The little ghost spirit raised its big eyes, streaming with 2 lines of blood tears, to look at the girl. After a while, it nodded and took the red dot bun, chewing it eagerly. After finishing the entire bun, the girl affectionately patted its little head. At this moment, Xiaoling Huai had already taken off her headphones. Watching such a warm scene, her heart couldn't help but soften. Just as everyone was lowering their guard, the ghost child suddenly spread its arms and lunged at the girl. Heng Zhengyang, seeing this, decisively intended to mobilize his vital energy. "No!" Bai Zhe and Xiaoling Huai shouted in unison. Xiaoling Huai even blocked his arms, as they both did not sense any evil aura from that ghostly child. Heng Zhengyang's attack was blocked, and he was somewhat displeased. He stared at the girl, already preparing to lock onto the ghost boy with a thunderbolt talisman in his mind. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. The ghost boy did not intend to harm the girl. Instead, he gave her a big hug. Soon after, his body began to naturally disintegrate, turning into blue fireflies that flew up into the sky. "Sister, thank you." When the last firefly flew away, it left behind the boy's words of gratitude. After the boy left, the girl walked over with a gentle smile that could make any man fall for her. "Hello, I'm Wei Shu. Im Xialin Shui." Xiaoling Huai looked at Heng Zhengyang, who was still frozen in place, and reached out to take his hand. At the same time, she pinched his waist hard with her other hand, which had already captivated Heng Zhengyang. Hiss! The sharp pain in his waist instantly brought him back to reality. Looking at Xiaoling Huai's cold gaze, Heng Zhengyang smiled awkwardly. He had just been too engrossed in what he saw. Wei Shu, dressed in a casual short-sleeved top and a pleated skirt that reached her knees, with her high ponytail, was indeed quite alluring. Her looks and figure were absolutely on par with Xiaoling Huai, and she even had her own style. She was simply the perfect white moonlight in every man's heart. "Hello, Miss Wei. I'm Heng Zhengyang. We are from the Haizhou Otherworld Investigation Bureau. Do you know that the little boy just now is no longer considered human? Do you realize how dangerous it is for a human without any abilities to do something like this? Who taught you to purify ghost spirits like this? And also," Heng Zhengyang took a strong interest in this girl. He couldn't understand how a girl without any cultivation could survive in the ghost realm. Wei Shu stood in place, carefully listening to all of Heng Zhengyang's questions before speaking. "You all come with me, and it will all be clear." After saying this, she walked toward the entrance of the first ghost building. Heng Zhengyang and Xiaoling Huai exchanged glances, both a bit hesitant about such a rash way of entering. "Come on." Wei Shu enthusiastically waved at the two, as if seeing a long-lost friend. "Forget it. Let's just follow and see. After all, we have to go in one way or another." Heng Zhengyang affectionately pushed Xiaoling Huai's waist. Who knows what you're trying to see? Hey, you little rascal." Heng Zhengyang chuckled and scolded playfully, then quickly followed behind. The 2 humans and one followed Wei Shu's side and arrived at a small supermarket on the first floor of the building. All the ghostly spirits they encountered along the way first looked at Heng Zhengyang's group with curious eyes, and then warmly greeted Wei Shu. Heng Zhengyang was afraid that the Eye of Heaven's punishment would intimidate these spirits, so he kept confirming with Xiaoling Huai and Bai Zhe. Were those he greeted really spirits? Although he could indeed sense the unique azure energy of the spirits from them, he still found it hard to believe. Unfortunately, every answer he received was yes. If the living conditions of the spirits in the ghost domain were no different from those of humans, then this issue was very serious, because he needed to suggest to Long Lao and others about coexisting peacefully with the foreign races. Even so, Would Long Lao and others accept it? Would the general public accept it? Uncle Gong, please help me get a bag of flour and 2 cabbages. All right. This run-down, dilapidated supermarket with its scattered goods had probably been abandoned for many days. Could it be that Wei Shu had been surviving solely on these things? Soon after gathering the items he needed, Wei Shu declined Heng Zhengyang's kind offer. Alone, he carried a bag of flour and hugged 2 large cabbages as he walked upstairs. Heng Zhengyang and others followed the person to the room at the far end of the 2nd floor. The door was opened, revealing a cozy little room of only a few dozen square meters. Come in, no need to change shoes. Wei Shu shouted anxiously while hurriedly placing the food in the kitchen. The moment Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai stepped into the small room, Wei Shu in the kitchen arranged the steamed buns from the pot onto the counter. She then pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall in the center of the bun. As the bun came into contact with the blood, it seemed to gain some kind of power, instantly emanating a faint golden aura. She then placed the buns into a basket, tied on an apron, and continued to knead the dough. Her story also began to unfold with her hands kneading the dough. Chapter 56. YIN-YANG eyes Lord Xiaohou. Are we going to take down the Bailey building tonight? Of course, by absorbing the ghostly energy from that area, I can break through to the mid-stage of SSS rank, allowing me to take the next step, but that way is not easy to deal with. Don't worry, her beloved granddaughter is always running around, right? If we capture her, that old thing will have to let us handle it. Lord Xiaohou is wise. He. In the deeper part of the Bailey building, in the 2nd building called Shirwan Building, a ghost spirit that was half human and half straw sat in the boss's chair, letting out bursts of eerie laughter. Its subordinates below felt a bit tremulous upon hearing it. In Wei Shu's home in the Bailey building, Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai listened to Wei Shu's story, and before they knew it, night had fallen. It turned out she was also a very pitiful girl. After her parents divorced, she was rejected by both sides. She was renamed Wei Shu. Although life was tough for the old and the young, at least they had each other for companionship in this world. It was also from that day on that she discovered she could see her grandfather, who was buried underground. At that time, she found her grandfather's friend to inquire and learned that her eye was a yin-yang eye. It allowed her to see spirits and traverse between the human and ghost realms. Heng Zhengyang, after listening, inexplicably thought of the conversations his elders had in his previous life while drinking and chatting. The existence of yin-yang eyes is real. Moreover, it is not that a person awakens the yin-yang eyes. Rather, the yin-yang eyes seek out their chosen master. Their masters are mostly pure-hearted and consistent in their thoughts. At the time, he thought the adults were joking. Looking back now, he realizes he has experienced too little. If he were to go through something like Wei Shu's experience, he might not necessarily resort to killing or seeking revenge on society. However, he absolutely could not be without resentment in comforting others. These spirits are still not on the same wavelength as him. Isn't that what it means to be a person of utmost purity, goodness, and beauty? Even Bai Zhe couldn't help but approach Wei Shu, rubbing its fluffy head against the other's clothes. But soon, it was pulled into Xia Linghuai's embrace. Heng Zhengyang also learned from Wei Shu about the information regarding this building and the 2 nearby buildings. Excluding the most harmonious, Bailey building closest to the human area, the 2nd building deeper inside is the Shirwan Building, and further in is the Zhongyuan Building. Both are realms of survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate. They not only constantly fight among themselves, but also attempt to annex the Bailey building area. After all, they want to quickly enhance their strength and secure an invincible position. Whether it's the ghostly aura of the Bailey building or Wei Shu's opportunities, both are great supplements for them. As for the 2 buildings deeper inside, she is not clear about them. Wei Shu brought out the steamed buns without blood and a few small dishes to the table, sweetly smiling at Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai, saying, "You must be hungry too. Let's eat together." "Sure." Then we thank Miss Wei for her generous hospitality. Heng Zhengyang didn't wait for Xia Linghuai to politely decline. He directly agreed with a smile. Then he pulled her to sit at the dining table. Looking at the plain, home-cooked dishes on the table, he picked up chopsticks and took a shallow taste. Although the ingredients were simple, it was the taste of home. It was a flavor he hadn't experienced in a long time, a nostalgic taste. Miss Wei's cooking is really good. Ling Huai, hurry and try it. Hee hee, if it's delicious, you can eat more. Wei Shu picked up her chopsticks and continuously placed the few pieces of cured meat from the dishes into their bowls. Meanwhile, she only ate steamed buns and cabbage, propping her head up with a smile that revealed shallow dimples. The natural affinity she exuded was truly captivating. The three of them were chatting and laughing at the dining table. However, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Xiao Shu, who are they? A tall, thin old man dressed in a black funeral suit appeared next to Wei Shu. Wei Shu was clearly startled. When she saw that the person was her grandfather, Wei Donghai, she patted her chest, which had risen high. Grandpa, you scared me to death. They're from the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. We met them on the road. I'm sorry. Please leave. Wei Donghai said sternly, his eyes cold as he addressed Heng Zhengyang. Grandpa, they're guests. How can you speak like that? You silly girl. I'm doing this for your own good. Did you go out to do good deeds again today? How many times have I told you? It's not safe outside. If you can stay indoors, then stay indoors. You just want to listen. When Wei Donghai looked at Wei Shu, despite his harsh words, his face was full of affection. Wei Shu put her hands on her hips, pouting in a rebellious manner. Are you still unconvinced? Do you believe I'll beat you? Come on, come on. Wei Shu wiggled her hips, provocatively challenging Wei Donghai. The harmonious scene between grandfather and granddaughter was truly beautiful. But Heng Zhengyang, who had finally waited to meet the person he wanted to see, had to break it. You must be the old gentleman Wei Donghai that Miss Wei mentioned, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Heng Zhengyang cupped his fist in salute, showing the respect due to an elder. However, Wei Donghai didn't dare to hold back any longer and directly erupted in anger. What is there to admire about an old man like me who's been dead for who knows how many years? Hurry up and leave. Don't force me to take action. As he spoke, Wei Donghai gathered all his energy. The pressure from his mid-stage SSS level was considerable for Heng Zhengyang and Xiaoling Huai. At that moment, two beams of light flew out from Heng Zhengyang's ghost controlling gourd. Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost appeared in front of them, showcasing their strength. Although the ghostly energy of the two initial stage SSS level spirits was still slightly inferior to their opponents, it still put pressure on Wei Donghai. You really came prepared. Looking for death. Don't. Elder Wei, we mean no offense. We followed Miss Wei here out of concern for her safety. After all, we are all human, and she is alone in this ghost domain. Xiaoling Huai walked outside with Bai Zhe. Miss Wei, goodbye. Heng Zhengyang quickly left the room after greeting Wei Shu. Once they all left, his gaze turned complex as he looked at Wei Shu. Yes, Xiao Shu is a human. He should live among his kind. This ghost realm is ultimately not a long-term place. Wei Shu sucked a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth and looked at Wei Donghai. Isn't my life quite normal now? What I meant was, all right, Grandpa, hurry and eat. Wei Shu interrupted Wei Donghai and took out a steamed bun with blood spots from the kitchen. You girl. Wei Donghai chuckled bitterly, knowing that Wei Shu understood his meaning. However, he was unwilling to force his granddaughter. Helpless, he could only pick up the bun and eat. Just as Wei Donghai swallowed the bun, a wave of blue light began to radiate from his body, and his strength increased a bit. Several kilometers away from the Bailey building, hundreds of ghost spirits were gathering neatly. Lord Xiaoho, did you feel anything just now? Yes, 3 SSS level auras. Murakami and the others won't take action first, will they? It's possible. Forget it. Let's not wait and charge indirectly. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows rushed toward the Bailey building. Chapter 57. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Bang. A huge blue energy sphere exploded in the Bailey building. The entire building shook violently in an instant. Wei Donghai, who was still tasting the blood-spotted bun inside, hurriedly tossed it aside and stood up. What's wrong, Grandpa? Something happened in the ghost realm. It must be that bastard Xiaoho one. Don't run around in the house. I need to take a look. By the time Wei Donghai finished his last sentence, his figure had already become ethereal, and he disappeared from the room. At this moment, the second-floor corridor of the Bailey building was instantly flooded with countless ghost spirits. They headed straight for the end of the corridor. Along the way, some ghost spirits darted out of rooms and engaged in battle. However, due to a slight difference in strength within half an hour, under the relentless advance of that group of ghost spirits, all the ghost spirits on the second floor of the Bailey building were scattered and vanished into thin air. They arrived outside Wei Shu's room, exchanged glances, and then transformed into a ghostly blue energy that gathered in the middle. In less than half a minute, the more than 10 ghost spirits had directly coalesced into a powerful ghost spirit surrounded by ghostly blue energy with scarlet eyes. Previously, they were only at the mid or late S-level strength, but now they had evidently become a ghost spirit with mid-SS strength. Only in this way could they break the taboo set by YIN-YANG in this house. On the rooftop platform of the Bailey building, the straw ghost spirit Xiaoho was crazily absorbing the dissipated ghost energy from the defeated ghost spirits. He vaguely felt that he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the mid-SSS level. Come on, keep coming. Watching the enemy ghost spirits constantly pushed forward by his subordinates, Xiaoho showed no mercy. He directly raised his right hand and shot out several sharp straws. The power contained in them made those ghost spirits with only mid to late S-level strength dissipate instantly. So refreshing, so exhilarating. Xiaoho. Just as the battle was heating up, YIN-YANG suddenly appeared, his hands transforming into ghostly blue claws as he attacked him. Zing! Xiaoho used all his strength to defend. The immense shockwave erupted between the two SSS-level ghost spirits. YIN-YANG was knocked to the ground, staggering back 3 or 4 steps, while Xiaoho retreated several steps before stabilizing his stance. The difference between mid-SSS and peak early SSS levels seems slight, but there's actually a huge gap that cannot be easily crossed. Old man, your strength has increased quite a bit. Xiaoho sneered coldly. Since you know, hurry up and take your ghost spirits and roll away. YIN-YANG warily stared at Xiaoho, furiously mobilizing all his energy. Otherwise, don't blame me for exposing your secrets. Oh, is that so? Xiaoho let out a strange laugh. If you expose my secrets, what about yours? YIN-YANG secretly cursed, feeling uneasy as if his heart was starting to race again. Just as Xiaoho's voice fell, a ghostly blue mist appeared beside him, enveloping a delicate body. It was YIN-YANG's most beloved granddaughter, Wei Shu. His pupils contracted in shock, and the flesh on his face trembled with anger. Let her go. YIN-YANG leaped with all his might, gathering all his energy in his hands to kill the ghost spirit beside Xiaoho. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he was in front of the opponent. Just as he was about to strike, a sharp straw pressed against Wei Shu's heart, forcing him to stop. Xiaoho seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch infused with energy. Although YIN-YANG hurriedly raised his energy for defense, he was still sent flying by the overwhelming force. He fell to the ground, his energy dissipating significantly. You bunch of bastards. Old man, if you willingly give me all your energy now, I might consider just taking your granddaughter's eyes and leaving her alive. Xiaoho ignored YIN-YANG's furious curses and strolled leisurely, grinning as he spoke. But if you insist on resisting, don't blame me for sending your granddaughter to Murakami. Then I would like to thank you, Xiaoho. A pitch-black, ghostly hand suddenly appeared, piercing through the ghostly blue mist and penetrating the head of the ghost spirit inside. Then, it quickly pulled Wei Shu out and flashed to the side. They came from the third ghost building, the Zhongyuan building. However, the leading ghost spirit of this building was actually a ghost spirit from Sakura country. 2 pea-sized eyes greedily admired Wei Shu. What a perfect human body. I absolutely love it. YIN-YANG felt his chest tighten at this sight, pain coursing through him as his energy began to leak out uncontrollably. Give her back to me. YIN-YANG stomped his feet hard, causing the entire building to shake a few times. However, he was already injured, and the opponent had gathered all their strength. In an instant, he was sent flying again, falling to the ground. Old man, hurry and give me your power. Otherwise, your granddaughter will be completely finished. Although Xiaoho lost his bargaining chip, he understood YIN-YANG's feelings for Wei Shu. Luring him like this was not a loss. Hearing Xiaoho's suggestion and seeing Wei Shu, who had woken up and was being tormented, YIN-YANG felt trapped between a wolf and a tiger. It was a dead end no matter how he looked at it. In despair, he could only reluctantly choose to agree to the other's demands. Rest assured, definitely. Xiaoho could hardly contain his inner joy. How much strength could Wei Shu's little bit of fate enhance? The essence of the old man YIN-YANG is the most important. At the critical moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang in Murakami's ear. Palm thunder. Boom! The golden lightning directly shattered Murakami's big head. Then, a golden light took Wei Shu away from the encirclement of the ghostly spirits. However, there was still a golden figure standing in place. The golden light brought Wei Shu to Wei Donghai's side. It was only when the other party placed his granddaughter beside him that he recognized the visitor. It was the young man he had chased away. Heng Zhengyang, old Master Wei. I'll leave Wei Shu to you. I'll handle the rest. At this moment, Murakami's head had regrown again. It looked at the taken Wei Shu, and rage was about to burst from its small eyes. Months, I want you to pay the price. Just because of you bunch of dog things? Heng Zhengyang chuckled, pinching his thumb and middle finger tightly. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers directly triggered the explosion of the thunder clone among the ghostly crowd. Bang! Golden lightning formed a massive sphere, wrapping all the ghostly spirits within that area and subjecting them to the baptism of thunder. The wailing screams could be described as ghostly cries and wolf howls. A pleasant voice from the system began to ring in Heng Zhengyang's ears. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen realized that the situation was dire and wanted to lead his subordinates to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the sky, a red sun had already cast a huge web of flames onto the rooftop. Countless red arrows were aimed at them, ready to launch. Chapter 58. The hidden ghost spirits on the rooftop platform of the Billalai building. Murakami-do and all the ghost spirits he brought had been completely annihilated. On the other side, the crimson arrows surged forward, transforming into thousands of red lights, shooting towards Xiaowen and the other ghost spirits. The ghost spirits, struck by the red light or pierced through their bodies, let out wails of despair. Moments later, the red arrows gradually melted away. However, those ghost spirits that had been hit suddenly burst into flames. They were burned to the point of losing their souls. And only when the flames extinguished together with the enemy did they finally fade away. Xiaowen could be said to have received special attention from Heng Zhengyang, with dozens of arrows embedded in his body, resembling a human-shaped hedgehog. Even as the arrows disappeared, the flames rising from his body were stronger than those of the other ghost spirits. Please, spare me, accompanied by a plea. Xiaowen dissipated into a wisp of ghostly blue light. A few minutes later, all the ghost spirits above were completely wiped out by Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang will store the remaining half of the shadowless incense in the system's reserve space. The system's products are guaranteed to be of high quality. For just 10,000 penalty points, one can make themselves disappear without a trace in this world. Although there is a time limit of 5 minutes in a battle between strong opponents, any small factor can turn the tide of the situation. He also made several tens of thousands in profit. The reason he shows no mercy to these spirits is that one side belongs to Sakura country. As long as he sees them, whether they are human or ghost, he will make sure to break the yoke of even an egg. The other side, although they are spirits from Huaxia country, Xiaowen's recent actions are no different from those of a traitor and a sellout. There is nothing good to say about such things. Dying to atone is the best way to show loyalty. Heng Zhengyang looked at his system all. So far, he had not needed to use the soul-binding spell or the soul-guiding lantern, adhering to the principle of saving where possible and spending where necessary. He decided to wait until it was necessary to purchase them. After all, each one was worth 10,000 punishment points. Ling Huai Bai Zhe come out. Heng Zhengyang waved his hand at a corner of the wall. Xiao Ling Huai and Bai Zhe appeared as they walked towards Heng Zhengyang. Oh, a naturally born body of extreme, interesting. Hearing this made people tremble all over. Everyone looked up and saw a handsome man in a pink suit staring at them. The man held Wei Donghai felt as if struck by lightning. A numb sensation spreading from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. The master of the 30th floor. He is Han Qing, the master of the 30th floor of the Jinhe building. Wei Donghai frantically pushed everyone towards the exit. You all hurry and leave. I'll hold him off. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Escape? I don't know why we should escape. The voice in the air overlapped with Heng Zhengyang's voice. Obviously, the other side had no intention of letting them go. And Heng Zhengyang certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. The chance to learn about the other 2 floors of the building. From the moment he heard Wei Donghai mention the other party's identity, Heng Zhengyang was certain that this old man knew something. He now felt a bit thankful for those ghostly spirits that had suddenly launched their attack. Without them, how could he achieve knowing himself and knowing the enemy, and winning every battle? You're quite good. I appreciate it. Han Qing looked at Heng Zhengyang with a ghostly charm and chuckled. The corners of its mouth split open, reaching all the way to the base of its ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in weaklings. Haha. Han Qing swallowed the blue orb in its hand, and its aura instantly surged. It burped loudly and continued with a chilling, killing intent. I hope you can remain this calm later. Seeing that the opponent's aura was significantly stronger than his own, Heng Zhengyang frowned slightly. Master, you need to be careful. This ghostly spirit has a special ability to absorb the attack power of others, and its strength has already reached the late stage of SSS rank. Is there no weakness? There is, but it's fine. Just say it directly. Heng Zhengyang glänzt. Only attacks from creatures stronger than it cannot be completely absorbed. All right, Heng Zhengyang now understands why Baze has been hesitant to speak. Even if he did, it would be pointless. Not to mention that he is only at the mid-stage of SSS rank now. But even any of the monsters around him have not reached the peak of SSS rank. However, it's not entirely hopeless. Looking at his millions of heavenly punishment points and the task of mastering 1,000 instances of Palm Thunder, he was worried about not having a place to grind these. Just as he was thinking about wanting to find something to take a few hundred hits of Palm Thunder, it appeared. He just didn't know if, with his current strength, he could condense over 900 Palm Thunders. I'm not interested in you. Just hand over that woman with the innate supreming body, and I can let you go. Han Qing came to the ground, spreading his fingers to cover his face. I've noticed you're not just a wimp, but also a bit of a fool. Heng Zhengyang originally wanted to act overly dramatic, but compared to a typical middle schooler, he seemed particularly abnormal. He raised his palms and tentatively released 2 bolts of lightning from his palms. Boom! Boom! The golden thunder coalesced into a beam of light and shot towards Han Qing. However, the other party showed no signs of fear at all. One hand was in his pocket while the other slowly lifted up. When the golden beam made contact, there was no explosion as Heng Zhengyang had anticipated. It seemed to collapse instantly, as if it were jelly getting sucked into it. After feeling Heng Zhengyang's power, Han Qing actually shouted with a flushed face, looking completely exhilarated, which sent a chill down Heng Zhengyang's spine. This ghostly spirit couldn't have come from Brokeback Mountain, right? What pure power! I like it. Kid, I'll take both you and that girl. Han Qing pressed his palms together, facing Heng Zhengyang and the others. Your things? I'll give them back to you. With a loud shout from him, a gray beam of light instantly shot towards this side, even stronger than the one Heng Zhengyang had just released. Want to hurt my master? You'll have to get past me first. Just as the beam was about to explode around Heng Zhengyang, Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost suddenly appeared, channeling their energy to forcefully block the incoming beam. The intensity of this attack was immense. It combined Heng Zhengyang's techniques that restrained ghostly spirits with some of Han Qing's power, making it even more formidable. The 2 initial stage SSS-class ghostly spirits, Rong Yinshi and the black old ghost, were nearly killed by this attack. You all retreat and rest. Don't come out without my orders. Heng Zhengyang still felt a bit of pain, even though his strength was insufficient to withstand this attack. He had just prepared to mobilize his vital energy to expand the protective range of the evil-repelling cloak. He hadn't had the chance to try out the once-a-week opportunity to resist fatal damage yet. Today, no one can save you. Han Qing sneered and charged over. Gray vital energy formed chains, producing the clanking sound of soul binding. Come with me. The defenses of Xia Linghuai and Wei Donghai were completely shattered by the opponent in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had teleported next to Heng Zhengyang, its pale hand reaching out in front. Ding! Exchange soul binding spell 10, heavenly punishment points minus 100,000. Han Qing's hand suddenly stopped less than 1 centimeter from Heng Zhengyang's chest. You, what kind of sorcery is this? At that moment, Han Qing's face no longer bore that calm demeanor, replaced instead by endless fear. The sensation of one's soul being imprisoned and unable to control one's body was truly bizarre. Thus, it is said that if a creature is powerful, that is not the most terrifying aspect. What is truly terrifying is always the unknown creature. Next, I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. Heng Zhengyang smiled with a crooked mouth, raising both palms above his head. Ding! Exchange for Palm Thunder 957. Heavenly Punishment Points minus 957,000. Chapter 59 All Cleared. Heng Zhengyang squandered all his Thunder Punishment Points, directly exchanging them for 957 Heart Lightning Bolts. He planned to use this SSS tier late-stage Ghost Spirit to enhance his proficiency. Fortunately, his strength was now strong enough. If he still had the body of an ordinary person, he would probably have self-destructed before even firing off the more than 900 Heart Lightning Bolts. The dazzling golden thunder was being condensed and compressed by Heng Zhengyang, slowly transforming into a golden spear. Roar, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Countless brilliant golden young dragons flew down from the sky and merged into the golden spear. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound split the gloomy sky apart, creating a patch of clear blue sky and white clouds in what was originally a suffocating environment belonging to the ghost realm. Heng Zhengyang's hands had already peeled and bled, revealing his stark white bones. The pain at this moment was 1,000 times. Even 10,000 times worse than the previous time he gathered the spirit of the sun thunder. His teeth shattered from the excessive force of his bite, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was drenched as if he had just taken a shower, sweating profusely, yet under such high voltage. It evaporated instantly. Steam began to rise from his body. Xiao Linghuai watched this with a heart full of anguish. She wanted to help Heng Zhengyang alleviate some of his pain, but when she had just gathered her vital energy, he sharply stopped her. No, if you do that, I will lose control. Kneel at my feet. Have him kneel at my feet. Each soul-binding spell could restrain Han Qing for a minute. Now, approximately 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Xiao Linghuai and the others still had a chance to distance themselves from this place of turmoil. Heng Zhengyang felt that the power of the thunder spear in the air was subtly showing signs of stopping. To ensure the successful kill of the target, he had to put away his previous frivolous demeanor and become serious. Xiao Linghuai noticed that Heng Zhengyang had once again become serious. Every time it came to such a critical moment, the other party would always emit an irresistible aura. This aura also particularly moved the girls' hearts. The last time was during Heng Zhengyang's battle against the demon King Andos, where Xiao Linghuai secretly admired him. This time, Wei Shu felt a wave of inexplicable affection rise in her heart upon seeing Heng Zhengyang's performance. They followed Heng Zhengyang's plan and crouched at his feet, along with Bei's and Wei Donghai. At this moment, Han Qing was anxious and restless, since its strength had risen to the late SSS stage. It had never felt such a soul-shaking fear in any battle. If you let me go, I promise I will never set foot in the 100 building again. Facing the threat of death, Han Qing chose to compromise. But unfortunately, Heng Zhengyang would not give it that opportunity. Once he made a decision, he would never easily change it. It was precisely because of this that in his previous life, he could rise from being an orphan in a small valley to being admitted to university. Later, he relied on his efforts to secure a position in the national establishment. In this life, Heng Zhengyang continued to benefit from this almost insane persistence. The golden dragon spear emitted waves of golden light, spreading in the air. This terrifying aura made all the alien races within 100 miles tremble in fear. All the otherworldly investigators in Haizhou were attracted by this strong aura. They rushed to the rooftops to look towards the eastern direction of Haizhou. What the heck? What's going on? I don't know. But I heard that Long Lao and the others invited a particularly powerful young man who was clearing out the alien forces in Haizhou. Oh my, I think I've heard of him. His name seems to be Heng Zhengyang. At that moment, Li Tianyi and others were in their group's cloud top office, enjoying this scene. Brother Heng seems to have gone alone and made such a big commotion. That's impressive. Yige, do you think he can really clear out the alien races by himself? Perhaps he really can. In the eastern district of Haizhou, the wind swept through the clouds, as if a giant golden dragon was weaving through the clouds, spiraling in the air. The people from the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, including Long Xinghua, also sent out unmanned reconnaissance drones to scout the sky. This kid, he can actually create a phenomenon. Heng Zhengyang is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Could it be that he is a celestial being who has not appeared for hundreds of years? Is he here to save the Huaxia nation? In the eastern district of the Ghost Realm, on the top floor of the Hundredly building, Heng Zhengyang had completed the accumulation of all the palm lightning. At this moment, he felt a bit of regret. Such a powerful blow was being used to kill a small boss, which was akin to using a utility pole as chopsticks or targeting a mosquito with a guided missile. However, he could not hesitate now. The longer he manipulated it, the more he would feel the excruciating pain of being flayed alive. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Han Qing began to threaten. Do you know who my father is? He is the strongest ghost spirit in this ghost realm. As soon as you kill me, he will feel it immediately. You will also be buried here. It was a peak SSS stage powerhouse, just one step away from entering the ranks of ghost spirit kings. Han Qing screeched with a shrill voice. His words were almost more unbearable than nails scratching a table. How old are you? Still calling for daddy? Can your dad withstand this blow? Heng Zhengyang's face was pale, showing no trace of blood, yet he still didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. As he threw the golden thunder spear, he could no longer maintain his legs standing on the ground. With a thud, he collapsed into Xia Linghuai's arms. At that moment, it was precisely the last second for the soul-binding spell to be effective. Han Qing, upon realizing that his strength had returned and he could use it again, quickly redirected all his energy to form a gray spiral. However, it was of no use. Boom! The golden thunder spear exploded upon contact with Han Qing's body. It didn't even last a second before being torn to shreds by the powerful thunder. But the attack from the thunder spear did not stop there. Countless arcs of lightning began to jump wildly. Numerous beams of thunder erupted from the explosion point, extending for dozens of miles. All the ghost spirits had nowhere to hide, and all the buildings were completely destroyed. Fortunately, Heng Zhengyang still had some strength left to expand the range of his protective barrier. Ding! After blocking a fatal attack once, absolute defense entered cooldown time, 7 days. With the first system notification sounding, Heng Zhengyang felt his brain somewhat dizzy from the system's voice. It seemed that by some twist of fate, he had actually cleared all the ghost spirits in this ghost domain. He wondered if this included the strongest ghost spirit that Han Qing had just mentioned. At this moment, Xia Linghuai had already unleashed black locust flowers to heal him. Heng Zhengyang quickly checked the system notifications, taking advantage of the opportunity. He found that there were indeed a few rewards for SSS rank late-stage heavenly punishments. However, none of them were at the peak of SSS rank. My son. Who killed my son? Ding! Lightning Law Proficiency Task completed. Now starting Trial Task, Golden Lightning Body Refinement. Estimated completion time, 60 minutes. An extremely tragic wail echoed along with the system prompt. Heng Zhengyang suddenly felt a heavy heart. It's over. Chapter 60. Baize's Sacrifice in the Midst of Ruins. A middle-aged man with a thick beard sniffed around like a dog. Son, where are you? If it weren't for the overwhelming, ghostly aura surrounding him, everyone might have thought he was just an ordinary father searching for his son lost in the earthquake. This nearly crazed ghostly figure is Han Qing's ghostly father, Han Xueming. Heng Zhengyang is now trapped in a light array composed of golden thunder. Countless bolts of lightning are slowly devouring and reconstructing his bodily tissues. First comes the pain of being gnawed by thousands of ants, followed closely by the unbearable itch of being bitten by 1,000 mosquitoes. Despite this, it pales in comparison to the oppressive feeling of that 3S peak ghost spirit drawing nearer. Step! Han Xueming suddenly halts in place. The body that was hunched over searching suddenly straightens up. If it weren't for the fact that there are no other creatures here besides Heng Zhengyang and the others, everyone would think this was another ghost spirit. Han Xueming's sharp gaze sweeps over Heng Zhengyang's team. Finally, his eyes lock onto Heng Zhengyang. Did you do all this? Faced with Han Xueming's sudden question, Heng Zhengyang's expression flashes with a moment of unease. He is currently trapped in the thunder array and unable to speak. Just such a tiny movement was precisely captured by the other party. Han Xueming nods. Since you made me lose my loved ones, then I will take away your beloved as well. Isn't that fair? Heng Zhengyang subconsciously wanted to look at Xia Linghuai and Baize. However, His brain quickly processed the situation, stopping his small movement. Han Xueming noticed that the other party had such strong self-control. Enduring that kind of pain, this person was indeed not simple. Bai Zhe leaned against the light array, explaining the characteristics of this ghost spirit to everyone. Its energy attribute was quite unusual, being one of the rare space attributes. This ghost spirit should not belong to this ghost domain. It had crossed over through space after losing the life signs of its own child. However, its attribute was not the purest form of space attribute and carried some side effects, making its weaknesses quite obvious. Due to constantly using space abilities, its consciousness was very chaotic, which is commonly referred to as schizophrenia in humans. Some aspects of its personality were strong, while others were timid. If used properly, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with it. After listening to Bai Zhe's explanation, Xiao Linghuai began to consider countermeasures. Wei Donghai was quite surprised by this little pet that he found detestable. It was indeed somewhat terrifying. Wei Shu, unable to sense the overwhelming energy release around them, was astonished that this little pet could actually speak human language, finding it very magical. Kid, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to me and become my servant, I will allow you a way out. Han Xueming's expression was cold, his eyes calm as water. Heng Zhengyang learned about the opponent's weakness and, although he wanted to engage with them, he directly eliminated them when their weaker personality emerged. However, he was currently undergoing a transformation and couldn't speak even if he wanted to agree. This made things quite awkward. In his frustration, he could only continue cursing the system in his mind. He didn't know if this annoying system was doing it on purpose. The system helplessly claimed it was wronged and reminded Heng Zhengyang to think carefully if the last time wasn't also after completing a proficiency task that the trial task started immediately. And it was time-limited too. Given this, Heng Zhengyang could only hope that others could help stall for a while. He still had a full 40 minutes until his transformation was complete. The opponent waited for a full 5 minutes and finally lost patience. I gave you a chance, but since you are unwilling, don't blame me for being rude. Han Xueming's gaze fell on the Bai Zhe that he found repulsive and slightly fearful. Let's start with this little thing. He slowly raised his hand, and the space in his palm suddenly began to ripple. The next second, the space in front of Xiao Linghuai also started to distort. With a whoosh, before anyone could react to what had happened, Bai Zhe had already appeared in Han Xueming's hand. Heng Zhengyang now felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. Time passed second by second, but for him, it felt like enduring year after year of torment. Let go, Xiao Linghuai shouted, her agile body rushing towards Han Xueming. Even with all her power merged with the ghostly Huai branch, she was only at the early stage of SSS rank. Wei Donghai was a man who valued gratitude. Just now, Heng Zhengyang had saved his granddaughter, and now it was time for him to repay the favor. Even knowing he couldn't defeat the opponent, he charged towards Han Xueming alongside Xiao Linghuai. At this moment, Han Xueming was squeezing Bai Zhe's hand, slowly applying pressure. Cough. A mouthful of blood was coughed out by Bai Zhe. Even so, its large bright eyes still showed no sign of fear. Instead, it continued to cooperate with its limbs. Acting cute. Although Bai Zhe was weak, with only the early stage S-rank power, it was very clever. At this moment, it was using its adorable appearance to confuse the opponent. As long as it could provoke Han Xueming's weak personality, then today's deadlock could be broken. Facing the attacks from Xiao Linghuai and Wei Donghai, Han Xueming stomped one foot on the ground. A wave of air burst forth, sending one person and one ghost flying hundreds of meters away. Wei Donghai's ghostly energy, which had just stabilized, became chaotic again. Xiao Linghuai also spat out blood, as if the shock had displaced her internal organs. How does it feel to watch those around you die one by one before your eyes? Not so good, right? Han Xueming mocked Heng Zhengyang, then looked at Bai Zhe, increasing the pressure in his hand. Crack! Bai Zhe's sternum was suddenly pressed down. It spat out another spur of blood, yet it still did not give up on leading the opponent's personality transformation. UTMD. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang's eyes were almost spitting fire. He began to mobilize his vital energy to resist the reconstruction of his body caused by the thunder. Ding! System warning. If the host forcibly interferes with the body tempering process, the body tempering thunder will lose control and will never be activated again. Break it, then. I'll find a way later. It's better than just standing here like a useless person. Just as Heng Zhengyang was preparing to mobilize all his vital energy, there was suddenly a change on Han Xiuming's side. The other party shuddered, and Bai Zhe also fell to the ground due to Han Xiuming's shock. Even though it was already seriously injured, it still did not stop its cute and playful behavior. Minutes passed, and Han Xiuming suddenly lay on the ground. He stroked Bai Zhe's soft fur while letting out a childlike laugh. He giggled. So fun. You're so cute. But why is there blood? Ah, blood. I'm most afraid of blood. Just a second ago, Han Xiuming was teasing Bai Zhe, and the next second, his demeanor changed drastically. Seeing that the other party was about to switch from a child's weak personality again, Bai Zhe immediately wiped its mouth with its two paws. It comforted loudly. That's not blood. It's ketchup. Don't be afraid. Ah, who knew that when Han Xiuming heard Bai Zhe speaking human language, he became even more frightened. Monster. You're a monster. His voice no longer sounded entirely like a child's. It was mixed with a hint of madness. If he really went insane, everyone would probably die here. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Little brother, don't be afraid, sister is here. Chapter 61. The Saintess saves the world. The scene at this moment was indeed explosive. Wei Shu was seen holding the much taller Han Xiuming, gently patting his back. She kept saying some warm and comforting words. And Han Xiuming, who was nearly middle-aged, was now like a little doll. He was sucking his fingers while hiding into Wei Shu's embrace. Everyone seemed to see a unique halo of saintliness surrounding Wei Shu. Heng Zhengyang had only 5 minutes left until the end of the quenching process. Baze had already wisely left that area. Xiao Linghuai also stood still, afraid to disturb the other party. Wei Donghai was very unwilling to see his granddaughter holding such an old man. However, he understood that this was a critical moment. Even though he felt 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, he had to endure it. Over there, Han Xiuming seemed to become restless, continuously asking Wei Shu some nonsensical questions. Sister, do you think you all might die here? Why do you ask that? Wei Shu gently stroked Han Xiuming's hand, suddenly pausing for a moment, then continuing to pat it gently. Really? Han Xiuming suddenly became excited. I love listening to stories, especially long ones. All right. Sister will tell you a story called Once Upon a Mountain. Okay. Han Xiuming, in his 50s, clapped his hands and cheered like a child, seemingly unaware that he had fallen into a trap. This story is really a very long one. Once upon a mountain, there was a temple, and in the temple, there was an old monk telling stories to a little monk. What story was he telling? He was telling about once upon a mountain, there was a temple, like fetching water, chopping wood, chanting scriptures, cooking. Although the framework of the story did not change, new things appeared every time. This was enough to firmly lock Han Xiuming's childlike personality. At least so far, he had not developed any feelings of disgust. On the contrary, he listened with great interest. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit scared when he heard Wei Shu mention the name of this story. Although the other party specialized in child psychology, they weren't foolish. Would they really listen to such a story that kept repeating itself? However, he never expected that Wei Shu would actually improvise. Time passed slowly. The Jin Leguang array on Heng Zhengyang's side finally dissipated completely. At this moment, his body was further sculpted by the thunder, becoming even more perfect and well-defined. If his muscles were a bit more exaggerated, he could definitely participate in the world fitness competition. His proficiency in thunder technique increased from advanced to perfect, unlocking the advanced item, Thunder Spirit. Ding! All restrictions on the use of thunder technique have been lifted. Please feel free to use it. And stay tuned for the next method of proficiency improvement. Thunder technique. Thunder Spirit consumes 50,000 heavenly punishment points. Using oneself as a guide, transforms into the Thunder Spirit, allowing cultivation to instantly reach the peak of SSS rank perfection. The host can currently control it for 5 to 10 minutes. Heng Zhengyang did not hesitate and directly exchanged for the Thunder Spirit technique. In an instant, golden lightning began to burst forth from his entire body. His bare upper body was coursing with golden lightning serpents through his veins. 1 minute later, Heng Zhengyang was already floating off the ground. His golden hair extended down to his waist, shimmering with dazzling light. His eyes were also replaced by golden thunder. With every movement, flashes of lightning appeared. The current Heng Zhengyang seemed like the embodiment of thunder. Moreover, the wave of power emanating from him had already reached the peak of SSS rank. In other words, he was just a step away from those alien rulers. Now Heng Zhengyang could finally proudly affirm that beneath the kings, he was absolutely an invincible existence. Heng Zhengyang stepped on the thunder and quickly arrived beside Wei Shu. "Thank you for your help. Leave the rest to me." Wei Shu nodded and placed the soundly sleeping Han Shueming on the ruins, saying to Heng Zhengyang, "Be careful." Heng Zhengyang nodded slightly. He pointed his finger, and the cloud appeared to lift Wei Shu. Immediately after, the cloud also pulled by Zhe, Xiao Linghuai, and Wei Donghai, flying towards the distance. In this battle, he did not want any other factors to distract him. Heng Zhengyang gathered strength in the air, and when his hands were covered by a golden thundercloud, he immediately struck towards Han Shueming. Buzz! As Heng Zhengyang's attack reached Han Shueming's body, he suddenly woke up and twisted the space. Now, he had become the spirit of thunder. On the contrary, due to the influx of energy, his power had recovered somewhat. "Good kid. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I haven't felt this blood-boiling sensation in a long time." Han Shueming sprang up from the ground, his eyes burning with excitement as he looked at Heng Zhengyang. It felt like a top expert who had been silent in the world, suddenly discovering that there was indeed someone worthy of being his opponent. It seemed that the other party's personality had changed once again. Now, the two were in a situation where neither could hit the other, because apart from using his own vital energy to enhance his strength and speed, Han Shueming didn't have anything particularly special. The reason he could use spatial elements was entirely due to a treasure he possessed, surpassing both supreme and spiritual treasures, an artifact he accidentally obtained, named Space Shard. It was a colorless, transparent crystal about the size of a finger. It was precisely because he always used this significantly flawed treasure that he suffered such severe aftereffects. "Come on, let me see what else you can do." Han Shueming shouted boldly, mobilizing all his vital energy to power his legs. He pushed off the ground with force, and his entire body shot towards Heng Zhengyang in the air like a launched cannonball. Bang! The close combat between the two, one human and one ghost, produced a clear sound. Heng Zhengyang realized at this moment that there was only one way to determine the victor: close combat. The two fought fiercely, exchanging punches and kicks, battling from the sky to the ground and from the left to the right. They stirred up the area, creating chaos and clouds of dust. The already crumbling bricks and steel frames were smashed and flattened in their fight, some even turning to powder. Bang! In the final clash of fists, the two figures flew apart. At this moment, the dark blue energy on Han Shueming's body began to flicker erratically. This was due to the excessive consumption of ghost energy. If he continued fighting, he might lose his soul. Meanwhile, the lightning arcs flickering around Heng Zhengyang also weakened a bit. After all, he was enduring excruciating pain with every attack. Holding on for 7 or 8 minutes was already pushing his body's limits. "Come on, bring it on." Watching his opponent grow more enthusiastic with each clash, Heng Zhengyang felt a bit of a headache. The opponent's aggressive nature was indeed a bit troublesome. However, the fierce battle just now had allowed him to fight with great satisfaction. Now, in order to survive, he had to start using his techniques. Heng Zhengyang exchanged the soul binding spell 10 times, directly fixing Han Shueming in place. Unsure if the opponent could withstand all the energy supply, Heng Zhengyang took out the Qingfeng sword. As before, he infused all remaining thunder power into the Qingfeng sword. A golden sphere flickered on the blade. It seemed this time the energy was far less than the last. However, it should be enough to kill the opponent. Once the energy infusion was complete, Heng Zhengyang gripped the hilt tightly and charged forward. With a sound of Pu Chi, the sword pierced into the body, and the violent thunder energy rampaged within Han Shueming. "Kid, you will ultimately die a miserable death." After uttering those last words, the opponent's body could no longer hold up. With a loud bang, Han Shueming turned into wisps of. With a thud, a colorless, small crystal fell to the ground. Heng Zhengyang dragged his weary body to pick up the crystal. "Huh, did I activate the equipment?" Chapter 62, Can I Enter the Physique Again? Heng Zhengyang woke up from a coma. Beep, beep, beep. Various measuring instruments around him were continuously making sounds. "Master, you are awake," a sweet voice said beside him. Heng Zhengyang looked around and realized that he seemed to be in a private ward. Beside him, Yun-Ming and Luo Xiang, dressed in white fitted dresses, were calling out to him. Heng Zhengyang replied softly, "Remove these things, please." Heng Zhengyang looked at the various tubes on her body, revealing an expression of annoyance. What kind of storms and hardships had she not experienced? Why did it feel like she was on the brink of death? And why was there not a single person by her side? Where had they all gone? Heng Zhengyang stared blankly at the ceiling. The thunder spirit technique he used by overextending his body indeed had some after effects. He still felt a bit weak, as if he had been completely drained. "Master, they think you're working too hard, so they want to clean up the demon clan together," Yun-Ming explained softly, gently removing the various tubes and instruments. "Luo Xiang, help me contact someone and see if there are any issues." "Yes, master." Luo Xiang swayed her graceful figure and exited the ward. Yun-Ming adjusted the hospital bed and placed a pillow behind Heng Zhengyang. Then, she brought over some fresh fruit slices that had been prepared in advance and offered them to Heng Zhengyang's mouth. Heng Zhengyang did not refuse, opening his mouth to accept it as it was offered. How wonderful it is to live like a useless person, with food coming to the mouth and clothes reaching out. He checked his punishment points. Once over 1,000,000 punishment points, now only more than 200,000 remain. Looking at the soon-to-cool down heavenly method, upper body, it seemed that it was time to create another alien king to brush some points. He had already begun to calculate how to clear all the aliens in the city of Haizhou. In the underground conference room of the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau, important leaders including Long Xinghua, Xu Xiangming, Li Yun, and Lu Huida were having a heated discussion about personnel adjustments. "I disagree with granting Heng Zhengyang the honorary deputy position. His power is too important. He absolutely cannot be let go easily." Lu Huida questioned Li Yun's proposal to confer a title to Heng Zhengyang. I don't know if Deputy Director Lu considered one thing when he said that. Li Yun lightly tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. "He can single-handedly eliminate all ghostly aliens. Are we not friendly with him and instead restrict his personal freedom? That doesn't make sense. What Deputy Director Li said is nonsense. Based on Heng Zhengyang's military achievements, we should apply for a bureau-level general director position for him. Occupying an important position, how can he not contribute?" Lu Huida meant to apply for a higher-level frontline position for Heng Zhengyang, forcing him to comply. Li Yun's expression immediately darkened. "Do you think he's a 3-year-old child? Can't he see through your little schemes? Do you have a problem with your brain? Deputy Director Lu, you need to consider the impact of your words. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue." Lu Huida's expression also darkened in an instant. Long Xinghua exchanged glances with Xu Xiaoming. Xu Xiaoming quickly stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, please calm down. I understand that everyone is considering the advancement of Haizhou's cause. Regarding Comrade Heng Zhengyang, we can only try our best to recruit him. If that fails, we have to befriend him." On this point, I leaned towards Deputy Director Li's suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lu Huida stood up to refute, but was gestured down by Xu Xiaoming. Heng Zhengyang has officially become romantically involved with one of the general directors at the Jingzhou headquarters, Xiao Linghuai. The reason he is willing to come to Haizhou to help us is that Deputy Director Li's son, who is also one of our bureau's general directors, Li Tianyi, has maintained a friendship with her, which alleviates our pressure. Moreover, think about it, if we provoke Comrade Heng Zhengyang, or even if he harbors hostile thoughts towards us, then all of Deputy Director Li's efforts will be in vain. Therefore, this matter will no longer be discussed, including the appointments of Heng Zhengyang and the other 13 comrades. We will now proceed to vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Xu Xiaoming's words resonated deeply. Because of Heng Zhengyang's contributions, indeed others under the deputy directors had a much easier time. This was also what they hoped to see. With substantial national financial subsidies and without needing to fight the aliens, it couldn't be better. Thus, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Huida also raised his right hand. Good. Then we will notify each department to prepare and hold the conferment ceremony on the morning after tomorrow. After the meeting concluded, Lu Huida left reluctantly. Long Xinghua, Xu Xiangming, and Li Yun went to visit Heng Zhengyang at a private hospital. As the three pushed the door open, loud and raucous music immediately poured out. An old man and two semi-elderly people entered and were stunned to the sight. Heng Zhengyang was sitting on the bed, gnawing on a lamb leg while swaying his head to the music. In front of the hospital bed, two girls in white fitted short skirts were shaking their enticing hips to the rhythm. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Heng Zhengyang noticed someone had entered the room. Old Long, Uncle Ali, Uncle Xiaoming, what brings you here? Seeing the three arrive, Heng Zhengyang quickly put the half-eaten lamb leg on the table. Yunming and Luoxiang, who were dancing wildly, hurriedly stopped and turned off the loud music. Looks like young friend Heng has been recovering quite well. Full of energy, Long Xinghua chuckled as he sat on the high-end sofa beside the hospital bed. Taking the opportunity, he shot a fierce glare at Li Yun. Following him were Xu Xiangming and a sweating Li Yun. This was the Li family's private hospital, where Li Yun claimed that these special facilities were gradually added to cater to patients' unique preferences. It was all to ensure that patients could maintain a good mood while sick, which would help them recover faster. But in reality, it was for the entertainment of certain business tycoons who came to the hospital for recuperation due to special reasons. Heng Zhengyang finished his fruit and wanted to engage in some leisure activities. Upon hearing Yunming's introduction, he exclaimed that only rich people would play like that. Ha ha! It's not that everyone around me has gone out to eliminate the alien races, and I'm just looking for some fun to pass the time. No problem. Young people, right? It's understandable. Faced with Heng Zhengyang's awkwardness, Old Long waved his hand nonchalantly. Hearing this, Li Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xu Xiaoming looked at Heng Zhengyang seriously, clasping his hands together. Zhengyang, our Haizhou Alien Affairs Bureau is very grateful for your contributions. So we have decided to apply to the Jingzhou General Bureau for an Alien Affairs Bureau title for you. Huh? Heng Zhengyang slightly furrowed his brows. He initially thought they were just here to express condolences, but he never expected that the other party had ulterior motives. Don't be nervous. It's just an honorary title of a deputy city-level official. You won't need to accept any assignments, but you can enjoy the conveniences that come with the title. We don't intend to confine you to Haizhou. We just hope that you can receive support and protection from anywhere when combating alien races in the future. Upon hearing Xu Xiangming's explanation, Heng Zhengyang's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. That's more like it. Then please, Uncle Xiangming, help me explain this title in detail, as I really don't quite understand. Heng Zhengyang shyly touched his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. No problem. The first point is that you have a right to understand, control, and command all otherworldly agencies at the district and county levels without any restrictions, and the regular government cannot interfere. Secondly, Heng Zhengyang listened to Xu Xiangming's explanation, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. Chapter 63. Space Crystal. Heng Zhengyang sent off Long Xinghua and the others, his eyes somewhat dazed. He finally understood why even top billionaires like Li Yun had to bring their sons to squeeze into the otherworldly bureau in this world. The benefits and the power that comes with status were simply too great. Not to mention the basic housing, vehicle guarantees, and insurance. If Heng Zhengyang can really obtain the position of Deputy General Manager at the municipal level, he will have the authority to control all districts and counties in Huaxia. Even cities can basically get approval to go wherever they want. Moreover, the personnel of the Otherworld Bureau are essentially detached from the original society. No matter what mistakes they make, they can only be investigated and tried by a specially established supervision department within the Otherworld Bureau. Simply put, if you successfully squeeze into the Otherworld Bureau, then you're not far from being above the law. However, is this really appropriate? The high-level leaders of Huaxia, by making such plans, may cause turmoil among humans that could be even more severe than that caused by foreign races. Of course, this is not something he can consider. Heng Zhengyang now only needs to happily accept this position and rise step by step. He is not great enough to want to save the fate of all humanity. However, if some little grasshoppers insist on jumping into his palm, Heng Zhengyang didn't mind sending the other party a distance. His body had undergone the tempering of thunder and lightning, along with the combination of the heart of the divine sun and the yin-yang 5 elements technique. Even when facing the gates of the underworld, as long as there was still a breath left to operate the technique, he would not easily die. After more than half a day's rest, He had basically restored himself to a strong and vigorous state. Since the first day, he learned the yin-yang 5 elements technique and the infinite longevity method. He had primarily relied on dual cultivation to enhance his strength or allowed it to circulate on its own within his body. He had not yet found the time to personally test it out. Following the system's prompts, Heng Zhengyang quickly entered a state of inner vision. He arrived deep within his heart and found himself surrounded by a vast golden ocean. Is this the essence I've stored up? Feeling the powerful aura within, Heng Zhengyang tried to mobilize some essence to circulate within his body in a specific manner. At that moment, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Is this cultivation? So interesting. When the essence had circulated for less than half a cycle, he noticed that this strand of essence seemed to have increased slightly. It appeared to absorb some substances and convert them into essence as it flowed through his meridians and blood vessels. He continued to urge this essence, wanting to see what would happen if it completed a full cycle. However, when it reached the center of his brain, it was blocked by a small, colorless crystal. He had some impression of his crystal. It seemed to have dropped when he defeated Han Xueming. At that time, he had picked it up but fainted before examining it closely. How did this thing end up in my head now? And it occupies such an important position corresponding to the third eye. This place is also an inevitable link in the operation of the yin-yang 5 elements technique. With no other choice, Heng Zhengyang could only try to use his essence to make contact with this crystal. Buzz! The crystal suddenly began to vibrate rapidly upon being touched, as if it wanted to shake off the essence through high-frequency vibrations. Hey, you're in my body and you're still picky? Heng Zhengyang, who did not believe in evil, wrapped a large amount of vital energy around him. However, he carefully injected it little by little, wanting to see if there would be any risks as the vital energy passed through. Soon, he sensed something was off. This vital energy only entered but did not exit. After thinking it over, he realized there could only be one possibility. This crystal was defective, but because his vital energy could transform freely, the energy he was injecting was repairing the crystal. Through speculation, Heng Zhengyang quickly understood that this crystal must have been the source of Han Xueming's spatial attributes at that time. Because the crystal was flawed, it led to Han Xueming also having personality defects when using it. Holding this thought, Heng Zhengyang began to urge a large amount of vital energy towards the crystal. The crystal acted like a parched desert. Pouring in his vast ocean of energy seemed to have no substantial effect. Just as his ocean was about to wither, the colorless crystal suddenly began to grow. It transformed from its original diamond shape to a triangular form. The entire crystal also increased significantly in size. Seeing this scene, Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Perhaps he had a chance to restore this crystal and thus control the complete spatial attributes. The thought of time and space travel crossed his mind. Heng Zhengyang's thinking became bolder. Or perhaps he was jumping back and forth between two worlds or multiple worlds. Of course, that's a discussion for later. Right now, his vitality had already dried up. He originally intended to use the 5 elements yin-yang technique to store some vitality. Just as he was about to begin, Heng Zhengyang suddenly remembered why he had discovered this crystal. What the heck? Am I going to rely on dual cultivation to develop and strengthen this crystal for the rest of my life? He tried once more to control the last trace of vitality and make it circulate quickly. He intended to slip through the gap, but as he got closer, the triangular spatial crystal instantly absorbed it. What a guy, I didn't want it just now, and now I'm addicted. What a troublesome stone. Heng Zhengyang never expected that his actions would suddenly provoke the triangular crystal stone. It began to generate a force, trying to summon essence from his meridians. However, Heng Zhengyang was already completely drained. In the absence of essence, this thing actually started to consume Heng Zhengyang's flesh and bone marrow. Heng Zhengyang let out a howl, and his body began to shrink rapidly. His originally strong 8-pack abs instantly became bony and emaciated. Yin-Ming and Luoxiang rushed over upon hearing the sound. Seeing Heng Zhengyang in such a ghastly state, they hurriedly pounced on him, wanting to help but unsure how to do so. They looked at the two beautiful girls in front of them, who were anxious and distressed. Heng Zhengyang used the last bit of his strength to knock the two down. I'm sorry, I have to apologize. More than an hour later, Heng Zhengyang finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the colorless crystal that had stopped absorbing essence and had turned into a square shape. His body was once again filled due to the heart of Divine Sunday, looking at the two patches of crimson on the sheets. Heng Zhengyang felt very apologetic. Even though he loved beautiful women, he did not want to use those around him as tools for release. YIN-YANG and Luoxiang quickly put on their clothes, and their expressions showed no significant fluctuations. It was as if all of this was what they were supposed to do. This made Heng Zhengyang feel even more guilty. There is no need for the master to feel burdened. We are here to serve the master, cultivated by Li Shao. As long as the master needs it, we are willing to offer not just our bodies, but even our lives without hesitation. After leaving this statement, the two stunning girls began to tidy up the sheets for Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang stood aside, feeling complicated emotions. Just as the two were about to leave the room, he suddenly said, "Don't worry, I will be responsible for you." Even so, the two girls slightly bowed and respectfully exited the room. Like robots, they had no consciousness of their own and could only obey their master's commands. Heng Zhengyang awkwardly scratched his head. It seems he needs to ask Li Qianni about these two sisters sometime. Chapter 64 Ceremony of Titles. Hey, Xiaohuai, how have you been recently? Oh, Director Xia, you still remember you have a daughter. At this moment, Xia Linghuai was leaning on Heng Zhengyang's shoulder, under her clearly warning gaze. She heard the report that they were currently in Haizhou, and they were helping to resolve issues with the other races there. Xia Jingji didn't respond to Xia Linghuai's words and directly asked about the situation here. Yes. What's wrong? Oh, right, Dad. Did you receive the reported titles from Haizhou? What I wanted to tell you is this, on the condition that you promise not to be impulsive. What do they mean by this? Are they trying to create a split in the other realm? Xia Linghuai slammed her fist down hard, but coincidentally hit Heng Zhengyang's leg. Ouch. Uffed. Zhengyang is also here. Xia Jingji had confirmed the enrollment matters with Heng Zhengyang through a couple of phone calls. He took the opportunity to get to know this mysterious boy who had won his daughter over, so he was not unfamiliar with his voice. It was nearly 11 p.m. now. With the two of them still together at this time, what was about to happen was self-evident. Xia Linghuai pulled Heng Zhengyang's arm and bit him hard. Yes, Uncle Xia, I'm currently discussing the plan to eliminate the other races with Linghuai tomorrow. It's okay. Uncle understands. This sentence left him speechless. Xia Jingji reminded them a few more times. Be careful. Take precautions in advance. Finally, he specifically urged Xia Linghuai not to mess around. This was decided after discussions with the total head of the other realm in Huaxia. It had nothing to do with anyone else. After hanging up, Xia Linghuai informed Heng Zhengyang about the Bureau's arrangements. He was first taken aback, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Regardless of whether the other party was under pressure, testing, or provoking, he was already prepared. The next morning, Heng Zhengyang and Xia Linghuai arrived at the Haizhou Other Realm Bureau. It was the same conference room where the Blood Sea Plan meeting was held. However, this time it had become the title ceremony of the Haizhou Other Realm Bureau. Xu Xiangming made the opening remarks. Since there were people from the Jingzhou Other Realm Bureau present today, Long Xingwo did not appear. Next, we invite our special consultant from the Jingzhou Other Realm Bureau to announce the title list. Hearing this, some people were nervous, some were delighted, and some began to swell with pride. Many of those seated below knew about this list. Among them was Lu Huida's son, Lu Gong. Brother Lu, I heard that Heng Zhengyang will also be receiving a title this time? He is just a country bumpkin. Sooner or later, I'll step on him. Lu Gong shot a resentful glance at Heng Zhengyang. He continued to look at the stage, waiting for his own title. Considering the research of the comprehensive department, it is now announced that the title quota is assigned by the Jingzhou headquarters. The special consultant paused before announcing and glanced at the audience. Heng Zhengyang, the overall head of the Jingzhou headquarters. After the announcement, please have the recipients come up to receive their title plaques. But the other party's voice faded. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was caught off guard. Usually, there would be about 10 or even 20 recipients for each title ceremony. But now, there was only one, and that was someone transferred from the Haizhou Other Realm Bureau to the Jingzhou headquarters. coupled with the current relationship between the headquarters and the branch. It made everyone think twice. The Jingzhou headquarters was deliberately suppressing the Haizhou branch. Even Xu Xiangming, Li Yun, and others looked at the special consultant with astonishment. Step, step, step. Heng Zhengyang ignored the murderous gazes of the crowd and confidently walked towards the podium with a smile. When he stood on the stage to receive the jade plaque, the moment that should have been filled with applause was instead filled with shouts and curses. What kind of damn award ceremony is this? It's clearly just poaching people from the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. Exactly. It's blatant bullying. MLGB. Do they really think we are easy to bully just because the tiger doesn't show its power? Heng Zhengyang is also an accomplice from Jingzhou. He is already the son-in-law of Xia Jingji. Coming here is just to humiliate us on purpose. As Lu Geng spoke, the crowd's resentment towards the headquarters shifted directly onto Heng Zhengyang. Yes, Heng Zhengyang, this traitor. Get out of the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau. Get out. Hurry up and roll out with the bastards from the Jingzhou headquarters. The voices of the crowd grew louder. The special advisor clearly didn't expect this situation. The investigators from the Haizhou branch were openly insulting the public officials from the headquarters. Director Xu, is this the attitude of your Haizhou branch towards the Jingzhou headquarters? Xu Xiaoming quickly stood up to urge the crowd to calm down, promising that they would give everyone a fair resolution later. However, Lu Huidai was signaling to his son, indicating that he had performed well just now and should continue. Lu Geng also returned the favor in kind, mimicking how Heng Zhengyang had poured oil on the flames last time, with about 3/10 similarity. Heng Zhengyang had already arrived on stage. Amidst the crowd's hoarse shouts and insults, he took the jade plaque from the special advisor's hand. He casually threw a glance at Xu Xiangming and Li Yun, which meant, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Stop preaching about principles. We are risking our lives at the front, and it's useless for the Jingzhou headquarters to humiliate us like this. It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Just because you took their benefits, now you're helping them speak. Damn it, are you out of your mind? Little brat." Lu Geng watched Heng Zhengyang on stage being confronted without saying a word and felt quite pleased. Going against my Lu family. If you can't deal with the Li family, how can you deal with me? Lu Geng crossed his legs and squinted at the stage. This kid is indeed powerful enough to wipe out the entire ghost domain. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't kill everyone, right? Heng Zhengyang clenched his fists tightly. Xu Xiangming and Li Yun quickly approached him, trying to comfort him. They were genuinely afraid that Heng Zhengyang would suddenly explode in anger and unleash violence, rendering all their efforts over the past few days in vain. Do you know why I can stand here and reason with you? Heng Zhengyang raised his head, and there was no anger in his eyes as Lu Geng had hoped to see. Instead, he was as calm as water, because my pursuits are completely different from yours. After saying this, he raised the jade metal high and squeezed it forcefully. Bang! The jade metal, which represented unmatched glory in the hearts of the investigators from the Otherworldly Bureau, was directly crushed to powder. Silence. The entire hall fell into a dead silence once again. Those who had just questioned Heng Zhengyang now felt a stinging pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard. Heng Zhengyang shook his hand, and the jade powder drifted away like clouds in the past, scattering with the wind. You, what are you doing? Do you know that what you're doing is a disrespect to the Jingzhou General Bureau? A special advisor rushed up, pointing at Heng Zhengyang and reprimanding him loudly. Even if I am nothing, I will contribute my part to solving the issues with the other races, and you all should think carefully. Heng Zhengyang turned sideways, and with just a glance, he stunned the special advisor in place. After leaving his sentence, he walked out of the venue. Xia Linghuai closely followed behind him, not leaving an inch. Some people joined the Otherworld Investigation Bureau because their parents were harmed by foreign races. Others saw the left-behind children in their village being taken away by monsters. In short, most people made the firm decision to join because they had experienced extraordinary events. Everyone gradually came to their senses, deeply inspired by Heng Zhengyang. Yes, they had long forgotten their original intentions. Clap, clap, clap. One by one, people began to applaud, showing their respect for Heng Zhengyang. Although he had already left, the hall was filled with thunderous applause. Chapter 65. Elimination Plan Preparation in the following days. Heng Zhengyang continued to eliminate foreign races during the day. Occasionally, he would carry out joint operations with Li Qianni and others. Most of his nights were spent being repeatedly tormented by the girls. The mature and charming Xiao Linghuai, the sexy and spicy little green plum, the gentle young woman Lu Ruxue, and the exotic and enchanting Sherry. It was simply a high that couldn't be higher. After about half a month, while the heavenly punishment points continued to rise, his own cultivation also reached the mid-SSS level, just one step away from the late SSS level. More importantly, the space crystal at his brow no longer grew, but instead continuously sprouted small horns. Now, counting them, there were about a dozen rooted on the crystal. Heng Zhengyang has begun to try to control the crystal stone. Occasionally, he can successfully shuttle to a position several meters away, and he is becoming increasingly skilled. From initially having only one success out of 10 attempts, he can now succeed 4 times out of 10. Suddenly, a white cloud sports car stops at the seaside manor. Today, a bonfire banquet is being held at the manor. Everyone has gathered on the lawn to the east of the manor. Bai Zhe, are you sure there are no alien races in Haizhou anymore? Of course I'm sure. Bai Zhe's 2 front paws stomp firmly on the ground, seemingly displeased with Heng Zhengyang's doubt. That's good. Yimeng, please help me notify Long Lao and the others to join the banquet as well. Okay. Yinmeng and Luo Xiang no longer refer to Heng Zhengyang as their master. Their mechanical thinking is gradually being transformed. Heng Zhengyang sat by the campfire and took a glass of cocktail. He checked all his strengths once again. Although everyone's abilities were uneven now, the gap had been narrowed with Heng Zhengyang's help. Ma Yuan, Xiao Linghuai, Lu Ruxue, and He Lao Gui had already reached the later stages of SSS rank. Qingmei's strength was indeed quite difficult to improve at the moment. Heng Zhengyang used a railing technique once, pouring all his energy into Qingmei. This only allowed her to reach the mid-stage of SSS rank. Moreover, according to her, there is still a significant gap to the later stages. However, she can no longer be called a snake spirit. After she transformed into her original form, she resembled a giant blue dragon. Carrara, known as the king of monsters, spends all day sleeping and napping. Heng Zhengyang simply opened up a cave for it to sleep in. Today he saw Kira again. The other party was no longer the small being from before, but had grown to the size of a cheetah, covered in pitch-black scales. Its roar had also acquired a certain majesty, and its strength had reached the late SS rank, equal to that of Bai Zhe. However, for some reason, Bai Zhe still looked as cute as before, appearing harmless. Beside Heng Zhengyang, the most terrifying were still Rong Yinshi and Sherry. One was a ghost, and the other a demon, both having reached the peak of the SSS rank. The two of them were quite compatible with their pure yang bodies and the yin-yang 5 elements technique. Xiao Linghuai's extreme yin body was her best support, while Heng Zhengyang served as their energy absorber. Looking at his large team, he felt a sense of pride. Heng Zhengyang felt that perhaps all the support gathered together could fight against those alien kings. Master Lin, please remember to prepare 2 skewers of kidneys for my brother Heng. Sure, no problem. Little Heng, I understand. Nowadays, the Haizhou Manor is filled with people from the former Qingyan Manor, so everyone is quite familiar with each other now. Although there is a distinction between master and servant, there is no difference in status. Occasionally, everyone would jokingly tease Heng Zhengyang at the right moments. Of course, Heng Zhengyang wouldn't mind. All the housekeepers and servants in the manor come from Haizhou. Having seen too many arrogant young masters, everyone appreciates this young, kind-hearted boy who doesn't put on airs. Before long, Long Xingwu walked in first and sat down next to Heng Zhengyang. The girls, including Shui Li and Xiao Linghuai, wisely left and went to the other side to taste the freshly roasted suckling pig. Soon after, Xu Xiangming, Li Yun, and their children, Li Qianni and Xu Mengxian, walked over. Li Qianni was holding a bottle of red wine that looked quite expensive. Little friend Heng, you called us over in such a hurry. Is there something going on? Long Xingwu declined the wine glass offered by Li Qianni and took a sip of the mineral water on the table. Yes. Is there some difficulty in dealing with the alien side? I can help coordinate. Xu Xiangming swirled his wine glass, took a gentle sip, and wore a look of intoxication on his face. Actually, there's something that needs to be discussed with Elder Long, Uncle Xiangming, and Uncle Li. All the alien forces in Haizhou have been completely eliminated in the past half-month. I also went out for a patrol today, and indeed did not sense any alien presence. So should the Otherworldly Bureau investigate as well? If possible, we are preparing to. Crash. Crash. Heng Zhengyang was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was off. Everyone was staring at him intently, their throats bobbing but unable to say a word. Li Tianyi was still in the act of pouring wine, not even noticing that the red wine was overflowing. Brother Tianyi, if that wine is going to spill, can it spill into my mouth? Huh? Oh, sorry. Sorry. It was only then that Li Tianyi reacted and quickly uprighted the wine glass. He had lost his composure. One couldn't blame these big shots for their awkwardness. The news from Heng Zhengyang was simply too shocking. The Hydro Otherworld Bureau had existed for nearly 100 years, although it had gradually developed and grown in recent years. No one had claimed they could eliminate all the other races. Yet today, one person confidently told them that he had done it in just half a month. Moreover, he had personally checked it. How could Long Xinghua and the others remain calm? Zhengyang, this is not something to joke about. Yeah, Brother Heng, you're kind of bragging this time. Xu Mengxian joked with Li Tianyi, thinking she could help ease the situation, whether it's true or not. I want the investigator from the Otherworld Bureau to look into it personally. There should be news soon. Heng Zhengyang casually tasted the red wine brought by Li Tianyi. Sure enough, what the Li family brought could not be ordinary goods. Xu Xiangming, half believing, asked Long Xinghua, and upon seeing the other party nodding, he dialed the phone with a try-it-out attitude. After hearing the words that no signs of alien life had indeed been detected, the wine glass in his hand nearly slipped to the ground. His eyes widened like bells. Xiaoheng, you really cleared out the alien forces in Hydro? Xu Xiangming's voice was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present into silence. What a terrifying power. Talents emerge in every generation. Heng Xiaoyu, you truly shock us time and again to the point of being speechless. However, Heng Zhengyang quickly smiled and waved his hand at Long Xinghua's praise. I'm just doing my best, Long Lao. You're overestimating me. Humble. Your biggest problem is being too humble. Long Xinghua laughed heartily. This laugh was for Haijo to finally stabilize and no longer be disturbed by alien forces. You were about to say something just now. Feel free to continue. Regardless, we will do our utmost to help you. Xu Xiangming and others also expressed their stance. At this point, even if Heng Zhengyang wanted the moon from the sky, they would find a way to get it for him. All right, thank you all for your support. Then I will talk about my plan. The plan to lure out the alien strongmen and completely liberate Haijo. Chapter 66. The seven-layered Linglong Tower that night. After hearing the plan proposed by Heng Zhengyang, Long Xinghua and the others felt incredibly ignorant after decades in the industry. They were exhausted every day, frantically investigating and resolving alien incidents, only to find in the end that it was all in vain. Because even though the Haijo Alien Affairs Bureau had worked very hard, the casualty rate for investigators was 60%. Yet, the four alien tribes still occupied some human territory. If what Heng Zhengyang said is true, then these four tribes could launch an attack on humanity at any time. When that time comes, let alone ordinary people, the entire Huaxia might suffer. Heng Xiaoyu, I want to ask you a question. Long Lao, please go ahead. Heng Zhengyang and Long Xinghua stood by the fire, watching the flickering flames. I believe everything you said is true, but if one day there are riots across all of Huaxia, or even the entire Blue Star, where will humanity go from here? Upon hearing these 8 words, Long Xinghua's expression became somewhat complicated. He seemed both satisfied and regretful. Looking at the somewhat lonely Long Xinghua, Heng Zhengyang encouraged him. Old Long, you don't need to worry too much. After I dealt with the alien kings in 2 counties, it seems that changes have occurred in those counties. Everyone is filled with vitality. Just before I came here, I had just completed the vitality test at school. What? Long Xinghua looked at Heng Zhengyang in confusion. Are you saying that everyone has vitality? That's right. Heng Zhengyang nodded affirmatively. So heaven is still very fair. Ha ha. Long Xinghua understood Heng Zhengyang's meaning. He was saying that although there may be powerful beings from other races that humans cannot compete with, they would not just sit back and do nothing. At that time, normal society would probably automatically shift towards cultivation. And it's about essence. After sending off Long Xinghua and the others, Heng Zhengyang once again reminded his subordinates. the demons and monsters. In 2 days, the 4 clans would need to put on a show together. They would open a space-time rift and lure out the other race's king. Shirley, who had not yet experienced this and had her memories sealed, was eager to try. Recently, the battles had been too easy, and she felt a bit inflated inside. After all, it's just an other race king. Can they really compete with us? As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Shirley as if she were crazy. Why are they all looking at me like that? Is it because I look beautiful today? Shirley said as she raised her long legs clad in black horse oil stockings, exuding allure. YIN-YANG very tactfully turned his head away. A brother's wife should not be wronged. It's inappropriate to look, he understood. Shirley, don't mess around. Heng Zhengyang poked Shirley's horn lightly. On YIN-YANG. Shirley quickly raised her arms to shield the horn on her head. This was one of her sensitive areas. In any case, everyone took advantage of the last moments to adjust their states. No matter what, our strength has increased significantly compared to the previous 2 times. So this time let's see if we can eliminate the opponent on our own. Heng Zhengyang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Great, no problem. Finally, he could let loose and cause a ruckus. Of course, we can do it. Everyone also wanted to unleash their full power. In recent days, the highest level foreign races he encountered were only at the initial stage of SSS rank. They were all just power and speed type competitors without any special attributes, which was quite disappointing. He took out the treasures he had obtained, one by one, and laid them on the bed. Aside from the eye of heavenly punishment and the evil repelling shield that were already bound to him, the remaining ones included the ghost-controlling gourd, the azure edge sword, and the Ling-Long pagoda. After uprooting the foreign forces that had settled in the human world over the past few days, he unexpectedly gained 150,000 heavenly punishment points. It seemed that these foreign forces posed a greater threat to the human world than the foreign kings in small county towns. It was likely that he would not be able to stay in one place and enjoy life peacefully in the future. He would need to travel all over China, or even the whole country, to earn more heavenly Tao points. For now, he decided not to upgrade the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, the Evil Repelling Shield, or the Ghost Controlling Gourd, as their effects might not be significant. His focus was on the Azure Edge Sword and the Ling-Long Pagoda. If he guessed correctly, the Azure Edge Sword should be the 7-star Azure Edge Sword. Each time a gem was restored, it would greatly enhance Heng Zhengyang's strength. The first gem, Tian Shu, cost 100,000 heavenly Tao points. After purchasing it, the level of the Azure Edge Sword would rise from a mid-grade Earth treasure to a mid-grade Heavenly treasure. Looking at the Ling-Long Pagoda, upgrading its layers required a full 150,000 heavenly Tao points, which was all of his current savings. The starting level of the Ling-Long Pagoda was even higher. It nearly suppressed all of his other treasures. The system indicated its level as an initial stage Xian treasure. By upgrading its layers, the Ling-Long Pagoda would grow from an initial stage Xian treasure to a peak Xian treasure. He roughly calculated that his treasures should start from the level of ordinary magic treasures. The next major level was spirit treasures, followed by supreme treasures, and finally heavenly treasures. As for whether there were levels above heavenly treasures, Heng Zhengyang believed there should be, especially since the 7-treasure Ling-Long Pagoda had a total of 7 layers. Currently, reaching the peak of the Xian level only accounted for 4 layers. After hesitating for a moment, Heng Zhengyang decided to upgrade the Ling-Long Pagoda. After all, his Thunder Spirit technique was equivalent to embedding a 7-star gem into the Azure Edge Sword. However, he had no other means for the Ling-Long Pagoda. Ding! The Ling-Long Pagoda has been upgraded, minus 150,000 heavenly Tao points. A system prompt sounded, and Heng Zhengyang clutched his heart, feeling as if it were bleeding. The next moment, when he saw the Ling-Long Pagoda radiating brilliant golden light, it dazzled his eyes to the point he could hardly keep them open. Heng Zhengyang was dumbfounded. The originally 3-story short tower suddenly grew much taller in an instant. It didn't look like it just added one more layer. 1, 2, 6, 7 layers? I can't believe it. 7 layers. Heng Zhengyang looked at the Ling-Long Pagoda, which required 500,000 Tao points for the next upgrade, and fell into deep thought. It is well known that this Ling-Long Pagoda is basically 7 stories. However, the system prompt indicated that it could still be upgraded. and the price had multiplied several times. Could it be that the one in his hands is not the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda, but rather the heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda? If that's the case, then he would be invincible. This top-tier, prehistoric defensive artifact, if upgraded to the highest level, would not be like flooding the Jinshan just to kill an ant against the current alien races? Oh no, it can't be true, right? Heng Zhengyang was mumbling to himself, holding a delicate treasure pagoda, slumped down at the bottom of the bed. Xiao Yang, the police sister is here. At that moment, Shirley entered the room, dressed in a sexy police officer uniform, holding a small whip in her hand. When she saw Heng Zhengyang sitting on the floor, completely unguarded, mumbling to himself, a playful thought crossed her mind. You're under arrest. Just as Shirley rushed forward to try to catch Heng Zhengyang, a flash of golden light appeared in his hand. An illusory golden pagoda enveloped him instantly, sending Shirley flying away in an instant. Shirley let out a tragic scream, which echoed clearly throughout the entire villa. Sister Lu, what do you think those two are doing? Is it necessary to make such a noise? Qingmei was lying on the bed, looking at a fashion magazine, her long, slender legs swinging. Stop thinking about it, go to sleep. We'll ask tomorrow, Lu Ruxue said vaguely with a high-end facial mask on her face. Oh, Qingmei reluctantly agreed. Didn't Tiwi have an agreement? Only one of us can go to his room at night. Don't overthink it. All right. At that moment, Mayuan was lying down with his hose crossed behind his head. He was considering whether he should get some stamina pills for his brother Heng, since he was working so hard today. Chapter 67. The action begins. The next morning, after a night of apologies, Heng Zhengyang was finally forgiven by Sherry, who allowed him to take a short nap. Being a cultivator himself and protected by the divine sun heart, he generally did not feel tired whether he slept or not. However, in his previous life as a low-level worker who never got enough sleep, who wouldn't want to lie in a warm, comfortable bed and enjoy a good sleep when not working, Heng Zhengyang leaned against the pillow, increasingly happy in his heart. Although it took a whole night to heal Shirley's injury, it was enough to prove how powerful his exquisite pagoda was. Just thinking about owning such a treasure made him unable to help but grin. Are you not planning to sleep? Shall we continue? Shirley originally intended to let Heng Zhengyang off the hook. However, since he not only didn't rest, but also kept smiling foolishly, how could she miss such an opportunity? She flipped over and jumped on a Heng Zhengyang, bringing her soft pink lips close to his mouth. Heng Zhengyang neither resisted nor took the initiative, fully enjoying himself. His hands roamed between Sherry's bouncy hips and smooth thighs. Sherry twisted her body to her heart's content, continuing for 2 hours. It wasn't until Liqian's call came through that Sherry finally let Heng Zhengyang go, bouncing towards the bathroom. Brother Heng, we've already started preparing for what you instructed. Is it confirmed to start tomorrow? Yes. Brother Tianyi, then we'll trouble you at that time. You're too polite. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be us thanking you. After hanging up the phone, everything was ready. The time of this day. Heng Zhengyang first went to the Haizhou Otherworld Bureau to gather information about the surroundings. Then he went to Jiangzhou City nearby to clear out a demon tribe territory that was encroaching on human areas. Along the way, with the help of Jila, he cleared out several monster caves. In total, he earned 50,000 heavenly Dao points. Heng Zhengyang thought for a long time and decided to use all 50,000 Dao points on the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, after leveling up twice. Although the Eye of Heavenly Punishment still couldn't compare to the Qingfeng Sword or the Linglong Tower, it was finally on the verge of becoming a treasured artifact. Heng Zhengyang was very satisfied with the 2 new functions. The current Eye of Heavenly Punishment could condense the power of Heavenly Punishment and shoot out beams composed of essence. Although this seemed to be of little use, the Heavenly Punishment beams were marked as ignoring any defenses. This meant that the beams shot out by this thing could break through defenses. In addition, there was a prophetic ability, allowing him to foresee what would happen 5 seconds later once a day. Coupled with the instant teleportation of the spatial crystal, it would definitely produce unexpected effects. According to Bai Zai's guidance, there were still many alien forces in Lichuan City, Jiangzhou. Unfortunately, it was already late at night. Otherwise, Heng Zhengyang would have taken the opportunity to test his newly acquired abilities. After spending a night of romance with Qingmei, The time came to the next morning. Everyone gathered in the living room. Yin-Ming and Luo Xiang had already left the manor overnight with the household servants and subordinates. Let's go. With Heng Zhengyang's command, everyone gathered their essence beneath their feet and rushed rapidly towards the center of Haizhou City. At this moment, the once bustling streets were now desolate, with not a single figure in sight. This was the preparation made by Li Tianyi and the others to evacuate the crowd. With the Li family backing them, everyone was assigned to different areas and could appropriately demolish some houses. Heng Zhengyang arranged this to ensure that the scope of the operation could cover the entire Haizhou. After all, this is a state, not a small county. It is crucial to ensure that everything goes perfectly. Following Heng Zhengyang, who is in the center, are Rong Yinshi and He Laogui. Even if Heng Zhengyang starts the possession technique, the two spirits can quickly hide in the spirit-controlling gourd to avoid indiscriminate attacks from the possessor. Whoosh! Bang! Soon, red signal flares were launched successively from the four directions: east, south, west, and north. Heng Zhengyang took out a signal gun from his waist and shot a golden flare into the sky. Roar! In the distance, the roar of Kira could be faintly heard from the north. It began to spew energy down towards the ground. Wherever the breath passed, a deep imprint would be left behind. The green plum in the east also revealed its true form. Its body twisted in the air, and in an instant, thunder erupted across the entire eastern region. Sherry from the west also began to act. A huge black shadow appeared, and with one step down, numerous buildings collapsed instantly. In the south, Lu Rushue and Miyuan also began to take action. Rong Yinshi and the Black Old Ghost did the same. For a moment, the entire Haizhou city was shrouded in the powers of the alien races. Heng Xiaoyou's current power was too strong. With just himself, he could easily destroy any city. Indeed, according to statistics, there are very few humans in present-day China who possess SS-level strength. However, nearly all the alien races led by Heng Zhengyang have reached SSS level. If he wanted to exterminate humanity, it wouldn't be particularly difficult. Xu Xiaoming watched the attacks launched by the Green Plum and other alien races, feeling a shiver of unease. Master, Uncle Ming, why do you two think this way? I believe Brother Heng would never betray us. Li Tianyi's eyes were filled with shock and trust in Heng Zhengyang. Of course, it's just a moment of feeling. Long Xinghua chuckled with his hands behind his back. While others were risking their lives up front, they were discussing this in the back, which indeed felt a bit inhumane. But isn't that how people are? Who can avoid this kind of inherent flaw? At this moment, the entire Haizhou seemed to be shaking like an earthquake. The ground trembled, and all the buildings swayed precariously. Heng Zhengyang gazed at the sky. Crack! It was that familiar sound of glass shattering again. The sky seemed to be shattered glass. A pool of clear water slowly flowed out from the distorted space. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Heng Zhengyang quickly signaled for the two ghost spirits to enter the ghost-controlling gourd. At the same time, he shot out another flare. Qingmei, Sherry, and others quickly retracted their energy and frantically fled into the distance. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang had just lit the shadowless incense. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot, leaving no trace of his presence. The flowing water in the crack slowly transformed into a figure. It was a girl wearing a blue glass skirt. She had a beautiful face and carried an air of an ancient noble lady in her demeanor. Heng Zhengyang could sense the aura of the other party. The alien powerhouse that appeared this time seemed to be stronger than the previous two. At this moment, the girl in the blue dress slightly furrowed her brows. She clearly felt the alien power in the call. So why had they descended to the mortal realm ahead of time without a single subordinate coming to report? The soul binding spell. The sudden voice startled her. Just as she intended to prepare for defense, she realized she was unable to move at all. Heng Zhengyang extinguished the incense without a trace, and his figure became visible. At this moment, he faced the girl who was frozen in midair. Heng Zhengyang dared not entertain any wicked thoughts. After all, with a powerhouse of this level, one misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. Who are you? How can you possess such exquisite techniques? He quickly began to channel the Thunder Spirit technique, gradually infusing all his power into the Qingfeng sword held in his left hand. In his right hand, he held the Linglong Pagoda. If there was the slightest hint of danger, he would immediately cover himself with the Ling-Long pagoda. Exchange heavenly technique, upper body. As a perfectly round jade orb formed on the Qingfeng sword, Heng Zhengyang also struck without hesitation. Under the terrified gaze of the girl, he charged at her. Bang! The sword light swept past, and the girl turned directly into a puddle of water. The system's voice did not sound. That meant the opponent had not been eliminated yet. Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of energy gathering behind him. Not good. He quickly urged the Ling-Long pagoda to protect himself. When he turned around, he was almost scared to the ground. He saw the Sea of Xiahai in the east of Haizhou surging directly towards the sky. At this moment, it was rushing towards the center of Haizhou. Chapter 68, 5 Elements Demon. What the hell? Is this a joke? What kind of strength does this otherworldly king possess? Not only did it cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth, but it could also trigger natural disasters. Xiahai is the blessed sea of Haizhou. It has been the foundation for its development for hundreds of years. Now the entire Haizhou is about to be destroyed by Xiahai. In the underground command room, Xu Xiangming and others watching the battle instantly panicked. If this Xiahai really flooded down, the entire Haizhou city would probably vanish in an instant. It's all Heng Zhengyang's fault. He has no abilities, yet he insists on provoking such a strong opponent. Lu Huida said angrily. This also caused dissatisfaction among several others, but they were all silenced by a glance from Long Xinghua. There was no fear on Long Xinghua's face, only astonishment and a hint of satisfaction. Without Heng Zhengyang, they would not know the exact timing of the appearance of this otherworldly powerhouse. Fortunately, so far, only buildings were destroyed, and there were no casualties. Think about it. If it weren't for Heng Zhengyang today, what would happen if such a thing occurred on some future day? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly felt a tightness in their hearts, then felt relieved. Yes, if it weren't for Heng Zhengyang drawing the opponent out today, everyone might have died on some future day. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang also did not anticipate that the appearing otherworldly powerhouse happened to be water attribute. Moreover, it appeared right in Haizhou, which is by the sea. He looked somewhat flustered. If the seawater really submerged Haizhou, then he would be an accomplice. But faced with this endless, surging sea force, he could only fight with all his might now. Ding! Exchange for Sun's Descent 10. 10 small suns quickly gathered. They lined up in a row and swiftly approached the coastline under Heng Zhengyang's control. The sea's assault was slightly resisted, but it was still not enough. Heng Zhengyang exchanged another 10, placing them above the first row. The 10 small suns above are connected by flames to the 10 small suns below, forming a shield. When the seawater encounters the sun's fire shield, it evaporates instantly, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, the girl in the blue dress has transformed into A and merged into the sea of clouds. After repeated observation, it was determined that the other party was merely an SSS-level spirit practitioner. So why was it able to immobilize someone of A-level demon star status just now? London also did not distance herself from it, merging into the sea of clouds. After all, this city would eventually be destroyed. It didn't matter whether it was sooner or later. With that thought, Lan Nan's body began to swim rapidly in the sea of clouds. At one moment, it was a fishtail swaying, and at another, it transformed into the blue-dressed girl dancing gracefully. At this time, the sea of clouds seemed to possess some special power, beginning to emit a shimmering blue light. Heng Zhengyang's sun-blazed shield was faintly showing signs of being unable to hold up. Damn it, this is too much. Heng Zhengyang felt truly frustrated. He never expected his strength to increase to such a level, with all his magical treasures gathered. Yet, he was still vastly inferior to his opponent. This sense of defeat made him quite uncomfortable. Since he couldn't win, he had no choice but to seek help. Ding! Exchange for heavenly law. Ascend. Ding! The black impermanence of the underworld, Fan Wujiao, has arrived. In an instant, Heng Zhengyang's body began to swell rapidly. Black essence surged around him. Soon, he transformed into a robust man with a fierce appearance, dressed in black and wearing a black hat. The high hat had the 4 characters Tianxia Taiping inscribed on it. The soul restraining hook on his left hand radiated a chilling aura. The clattering sound was spine-chilling. In his right hand was a white mourning stick, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to show the wails of the souls. Facing the incoming flood, Heng Zhengyang swung the morning stick vigorously. In an instant, all the seawater began to retreat towards the Haizhou coast. Even Lan, who was casting secret spells in the Xiaohai, instantly lost power, retreating along with the sea. Heng Zhengyang let out a hearty laugh. The soul-restraining hook in his left hand began to spin with his arm. Go! With a light shout, the soul-restraining hook, bearing icy white hooks, began to extend infinitely until it plunged into the sea. Splash! Lan was unexpectedly pulled out of the water by the soul-restraining hook, flying towards Heng Zhengyang. At this moment, it looked extremely disheveled. The soul-restraining hook firmly locked onto its peepa bone, rendering it powerless. Large patches of blood almost stained its skirt red. Bang! Long Xinghua was so excited that he stood up from his seat. What kind of technique is this? My God, is Heng Zhengyang still within the realm of humans? He hasn't already become a legendary ascendant, has he? Xu Xiangming thought long and hard, believing there was only this possibility. Perhaps it really was the case. No wonder Zhengyang was so confident. He truly was. I'm crying to death. Li Yin was so astonished that his tongue got tied in his mouth. Such a powerful person. It would be a pity not to make him his son-in-law. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang was indeed bringing too many surprises to everyone. Not to mention the three who had always supported him. Long Xinghua, Xu Xiangming, and Li Yin. Even Lu Huida, who usually held opposing views, now wanted to befriend him. After all, for a powerhouse of this level, crushing him would probably be no different from squashing an ant. He felt a chill running down his spine. It was fortunate that he hadn't openly declared war on the other faction. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. At this moment, in the sky above Haizhou, Lan had been pulled to Heng Zhengyang's side. He glared angrily at Lan, who was covered in blood and appeared fragile. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. The morning stick in his hand was raised high, ready to strike Lan's soul out of her body. Brothers, why aren't you coming to help me? Lan shouted with the last of her strength towards the sky. Just as the morning stick was about to hit Lan, a sudden blaze rushed in, forcing Heng Zhengyang to pull away from Lan. He sensed a threat from that blaze. Immediately, Lan's body was enveloped in a golden light. Bang! The soul-restraining hook that was locked onto her peepa bone was blown away. Lan's injuries began to heal gradually. Heng Zhengyang looked up. He saw 4 figures stepping out from the spatial rift, each dressed in golden, red, green, and earth-brown brocade robes. Some were wild, some calm, some indifferent, and some straightforward. The 5 fairies seemed to correspond perfectly to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Heng Zhengyang gripped his weapon tightly. Among these 5 fairies, 2 were relatively easy to deal with. However, the 3 representing gold, fire, and what had already reached the level of demon kings, above demon stars. It would indeed be difficult for him to handle them alone. If only old Xie were here. Heng Zhengyang sighed softly. This sigh was heard by the Heng Zhengyang himself deep within this body. He felt that he might be on the verge of death. Meanwhile, in another world, in the underworld, a handsome young man with white teeth and red lips, sporting double buns, was inquiring about something from the white impermanence, Xiebian. When he turned around after finishing, he seemed to suddenly sense something unusual. The white impermanence, Xiebian, pointed towards a distorted black hole not far away. Flames burst forth from the young man's hand, transforming into a fiery spear that flew towards the black hole. He probed for a moment, smirking, interesting. Then, 2 fiery wheels rolled beneath his feet, heading towards the black hole. Chapter 69. The 3 altars of the sea deities. Bang! Boom! The 3 worked together, giving him no chance to breathe. The black essence coiling around him dissipated significantly. Heng Zhengyang was feeling anxious at this moment. At this pace, his upper body technique would eventually be shattered by the opponent. If that really happened, it would mean his complete demise. The onlookers, including Long Xinghua, were also worried. After all, humans are ultimately still humans and cannot compete against these alien forces. It's a survival of the fittest. Humanity has ruled Blue Star for such a long time, but now it seems they are truly facing the disaster of extinction. They didn't know how to deal with an opponent that even Heng Zhengyang couldn't defeat. Should they really notify the country and launch a nuclear strike? If they took that step, It would be a case of hurting 1,000 enemies while self-inflicting 800 damage. Long Lao, don't hesitate. You're the only one who can contact the country. Yes, if we delay any longer, no one can hold these monsters. The high-ranking officials from the other world were anxiously speaking. We might be able to avoid some collateral damage. But Heng Zhengyang is still out there. Are we just going to abandon him? Li Yin shouted angrily at the few who had just advised Long Xinghua. His sacrifice could save countless lives. That's what he should do. Heng Zhengyang is already outside. Are we really going to let him lure those monsters into the underground defenses for everyone to die together? UTMD. Enough. Long Xinghua slammed his hand down forcefully. The table shattered with a loud crash. He took out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed. But he understood that this was a moment concerning the life and death of the country. He absolutely could not act impulsively. No matter how much he admired the fighting boy outside, he had to prioritize the safety of the nation, because he had lived his whole life this way. So many martyrs had sacrificed their lives for the country. Long Xinghua believed that even if Heng Zhengyang knew, he would understand. Just as he was about to connect the call, he was suddenly stopped by Xu Xiaoming. Long Lao, look quickly. Who is this? The operations room began to erupt with one exclamation after another. At this moment in the sky, 5 demon kings were working together to deliver a final blow to Heng Zhengyang. The colorful light directly dispersed all the black energy around him. Poof! Heng Zhengyang spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering from the backlash of the heavenly law. Because at the last moment, it was he who forcibly dismantled the law of the upper body. Otherwise, both he and the upper body would likely have been completely finished. Because when the divine being possessed him, his magical treasures could not be used. Hoo-hoo! Heng Zhengyang took a few deep breaths before stabilizing his breath. Fortunately, the protective charm helped him withstand this attack. Oh, I didn't expect a human could block the combined force of the 5 of us. He managed to block this time. But what about next time? The 5 fairies joined forces again, unleashing a powerful burst of colorful light, aiming to completely annihilate the human who harmed their 5 sister. Clang! Just as Heng Zhengyang was preparing to defend himself, a circular beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, blocking all of their attacks. The circular object radiated brilliant light, as if it were meant to illuminate the entire sky. After a while, the light gradually faded, revealing its true form. It was a dazzling golden ring, adorned with ancient and exquisite patterns. It looked incredibly mysterious and beautiful. The ring seemed to be guided, quickly flying upward into the sky. Heng Zhengyang and the 5 fairies also raised their gazes. They saw a handsome young man dressed in light, flowing armor, standing in the sky. The red silk fluttered with the wind, and lotus petals were tied around his waist. His gaze was full of contempt for everything, imbued with divinity. Heng Zhengyang was filled with joy and excitement at this moment. He could hardly control his trembling body. Wasn't this the famous 3rd Prince Neza, the legendary deity of the 3 altars of the sea? Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why this deity had come here, the moment he saw Neza, he knew that today was definitely going to be a success. What demon star? Demon king? All trivial matters. A mere little demon dares to cause trouble in the lower realm? The 5 spirits were shaken to their core. This person is not easy to deal with. Everyone quickly retreat. As the leader of the 5 elements demons, Jin Zhong hurriedly called his brothers and sisters to leave. Heng Zhengyang glanced at the wheels of fire under Neza's feet. The 2 wind-fire wheels were spinning rapidly. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the demons. With these things, Neza could travel thousands of miles a day. They could run away, unless the opponent let them go. No, even letting them go would be overestimating those few demons. Better to let the 5 oceans go. Neza didn't waste any words. He lazily extended one hand. The mystic heaven silk on his body quickly scattered into 5 pieces and flew out. Each piece of mystic heaven silk was burning with fierce flames. Looking at the red and yellow flames, incredibly pure, Heng Zhengyang knew that it was the legendary Samadhi true fire, one of the 10 great divine fires of the primal chaos that could burn away all impurities and never extinguish. Among the 5 fairies, the slowest moving earth east was quickly caught up by a piece of the Muntian silk. No, get away. It let out a heart-wrenching howl as one of its legs was entangled by the Montion silk. Earth East tried to summon all its energy to tear apart the red silk, but found that this soft red silk was as unyielding as tempered steel. It couldn't be shaken at all. Earth East was soon wrapped completely by the Montion silk, and under the scorching of the Samadhi true fire, it turned into a pile of ashes. Ding! Killed an S-rank, mid-level demon star, earning 700,000 punishment points. Awesome! Heng Zhengyang was striking the clouds. He didn't expect that not only would the support from above not come, but it would also count against him. With the demon stars having such high punishment points, wouldn't that mean the few demon kings later would have even more? However, with so many punishment points, it was indeed a bit unreasonable that the system hadn't upgraded. But Heng Zhengyang didn't think too much about it. After all, the 5 demons this time were all of a high rank. The system would eventually upgrade. This time he hoped to obtain an item that would help him break through to the spiritual level practitioner. He was eager to advance to the next level of star-level practitioner and experience it. The other 4 demons were also expected to be completely burned to ashes. Heng Zhengyang's punishment points have reached a terrifying 6 million. Ding! The system has upgraded to the pinnacle of the Xian level. Reward: 1 medicinal cauldron. Ding! The system store has updated the physical technique, indestructible body. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang is more eager to meet the little hero he dreamed of in his childhood, to fulfill the dreams of his youth. Heng Zhengyang urged the flying cloud towards Neza. Excuse me, are you the great god of the 3 altars, Neza? Neza turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Heng Zhengyang bowing deeply, with both hands clasped in front of his chin. His eyes filled with stars as he looked at him. Neza felt a chill run down his spine from this person's behavior. Could this human have some kind of problem? What is it? It's like this. Heng Zhengyang hurriedly tore off a piece of cloth and held it up with both hands. Can you help me sign this? Chapter 70, 9-turn Great Healing Pill. Huh. It's really easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. Looking at Neza, who had already vanished, Heng Zhengyang let out a sigh of relief. After killing those 5 demons, this ancestor still felt unsatisfied. After meeting Heng Zhengyang's request, he surprisingly began to sweep through the surrounding areas with a 1-key raid. The magical treasures on his body flew around chaotically. Heng Zhengyang's heavenly punishment points and heavenly Tao points were rapidly increasing, until the figure of Neza turned into nothingness. It should be that he had stayed in this world for too long. Fortunately, he had let Qingmei and other different races run far away. Otherwise, he would probably have been swept in by Neza today. He couldn't afford to provoke a deity of this level. Heng Zhengyang had considered using his 7-story glazed tower to intimidate Neza. However, if the opponent got angry and struck back with a fire spear, that would not be a joke. Just as he entered, he felt that Haijo was somewhat different now. What was specifically different? Spiritual energy. Haijo had begun to show signs of spiritual energy revival. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was denser than in the 2 counties he had previously stayed in. At this moment, the leaders of the Otherworldly Bureau, including Long Xinghua, also began arranging for the people of Haijo to evacuate from the underground shelters. Many of them even became sea-level practitioners the moment they came into contact with this spiritual energy. Some even directly awakened abnormal attributes, with levels higher than the average person. The highest even reached S-level practitioners. Even Long Lao, who had been stagnant for a long time at the peak of SS rank, felt a slight loosening. Not to mention the likes of Xu Xiangming, Li Yun, and Lu Huida. Long Lao, do you feel it? What is happening? I feel like I'm about to break through. SSS rank. Ha ha ha. Long Xinghua listened to the ecstatic voices around him without responding. His eyes were fixed on the figure slowly descending through the clouds. Is this the law of the jungle? Survival of the fittest? At the celebration banquet held shortly after, although it was in the ruins of a city ravaged by alien races, within the re-established temporary shelter, everyone felt extremely happy. At the banquet, Long Lao personally explained how Heng Zhengyang had helped Haijo out of its predicament, allowing everyone to live safely in the future. After hearing this, everyone expressed their respect for Heng Zhengyang, facing some unfamiliar investigators or ordinary citizens toasting him. Heng Zhengyang was chatting and laughing with the other party while pouring wine into his stomach. He understood Long Xinghua's intentions. In today's society, regardless of how great one's achievements are, having low emotional intelligence can easily lead to being despised by others. Heng Zhengyang's actions today seem to be saving all the people of Haizhou. But at the same time, he has caused immense destruction throughout Haizhou. If it weren't for Long Xingguo's guidance today, most people would likely be grateful to the Otherworld Bureau and the government. They would thank them for helping to solve their troubles, providing food, clothing, shelter, and rebuilding their homes for free. However, they would certainly harbor some resentment towards Heng Zhengyang. Therefore, under the cooperation of the two, Heng Zhengyang is not only not resented, but is instead deeply loved by everyone. His deeds will be widely remembered in Haizhou forever. In the end, during the relentless drinking battle, although he appears to be lying there unconscious, he is actually in an introspective state, checking the heavenly Tao points and heavenly punishment points he has gained, as well as a new item, a new product. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang's heavenly Tao points have reached a terrifying 600,000, and his heavenly punishment points exceed 8 million. In a true sense, Heng Zhengyang can now be considered a wealthy tycoon in the system mall. He could buy whatever he wants. Then he observes the rewards for leveling the system to the peak of the Xian rank. Medicine Cauldron, an unknown origin, unknown place, and unknown user. But using it for alchemy will yield unexpected results. Is that all? Heng Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. Adhering to the principle that products from the system are always top-notch, he temporarily set aside the medicine cauldron and looked at the items in the shop. Indestructible body, priced at 50,000 heavenly punishment points. No matter how many times you are slashed or chopped, shot with arrows, struck by lightning, or burned by fire, you cannot be harmed in the slightest, lasting for 5 seconds. Wow. An invincible body that is almost immune to all physical attacks and some magical attacks. 50,000 for 5 seconds. With no cooldown time, what a bargain. Heng Zhengyang turned his head to look at the heavenly Tao Mall again. 2 new items have been updated inside. The first was an unremarkable, unknown alchemical cauldron. It wasn't a big deal to not look, but upon seeing it, Heng Zhengyang almost popped his eyes out. Alchemical cauldron, supreme treasure, requires 100 to upgrade. Heng Zhengyang counted the zeros after 1. There are exactly 9 zeros. 10 billion. This thing can't be a joke, right? With 10 billion Tao points, Heng Zhengyang estimates that he could eliminate all the foreign races in Huaxia. Even if he cleared out all the foreign powerhouses, it wouldn't reach 10 billion. Moreover, what level is this supreme treasure? It can't be between a treasure and a spiritual treasure, right? If that's the case, then this broken thing is even worse than the Linglong Tower? Heng Zhengyang usually enjoys daydreaming. What if this thing is a neglected version of a Shinong Ding? Maybe if he wipes it and cleans it, it could have some potential. He decided to leave that task to someone else. After making up his mind, Heng Zhengyang looked at the next newly added item. It was actually a prescription. 9 turns Great Revitalizing Pill. A pill containing the divine power of 9 turns, which has the effect of restoring life and improving cultivation when swallowed. The price is 100,000 Tao points. Restoring life is not important. Being able to improve cultivation is the most important. He could still afford 100,000 Tao points. Ding. Obtain the prescription for the 9 turns Great Revitalizing Pill. Tao points minus 100,000. Heng Zhengyang looked at these medicinal materials, such as the exquisite 9-leaf Ganoderma, bright red dragon's blood, and black lingji. It made him feel a bit overwhelmed. He had no idea how to handle these things. At this moment, the temporary conference room was discussing a topic that Heng Zhengyang was very familiar with, the post-disaster reconstruction project. Suddenly, Li Tianyi's phone rang. He glanced at it and quickly exited the room, covering the microphone to scold. Didn't I tell you to handle it yourselves? I have things to do here. I'll hang up first. Wait, young Master Li, isn't your family's ancestors' 80th birthday coming up soon? This is our last auction, and the one with the most complete collection of medicines. Aren't you going to come and pick a gift? I don't have time. There's still a lot going on in Haizhou. If you can't make up your mind, just buy everything. But the Zhao family in Dongzhou. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, Li Tianyi hung up the phone and returned to the meeting. By evening, it was time for dinner, but Heng Zhengyang was still quiet in the tent. Long Xinghua asked Li Tianyi to go check on him. Soon, Li Tianyi arrived at Heng Zhengyang's room. carrying a thermal container, and called out softly, "Brother Heng, how are you? I brought you something to help sober you up. If you can't take it, just drink a little." Hearing Li Tiany's voice, Heng Zhengyang's worries instantly vanished. Wasn't there his own golden mountain? All these medicinal materials were accounted for. Heng Zhengyang climbed out of bed and looked at Li Tiany with a cunning smile. The smile made Li Tiany shiver all over. "Brother Heng, don't scare me like that. What's wrong with you?" "Brother Tiany, I have a small request." Seeing Heng Zhengyang's awkward grin, Li Tiany felt even more uncomfortable. What is it? Does your family have any involvement with medicinal materials? I want to trouble you to help me get some. Oh, Li Tiany breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? That's easy to say. I'll take care of it for you clearly. Chapter 71. Do you need help? Li Shou. Why are you concerned about the auction again? Respecting every regional representative and ensuring the development of every region's business is the principle of our Li group. But you said last time that you weren't interested in pharmaceuticals and told me to handle it myself. What are you rambling on about? Just get to the point. Yes. Li Shou. Upon hearing Li Tiany's suddenly serious tone, the other party quickly described the details of the upcoming auction of rare herbs and treasures in Dongzhou. So, the three families in Dongzhou won't let these medicinal materials go easily, right? Yes, that's correct. All right, I'll go over tomorrow. Good. Are you coming with Miss Tianying? No, we have other arrangements. Make sure to seat us in different places, understand? Yes, understood. Okay, that's settled. Li Tiany hung up the phone and said to Heng Zhengyang, "Brother Heng, this batch of medicinal materials might be a bit tricky. But don't worry. If it really doesn't work out, I'll help you find some from across the country or even abroad. We'll find a way." "Great. Thank you, Brother Tiany. Let's go have dinner first. My father and master are waiting." "Sure. Let's go." Heng Zhengyang stood up from the bed and followed Li Tiany towards the dining room. It seemed that he couldn't rely solely on the Li family for the matter of medicinal materials. He had to think of some ways himself. The three families in Dongzhou? He needed to see if there was a chance to establish some connections. During dinner, Li Tiany subtly hinted to his father, Li Yun, about the situation. Unexpectedly, Li Yun directly called Li Tianying, informing her to cooperate with Li Tiany and Heng Zhengyang to acquire all the medicinal materials they needed. On a private plane, an elegant and graceful lady slammed her satellite phone on the table. After taking a deep breath, she began to massage her temples with her slender fingers. Who would have thought that such a large enterprise as the Li family was solely supported by Li Tianying? Her father, along with an older brother and a younger brother, were all devoted to the investigation business in another world. It was truly puzzling what was so good about it. They could muddle through, but they also made her invest both time and money to support them, which was quite troublesome. This time, she wanted to see who had such great power that even her father would personally get involved, disregarding her grandfather's birthday. Ashu. Heng Zhengyang, lying on the bed, sneezed twice. Could it be a cold? He didn't pay much attention, unaware that he had already caught someone's interest. Heng Zhengyang finally called the 4 factions he had withdrawn from to confirm their locations and briefly explained the subsequent matters before finally falling asleep. It was a night without any incidents. Early the next morning, Li Tiany took Heng Zhengyang away, boarding his second sister, Li Tianying's private plane. He actually wanted to go with Heng Zhengyang by himself, but his father ordered him to comply. To be honest, compared to his wild and brainless elder brother, he was more afraid of his shrewd and serious second sister. "Good morning, second sister." Li Tianying glanced at Li Tiany and Heng Zhengyang from her seat, then lowered her head to continue fiddling with her phone while sipping her coffee. Li Tiany awkwardly smiled and quickly made way for Heng Zhengyang. "Second sister, this is the one who helped us in Haizhou with the alien threats." "I know, Heng Zhengyang, right? Please take a seat." Li Tianying directly interrupted Li Tiany's introduction, never once looking at the two of them. As expected of a domineering and aloof female CEO, that aura is something ordinary people cannot handle. Heng Zhengyang shrugged at Li Tiany and casually found a spot to sit down. Although Li Tianying had beautiful eyebrows like mountains, eyes like autumn water, and fair skin with long legs, she truly possessed a graceful demeanor. However, Heng Zhengyang had no intention of flirting with any woman at the moment. Not to mention the others, even Shirley was enough for him to handle. Throughout the flight, It was Li Qianni who kept asking questions and trying to find topics to discuss. However, both Li Tianying and Heng Zhengyang seemed rather uninterested, making him feel awkward every time. Li Qianni couldn't help but think, "Brother Heng, why don't you show off your social skills?" But Heng Zhengyang was preoccupied with thoughts about the medicinal materials and had no time to consider the implications of Li Tianni's gestures. After several awkward hours, the plane landed on top of a tall building in Ningluang City. Li Tianying walked in the front, with Li Qianni and Heng Zhengyang following behind. Heng Zhengyang opened the eye of divine punishment, constantly observing every employee of the building that passed by him. Anyone who was swept by his gaze would shudder and feel a chill down their spine. Heng Zhengyang looked around and found that there were actually no hidden demon clans or parasitic demons. "Brother Tianni, can't we go out together for a stroll? Why do we have to be tied together with your second sister?" Heng Zhengyang leaned on the sofa, puzzled, and asked. Li Qianni quickly shushed him. The next door was Li Tianying's office, and Heng Zhengyang wasn't afraid of provoking her. He was terrified. After all, tomorrow's medicinal herbs still depended on his second sister. "So just bear with it for now." Seeing Li Qianni looking like a mouse afraid of cat, Heng Zhengyang found it somewhat amusing. "You can stay here by yourself. I'm going out for a bit." Saying that, he went over to the window, exchanged for Tingyun, and flew outside. Li Qianni hurriedly ran to the window, calling out Heng Zhengyang's name softly. He didn't want to stop him. He just wanted Heng Zhengyang to take him along. Heng Zhengyang opened the map navigation on his phone and began to wander around the bustling Haizhou Ningluang City. His goals were twofold. First, to find wealthy individuals driving luxury cars. Second, to see if they needed any assistance. He also wanted to see if helping them could lead to a connection with the three families of Dongzhou. When he came here, Li Qianni had mentioned that Ningluang City was essentially the territory of the Zhao family. Even their attempts to infiltrate the area faced numerous difficulties. The representative of the Zhao family, who could be considered the head of this large family, was named Zhao Qingping. He had a son named Zhao Zishuan. Heng Zhengyang kept these two key figures firmly in mind. Relying on chance encounters was not Heng Zhengyang's style. Actively seeking opportunities was his way of doing things. As expected, heaven did not disappoint those who were diligent. After helping a dozen people fend off monsters, he finally encountered a major event. A Maybach Pullman driving down the main road suddenly exploded. While ordinary people could not see clearly, Heng Zhengyang could see everything from above. It was an attack launched by a snake demon. Surrounding the vehicle were already 7 or 8 monsters. Heng Zhengyang could sense that there was a wave of energy in that car. Sure enough, when a few fairies approached the car engulfed in flames, a circle of white spikes suddenly erupted from inside, forcing the fairies back. But it was only a temporary retreat. The fairies exchanged signals and then shot their energy at the car all at once. At that moment, the driver in the front seat was already dead. A boy sitting in the back seat, who looked bright and handsome, was emanating pure white energy, resisting the external attacks and the flames of the car. He dared not go out, for once exposed to the sight of the many fairies, he would undoubtedly die. He had just dialed his home phone, believing that someone from the Otherworld Bureau would come to his aid soon. Time passed little by little, and just as his energy was about to run out, he thought bitterly about the despicable Sher family, who would resort to such underhanded tricks. The boy unwillingly closed his eyes. The next second, he felt an incredibly warm energy enveloping him. He opened his eyes and saw a golden light covering his white energy, blocking all the attacks. Chapter 72. Whatever you think comes true. With a whoosh, a water shield generated by the golden energy covered the already wrecked Maybach. The raging flames were completely extinguished. As for the surrounding fairies, they had all been bound by the enchanting threads. The man inside the car stepped out and saw a handsome young man sitting on the curb. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a red traditional wedding dress. Looking further, he noticed several snake demons controlled by red threads. It was clear that this person had saved him. He walked over, extended his hand, and said, "Thank you for saving me, brother. My name is Zhao Yangming, Heng Zhengyang." Heng Zhengyang reached out his hand and shook hands with the other party. The other party did not reveal his family background, but the surname was no problem. It seemed he belonged to a wealthy family. Therefore, the relationship with the Zhao family in Ningluang City was likely very close. Looking at Brother Heng, he didn't seem very old, but unexpectedly had such powerful strength. Zhao Yongming took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Heng Zhengyang. Ha, I'm just lucky. These few fairy-like beings will be handed over to you. Although Heng Zhengyang doesn't smoke in this life, participating in an activity that can quickly enhance friendships among boys is not a bad idea. Zhao Yongming took out a lighter and lit it for Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang also stood up immediately with a cigarette in his mouth, using his hand to block one side. The two men sat on the curb, chatting while puffing smoke. As they gradually became more familiar with each other, Heng Zhengyang finally realized that Zhao Yongming's family was indeed related to the Zhao family in Ningling City. His family is equivalent to cousins with Zhao Qingping. Zhao Qingping's eldest son, Zhao Zijuan, is Zhao Yongming's cousin. The two seem to have a fairly good relationship, often eating, drinking, having fun, and flirting together. Ming Xiao, sorry, we're late. After a while, the people from the Otherworld Bureau in Ningling City arrived slowly. Heng Zhengyang took a quick look at the strength of these people. They were only at the early SS level. Among the few fairies, there was one at the mid-SS level. It was estimated that he was not present today. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Yongming to win. Both sides knew this. Zhao Yongming instructed a few people to quickly control and clean up the scene. He initially wanted to find a place for Heng Zhengyang to sit for a while, but Heng declined politely, saying he had other matters to attend to. Ultimately, after exchanging business cards, Zhao Yongming left with a few fairies that had already been incapacitated. He had obtained the information he wanted. Tonight, the Zhao brothers and some other friends would go to a bar called Maze in Ningling City. He planned to invite Li Tianyi for a chance encounter. Since he owed a favor to the other party and the Li and Zhao families were on equal footing, he hoped to gather some information about the medicinal materials. Since it was an auction, it was definitely for money. Heng Zhengyang firmly believes that the Li family's wealth is among the top in all of Huaxia, and even the entire Blue Star, as long as there is Li Tianyi. This little wallet, competing in financial strength, shouldn't be a problem. Of course, this is also Heng Zhengyang showing a minimum level of respect to the other party. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. If the Zhao family really doesn't give face and doesn't want to be friends, as long as it's a fair competition, he has no problem with that. Heng Zhengyang can only slightly display some fist and foot techniques, using truth to persuade others. The Dongzhou of this world is very similar to the enthusiastic and simple region in his original world. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit hungry and casually found a shop by the street. To his surprise, they had both grilled skewers and stir-fried dishes. Looking at the impressively priced menu, Heng Zhengyang couldn't resist ordering everything he wanted to eat. He ordered some skewers, lamb kidneys, lamb intestines, and a total of 20 skewers. The shopkeeper kindly reminded him, "Hey buddy, how many people are you? Ordering all these dishes?" "Just me," Heng Zhengyang replied. "Are you from out of town?" "Yeah, boss, you have a really sharp eye." Heng Zhengyang praised the boss with a single sentence, making his face flush with excitement. Upon learning that the other person was from Haizhou, he boldly stated that he needed to show off his skills today, not wanting to let outsiders look down on him. After the boss noted this, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the kitchen. Soon, delicious dishes were served at the table. Looking at the plates, each one was at least 2 sizes larger than his face. He finally realized that this place was indeed as described online. Unfortunately, he had always wanted to experience it in his previous life, but he never got the chance before he died. Now, his wish had unexpectedly come true. Each dish had its own unique characteristics and was incredibly delicious, especially the snow silk red bean paste that the boss brought out last, dripping with sweat, which truly amazed Heng Zhengyang. The other dishes were about 1/5 consumed and then packed to take away. Thinking that Li Tianyi might still be stuck with his sister, Heng Zhengyang planned to bring some for him to try. Tonight, Xiao Linghuai and the others would also be coming here, with a wish that everyone could taste this dish. Heng Zhengyang asked the boss, "Brother, can I have 5 more servings of this snow silk red bean paste?" The boss replied, "Hey, this is a small matter. Just 5 servings. What did you say you wanted 5 servings of?" Heng Zhengyang noticed that the boss's expression seemed a bit off, so he hurriedly complimented him a couple more times. The boss's wife, standing beside them, also softly advised, "He's from the south, just let it go." Then she gave Heng Zhengyang a sweet smile, asking him to wait a moment while she pushed the boss into the kitchen. Heng Zhengyang was not in a hurry. He agreed and sat in his seat playing with his phone. He sent messages to Xia Linghuai and the others, saying he had brought them some delicious food. However, at that moment in the kitchen, the boss was beating egg whites while shedding tears. Red bean paste. Red bean paste. I really want to turn you into red bean paste. He was being scolded by Li Tianying for not keeping an eye on Heng Zhengyang. She had a ruler in her hand and was ready to enforce family discipline. Fortunately, Heng Zhengyang showed up just in time, saving Li Tianying from a beating. Looking at the food brought by Heng Zhengyang, Li Tianying merely issued an imperial decree for Li Tianying to eat. Then she was about to walk out of the room. Sister Tianying, this food is quite plentiful, and this snow silk red bean paste is especially delicious. Come eat with us. Li Tianying was initially grateful that Heng Zhengyang had finally rescued him from his predicament. However, he never expected Heng Zhengyang would invite Li Tianying to eat together. He hurriedly patted his arm, signaling him to quickly shut up. Letting him off was also letting himself off. No need, you guys eat. Aside from some business banquets, he had hardly tasted any earthly delights. Don't be polite. Come and try it. Heng Zhengyang picked up a snow fluff red bean paste with a new pair of chopsticks and walked towards Li Tianying. Li Tianying frowned slightly, wanting to refuse. In the next second, Heng Zhengyang had forcefully stuffed the snow fluff red bean paste into her mouth. Shocked and angry, Li Tianying took a bite. The fluffy and soft texture, the sweet yet not cloying flavor, momentarily halted her urge to lash out. She began to carefully savor the delicious treat that Heng Zhengyang had shoved into her mouth. How is it, Sister Tianying? Is it delicious? There's plenty more. Come sit down and eat together. Heng Zhengyang pushed Li Tianying, who was immersed in delicious food, to the table. After finishing one, she surprisingly picked up another one. It was indeed quite good. Hearing Li Tianying's praise, Li Tianying, who was just about to take a piece of the guabao roe, suddenly felt a bit unsettled. When did his second sister start enjoying the pleasures of life? He then looked at Heng Zhengyang. Could this guy really end up being my brother-in-law? Chapter 73. What a good person. This is indeed delicious. Where did you buy it? Watching Xia Linghuai and Bai Zhe continuously stuffing their mouths with the pure white and sweet little balls, Heng Zhengyang felt very happy inside. But thinking back to the boss's expression of disinterest when he handed him the 5 portions of snow silk red bean paste, he thought, should he buy a dozen more? Maybe it's better to forget it. Heng Zhengyang is afraid that the boss will come at him with a kitchen knife. You two should just rest at the hotel today. I still have to go out tonight. Bai Zhe is fine, nodding while licking the leftover sugar and red bean paste off his paws. However, Xia Linghuai suddenly becomes alert. You're not planning to meet up with some girl again, are you? Let me guess. Li Tianying's sister? She sees you as a brother, but you want to be her brother-in-law. Heng Zhengyang quickly covered Xia Linghuai's rosy little mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Li Tianying is right next door. He then stood up and straightened his posture. I have a mission tonight to get acquainted with the Zhao family and gather some intelligence. I need to know what medicines will be at the auction the day after tomorrow. Seeing Heng Zhengyang's serious demeanor, Xia Linghuai chose to believe that he had important business. She tugged at Heng Zhengyang's arm, gave him a sweet kiss, and finally let him go. After calling Li Tianying, the two of them got into a Bugatti Decisive and headed to the maze bar. Tianying bro, I'm really envious of you. You step out, and it's a sports car, and you don't have the same one twice. Don't tease me. In comparison, I envy your cloud even more. When will you take me for a ride? That's easy. After this auction is over, I'll take you for a spin. It's a promise. Absolutely. Li Tianying glanced at Heng Zhengyang, who was enjoying the roar of the sports car. The other party might have said it casually, but he had to treat it as a serious matter. This time at the auction, he planned to empty his savings and spend his sister's dowry to win it. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, the two drove the Bugatti worth over 70 million into the bar. The value of the sports car was enough to allow them direct access to the exclusive Supermember Passage. They showcased it in the bar's hollow transparent parking space. This has always been the principle of the maze bar. As long as you have money, you will be treated like royalty from head to toe. When the two reached the top parking area, there were already quite a few luxury cars parked there. The most eye-catching was the Lamborghini Veneno parked in the center, which was even more expensive than Li Tianying's sports car. Heng Zhengyang and Li Tianying slowly descended from the crystal ladder, accompanied by passionate music and the DJ's enthusiastic introduction on stage. Looking at the cheering men and women in the audience, Li Qianni appeared quite indifferent. He was already used to such occasions. However, Heng Zhengyang still felt a bit embarrassed, somewhat awkward. Zhao Yangming, sitting in the number 1 crystal box, immediately recognized that the slightly shy young man was his lifesaver. He put down his drink, dismissed the young model beside him, and directly got up to wave at Heng Zhengyang. "Brother Heng, over here." Zhao Zijuan, sitting next to him with a cigar in his mouth, looked up and asked, "Do you know him? Otherwise, he might have been done for by those beauties brought by the Shi family. Since you know each other, why not call them over to sit with us?" Seeing that Li Qianni and Heng Zhengyang were only second to him in terms of status, and considering that the other party had saved his cousin, Zhao Zijuan was indeed interested in them. "Is that okay? What's wrong with that? Go ahead and try. Who knows if they will even be willing? My goodness. Brother Jun, don't joke around. In Ninglong City, who wouldn't give you some face?" "Exactly. These two don't look like locals either. They might just get into trouble for being too cocky." Hearing Zhao Zijuan's friend say that, Zhao Yangming was too scared to call them over. If the other party really felt embarrassed to refuse, wouldn't he be in trouble? "Don't say that, Xiao Ming. Go ask and see. If they don't come, it's fine." "All right, I'm going." Zhao Yangming finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhao Zijuan speak and walked towards Heng Zhengyang and Li Qianni, who had just landed on the ground. Before Li Qianni could react, Heng Zhengyang had already agreed and was pulling him towards the number 1 crystal maze. Skipping past numerous flashy girls throwing flirtatious glances, they finally arrived at the crystal maze box. Through Zhao Yangming's introduction, everyone got to know each other. Zhao Zijuan, who seemed to be in his late 20s and quite robust, was actually very thoughtful inside. He first expressed his gratitude to Heng Zhengyang by downing a bottle of Martell Cordon Bleu. Although the other party was also a practitioner, he didn't use his energy to resist the effects of the alcohol, relying solely on his physical strength. This truly gave Heng Zhengyang some face. Heng Zhengyang was also not one to back down. He forced himself to down a bottle. He started to feel it on his face right away. However, because of this, Zhao Zijuan thought he was quite a decent young man. He then turned to Li Qianni. Hearing that the Li family from Haizhou had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and that the youngest was the most cultured and modest, he figured this brother must be the one. Zhao Zijuan raised his glass, and Li Qianni quickly took the cup offered by the maid beside him. "Brother Zhao is exaggerating. Compared to you, I still fall short." "Ha ha, you're quite the talker, cheers." "Really, cheers." Another glass of Louis Chavot Dry Red went down. Zhao Zijuan still showed no signs of discomfort. People from Dongzhou really can drink. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The two who had specifically chosen to come to Ninglong recently were indeed here for the treasure auction that would start the day after tomorrow. Li Qianni wanted to exchange pleasantries with them, as diving straight into the topic felt a bit forced. However, seeing that Heng Zhengyang was so straightforward, it seemed pointless to keep up the act. He decided to spill the purpose of his visit all at once. It was indeed the case. He wondered if brother Zhao had any insider information to share. That's easy to say. Zhao Zijuan took out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and then handed it directly to Heng Zhengyang. This here is the complete list of treasures for the auction. He had already glanced at it and roughly matched it with a prescription in his mind. All the medicinal materials were accounted for, and there were even a few that had 3 or 4 stocks, under the constraints of the rules. He wanted to break through from a spirit-level cultivator to a star-level cultivator. Who knows if a 9-turn great pill would be enough? Zhao Zijuan initially wanted to test whether Heng Zhengyang was a simpleton, but suddenly realized that the other party seemed to have depth as well. He respected where respect was due, understood the rules when necessary, and was straightforward when it was time to be so. They indeed had some chemistry. For Zhao Zijuan, whether he could earn someone else's approval depended on the first impression. Heng brother, if you have your eye on any medicinal materials, I can arrange for you to take them at the original price. The other party was so generous that Heng Zhengyang felt a bit unaccustomed. However, Li Qianni was a bit anxious. After all, this was Heng Zhengyang's first time having a demand. How could he let the opportunity go to someone else? Don't worry, brother. Just tell me which medicinal materials you like, and I will help you secure them during the bidding. It's best not to break the commercial rules here. Rest assured. Brother Tianni, With me here, there will be no problem. The two became more and more enthusiastic, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Chapter 74. Sudden change. Heng Zhengyang couldn't believe how things had developed. This time he really hit the jackpot. It turns out that opportunities must be fought for. If he'd spent the whole day in the reception room with Li Qianni that day, he feared that these medicinal materials wouldn't have been so easily obtained. Brother Tianni, stop arguing. Don't even mention bidding. Even at the current price, I can't afford it. Heng Zhengyang's implication is very clear. Zhao Zijuan must have discussed selling at the original price with his family in advance. This is equivalent to a favor. Those rare treasures are indeed very valuable, with some even costing tens of millions each. Li Qianni also had to ask him for help. Both of them would owe each other a favor. Therefore, there is no need for any disputes. Ha ha! I didn't expect Brother Heng to be so humorous. Brother, what you're saying doesn't matter. Let's just listen to Brother Zhao. I'll pay. The atmosphere instantly relaxed again. Zhao Yongming took a sip of red wine, staring at Heng Zhengyang. This young man is indeed extraordinary. With just one sentence, he was able to defuse the crisis. Once the relationship eased, it was evident that Li Qianni and the other party had more topics to discuss, all related to finance. Heng Zhengyang wanted to insert himself into the situation, but couldn't. He simply sat aside and started drinking and chatting with several beautiful young models in short skirts. Dinglingly, a series of urgent phone rings sounded. Zhao Zijuan quickly signaled the attendant next to him to switch the room to soundproof mode. The private room instantly felt as if it had detached from the entire bar, entering a state of silence. Hello, Uncle Hu, what is the matter? You speak. Young master. The family head asked me to ask where you are. May's bar. I'll send a car to pick you up right away. What's going on? Old Master Zhao is about to... Hearing the mention of his grandfather, Zhao Zijuan stood up straight with a start. He hurriedly hung up the phone, called Zhao Yongming, and prepared to say goodbye to everyone before leaving. Heng Zhengyang had just heard some news. Out of a decent impression of Zhao Zijuan, he pondered for a few seconds before asking, Brother Zhao, I know a little about saving people. Do you need any help? Thank you for your kindness, Brother Heng, but it's not necessary. My old master's condition cannot be cured by ordinary medical skills. What I know is not medicine, but alchemy. What? Alchemy? Zhao Zijuan, Li Qianni, and others' eyes widened suddenly. A black business car sped through the streets of Ningluang City. Soon, it arrived at an ancient and elegant old residence. Bang! The door to the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open. In front of the bed, a circle of elegantly dressed middle-aged men and women surrounded it. Most of the people outside were young. Even though this room was about 70 to 80 square meters large, it looked somewhat crowded now. Since Li Qianni had nothing to do, he did not come along. Heng Zhengyang waited quietly outside the door. It was not yet time for him to go in. Junge here. Yunge. Zijun, your big nephew is here. Zijun, quickly go see your grandfather. After passing through 3 or 4 layers of encirclement, Zhao Zijun finally saw his grandfather, Zhao Juanxiang, lying on a hospital bed, barely breathing. Although the old man had a full head of white hair and a long beard, his strong muscles indicated that his physical condition should still be quite good. However, his skin was a dull green, exuding a sense of lifelessness. His consciousness was blurry, mumbling to himself, resembling a poisoned state. You ungrateful child. Zhao Chongping directly slapped Zhao Zijun upon seeing him, venting his helpless feelings onto his son. Your grandfather is like this, and you still have the mood to run around. Zhao Zijun was used to this. He stood there, allowing himself to be hit and scolded. Master Zhao, could you be a bit quieter? Following the voice next to the hospital bed, a girl with a delicate face and a forehead dripping with sweat was manipulating white energy around Zhao Juanxiang. Yes, by Daxian. Hearing the girl's voice, Zhao Qingping quickly stopped and put on a flattering expression. By Daxian. Look at my father, please take all the rare materials from your family, and I'll refine them again and give it a try. Yes. May I ask, by Daxian, do you have confidence? Zhao Chongping quickly apologized to her, claiming that he was too worried about his father, which made him lose his manners. Less than 30%, I suppose. The Zhao family's rare materials and precious herbs would only exchange for a less than 30% chance. Zhao Chongping and the others instantly turned pale. This was not just about hundreds of billions in assets. It also involved countless connections of the Zhao family. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with it. The delicate girl scoffed. That's just human nature. Once it involves everything they have, they can even casually abandon their family. Zhao Zijun noticed his father's dilemma. Since it was only a 30% chance, letting Heng Zhengyang give it a try wouldn't hurt. So he leaned close to Zhao Chengping's ear and whispered about what had happened, and that Heng Zhengyang could refine pills. Can you stop joking around with those friends of yours? What time is it now? Zhao Chengping knew his son was usually generous and had many drinking buddies. In minor matters, it was fine to have someone run an errand. But now it was a matter of life and death. Why could his son say such absurd things? Uncle Zhao, what Junge said is true. I was attacked by several SS-ranked snake demons, and he was the one who saved me. Zhao Yangming's words eased some of Zhao Qingping's anger. He had heard about this matter today from the report of the Otherworld Bureau in Ninglong City. With the thought that it wouldn't hurt to just meet, Zhao Chongping agreed to call the other party in. Heng Zhengyang frowned as he entered the room, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Following Zhao Zijun, he approached Zhao Qingping. Finally, he saw the critically ill old man lying on the bed. The demonic aura was so thick. Heng Zhengyang's eye of heavenly punishment automatically activated again. A beam of light quickly shot out from his eyes. When this subtle light touched Zhao Juanxiang, it instantly dispersed some of the dense demonic energy. In the next moment, the old man's eyelids twitched, and he miraculously opened his eyes to look at Zhao Qingping. Qingping. Qingji, you are all here. The old man weakly opened his mouth, his voice becoming clearer. Yes, father, we are all here. The two brothers called immediately rushed to the bedside. Zhao Chongping anxiously looked at the woman beside him. By Daxian, is my father getting better? Bai Wei, whose strength was only at the late S rank, did not notice the beam of light shooting from Heng Zhengyang's eyes. But simply put, when a person suddenly wakes up from a serious illness, there is only one possibility. While your father is awake now, if there is anything to say, hurry up and listen. Bai Wei's words effectively sentenced Zhao Juanxiang to death. A sense of despair immediately filled the room. With such heavy demonic energy, wouldn't it be better to clear it away quickly? Heng Zhengyang's voice instantly broke the atmosphere in the room. Chapter 75, Plan B, Alchemy. Heng Zhengyang took a glance and realized that there were only him and Zhao Yangming in this room of practitioners, and that girl in white who could command Zhao Qingping. However, that girl seemed to be even weaker than Zhao Yangming. Seeing Heng Zhengyang so confident, Zhao Chongping couldn't help but turn his doubtful gaze towards Bai Wei. Bai Daxian, can the method that young man mentioned work? It can work, but I can't do it. Let me give it a try. Heng Zhengyang stepped forward and accidentally bumped into Bai Wei, which made the latter a bit displeased. The people around began to shout. Where did this punk come from? How dare he confront Bai Daxian? Truly a rookie who doesn't fear retribution. I've tolerated you for a long time. What is your status? What level are you? How dare you make such arrogant claims here? Heng Zhengyang was just about to gather his energy when he heard what everyone was saying. He stopped his movements and stared at Zhao Qingping and his son. The attitude of the clowns didn't matter, but having clowns hovering around his ears was still quite annoying. Shut up. Zhao Qingping halted the verbal attacks from the crowd against Heng Zhengyang, since this young brother could pinpoint the cause of the old man's illness. It showed he had some skills. I'll say this up front. As long as my old man can be saved, you can make any demands you want. But if it turns out that it can't be done in the end, don't harbor any illusions. Since Zhao Chongping said this, he absolutely couldn't let the other party look down on him. The necessary medicinal materials were something Heng Zhengyang was determined to acquire. Heng Zhengyang carefully sensed Zhao Juanxiang's physical condition again. The other party's whole body was infused with a kind of poisonous energy, which was even more venomous than those demons. Buzz! Heng Zhengyang extended a hand, with golden light condensing and dispersing towards Zhao Juanxiang. In just a moment, Heng Zhengyang's strength genuinely startled Bai Wei and Zhao Yangming. They never expected that the opponent was actually a SSS-level powerhouse. However, the specific rank could not yet be determined. Just this SSS rank was enough to make everyone look up in awe. The reason the Bai family sent Bai Wei here today was that the elder generation of the family was in seclusion somewhere unknown. The Zhao family's rival forces took advantage of this situation to strike. Unfortunately, Zhao Juanxiang shielded his son, Zhao Chongping from this disaster. Zhao Yongming also mistakenly confused Zhao Zijuan in a twist of fate. Otherwise, during the car explosion that day, Zhao Zijuan would likely have died directly in the car. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang's vital energy seemed like a very sharp knife, directly cutting off the toxic mass that was clinging there. Zhao Zhuanxiang felt a sharp pain in his calf, as if a massive boulder that had been pressing down for a long time was suddenly moved away. The golden vital energy again split off, some to wrap the toxic mass and carry it out of the body. Heng Zhengyang extended his left hand again. Boom! Thunder shot out from his palm, transforming into arcs of lightning that devoured the poisonous mass. The sound of this angry thunder startled everyone in the room, especially the one who had just said that Heng Zhengyang was suffering divine retribution. They never expected that what they thought was divine punishment was actually someone else's method of attack. Zhao Qingping carefully observed every move of Heng Zhengyang. Although his father occasionally let out painful howls, the sounds grew stronger with each passing moment. The green color that had covered him before was now dissipating. He quickly signaled for most people to exit the room, leaving only a few key family managers behind. Heng Zhengyang's forehead broke out in fine sweat, but he dared not relax even a little. Fortunately, he was quite skilled in controlling his vital energy. This was no less than a highly precise surgical operation. However, the remaining poison clusters in the internal organs were the most difficult to clear. Heng Zhengyang tried many times but didn't know where to start. He really didn't understand the internal structure of these organs. One careless mistake could directly lead to Zhao Zhuanxiang's death on the spot. When the Zhao family saw the golden light in Heng Zhengyang's hands disappear, they quickly gathered around. Zhao Chongping was sweating profusely with anxiety and asked impatiently, "Little brother, how is my father?" "Heng brother, it seems my grandfather has returned to his original state. Is he okay?" Zhao Zijuan also inquired anxiously. Heng Zhengyang glanced at the fainted old master Zhao and sighed. Alas, some toxins have already penetrated deep into the organs, and I'm not a doctor, so I don't dare to recklessly intervene to eliminate those toxins. Zhao Qingping seemed to have been struck by lightning, sitting directly on the ground. Then there's nothing we can do. His voice was filled with strong frustration. It's okay, Brother Heng. You have already done your best. Thank you very much. Let me take you down to rest first. Heng Zhengyang wiped the sweat off his forehead and couldn't help but miss Yun-Ming and Luoxiang. At this time, they would always hand him a clean towel. All right, I'll write you a list to prepare these herbs. Upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, everyone, including Zhao Qingping, felt a bit uncomfortable. The person couldn't be saved, and yet they were still thinking about getting things? They were just about to explode in anger. But after hearing the second half of Heng Zhengyang's sentence, their attitude immediately made a complete turnaround. I'll refine a pill and force out the remaining demonic energy. Zhao Chongping immediately got up from the ground and hurried to the table to grab paper and pen. He respectfully handed it to Heng Zhengyang. Little brother, after you finish writing, you should go rest. I'll take care of it personally. All right, but be quick. Heng Zhengyang was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Qingping's reaction. The difference in responses was indeed quite significant. However, considering the other party's filial piety, he didn't dwell on it too much. Heng Zhengyang was arranged to be in the main house. All the furnishings and furniture had been cleared away, leaving only a few alchemy furnaces that looked very old, varying in size and shape. Although the other party was well prepared, Heng Zhengyang still felt that using his own rusty furnace was better. Soon, all the medicinal materials he needed were brought over, placed on the redwood long table beside him. Each type of medicinal material was prepared in 3 to 5 portions. Heng Zhengyang picked out a portion of each medicinal herb, and then took out his alchemical cauldron. When all the materials were ready, he suddenly realized a most critical issue. How was he supposed to refine this? Forget it. I'll just try it myself. No matter how much I think about it, it's better to find problems through actual operation. Heng Zhengyang concentrated his vital energy and transformed it into flames, throwing it into the cauldron. Boom! The flames seemed to ignite a large pile of dry firewood, quickly rising and spreading throughout the entire cauldron. The intense heat forced Heng Zhengyang to hurriedly step back. However, after the lid was placed on top, he was astonished to find that there was no change outside despite the high temperature inside the cauldron. It seems that the system truly provided him with an extraordinary cauldron. Heng Zhengyang used his vital energy to move the observation opening of the medicinal cauldron, and the flames inside were still burning fiercely without any external support. Since there was no issue with his cauldron, the next step was to see if the prescription was correct or not. Heng Zhengyang took out the prescription he had purchased from the system mall. The simple prescription appeared in his hand and instantly transformed into a stream of golden light that flowed into his mind. In just a moment, Heng Zhengyang began to familiarize himself with the method of refining the 9-turns Great Rejuvenation Pill. Not only did he add each medicinal herb into the cauldron in a specific order, but he also controlled the heat by infusing vital energy with his other hand. Before long, the alchemical cauldron suddenly began to shake violently. Heng Zhengyang hurriedly manipulated the medicine cauldron with both hands, controlling it there. After about half an hour, the cauldron suddenly stopped and began to emit a rainbow of colors. The fragrance of the medicine wafted for 10 miles. Chapter 76. The 5 Immortals of Dongzhou in the hall. Everyone looked at the unremarkable black pill in Heng Zhengyang's palm. Can this really save the old man? Chengping. Actually, father is much better now. Do we really need to take this risk? Yes. Second brother, if we let master adjust his condition a bit more. Wouldn't that work too? The reason they agreed so readily just now was that everyone saw Zhao Juanxiang had indeed recovered quite a bit. They had some confidence in Heng Zhengyang. After all, according to the master they spoke of, alchemy is not something an ordinary person can master. Bai Wei only had a superficial understanding of alchemy. She was indeed unable to discern whether this pill was effective. Heng Zhengyang put in a lot of effort and was particularly cautious in order to successfully refine this 9-turns great pill. After all, the formula provided by the system only reminded him of the level of flame control required. The rest was adjusted bit by him. Unexpectedly, in the end, others still had their reservations. Since the Zhao family doesn't need this pill, then I won't be polite. Heng Zhengyang finished speaking and, before Zhao Changping and the others could discuss, directly swallowed the 9-transformation Great Rejuvenation Pill. He felt a surge of fiery energy merge into his organs. Soon, it transformed into a warm current that began to circulate throughout his body. Heng Zhengyang was enveloped in a layer of golden light. His aura surged dramatically, causing most of the untrained individuals to collapse to the ground. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open, and Zhao Yangming, along with many powerful figures from the Otherworld Bureau, rushed in to jointly resist the aura emanating from Heng Zhengyang. This allowed the crowd, who had been suffocated by the pressure, to finally catch their breath and gain the opportunity to escape the room. When Zhao Yangming and Zhao Zijuan heard their elder judging the efficacy of the pill in front of each other, they felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Dad, we've seen Brother Heng's abilities. How can you falter at such a critical moment? Let me be clear. Even the family of Haizhou treats him with utmost respect. Don't you think someone of his caliber deserves such attention? I was just being cautious. Facing his son's questioning, Zhao Qingping appeared somewhat hesitant for the first time. In an instant, he seemed to react, "Hey, you little brat are trying to educate me." Buzz. Before Zhao Qingping's hand could land on Zhao Zijuan's head, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the room where Heng Zhengyang was. The golden light shot up into the sky, resembling a river of gold flowing backward. The sky suddenly became overcast, and the midday sun appeared as dark as midnight. Whoosh! The winds howled violently, as if trying to uproot all the houses and trees anchored to the ground. Rolling thunder began to rumble in the storm. At this moment, in the hidden demon cave deep within Yunji Mountain in Dongzhou, several pairs of eyes suddenly opened. A number of SSS-grade, peak-level powerful demons sensed an energy that they craved intensely. It was a sign of transcending spiritual level power. The next second, several demons slowly disappeared from their original positions. Their target was singular, the energy center, the Zhao family ancestral home. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang felt as if he was in an ocean composed of vital energy. He was being tempered by endless waves from all directions. Buzz. With the help of this wave of vital energy, Heng Zhengyang reached the late stage of SSS grade in less than half an hour. The waves gradually receded. Heng Zhengyang couldn't help but marvel at the power of this elixir. Perhaps taking a few would allow him to break through to the peak of the SSS rank and become a star-level practitioner. However, he soon realized he was overthinking. That was merely the end of the first wave. The second wave had just begun. Moreover, it was even more intense than the first, with a refining speed several times greater than before. The 9 turns great elixir. Based on its name, this wave wouldn't taper off but would continue until the 9th wave ended, right? If that were the case, perhaps he could directly break through today. Heng Zhengyang is now filled with joy. However, outside the main hall, Zhao Chongping and the others are filled with sorrow. Even if they are foolish, they can tell that this pill is extraordinary. According to Zhao Yongming, if old Master Zhao takes this pill, not only will all his ailments be cured, but it might also break the curse that has prevented the Zhao family from cultivating their original power. Judging by the golden light, it is estimated that Zhao Juanxiang could leap from a beginner to an SSS-level cultivator. This is an opportunity to instantly join the ranks of the strongest in Dongzhou. Just because of a moment's hesitation, they missed it. Missing out is not too scary. What is truly terrifying is that they have offended Heng Zhengyang, the one who can create SSS-level cultivators. Zijuan, how is your relationship with Heng? We can only be considered acquaintances, not very familiar. Why? Your grandfather's life, as well as the rise and fall of our family, depends entirely on you and Yongming. Zhao Zijuan looked at his father, who was holding his hands, and for the first time felt a deep recognition from him, with mixed feelings in his heart. He never expected that just a brief encounter with Heng Zhengyang could bring him the highest honor in his heart. Upon hearing the head of the main family say this, Zhao Yongming quickly expressed that he would do his best. Although he said so, he felt a bit uncertain in his heart. After all, it was Heng Zhengyang who saved him, not the other way around. How could he ask the other party for anything more? After much contemplation, Zhao Zijuan said to everyone, "Father, actually, gaining Brother Heng's understanding is very simple." Really? Zhao Chongping excitedly held Zhao Zijuan's hands. "Son, you thought of a solution so quickly." Zhao Zijuan nodded firmly. "What is it?" "Absolute trust and sincerity." This statement left Zhao Chongping stunned. Saying it is easy, but doing it is not. As a businessman with decades of experience, he had long been used to playing one way in front and another behind people's backs. Even if he called you brother to your face, he would always be on guard behind your back. He could certainly trust and be sincere to Heng Zhengyang. But the problem lies in that absolute. It must be devoid of any mixed thoughts or extra ideas to be called absolute. Can he really do that? Just as Zhao Chongping began to doubt life, a sharp and thin voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Who would have thought that the day's anomaly was actually caused by the Zhao family? Truly, heaven bless the Zhao family. The Zhao family members looked towards the sound and found that a large group of people suddenly surged in from outside. Their expressions quickly turned cold. The newcomers were the Zhao family's longtime rivals in Dongzhou, the Shi family. The speaker was none other than the head of the Shi family, Shi Zhenghao. "You're not welcome here." Just as Zhao Chongping was about to drive them away, he suddenly felt a chilling aura tightly wrap around him. When he looked down, a black snake was coiling around his foot, flicking its tongue and slowly climbing up. Puff! A gray-white needle suddenly flew down from the sky, piercing through the black snake's head. Zhao Chongping felt all his strength drained away and sat down on the ground. "Oh, I didn't expect old lady but to also come out of seclusion." Behind Shi Zhenghao, a handsome man in a white robe appeared. "Do you think you can bully our clan members at will?" On the roof of the courtyard, an old woman leaning on a wooden cane, though hunched, exuded an extremely strong aura. What a commotion. Are the 5 immortals finally going to gather today? At that moment, a kind voice came from outside the door. Chapter 77, Sworn to Defend. The small courtyard could no longer accommodate another person. Bai Shuang instructed Zhao Chongping to take the Zhao family members out of the courtyard. After all, most of them were ordinary people who could not help in any way. If a fight broke out, they would be easily affected. Only Zhao Yongming remained with a few subordinates from the Otherworld Bureau. Similarly, most of the Shi family members retreated from the courtyard, waiting outside. The only ones left on site were the so-called 5 immortals of Dongzhou and a few cultivators. "Grandma, why did you suddenly come out of seclusion?" Bai Wei asked. Holding Bai Shuang's arm, feeling that her grandmother's strength was no different from before her seclusion. As for what level she had reached, she could not judge. Good granddaughter, if I don't come out, the Zhao family will probably be swallowed by the other families. Bai Wei clearly did not understand and shook her head in confusion. Grandma Bai, what are you talking about? No matter what, we won't be that cruel. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his hair tied up with a wooden hairpin, wearing a yellow robe. He was one of the 5 immortals, Huang Shang. You dead yellow weasel. You can deceive ordinary people, but you think you can deceive me? Bai Shuang showed no mercy, directly scolding. Oh my, why is Grandma Bai so angry? You guys are really something. Don't provoke Grandma Bai. Just hearing this voice made Zhao Yangming and the others feel as if their bones were turning to mush, almost collapsing to the ground. It was simply intoxicating, making it hard to resist. Little vixen, instead of seducing men to absorb their essence, why did you come to my Zhao family's territory? You. Humei was about to get angry when the kind voice sounded again. Sister Bai, you are a bit off here. We have all lived for so many years to cross this final step. Your family has encountered such a great opportunity, but you want to keep it for yourself? That is a bit unreasonable. I assenti it. An elderly man in simple clothing, with a kind expression, stepped forward to mediate. Brother Huihong, I don't want to keep it for myself. It concerns the life of old Master Zhao. So, I must protect him. Everyone, why waste words with this hedgehog, old lady? Let us work together to take her down. A handsome man in a white robe waved his sleeve, his emerald vertical pupils filled with greed. Are you really going to make a move? Bai Shuang forcefully thrust her root cane into the ground, and a wave of white energy instantly spread out. Among the 4 fairies, Lu Yuan, Humei, and Huang Shang either resisted with their vital energy or stepped back a few paces. Only Huihong stood still, hands behind his back, showing no signs of being disturbed. Clearly, his strength was the most profound. Sister Bai, considering our mutual support back then, I ask you one last time today, will you let it go or not? Brother Huihong, are you really that ruthless? What kind of friendship did we have back then? Now it's just you and me left. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Huihong was indeed somewhat moved. Back then, there were none of the current Humei, Huang Shang, and Lu Yuan. Bai Shuang and the other 4 immortals were hailed as the most promising talents to break through the demon spirit level and step into the king level. Unfortunately, 100 years have passed, old friends have passed away, and new ones have replaced them. Bai Shuang still has not broken through to the demon spirit level. Huihong was once the weakest among the 5 immortals. Now he stands at the highest peak of the 5 immortals of East Prefecture. Yet he still cannot forget the feeling of being ridiculed by other tribes and looked down upon by his own. Although only Bai Shuang cared for him back then, she ultimately left him to marry one of those gifted prodigies. So friendships? Worthless. Only strength is the most important. Since you are still unwilling, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huihong mobilized all his energy to the limit. The momentum of the SSS peak made his robes crackle. The other 3 demons also gathered their energy, but despite being at the same SSS peak, their momentum was significantly lacking. Bai Shuang looked at the 4 demons, whose eyes were filled with greed, and revealed her cultivation without reservation. Although her momentum was slightly inferior to Huihong, it surpassed that of the other 3 demons. However, it was only 1 against 4. Currently, if all 4 demons charged together, Bai Shuang would definitely be at a disadvantage. The reason she was so determined was that she had learned the general situation from Zhao Qingping's brief account. The young man in this room would surely feel her sincerity. Thinking this, Bai Shuang looked at her little granddaughter with heartache. Even if she couldn't break through to the demon spirit level in this life, with the help of that young man, her granddaughter would definitely be able to surpass the SSS peak and successfully enter a higher rank. Therefore, in this battle, Bai Shuang was determined to sacrifice herself and leave the opportunity to reach the top for the next generation. At the same time, she understood that as long as she could hold on until the young man successfully advanced, then both the Zhao family and the Bai family's formidable rivals in East Prefecture would be wiped out in an instant. Come on, let me see what you, the once proud genius of the 5 immortals, can do. Huihong formed claws with both hands, and the powerful momentum shattered his long and wide sleeves. He charged straight at Bai Shuang, one claw aimed directly at her heart. Seeing that he showed no mercy, The last shred of hope in Bai Shuang's heart completely vanished. With a wave of her right arm, sharp needles instantly forced Huihong back. Huihong, still shaken, dared not recklessly attack again. Although the Bai family had the hardest time improving their strength, they were very proficient in medicine. The row of needles Bai Shuang's shot seemed inconspicuous, but each one struck vital points. If even one or two hit, it would make it nearly impossible to mobilize energy for a short time, either in the legs or arms. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity during the exchange of attacks and transformed into his original form, slipping into the house to get a share. "Old hag, why are you always staring at me?" Lu Yuan panicked, directly expanding his body several times. Black energy gushed out from all over him. He opened his massive mouth, sharp teeth making one feel uneasy. With a snap, Lu Yuan bit down at the spot where Bai Shuang was. Boom! The tremendous force caused dust to rise. But when Lu Yuan lifted his round head, there was no sign of Bai Shuang in his mouth. He spat the broken tiles onto the ground, flicking his tongue as he spoke human words. "You all keep watching the show and wait for that person inside to come out. None of us will have good fruit to eat." Hearing this, Huang Shang and Hu Mei, who had been hoping to profit from the fight, finally began to attack Bai Shuang. Zhao Yangming and his subordinates had little effect. They could only sneak up and add some attacks when Bai Shuang was at a stalemate with the opponent. However, they soon realized they could not break through the opponent's defenses and were instead knocked back. Bai Wei also tried to help, but the result was the same. "Zhao family brat, take my granddaughter and go." At this moment, Bai Shuang was feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the combined attacks of the four demons. Even her carefully arranged hairpin had become disheveled. "No, Grandma, why don't you leave with us? Why must you protect that stranger human? Obey. Listen to your grandma. This is all for your good. Quickly leave." Zhao Yangming understood that in the current situation, they were not only unhelpful, but would also create chaos. So he directly called his subordinates to drag Bai Wei away. Seeing her granddaughter leave, Bai Shuang finally felt relieved, but unexpectedly, Huihong seized the opportunity and clawed at her. She couldn't dodge in time, and a large chunk of flesh was torn away from her waist, causing her to spray blood. Before she could stop the bleeding, she hurriedly raised her cane to block Huang Shang's attack. The wound looked even more shocking under the immense force. Bai Shuang finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The four demons did not finish her off, but quickly moved towards the room, emitting golden light. Suddenly, Bai Shuang took out a purple pill and slowly placed it in her mouth. Huiyang caught a glimpse and immediately screamed in shock to stop. "Crazy. You're really crazy. Retreat. Quickly retreat." The pill Bai Shuang swallowed was the Bai family's secret medicine, Wudu San. After consumption, a toxic aura would spread for miles around, depending on the user's strength. This poison could dissolve bones and blood, leaving no trace of any living being. "I will make you pay the price." Huihong was the first to retreat, and the other three demons quickly scrambled out of the courtyard as well. "Old senior." Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice rang in Bai Shuang's ear. "Let me make them pay the price. You just rest for a while." As the voice faded, the pill that Bai Shuang had swallowed unexpectedly came back up. Chapter 78. Power of Space. Bai Shuang looked at the golden boy in front of her, feeling somewhat dazed. She could not distinguish whether it was the person in the house who had emerged or her prematurely deceased senior brother coming to take her away. Heng Zhengyang swiftly stuffed the poison pill into his clothes at lightning speed. Although his movements were quick, Bai Shuang still saw it. The fantasies in her heart were shattered. It seemed that her senior brother's temperament was not so narrow-minded. Heng Zhengyang covered Bai Shuang's wound with his vital energy. The missing piece of flesh surprisingly grew back quickly. Not only that, all of her injuries were healed as well. After Bai Shuang finally managed to catch her breath, she suddenly realized the strength of the person in front of her. You haven't broken through to the spirit level." Heng Zhengyang looked at the colorless and transparent crystal, which had grown countless thorns at his brow, now becoming incredibly smooth. The surge of vitality contained in this 9 revolutions great elixir was truly overwhelming. Heng Zhengyang had absorbed at most 1/10 of the essence. He could feel that he was just one step away from breaking through to the spirit level. It was like a layer of paper that could be pierced through. However, the consequence of doing so would be attracting the heavenly tribulation. While he was undergoing the tribulation, There were 4 SSS tier peak powerhouses eyeing him closely from behind. If they set him up and caused him to fail the tribulation, the loss would outweigh the gain. It would be better to fully replenish the spatial crystal that was blocking his cultivation. After all, with the 9-turn grand elixir, he could refine as many as he wanted. Not only could he break through, but all the extraordinary beings around him could also break through. Thus, Heng Zhengyang was able to move freely in advance. Just now, the dark clouds, strong winds, and lightning in the world dissipated in an instant. Gray Rainbow and the others had already run several kilometers away. They were crazily jumping and moving on top of the houses, occasionally glancing back, seemingly seeing nothing. Moreover, the weather had also turned clear. Lu Yuan couldn't help but stop in place, watching the other 3 demons continue to flee. Although Gray Rainbow felt afraid, it also sensed something was off. Why was there no purple poison mist forming? It had experienced the power of that lethal pill once when it was young, accompanying by Shuang. Only that time. It had been on the protected side. Gray Rainbow had witnessed dozens of powerful individuals attempting to ambush by Shuang and a few other talented individuals instantly turning into a pool of blood. Huang Shang, and who may also felt that something was amiss. Those who could eat followed to eat, and if there was trouble, it would be Lu Yuan suffering first. Only Gray Rainbow stood still, feeling a bit unsettled. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of essence around him. 3 streams were approaching from this direction, while one remained 10 kilometers away. The last bit of pill power was transmitted into Zhao Juanxiang's body by Heng Zhengyang. Unexpectedly, the next second, Zhao Juanxiang opened his eyes, and the murkiness in his eyes quickly dissipated. His whole body was enveloped in golden light. Strands of green death energy began to be expelled by this pill power, dispersing into the world. Zhao Chongping was about to bow in thanks to express his respect, but raised his head to see that Heng Zhengyang was no longer in the room. It was as if he possessed an uncanny ability to change. Is this the power of space? Truly amazing. After the colorless crystal transformed into a round shape, it seemed to be in its most complete state. Under Heng Zhengyang's mental command, it directly transformed into an endless silver river flowing into various parts of Heng Zhengyang's body. Ultimately, it coalesced into a silver, starry sky in the Dantian, resonating with the golden ocean, making it exceptionally spectacular. At that moment, Heng Zhengyang felt that his mind had inexplicably gained something new. It was the mastery over space. He could use the power of space within the range where his essence was sufficient, and he would not be affected in the slightest. At this time, Lu Yuan had already arrived in the courtyard ahead of time. When it saw Bai Shuang sitting cross-legged and meditating, and Heng Zhengyang standing beside her seemingly protecting her, Lu Yuan understood everything. At a critical moment, this young man had emerged from his retreat, not only preventing Bai Shuang from swallowing the pill, but also helping her heal her injuries. As it spread its white robe, it instantly transformed into a giant black python. Ready to escape. Escape? Can't really get away? Heng Zhengyang made a grasping motion in the air. An imperceptible force of space immediately formed a cage that trapped Lu Yuan inside. If someone with strength above the SSS level looked closely, they would be able to see that Lu Yuan was frantically tumbling within a faintly visible rectangular prism. However, if one's strength was insufficient, or if they had the strength but did not observe carefully, they would be completely unaware that they had already been trapped. This was a special power that transcended the 5 elements, enabling Heng Zhengyang to be invincible among equals. Even those of higher rank had a chance of being swapped out by this heaven-defying power. Hu Mei and Huangshang had not yet reached them. But upon seeing Lu Yuan's terrified and uneasy expression, they sensed something was wrong. Furthermore, judging by Lu Yuan's state, it was extraordinarily wrong, 100% wrong. The 2 fairies quickly turned around to flee. Why run when they had already arrived? Suddenly, a deep and magnetic male voice echoed. The voice seemed distant. It was also as if it were right next to them. Before the 2 fairies could react, they suddenly felt a pulling force. They discovered that their surroundings had changed drastically. What kind of roof was this? Wasn't it the small courtyard where they had just fought with Bai Shuang? The 2 fairies intended to gather their energy to escape this small courtyard, but they suddenly found an invisible barrier seemingly surrounding them. no matter how they attacked. They could not break through. They could not ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. Their entire bodies seemed to be controlled within this area. Aside from being able to move their limbs, they could do nothing else. They turned around and found a handsome young man bathed in bright light, looking at them with great interest. The sight of these fairies jumping around was indeed somewhat amusing. Heng Zhengyang is thinking about whether to record it and post it on Doma Video. It will definitely help him gain countless followers. All right, there's no time for jokes now. The space around Heng Zhengyang shattered. He reached out with his hand and pulled. In an instant, the gray rainbow 10 miles away appeared here. This scene sent shivers of terror through the 5 fairies present. Bai Shuang felt fear because the opponent hadn't reached star-level strength. Yet dealing with a peak SSS rank was effortless. The other 4 fairies believed that Heng Zhengyang had already attained star-level strength. It could be said that they were utterly terrified by this special power, losing their most basic ability to discern. Heng Zhengyang clapped his hands, and a pot of exquisite Longjing tea appeared on the sandalwood incense table in the center of the courtyard, along with 6 teacups. Heng Zhengyang helped Bai Shuang to a seat and then sat down himself. The other 4 fairies also felt that their restraints seemed to have been lifted. They reached out their hands to touch and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This young man actually didn't want to kill them. It seemed he wanted to negotiate. If that's the case, let's talk. After a fierce internal struggle, several fairies gradually sat down on the wooden bench. They were all prominent figures in Dongzhou, essentially controlling the entire region. However, from today onward, things might change, so everyone, let's take a stand. Chapter 79. Taking the herb storage slurp. At the wooden table, only Heng Zhengyang was slurping the tea that he had gotten from Zhao Junqiang's room. The other fairies remained silent and said nothing. The tea in front of the table was untouched. Heng Zhengyang didn't care at all. It just waited here while sipping tea. Every time at this moment, he would sigh. Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The aroma and taste of this tea were completely different from the tea he brewed in his previous life. Indeed, the taste of money is the most wonderful taste. What exactly do you want us to do? Lu Yuan was the first to lose patience, his attitude somewhat anxious. He simply couldn't endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. What to do? Do I still need to teach you? Heng Zhengyang shook his finger at Lu Yuan with some disappointment. The power of space suddenly condensed around him. This time, there was not much space left for the opponent. Lu Yuan's humanoid body was forcefully compressed. A large spurt of blood was directly vomited from his throat. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into a round shape, trying to break free from these restraints with his formidable original form. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. As soon as Lu Yuan's original form appeared, it was brutally squeezed into a mass of flesh under the power of space. Skin ripped open and internal organs scattered. Hui Hong and Huang Shang immediately showed expressions of fear, gripping their pant legs with both hands to suppress their trembling. But it seemed to be of no use. Humei's originally fair face turned even paler, with beads of fragrant sweat continuously dripping down. Bai Shuang clearly did not expect that the seemingly gentle and sunny Heng Zhengyang would be so ruthless in his actions, and without mercy. She was now somewhat relieved that she had chosen to stand by Heng Zhengyang from the very beginning. Just a moment ago, she was the first to express that she represented the Zhao family and one of the 5 immortals, the Bai family, and pledged loyalty to him. This was also why Heng Zhengyang would take such drastic measures against Lu Yuan. After all, there was already a reference model here, yet Lu Yuan still maintained that attitude. This indicated that he was still resisting deep down. Such a thing, even if forcibly subdued, would still secretly create obstacles. Therefore, eliminating one and using it as a warning to others was the best way to handle it. Master, I am willing to wholeheartedly submit to you. Whatever you wish to do, I will always obey you. Seeing Lu Yuan's tragic state, Humei quickly expressed her stance. Drink up. Thank you, Master. The restraints in front of Humei opened, and she gently reached out with both hands, finally able to touch the teacup. As she drank the tea, she was contemplating how to counter this audacious human in the future. The most effective method would be to take him down in bed, with her seductive skills unleashed. No man could resist. Heng Zhengyang was well aware of the little thoughts in her heart. As he smiled gently, Humei had already finished the tea in one gulp. Everything was under control. Huangshan had also naturally noticed Hu Mei's indication just now. Following that, he also expressed his stance, stating that he could turn misfortune into fortune, avoid harm, and vowed to help Heng Zhengyang to the death. Heng Zhengyang nodded, indicating that Huangshan could also drink tea now. Looking around, only Gray Rainbow was left alone, its gaze turned towards Bai Shuang, hoping that the other party could provide it with a direction. However, after experiencing the recent battle, the bond between the two had already been severed by Gray Rainbow itself. How could Bai Shuang possibly pay attention to Gray Rainbow? Helpless, Gray Rainbow could only temporarily compromise and bow to Heng Zhengyang, finally obtaining the chance to drink tea. Just then, Heng Zhengyang clapped his hands in approval and stood up. The spatial confinement he set up in the courtyard completely dissipated. The remaining 4 fairies seemed to feel it, as if a huge mountain pressing down on them had been lifted. Except for Bai Shuang, the others had their own thoughts. However, Heng Zhengyang's next action caused all the fairies to freeze in place. He took a small purple pill from Lu Yuan's teacup, which was wrapped in a colorless crystal. This was Heng Zhengyang's method to balance these surrendering aliens. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare easily accept these beings that once wanted to kill him. Gray Rainbow's fingers trembled as it pointed at the pill, its mouth agape in shock. Bai Shuang's eyes also showed panic, but she quickly calmed down. This pill was already in the bodies of all present and would exist forever. As for its effects, I think it would be better for Grandma, Bai, to introduce it. Yes, young master. Bai Shuang found it hard to call him master, but her respect for Heng Zhengyang was undoubtedly higher than that of anyone else present. This pill is called the Killing Life Pill, a secret medicine of my Bai family, used in times of crisis to perish together with the enemy. This medicine can turn the user into a pool of blood within 10 seconds. It is said that even the kings of those alien races cannot withstand it. After hearing Bai Shuang's introduction, Hu Mei and Huangshan's terror was roughly the same as Gray Rainbow's. Master, how can you treat your subordinates like this? Please take it out. Hu Mei was the first to react, coming over to cling to Heng Zhengyang's arm, rubbing against him. Her 2 fox ears also trembled, looking truly adorable. Huangshan and Gray Rainbow couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by this scene. This little fairy's charm was indeed extraordinary, although Hu Mei's skills were considered unrivaled. Who was Heng Zhengyang? He had dealt with humans, monsters, ghosts, and demons, and had already suffered enough. How could he fall for Hu Mei's tricks? So, are you teaching me how to do things? With a rhetorical question from Heng Zhengyang, Hu Mei's expression suddenly changed. The other party actually didn't buy into her tactics? Was he still a man? This wasn't the time to consider that. Hu Mei quickly began to apologize profusely to Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang quietly watched the performance of the others. So far, he still couldn't see that kind of fear in their eyes that had already surrendered. It seemed that everyone was still harboring ulterior motives. Since that was the case, he was going to demonstrate once again the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Perhaps just listening to Grandma Bai's narration would lack some visual impact. So I will personally select a lucky audience member for a demonstration. The demons present instantly felt their hearts rise to their throats. They dared not breathe or speak carelessly. After all, at this moment, sticking their heads out could easily make them the target of selection. In fact, Heng Zhengyang had long planned for this. With a flick of his fingers, the power of space once again trapped the Gray Rainbow inside. He didn't know the other party's grievances, but anyone who could treat even the only friend who had helped them with such hostility, whether human or demon, must not be deeply trusted. At the same time, the spatial protective membrane that kept the poison inside from touching the internal organs gradually disappeared. Even if the pill was divided into several parts, the toxin acted very quickly. The purple poisonous gas flew out like poisonous insects, rapidly devouring the Gray Rainbow from the inside out. The Gray Rainbow didn't even let out a sound. It just stared wide-eyed at Heng Zhengyang and Bai Shuang, completely disappearing from this world. Huangshan and Hu Mei, who were unaware of what was happening, opened their eyes and looked at each other. When they discovered that the spot where the Gray Rainbow had stood had turned into a cloud of purple mist, they could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. The 2 demons knelt in front of Heng Zhengyang, their heads pressed tightly to the ground. They finally realized that they had underestimated this human, and the thoughts of rebellion in their hearts vanished in an instant. They raised their heads. Hearing Heng Zhengyang's voice, the two demons quickly straightened up and looked up at him. It was that gaze. Heng Zhengyang nodded with great satisfaction. Before this, he had already learned that the five immortals of Dongzhou did not hold the same status in Dongzhou as other. They were beings that could be supported by certain families. It took a lot of effort to capture these fairies. Heng Zhengyang could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He no longer needed to attend the heavenly materials and earthly treasures auction. He shouldn't lack these things in the future. Chapter 80. Is your system trendy? Heng brother, do you still have that pill? Can you give me some? I'm begging you. Please, just one. Yun-Ke, could you let go of me first? In the bedroom, everyone was watching old Master Zhao Juanxiang, channel his vital energy. It was unclear if it was due to his connection with the Bai family, but his vital energy was actually green, with what attributes and a special healing effect. Just by Heng Zhengyang emitting a single strand of pill energy, the other party had directly become an S-rank cultivator. This made the other members of the Zhao family watch enviously to the point of almost suffocating. Thus, it led to the bizarre scene of Zhao Zijuan clutching Heng Zhengyang's thigh, pleading with him. Zhao Juanxiang retracted his vital energy and strode over to Heng Zhengyang. Get lost. He kicked Zhao Zijuan in the butt, sending him aside. With a beaming face and a spring-like smile, he said to Heng Zhengyang, Heng, little brother, if you need anything in the future, just say it. My Zhao family will never hold back. It's great that old Master Zhao has recovered. I don't really need anything special, just occasionally need to borrow some resources from your family. We have it all. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you. Chengping. Zhao Juanxiang waved his hand. I'm here, Dad. Zhao Chengping quickly replied, taking a few steps forward. Later, I'll take Heng, little brother, to our medicinal garden. Whatever he wants. Just pick it. Zhao Chengping froze on the spot. The first condition was indeed somewhat difficult to fulfill, as the Zhao family's medicinal garden was only open to a select few. Currently, only the Bai family members who had divine protection and the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingping, could enter. After all, that place contained the 10 heavenly materials and medicinal treasures related to the family's foundation. For many years, it was these medicinal treasures that had allowed the Zhao family to rise to the top of the 3 great families in Dongzhou. No matter which medicinal material Heng Zhengyang chose, it would be a massive loss for the Zhao family. However, the other party saved his father and gained by Shuang's admiration. He gritted his teeth and decided he could manage it. But the second condition was indeed somewhat difficult. Due to today's sudden situation, Zhao Qingping had no choice but to postpone the time for the medicinal material auction. Because of this, some business tycoons were already dissatisfied. If they were to give all the medicinal materials to Heng Zhengyang now, it would inevitably cause chaos in the situation, making it difficult for the Zhao family to maintain their standing in the entire Chinese business circle. As for Zhao Juanxiang's suggestion, it was just for show. Seeing Zhao Chengping's troubled expression, Heng Zhengyang directly excused him. Old Master Zhao, I'm a bit tired today, so let's talk about the medicinal materials in a few days. Hearing Heng Zhengyang say this, Zhao Juanxiang suddenly realized the other party had just saved people and was indeed a bit exhausted. He continued to give orders downstairs. All right, Chengping, you must take good care of Heng, little brother. Fulfill all his needs, understand? Yes, Dad, you can rest assured. After Zhao Chengping agreed, he personally led Heng Zhengyang to a room to rest. Zhao Juanxiang also needed to rest for a moment. Thus, the Zhao family members dispersed, leaving only Zhao Zijuan still watching Heng Zhengyang with some unwillingness. Nowadays, everyone with some connections in society knows that the foreign powers are becoming increasingly large. Becoming a cultivator and joining the Alien Affairs Bureau has become the goal of most wealthy young masters. Watching his friends enter one by one, he was, of course, anxious. However, with his grandfather speaking, he really didn't dare to continue being reckless. He could only temporarily give up. Heng Zhengyang was led to a spacious and bright room. The furniture and decor inside were imbued with a strong sense of antiquity, making one feel as if they were in the bedroom of an ancient noble family. Heng, Xiao brother, I won't disturb your rest. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm okay. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they saw that Heng Zhengyang had no other matters to discuss. As long as the other party did not make any requests until the auction ended tomorrow, he would have a right to handle the remaining medicinal materials. By then, it would finally be considered a task accomplished. As for the 10 medicinal treasures of the medicinal garden, it wouldn't matter to Heng Zhengyang if he received just one. Uncle Zhao, can you wait a moment? A sudden jolt, Zhao Qingping's previously settled heart leaped up again in an instant. It's over. It's over. It's over. Despite feeling quite unsettled inside, he turned around with a smile and looked at Heng Zhengyang. What's the matter, Heng Xiao brother? Just say it. Just now. Old Master Zhao's words were merely in the heat of the moment. Don't take it too seriously. I could just give old Zhao a courtesy visit to the medicinal garden. As for those medicinal materials, I won't be needing them for a while, and I don't run a pharmacy, so Uncle Zhao, you can handle it as you see fit. Heng Zhengyang's words left Zhao Qingping in a fog. Just as he was still dazed, a sudden bang startled him awake. It turned out Heng Zhengyang had closed the door. The other party understood his predicament, so he found two seemingly appropriate excuses to reject his father's two conditions. This allowed him to have an explanation both upward and downward, internally and externally. Zhao Qingping clenched his fist heavily against the wooden door of the room, then left. This boy, who looked to be only 18 or 19, was exceptionally skilled at handling matters and could ensure that nothing leaked out. He was undoubtedly an impressive figure. No wonder his father and the senior Bai Shuang held Heng Zhengyang in such high regard. They had long understood that even if they sacrificed the entire family, it might not compare to the value of Heng Zhengyang alone. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang changed his position from crouching by the door to lying on the bed. These people, they really had to be dealt with one by one. It was exhausting. He lay comfortably on the bed, swinging his legs casually. The first ingredient, 9-leaf Ganoderma. The timing. Damn! Heng Zhengyang suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes wide open. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten the formula for alchemy. Anxiously, he quickly opened the system mall. He found the Heavenly Dao Mall, 9-turn Great Rejuvenation Pill, sold, 1-1. Below it was a small number, 30. After dealing with the system for so long, how could he not know what this meant? One pill costs 100,000 Heavenly Dao points, and there is a 1-month limit. The key point is that he has not yet reached star-level strength. System, are you there? Ding. Host summon detected. System awakened. Please speak. System, are you trendy? Chapter 81. Happy to cultivate together well. That's how it is. You guys don't have to worry. I'll come find you later. It's fine now. Brother Tianny, you don't need to worry about the herbs. Just focus on your own matters. Right, I don't need it anymore. You just pick a gift for your own old man. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit awkward at this moment. He had originally planned to refine a 9-turn Great Healing Pill after acquiring the herbs and gift it to Li Tianyi. In addition to the cost of the herbs, he had hoped to conveniently obtain an additional 10 to 18 million from the other party. Now, all his plans had fallen through. Why was it that he still couldn't find the right feeling? Could it be that too much time had passed, leading to a loss of enthusiasm? Heng Zhengyang propped his head up, his 10 fingers tangled in his hair in frustration. Why didn't he just rush him back then? Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Come in. Heng Zhengyang's somewhat resentful voice immediately startled Hu Mei outside. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's okay, come in. Heng Zhengyang adjusted his tone, becoming more neutral. Yes. Hearing the calm voice inside, Hu Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that Heng Zhengyang would be displeased and eliminate the thin layer of spatial membrane surrounding the killing fate pill. After decades of cultivation, she had finally reached her current level of skill, just a step away from becoming a star-level practitioner. She was unwilling to lose her life because of this. At that moment, Hu Mei had already changed into modern attire, following Heng Zhengyang's subtle hints. The simple pink JK outfit paired with knee-high white stockings perfectly showcased her curvy figure and long legs, coupled with her yellow fox ears and a fluffy fox tail. Her allure was maximized. In terms of seductiveness, she was definitely not inferior to Shirley. Of course, although both were synonymous with charm, they each had their own unique style, one external, the other internal. Unfortunately, Heng Zhengyang was not in the mood to consider such matters right now. Otherwise, he might have acted on his desires immediately. Hu Mei admired Heng Zhengyang for his composure, thinking to herself that at least her master was someone who could achieve great things and would not be tempted by lust. Master, Are you feeling unhappy about something? She asked, kneeling beside him with a very concerned tone. It's nothing. Is there something on your mind? Heng Zhengyang put away his worried expression and asked back, Yin-Chi-Shan, Yin-Yu Pool? It sounds like a good place that can help me improve to star-level strength. Looking at Heng Zhengyang's furrowed brow and somewhat serious demeanor, Humei quickly crouched down, saying, Master, if you really don't want to, we have no objections. I came here today just to ask for your opinion on behalf of Grandma Bai in Huangshan, so I'll take my leave now. After finishing her words, Humei bowed and retreated outside. It seems that it's better not to hold too high hopes for this matter. Anyone who has just taken in several untrustworthy alien races would be cautious about keeping them close. Letting them leave easily could be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Not to mention Heng Zhengyang. Even if Humei encountered the same situation, she would likely make a similar choice. Wait. Just as Humei was about to exit the door, Heng Zhengyang called her back. Tell me more. Upon hearing Heng Zhengyang's words, Humei's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The gist was that every 3 years, at a specific time, there is a hot spring pool called Yin-Yu Pool located in the northern part of Dongzhou. The water in this hot spring is very unique. As soon as one enters it, their own vital energy can automatically circulate. If one practices in it, the speed of cultivation is several times faster than usual. As for how much the speed increases, it depends on an individual's physique and cultivation methods. Additionally, the Yuchi Huading that occurs every 3 years offers even more terrifying benefits for improving cultivation. Many alien races and humans come here on that day, hoping to secure a spot. Upon hearing this, Heng Zhengyang understood the special feeling he had experienced in the hot spring at Haijiao Manor. He couldn't help but exclaim again, having money and power is really great, even if the Li family didn't mention it. He knew that obtaining such a pool of hot spring water was definitely not easy. Heng Zhengyang continued to listen to Humei recount the story of the hidden jade pool, becoming more and more astonished. Are you saying that you just soaked in that thing called the Jade Pool Transformation Cauldron once, and you went from mid-S rank to the peak of SSS rank? Humei looked at Heng Zhengyang's incredulous expression and nodded with certainty. Then, are there no humans or other races who have been able to break through to the star level? Such a powerful and immense energy wouldn't be occupied by those at the peak of SSS rank? Heng Zhengyang was very suspicious of how Humei managed to sneak in at that time. No, Humei shook her little head like a rattle drum. Whenever that happened, the hidden jade pool would create a regular force to restrict cultivators above S rank. What kind of restriction was it? Heng Zhengyang became increasingly interested as he listened. The power of SS tier strong beings will be suppressed to A tier, while the power of SSS tier strong beings will be suppressed to B tier. After hearing Humei's words, Heng Zhengyang almost laughed out loud. This place was completely prepared for him. Just by relying on nearly 100 Thunderfall talismans, he could suppress and kill S-tier ghost spirits like Rong Yunshe. Master, I understand that this trip to the hidden jade pool will be very dangerous, but we guarantee that. What's wrong with you? Humei suddenly stopped speaking, looking at Heng Zhengyang, who couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit confused. Why could the master still laugh while she was discussing such serious matters? Did he find her desire to participate amusing? Never mind, you go tell them. Just say I agree, and I will go with you. All right, that's fine, even if you don't agree. You agreed. How you mij was momentarily stund. Covering her mouth and standing still. Yes, I agreed. Heng Zhengyang smiled calmly, looking very serious. You still want to go with us? Of course. With such dangers along the way, how can I let you go by yourselves? Wow, Master, you are so great. Humei, in an incredibly excited state, directly pounced on Heng Zhengyang, hugging him and happily swaying back and forth. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang was also in a good mood. He had just been worried about how to improve his star-level cultivation and where to find this opportunity, and then this chance came knocking on his door. Master, I'll go tell the now. Humei pretended to leave, but Heng Zhengyang pulled her back. I have a special cultivation method here. Do you want to get a try? What do you do when you're in a good mood? Of course, you cultivate together. Humei then realized Heng Zhengyang's meaning. She leaned on Heng Zhengyang, her lips curling gracefully. One jade leg rubbed against his abdomen. Of course, I'm willing. Chapter 82. Preparation. Heng Zhengyang. You really have not let me down in my expectations. He, at the dining table, Xiao Linghuai looked at Humei sitting opposite her and shot a fierce glare at Heng Zhengyang beside her. These are all our future companions. They are the necessary strength to ensure human safety. Heng Zhengyang was looking for a grand reason. TCH. Xiao Linghuai tossed her head to the side, her face flushed with anger. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you wanting something again? Go to hell. In front of everyone, hearing Heng Zhengyang say this, Xiao Linghuai felt utterly embarrassed. She threw a small punch directly at his chest. The two of them immediately started a playfully tussle. Li Qianni sat on the side, using his left hand to bring a steak to his mouth and take a bite. Li Tianying, seeing her younger brother being so rude, couldn't help but cough a couple of times to remind him. Li Qianni, upon hearing his sister's voice, quickly put away his little notebook. He continued to use his left hand to fork and his right hand to knife, tasting his food in a refined manner according to Western etiquette. Li Tianying's cold voice rang out, causing Heng Zhengyang and Xiao Linghuai to stop their playful banter. It was agreed that today was the auction to help Heng Zhengyang purchase medicinal materials. Yet he hadn't shown up all day, only arriving late for dinner, which made Li Tianying somewhat displeased. Heng Zhengyang picked up the exquisitely plated steak with chopsticks in front of Li Tianying, taking bite after bite. I still have a few days to stay here. What else can I do? Of course, it's because of that hidden jade pool on Yinshi Mountain. Upon hearing this term, Humei immediately lowered her head, her face involuntarily flushing. Remembering the feeling from last night was truly indescribable. What? Li Qianni suddenly stood up. Are you going to compete for the position of the hidden jade pool? Huh? Why? Are you interested too? Come with me? No, brother. Seeing Heng Zhengyang's nonchalant demeanor, Li Qianni became a bit anxious. He walked over and placed his hand on Heng Zhengyang's shoulder, changing from his usual warm demeanor to a very serious expression as he asked, Are you sure? Do you know how perilous that place is? Back then, we lost nearly 100 practitioners ranging from SS to S rank just to compete for one position. And, I know. Heng Zhengyang patted Li Qianni's arm and looked at Xiao Linghuai. With me around this time, I guarantee everyone, including every partner, will have a place. Almost forgot about the other alien races. What? You want to call over Brother Ma and the others too? What's the matter? There's still 3 or 4 days left. It's enough time. Brother, what I'm discussing with you is definitely not about whether there's enough time or not. You haven't experienced it, so you don't know. 3 years ago, Li Qianni was still a young lad of 17 or 18. He didn't have Heng Zhengyang's experience of living 2 lives. The roars, wails, and slaughter of tens of thousands of cultivators. Blood flowed like rivers everywhere. It became a psychological shadow that haunted him for life. Qianni, just take care of yourself. Worrying too much about others will only make them feel annoyed. Li Qianni was still chattering away, describing the scene to Heng Zhengyang. Li Tianying had already finished her steak. As she wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a high-end napkin, she educated Li Qianni. Likewise, I can't care about others. I can only take care of you. Come with me. Her voice always carried an undeniable severity. Li Qianni really wanted to persuade Heng Zhengyang a bit more. But recalling the aerial battle in Haijiu that day, he felt that Heng Zhengyang might really secure a place in the hidden jade pool. After all, this was not a small matter, and it couldn't be clearly explained over the phone, even if his application was approved in the end. Being able to bring some reinforcements would increase Heng Zhengyang's chances of survival. Little did he know, it was precisely because of this thought that he added a strong fighting force against the otherworld to the future Haijiu otherworld situation. In the end, Li Qianni still left. Heng Zhengyang felt regretful, but he did not forcefully persuade the other party to stay. After all, he had already said everything that needed to be said, and he didn't want to waste so much breath on whether the other party believed him or not. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they each went their separate ways. Heng Zhengyang brought Xiao Linghuai and Bays to stay in a villa arranged by the Zhao family. In the following 4 days, Ma Yuan, Lu Ruxue, Qing Mei, and others arrived one after another in Dongzhou. Everyone also changed their place of residence. They moved into a high-end guest house at the foot of Yinshi Mountain, arranged by several special cars sent by the Zhao family. The feeling of being taken care of wherever they went was quite reassuring. Heng Zhengyang is very enjoying himself. These past few days, he has been taking everyone out to eat, drink, and have fun, living quite leisurely and happily. Tomorrow morning, The restrictions of Yin-Yu Pool will be lifted, and everyone can go to that unique realm. There's no point in rushing now. There's nothing that can be done. Today, Heng Zhengyang has clearly sensed that the powerful aura around him has been increasing. There are even 2 or 3 people whose strength is not much different from his own. Fortunately, the entire guest house has been booked by the Zhao family, so they won't encounter any trouble at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, it is night, with a bright moon and sparse stars. Everyone is enjoying barbecue and drinking beer under the moonlight. After a few days of getting to know each other, most of them are from different tribes, and by Shuang, Bai Wei, Humei, and Huangshan quickly blended into this large group. Especially with Huangshan's ability to change freely, sometimes turning into Ma Yuan and sometimes into Qing Mei, bringing a lot of fun. Heng Zhengyang, although he appeared to be laughing heartily on the surface, had inadvertently activated the eye of heavenly punishment. Fortunately, he was still able to see through Huangshan's disguise. Otherwise, with just this trick, he might not have been able to discern it with his mortal eyes. Heng Zhengyang remained seated in his position, drinking bottle after bottle of ice-cold beer from a thermos nearby. One could only say that the old man was still meticulous. After everyone had left, only Bai Shuang noticed Heng Zhengyang's anomaly. Once everyone had left, she leaned on her cane and sat down next to Heng Zhengyang. "Xiao Heng, why aren't you going to rest?" she asked. "Grandma Bai, there are too many powerful auras nearby. I think it's better to have someone keep watch." The fleeting panic in Heng Zhengyang's eyes was still caught by Bai Shuang. Indeed, he had underestimated this matter. As time grew late, more and more powerful forces gathered around. He wasn't even sure if there were any star-level experts among them. Heng Zhengyang sensed dozens of powers that were on par with his own, but there were also 2 or 3 forces that seemed to be even stronger. Added to that were Humei and Li Tianyi's descriptions of the situation at the time. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit anxious. "Xiao Heng, do you know why I can completely trust you?" "Why?" Heng Zhengyang's smile revealed a hint of bitterness. "I've lived for hundreds of years. In this era of depleted energy, what cultivation prodigies and gifted talents have come and gone in waves. You are the most special one. I can also sense those strong ones, but none of them compare to you." Grandma Bai's words greatly boosted Heng Zhengyang's confidence. "That's right. I'm a time traveler, the child of fortune. How could I be afraid of a mere opportunity trial? Thank you for your praise. Grandma Bai, please go rest." Seeing Heng Zhengyang's eyes shine with renewed brilliance, Bai Shuang finally felt relieved. She replied with an and turned to leave. Heng Zhengyang closed his eyes and took a sip of beer. "Come on, everyone, tomorrow, let you experience what despair is." Chapter 83. Quick past Yunqi Mountain. Early the next morning, everyone gathered together, ready to go. As Heng Zhengyang was about to set off, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother Heng, Brother Heng." Behind him was a grand procession, nearly 100 people dressed in red trench coat-style uniforms. In an instant, Heng Zhengyang understood everything. Li Tianyi indeed did not fully trust him. However, the other party chose not to give up on him, but instead prepared to bring support to accompany him on this journey. With this bond of friendship, even if it meant going bankrupt today, he would still take Li Tianyi along. "Brother Heng, I was urgently dispatched from Haizhou, and I don't know if we have enough manpower. After all, it's an emergency, and things are a bit busy over in Haizhou, so no need to say more, Brother I understand. In that case, take a few trusted aides and come with me. I guarantee I'll secure a spot for you." Seeing Li Tianyi's face full of disbelief, his mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Heng Zhengyang directly held the other person's hand. "If we are brothers, then trust me." Li Tianyi saw the seriousness on the other person's face and understood that time was the most precious thing at this moment. After all, those who ascend the mountain first will be at the front and can secure their positions more easily. "All right," Li Tianyi also firmly, "I absolutely trust you." After saying that, he instructed most of the people to stand by in place and then selected a few individuals with peak S-tier strength to follow Heng Zhengyang. For unknown reasons, Yunqishan, which was originally the most famous tourist attraction in Dongzhou, suddenly announced that the path to the scenic spot needed maintenance and would be closed for 3 days. At this time, there wasn't a single person in sight at the ticket office at the foot of the mountain. Heng Zhengyang understood that this must be an instruction issued by some big shot in the business or political world. The purpose was to avoid causing unnecessary suffering. If they were in the heat of battle and suddenly two tourists appeared taking photos, it would indeed be quite troublesome. There were already countless groups surpassing them as they climbed up the mountain. Heng Zhengyang and the others have already fallen slightly behind. After all, their team is indeed too large. Others only have 3 to 5 members, at most 7 per team, while they have nearly 20. This is not counting Rong Yinshi, Haileagui, Baze, and Kira. Yinshi, come out. Yes, master. The red light of the ghost gourd flashed. Rong Yinshi, dressed in red, appeared before everyone. She released dozens of threads to bind the limbs and waists of the crowd. Hume walked at the front, with Heng Zhengyang closely following. Everyone was thus guided in the same direction by the threads. Once Hume changed positions, Rong Yinshi would use the threads to drag everyone and indicate the direction. The people present were all clever, so they quickly grasped the rules. Next, everyone will enter an invisible state. This is to ensure we can ascend the mountain top more swiftly, so everyone must timely determine their position based on Yunshi's threads. Understood? Yes. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Ding. Exchange for 23 invisible fragrance, minus 230,000 heavenly punishment points. Each invisible fragrance completely hides the body and aura for 5 minutes. This means that every 5 minutes, Heng Zhengyang needs to spend 230,000 heavenly punishment points. This is indeed a considerable expense, but it is sufficient for today's situation. Rong Yinshi sensed Hume beginning to move and immediately controlled the threads to start swaying. Everyone cooperated quite well, moving at an astonishing speed with their vital energy. Along the way, even though everyone was in an invisible state, they could still see corpses scattered across the mountains. And this was just the beginning. The hidden jade pool can accommodate at most 30 candidates. So, among the tens of thousands of forces composed of various races that reach there, basically everyone is an enemy. The later arrivals would launch frenzied attacks on the forces in front. Those in the middle would suddenly strike at the teams beside them. The closer a team is to the front, the more enemies they will encounter. It can be said that during those 2 hours, all that could be heard and seen was kill, kill, kill. The survival of the fittest in modern society is ruthless, but here, you will experience the most primitive survival of the fittest. It will all be filled with the scent of blood. Soon, after 5 minutes, everyone revealed their forms. After Heng Zhengyang used lightning talismans to kill several fairies eyeing their team, he checked the team situation. Confirming there were no issues, he distributed another to everyone. This time, the speed was obviously much faster than the first. Although no one spoke up, they had already praised Heng Zhengyang to the skies in their hearts. Qingmei, Xiaolinghuai, Lu Ruxue, and others sighed about the cruelty of the world. Bai Shuang was very pleased. She had indeed not misjudged Heng Zhengyang. The strength of this 18-year-old young man absolutely surpassed everyone present, including the other races. Competing for an item with him was truly their misfortune. Hume, Huangshang, and Bai Shuang's granddaughter, Bai Wei, all felt the same way about this. Li Qianni and the others looked at him with admiration. Is this what it feels like to be behind a big shot? There were 3 or 4 survivors from 3 years ago in his team. This time, they were risking their lives to follow Li Qianni up the mountain once again. The painful massacre from the last time was still fresh in their memories. They never expected that by following Heng Zhengyang, they had already reached halfway up the mountain. This was a blood path carved out with dozens of lives 3 years ago. They could clearly feel the increasing pressure, indicating they were getting closer to the hidden jade pool. Everyone couldn't help but silently shout, "This is so damn refreshing." This was simply like having a cheat in life. Being able to sit in the front row was really nice. As he looked at the gradually clearer paradise, Heng Zhengyang could also distinctly feel that his strength was rapidly compressed to the peak of B rank. He tried to wrap himself with spatial power to see if he could break the rules power. In the end, he discovered that his spatial abilities seemed to be ineffective here. This was not good news. However, he had anticipated this. Within the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth, how could there be any opportunity to exploit loopholes? Heng Zhengyang and others, after having passed through 3 more rounds without any hidden fragrance, finally arrived before the 2 imposing black and gold gates. The golden patterns above seemed to want to tell the beings who came here the stories of the past. Unfortunately, it appeared that no one could understand what was depicted. The time for the hidden fragrance had ended. Everyone revealed their forms once again, and they truly were the fastest team. After all, without any fighting, the journey was indeed much quicker. Heng Zhengyang checked his punishment points, with over 8 million remaining. That should be enough. He found a corner near the main gate and instructed everyone to form a beehive formation towards the wall corner. Once everyone was in position, Heng Zhengyang activated the Eye of Divine Punishment, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The demons and monsters behind him also assumed defensive postures, ready to engage any approaching enemies. At this moment, one member of Li Qianni's team was staring at the patterns on the gate, but suddenly seemed to be controlled, reaching out to touch it. "Don't move." Bai Shuang, nearby, sensed something was off and struck the back of that person's neck with her cane. He immediately regained his senses. Why not touch it? What a pity. The good show is gone. The crowd turned to see a little girl in a pink dress, holding a realistic doll. She wore an innocent smile, hopping towards them. Chapter 84. I'll take your provocation. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Li Qianni's subordinates were in a daze, trembling uncontrollably. In the square, besides the little girl holding the doll, there were many more demons and monsters. Most of them had bizarre forms, abstract appearances, and strange movements, creating a rather stimulating visual impact. The alien creatures around Heng Zhengyang are not too bad. After all, they are the same kind. No matter how ugly or abstract they have seen quite a lot. Like the alien creatures on the field now, monsters covered in what looks like mucus, with tentacles all over, or the giant centipede with eyes all over its abdomen. Basically, they have seen similar creatures before. Let's all sit down and take a break for a moment. Heng Zhengyang observed that although everyone was facing off against each other, there was no intention to fight. He instructed the non-humans behind him and the people to take a break first. Some individuals were too tense, and if a fight really broke out later, their panic might throw them off balance. Heng Zhengyang personally comforted them one after another. The tense atmosphere in the team gradually relaxed. Hume, when will this door open? Hume looked up at the sky and calculated with her slender fingers. Master, it will probably take another 3 to 4 hours. Such a long time. Heng Zhengyang frowned, looking at the increasingly crowded square. Although no fights had broken out yet, the current spring pool square was like a pile of dry firewood. Just a single spark could ignite a raging fire. Oh, how are you, May? Old Lady Bai, you're here too. With such a front row position, it seems things have changed significantly. Not far away, 7 sisters who looked similar squeezed in. The one speaking was a girl in a red silk dress, appearing to be a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, but still exuding charm. Heng Zhengyang instantly became vigilant, expanding the protective range of the anti-evil cloak to encompass the entire team. The moment he learned about the quota for the spring pool, he knew he must be the enemy of all the other human anomalies present. With a total of 30 quotas, his side needed to occupy 24 of them. It was likely that no one would tolerate this. Red Spider, are you here to join the fun too? How fresh is that? Such excitement happens only once every 3 years. Who wouldn't want to be a part of it? The woman in the orange dress, standing next to the lady in the red dress, stepped forward with her hand on her waist, playfully scolding. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. This color combination is always common, no matter the time. Heng Zhengyang has already seen the true forms of these fairies through the Eye of Divine Punishment. They are one giant spider after another, each larger than a tank. However, the 3 leading ones, in red, orange, and yellow, are only at the late B rank level. Among the remaining 4, 2 are A rank and 2 are S rank. Your team is quite large. With only 30 slots available, you are taking up more than 20 at once. The voice of the yellow spider attracted the attention of other alien races nearby. They all wanted to see who had the guts to occupy so many slots. Some jumped high from the crowd, while others slowly rose into the air. There were also some who used the most primitive method, standing on the backs of others. Heng Zhengyang and his group instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. He understood that the other party was trying to provoke a conflict. Since the visitors had ill intentions, then they shouldn't blame him for taking the initiative. Huangzhu, what nonsense are you talking? We just brought more people for self-protection. Such a precious opportunity. How could we? You're right, to be precise, We need 24 spots. Heng Zhengyang directly interrupted Humei, looking unceremoniously at the malicious. The existence of the eye of heavenly punishment gave him an imposing presence, making most feel the urge to avoid him. How dare a mere human speak so boldly? Oh, I see, what a strong confidence. It turns out he is a peak SSS-level cultivator outside. Little brother, before you get angry, could you please assess the situation? You're not outside now, and your strength is not at the peak SSS level. Even if your team has more members, can it surpass all of us present from the demon race? A few spider spirits started to speak in turns. Their words gradually emboldened the demons and monsters around. I agree, just a little human, not worth mentioning. Which city did this little brat come from? Have the local demons and monsters been wiped out? How could a human become a top-tier power? Seeing Various standing on his side, Huangzhu continued to fan the flames. This sentence directly struck at the hearts of the. It really is embarrassing for our demon race. What? The demon race becoming slaves to humans. Don't make me laugh. Despicable humans must have used some underhanded tricks. I will swallow you alive to vent my anger. The situation gradually darkened. Humei was somewhat puzzled as to why Heng Zhengyang had just so generously admitted it. Was he not concerned about his life? Or was he confident enough to eliminate all the here? The answer, of course, was the latter. Heng Zhengyang learned about the news in the square through the report of Rong Yunqi. The number of alien races has now approached 10,000. He directly exchanged for 100,000 Thunderbolt talismans. Ever since the Thunder Spirit technique was unlocked, the price of Thunderbolt talismans has dropped from 100 penalty points to 10 penalty points. 100,000 Thunderbolt talismans only cost him 1 million penalty points. It was truly a perfect deal. Today, not to mention these monsters and demons, even a single hair won't escape from here. All of them shall become my penalty points. Heng Zhengyang shouted loudly in his heart. The talismans in his hands flew out one bundle after another, dissipating in the air. The world instantly changed color. Dark clouds slowly pressed down from the horizon, and the ground began to rumble uncontrollably. The nearly 10,000 foreign tribes in the square were somewhat confused. They still foolishly believed that the conditions for opening the hidden jade pool had changed. But the next second, they were stunned in place by the golden lightning that flew down. At this moment, Heng Zhengyang and his team were surrounded by the foreign tribes. All the monsters were gathering their energy, planning to eliminate Heng Zhengyang's small group of more than 20 people first, with a leading frog spirit charging forward. The other monsters followed suit. But at that moment, the 7 spider spirits withdrew to the back. The thunder roared in the sky, and the red spider had already vaguely guessed that it might be related to the burning object that the young man had just waved. Their purpose was to instigate conflict. As for who would win or lose in the end, that was not for them to consider. For every creature they eliminated, they gained one more chance. That was the most practical. Unfortunately, it can only be said to be unfortunate. They wanted to scheme against Heng Zhengyang. The thunder in the sky gathered into thick columns. The powerful energy impact caused each strike to make a group of foreign tribes vomit blood and die instantly. Among them, those rushing towards Heng Zhengyang suffered the most. 7 or 8 thunder columns struck in succession, turning the leading frog spirit into mush. They seemed to have formed a barrier of thunder columns, protecting Heng Zhengyang's team inside. After dodging a golden lightning strike, the yellow spider was both surprised and relieved. Fortunately, it did not rush in. Fortunately, this was just a ploy to drive wolves and scare dogs. At that moment, it suddenly realized that Heng Zhengyang was showing a cruel smile towards it. How could he easily let go of those who offended him? Soon, the yellow spider noticed something was wrong. It and the other 6 sisters seemed to be frozen in place. Chapter 85, is this right? Hiccups. Beneath the thick rock layer of the hidden jade pool in Yunkishan, strange sounds emerged. No one could have imagined that beneath the hot spring pool lay molten lava. It seemed that a gigantic creature was swimming inside. Countless energy clusters seeping down from the upper rock plates were swallowed by its massive mouth, as if feeding it bag after bag of fish food. On the tail of that gigantic creature, it seemed that something was entangled, emitting a faint glow. You, what have you done? Human, no matter what you have done, I advise you to let us go. We promise not to be your enemy again. If you continue to be so stubborn, when a master comes to the world, you will never be spared. A few spider spirits were feeling the threat to their lives for the first time. They began to threaten, entice, and persuade Heng Zhengyang. When the last purple spider capriciously mentioned the arrival of the master, she hadn't even been hit by the thunder before her entire body suddenly exploded from the inside. It shattered into pieces, splattering a pool of dark green liquid around, as if someone had forcefully stomped on it. The sight of death could be described as extremely tragic. Is this the consequence of revealing the rules? Heng Zhengyang shook his head with some regret. Zizhu is considered the most beautiful one among the spider sisters. What a waste. Heng Zhengyang couldn't be bothered with those spider spirits. They were undoubtedly doomed. Boom! 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 The powerful lightning pillars mercilessly drowned those spider spirits. Ding! Killed an SS-tier fairy. Ding! Killed an SSS-tier monster. Ding! Killed an SSS-tier ghost. Hu Mei, Huang Shang, and Bai Shuang were all stunned. Is this right? Is this really possible? Can a human do this? Can Heng Zhengyang really accomplish this alone? They had experienced a fierce battle for the position of the hidden cloud pool 3 years ago. The various forces were evenly matched. Every side was basically engaged in bloody combat. Schemes and tricks were emerging endlessly. Their minds were almost worn out from being calculated against. But this year, with just the appearance of Heng Zhengyang, the scene of mutual slaughter had directly turned into a one-sided massacre. For a moment, they couldn't help but question their own existence. Li Qianni and others were also stunned by the rolling thunder in the sky, standing there dumbfounded. They looked somewhat disheveled in the storm of explosive shockwaves. Is there still a need for the Otherworld Bureau? Just having him is enough, right? The confidant beside Li Qianni couldn't help but voice his doubts. The others nodded numbly. Without a doubt, compared to the other side, they were utterly useless. Watching Heng Zhengyang occasionally glance back and give them a thumbs up, Li Qianni said in a daze, "How can such a heavy burden be left for Brother Heng to bear alone? Heng Zhengyang has made a big profit this time. However, there are quite a few formidable enemies in the square. As a result, the recently acquired punishment points were quickly spent. At the same time, he also noticed that many alien races had some purple and blue arcs of lightning on them, likely indicating they were practitioners with special attributes. Therefore, Heng Zhengyang exchanged for 50 instances of sunlight descending. With lightning strikes and flames working together, he heard a notification, ding, killed an SSS-tier demon, punishment points. Ding! The system did not detect any relevant aura from the killed target. Punishment points minus 37,125. Heng Zhengyang felt a bit strange. Ding! The system indeed did not detect the residual aura of the killed target. Please investigate on your own. Host. You didn't detect it? You want me to investigate? What a big show of authority. Ding! The system expresses its sincere apologies. Forget it. Forget it. There can't be a second time after the first. Heng Zhengyang was conversing with the system while continuing to observe the surroundings. With nearly 3 to 4 million penalty points spent, he had killed thousands of alien powerful beings. The square now appeared spacious, with only about 100 remaining. This allowed the surviving human cultivators to slowly gather in the square. Most of them were also from various otherworldly agencies attempting to train here. Watching the fierce battle of thunder and fire in the square, they hid nearby and observed. Now that Heng Zhengyang gradually reduced his area attacks and began to concentrate his power for pinpoint explosions, they dared to approach a little closer. Kevin, do you think we can secure a spot this time? Asked a group of people who had rushed from the Jingzhou Otherworldly Bureau. The leader of this group was Kevin Wilter, who had wanted to introduce the ghost spirit to Xia Linghuai that day. He was also the son of Xia Linghuai's admirer. Uncertain. Regardless, let the people from Huaxia go first, and we'll see how it goes. Yes. Those Huaxiao people are as dumb as pigs. They're the best scouting materials. The person beside Kevin, named Bob Jeff, who was also part of the support mission from the beautiful country to Huaxia, spoke with disdain for Huaxia. If it weren't for the generous deployment subsidies and the women from Huaxia, who would be willing to come to this country. Bob thought this and turned to look at the otherworldly bureau investigators sent from various places behind him. He spat on the ground, not knowing if it was because sand got into his mouth or for some other reason. Meanwhile, on Heng Zhengyang's side, everyone was completely frozen in place. With nothing to say, Heng Zhengyang once said that they would all obtain a position. Back then, Hu Mei, Huang Shang, Bai Shuang, and Li Tianyi scoffed at this. But now, they realized their mistake. A grave mistake. You all wait here. I will clean up the remaining alien tribes. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Heng Zhengyang stepped on clouds, transformed into a lightning spirit, wielding a 3-foot green sword, and flew into the sky. The alien tribes, who were stubbornly resisting the thunder and flames, seemed to find their target in an instant. They all roared and charged toward Heng Zhengyang. Heng Zhengyang did not dodge, but instead maximized the golden light on his body. It was dazzling enough to attract the attention of all the other races present. It's you. A human dares to occupy a spot in the hidden jade pool. Die for me. Today, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Roar. These roars were truly terrifying. Useless things. Although Bob was cursing at them, he didn't notice that his own feet were also moving backward. Kevin and the others were the same. Heng Zhengyang looked at the monsters just a few meters away, completely fearless, even smiling cheerfully. The monsters couldn't help but feel puzzled. Had this human been scared silly? How could he still be smiling? Just then, Heng Zhengyang condensed the power of thunder onto his Qing Feng sword and directly swung out a wave of sword energy. Hiss! The clear sound of the sword echoed throughout the entire square. A vast golden sword energy slowly advanced towards the approaching alien races. They instinctively wanted to dodge, but their feet felt as if they were filled with lead, making it difficult to move. They could only muster all their strength to block it. The various alien races worked together to form a defense line, but before they could even utter a mocking remark, the sword energy instantly shattered their formation. Countless aliens were severely injured and spat out blood, and some that were touched by the sword energy were instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Bang! 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 It was as if blood-colored fireworks continuously erupted with the advance of the sword energy. The remaining 100 or so alien powerhouses in the square were instantly reduced to less than a dozen, and they were all in a critically injured state. Heng Zhengyang finally found it difficult to maintain the Thunder Spirit state and returned to his original self, slumping down on the ground to rest. The crowd of people, demons, ghosts, and monsters huddled in the corner instantly gathered around him. Clear out the remaining foreign races. I can't go on anymore. I need to take a break. Leave it to us. Ma Yuan grasped Heng Zhengyang's hands and charged forward engulfed in flames. Hu Mei, Qing Mei, Lu Ruxue, and others followed suit, striking down those foreign races. Xiao Linghuai,